Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 357 to Chapter 542. Holding the pen and paper in her hand, Ling Jiasen felt a little proud. Ever since she met Bailey Hongzhuang, she had never been so humiliated in her life. This resentment, no matter what, she couldn't swallow it. Coincidentally, Yunyang had returned yesterday, and after discussing, they made a decision. A few days ago, Dai Yunyang had already received a letter from General Dai. After knowing that his sister had died at the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang, Dai Yunyang was unable to restrain his anger. Daring to kill his sister, he would definitely avenge her with his own hands. After Dai Yunyang returned, not only had his strength increased, even his wealth had increased by quite a bit. Coincidentally, Bailey Hongzhuang was holding an auction, so they came up with a plan. As long as they obtained all 3 channel opening pills, they would spread the word that the channel opening pills were useless. In this way, Bailey Hongzhuang would naturally lose all face. The students who originally believed in Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely abandon her like a pair of worn-out shoes. Bailey Hongzhuang's reputation would be destroyed and trampled on by everyone. At that time, wouldn't it be easy for them to trample on Bailey Hongzhuang? Dai Yunyang decided to hide the news of his return, so he gave this task to Ling Jiasen, Lu Jingquan, and Peng Yunxiang. They originally planned to find a few disciples to help them obtain the channel opening pills, but they didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to come up with this idea, saving them a lot of trouble. In this way, they only needed to randomly fill in someone else's name. After Bailey Hongzhuang read out the names, they would then stand up, and Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't be able to object. Ling Jiasen glanced at Lu Jingquan, who wasn't far away, and Lu Jingquan revealed a knowing smile. Towards Bailey Hongzhuang, they had long wanted her dead. Now that they had finally thought of a perfect plan, they must put Bailey Hongzhuang to death. Peng Yunxiang was also very happy. Although he didn't achieve his goal of helping Dai Yunyang deal with Bailey Hongzhuang, and was instead taught a lesson by Bailey Hongzhuang. But, he was now valued by Dai Yunyang. As long as this matter was done well, he would be able to work for Dai Yunyang in the future. His dark eyes were filled with viciousness. The enmity between him and Bailey Hongzhuang had already been formed. The last time he was injured in the Cultivation Pagoda, he had to recuperate for a long time before he could recover. He was also very apologetic towards Chen Tianjing. This time, he wanted to get back at Bailey Hongzhuang with interest. Bailey Hongzhuang stroked Baisher's fur. This little guy was unusually excited today. Baisher's eyes lit up at the thought of the many shiny demon crystals he would get after the auction. Heavens! Give it more demon crystals and smash it to death. The black and white furballs were a little depressed. Their master had spent a lot of effort on White Lion's food, and in comparison, their treatment was much worse. So unfair. Xiao Hei sat on Bailey Hongzhuang's head, her face full of resentment and dissatisfaction. She couldn't help but stretch out her hand to pluck Bailey Hongzhuang's hair. Xiao Bai nodded her head in agreement. This little baby is getting more and more arrogant. He only knows how to act cute all day. Sigh. Xiao Hei sighed and plucked out a strand of hair. Don't tell me that the two of us are going to let this little baby be arrogant on our heads. Xiao Bai used her strength and plucked out a strand of hair. The problem is that I haven't thought of a way. You two little guys, what are you doing on my head? A touch of helplessness appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. What were these two guys doing? Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai were stunned when they heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words. They then noticed the strands of hair in their hands, and their expressions changed. Nothing, nothing. Xiao Hei quickly denied and hid the strands of hair that she had just pulled out. However, how could the hair stick together? It quickly fell to the ground. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the strands of hair on the ground and narrowed her eyes. Are you two pulling out my hair? Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai waved their hands. No, definitely not. Then what's this on the ground? Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. Her gaze was sharp and wise, and the two furballs could not deny it. Air. Xiao Hei poked and poked with her fingers. She lowered her head and looked guilty. Xiao Bai and I were too busy talking that we forgot. Just now, she thought that she was pulling out weeds. She had pulled them out so smoothly. Xiao Hei nodded and raised a hand. I swear, we didn't do it on purpose. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head helplessly. She did not need to think to know what these two were thinking. Stop mumbling, you two. How about I treat you to a big meal tonight? As soon as he said this, Little Black and Little White's eyes were filled with sparkling light. They were like little shining stars, filled with a covetous light. Really? Xiao Bai quickly asked. We can eat anything we want. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. That's right. You can eat anything you want. Speaking of which, the two furballs loved to eat the most. She usually only cared about cultivating, so she ate very simply. It was really hard on these two little fellows. I want to eat red braised pork. Xiao He quickly said. I want to eat pork trotters. Xiao Bai quickly followed. She was afraid that the pork trotters would be gone if she said it too late. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Okay, one for each. Wow. So happy. Xiao He and Xiao Bai raised their hands together with a happy expression. They were completely immersed in the vision of red braised pork and pork trotters. After dealing with these two little fellows, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze once again fell on the crowd. Suddenly, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed. She saw a very unexpected person in the crowd, Wei Meidai. That day at the Alchemist Guild, she and Wei Meidai had completely fallen out completely. Today, Wei Meidai actually came to participate in the auction. The most important thing was that students who weren't from the Azure Water School couldn't enter. Could it be that Wei Meidai was also a student of the Azure Water School? Wei Meidai's mood was very gloomy. Although she was a student of the Azure Water School, she spent most of her time refining pills and rarely came to the school. She had heard that Bailey Hongzhuang was going to auction 3 channel opening pills at the Azure Water School. Although she was very interested, she didn't want to come. Last time, she lost all face in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. She was usually very resourceful, but in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, she couldn't do anything. Even her master was angered by Bailey Hongzhuang. She didn't want to see Bailey Hongzhuang ever again. Wei Meidai didn't want to come to Azure Water School at all. Moreover, she came to bid for Bailey Hongzhuang's channel opening pill. Wasn't that the same as asking for humiliation? She was wealthy, but Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't sell the channel opening pill to her. If it was her, she also wouldn't sell the channel opening pill to Bailey Hongzhuang. However, she couldn't go against her master's orders, so she could only brace herself and come. She also understood her master's intentions. The reason why Bailey Hongzhuang could be so arrogant in the Alchemist Guild was because of the lost channel opening pills recipe. If her master could use the channel opening pill to research the recipe, then Bailey Hongzhuang's arrogance would be gone. At that time, Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't have the capital to be arrogant in front of them. Thinking of this, the gloominess on Wei Meidai's face dissipated. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too late. Even if she couldn't think of a way to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang now, there would be plenty of ways in the future. Soon, she would definitely make Bailey Hongzhuang kowtow to her and beg for forgiveness. Wife, what are you looking at? Bewitching saw Bailey Hongzhuang looking at the crowd with interest and couldn't help but ask her. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved slightly, her eyes revealing a playful smile. It's nothing, it's just that this auction attracted quite a few enemies, it's really lively. Wife still has enemies in Azure Water School? Bewitching raised his eyebrows, but there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Those who dared to be his wife's enemies, he wouldn't let them have an easy time. Bailey Hongzhuang lightly smiled and shook her head. It's nothing, it's just some small squabbles, it's not a big deal. As a cultivator, there was no lack of trouble. Because everyone was a cultivator, after reaching a certain level of strength, it was inevitable that they would become arrogant. Therefore, it was normal for small conflicts to be magnified. The more powerful and talented a cultivator was, the more trouble they would have to face. This was a universally acknowledged law. And she, Bailey Hongzhuang, was never afraid of any trouble. Since they dared to cause trouble for her, they should be prepared to pay the price. Bewitching was relieved to see Bailey Hongzhuang so confident. It was normal for cultivators to have conflicts. As long as it wasn't too complicated, his wife could solve it easily. Hongzhuang, Ling Jessen, Lu Jingquan and the others are all here. I'm afraid that they will find ways to cause trouble. You have to be mentally prepared. Dongfeng Yu reminded with a trace of worry between his brows. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, a confident smile blooming on her face. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it. As the saying goes, when the virtue is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall. She could almost infer the method that Ling Jessen and the others had thought of. Since they wanted to do this, she would follow their wishes and teach them a lesson. She would let them know the taste of trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Not long after, the students finished writing their notes and placed them in the collection box at the front. Bailey Hongzhuang took the collection box and began to look at the contents of the notes. The things written on the notes were not the same, but most of them were points, monster crystals, and the like. For Bailey Hongzhuang, what she cared about the most was points. After going to the Cultivation Pagoda, she understood how beneficial the abundant energy in the Cultivation Pagoda was to her cultivation. Therefore, she was very eager to accumulate points. Looking at the slips of paper in her hand, Bailey Hongzhuang selected the 3 with the highest prices. 3,000 points, 50 monster crystals. 2,000 points, 30 monster crystals. 2,000 points, 30 monster crystals. The items on these 3 slips of paper were most in line with Bailey Hongzhuang's intentions. Especially after obtaining these points, she would be able to go into seclusion in the Cultivation Pagoda for a period of time. She believed that at that time, her cultivation would definitely be able to make a breakthrough. Xianxia looked at the prices on these 3 slips of paper and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The value was really too high. In the Azure Water School, the most important thing for students was points. Even money couldn't be exchanged for points. The other slips of paper were mostly a few hundred points, with the highest being a little over 1,000 points. This was already the price of a student's hard-earned capital. She didn't expect that someone would actually write such a sky-high price. Looking at it, she was also endlessly envious. I've already chosen. Bailey Hongzhuang waved the 3 cards in her hand towards the audience, her delicate and beautiful face rippling with an elegant and charming smile. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the audience's hearts tightened. They didn't know who Bailey Hongzhuang had chosen. Lin Qinru, Huang Fuyun, Xia Chuyan. After hearing the first name, Ling Jessen couldn't help but frown. She was confident that their bids were already very high. It shouldn't be possible for anyone to bid a higher price than them. How could someone suddenly appear out of nowhere? Fortunately, after hearing the next 2 names, she also let out a sigh of relief. At least 2 channel opening pills had fallen into their hands. As for the 3rd channel opening pill, they could think of another way. A proud smile appeared on Wei Meidai's face. She originally thought that the task her master gave her would be difficult to complete, but she didn't expect it to be so easy. As an alchemist, she had the most wealth. Whether it was points or monster crystals, she didn't lack them at all. To her, the most important thing wasn't cultivation, but alchemy. Thus, it didn't matter if she handed over all her points. Moreover, as an alchemist, how could she lack these things? Other than Wei Meidai and the other 2, the other students who failed in the bidding were all disappointed. The price I offered was already very high. How could I fail? Just how high did these 3 people offer? Yeah, I also thought that I should be able to get it, but I don't know why I failed. AI, that's the channel opening pill we're talking about. I prepared for it for so long, but in the end, I still missed it. Seeing that everyone was very curious about the prices, Bailey Hongzhuang directly read out the prices on the 3 pieces of paper. After hearing this price, there was a burst of exclamations. Oh my God! 3,000 points. That's too much. Is there a student in our academy who has so many points? 2,000 points. Even if I add up all the points I have in the academy, I don't have that many points. Truly, there is always someone better than you out there. No wonder we lost. We really didn't lose by much. It's just that I've never heard of these 3 names before. I wonder who they are. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze faintly fell on Ling Jessen and the other 2. These 3 people were full of confidence, so the price they offered must be extremely high. She believed that the 3 pieces of paper in her hand belonged to these 3 people. Wei Meidai, Ling Jessen, and Lu Jingquan walked up the stage under the astonished and shocked gazes of the crowd. After seeing the faces of the 3 people, there was an uproar. Isn't that Ling Jessen? Her name wasn't in the list of names Bailey Hongzhuang just called out. Wei Meidai and Lu Jingquan also didn't use their real names. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the 3 of them made an agreement? I don't know. I heard that Ling Jessen and Lu Jingquan have conflicts with Bailey Hongzhuang. It's not strange for them to use fake names. Why is Wei Meidai also like this? Ling Jessen proudly stood on the stage, looking at Bailey Hongzhuang with ridicule. You didn't think that I would be the one to bid for the channel opening pill, right? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the three people in front of her indifferently. Her expression didn't change because of Ling Jessen's words. Without waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to speak, Xianxia took the lead. Ling Jessen, I didn't think that you would be so despicable as to use a fake name. She had already expected that Ling Jessen wouldn't come to the auction with good intentions. Now she didn't know what kind of trouble she was looking for. Ling Jessen coldly glanced at Xianxia. This auction is for the highest bidder. It has nothing to do with names. Can't I use this name today? Did I say something wrong? Bailey Hongzhuang? Ling Jessen turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang, full of confidence. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, you're right. The highest bidder wins. What name you want to use has nothing to do with me. Even if you change your name to Pighead today, I won't care. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Ling Jessen's face froze and instantly became ugly. This Bailey Hongzhuang really had the ability to anger people to death. Xianxia, who was originally very angry, couldn't help but laugh after hearing these words. Pighead? This name really matched Ling Jessen very well. Wei Meidai originally thought that she would have a conflict with Bailey Hongzhuang. She didn't think that before she even spoke, Ling Jessen would take the lead. Her black eyes were filled with disgust and disdain. As expected, there were still many people who hated Bailey Hongzhuang. Since we've already bid, then give us the channel opening pill opening. Lu Jingquan's eyes were cold and gloomy. Since he met Bailey Hongzhuang, he had suffered a lot. Now it was time for him to get back at her. You aren't goings, are you? Lu Jingquan smiled proudly. Although Bailey Hongzhuang's face didn't change, he believed that Bailey Hongzhuang must be very angry. She definitely wouldn't have thought that they would be the ones to bid for the channel opening pill. However, they didn't know if Lu Jingquan knew that Bailey Hongzhuang knew that these 3 notes were written by them and deliberately chose them. They didn't know what he would think. Bailey Hongzhuang's smile was indifferent and elegant. Her natural and unrestrained appearance made it seem as if she didn't have any unhappiness with Ling Jessen and the others. On the contrary, it made everyone feel that Ling Jessen and Lu Jingquan were narrow-minded. Of course not. This is a fair and just auction. The 3 of you have handed over the things written on the slips of paper. The channel opening pill is yours. Ling Jessen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who had changed her usual style. Her face was filled with confusion. What was wrong with the Bailey Hongzhuang today? Why was it completely different from what she had imagined? If the Bailey Hongzhuang at this moment jumped up and argued with her, she would feel a bit more pleasure. Is Hongzhuang really going to sell the channel opening pills to Ling Jessen and the others? Lu Qinyue's brows were filled with doubt and embarrassment. Now that the situation had developed to this point, it would be impossible to change anything. However, Ling Jessen and the others clearly didn't have good intentions. If she just let them buy the channel opening pills, would there be any problems? Gong Xiaoqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's indifferent appearance and thought for a moment before saying, Hongzhuang should have already thought of a countermeasure, don't worry. Dongfang Yu was a bit worried and couldn't help but look at Bewitching. As Bailey Hongzhuang's husband, Bewitching should be even more worried. However, in his line of sight, he only saw Bewitching leisurely standing to the side, as if he didn't care about this matter at all. Bewitching's lips curved into a charming smile. These little tricks were nothing in Hongzhuang's eyes. From his understanding of Bailey Hongzhuang, she was someone who always wanted the world to be in chaos. She wouldn't do something she didn't want to do just because there were so many people present. Since Bailey Hongzhuang did this, then she must have thought of a better way. Ling Jessen and the others looked at Bailey Hongzhuang suspiciously. Her behavior today was really too abnormal. However, after thinking about it, the 3 of them could only attribute the reason to the fact that today's situation was different. Wei Meidai looked at Bailey Hongzhuang coldly. She didn't plan on saying anything to Bailey Hongzhuang. Once her master researched the channel opening pills recipe, she would teach Bailey Hongzhuang a good lesson. After Ling Jessen and the others gave their points and monster crystals to Bailey Hongzhuang gave the pills to the 3 of them. After this moment, the auction officially came to an end. walking down the high platform. Ling Jessen's face was full of pride. Bailey Hongzhuang is usually so arrogant, but I didn't expect her to be so cowardly today. I don't feel any joy from winning. Haha, Yunyang is back. Bailey Hongzhuang's arrogance is gone forever. Lu Jingkuan laughed. After Wei Meidai received the channel opening pill, she didn't stay in the Azure Water School any longer. She wanted to give this channel opening pill to her master for research. After Ling Jessen and the others left, Xia Jiqing said, Hongzhuang, are you okay? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. I'm fine, of course I'm fine. Then. Xia Jiqing opened her mouth awkwardly. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Jiqing, I need to trouble you with something. What is it? Hearing this, Xia Jiqing immediately became spirited. She was worried that Hongzhuang would be unhappy about what happened just now. Bailey Hongzhuang once again took out 3 pieces of paper from her sleeve. I'll have to trouble you to help me find these 3 people. If they are willing, I'll sell these 3 channel opening pills to them at the price on the paper. Xia Jiqing looked at the 3 pieces of paper in confusion. She didn't understand what Hongzhuang meant by this. However, she didn't ask. As long as she helped Hongzhuang complete this matter, it was fine. No problem, leave it to me. Xia Jiqing confidently patted her chest. I'm very good at this kind of thing. Seeing that Xia Jiqing was about to leave, Bai Junyu couldn't help but say, Jiqing, I'll also go with you. Xia Jiqing glanced at Bai Junyu. Your injuries haven't healed yet, you should go back and recuperate. Special Enrollment Dormitory. Dongfang Yu and the other 2 passed by Bailey Hongzhuang's room. Their hearts were full of doubts, but when they saw that Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to have something to say, they left. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked into the room. Just as she was about to close the door, she saw Di Beichen leaning against the door. His posture was lazy and charming. You're blocking me from closing the door. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and said lazily. Di Beichen blinked innocently. His expression was lonely and sad. Wifey, I've already made it so obvious. Don't tell me you don't plan on inviting me in? Looking at Di Beichen's appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang was somewhat helpless. This guy really knows how to act like a rascal, act sad, and act cute. If you want to come in, then come in. As soon as her voice fell, the loneliness and sadness on Di Beichen's face disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by an evil joy. Wifey, although you look stubborn on the surface, your heart really does love your husband. Love your head. Bailey Hongzhuang coldly replied. This guy really knows how to open a dye house when given a little color. Di Beichen suddenly grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. With a twist, he pulled her into his embrace. Captain. Bailey Hongzhuang leaned against the wall. Di Beichen's hands were placed on both sides of her body. His handsome face was magnified in front of her eyes. Wifey, if you say this, your husband will be sad. His dark and deep eyes were filled with a charming light, faintly revealing a trace of sadness. His words also revealed a trace of loneliness. Although she knew that this guy's sadness and loneliness were fake, she had to admit that this guy's acting was really on point. Bailey Hongzhuang heard Di Beichen's words and her heart couldn't bear it. Looking at the extraordinarily handsome face in front of her, even though she had seen it many times, she still had to admit that it was really damn good looking. There were no blind spots at all. No matter which angle one looked at it from, it was impeccable. Even at such a close distance, his skin was still flawless. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang looking at him blankly, Di Beichen's mouth curved into a wicked and charming smile. Wife, do I look good? Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned. What a disgrace, she had been so focused on looking at his face that she had forgotten what was going on. She glared angrily at the guy in front of her. He was definitely a monster. It's just SOSO, barely passable, Bailey Hongzhuang said insincerely. Di Beichen frowned in dissatisfaction. Just SOSO? His handsome face came closer again. In the blink of an eye, the distance between Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang was only 1 centimeter. It was as if the slightest movement would cause their faces to touch. In your husband's heart, my wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. His thin lips slightly opened and his sincere words came out. Beichen's breath sprayed onto Bailey Hongzhuang's face. It was very ambiguous. Bailey Hongzhuang's body stiffened, a trace of crimson appearing on her pretty face. This damned guy clearly knew her weakness. She pushed Beichen away and freed herself from the ambiguous atmosphere. Bailey Hongzhuang took a breath of fresh air and returned to her normal expression. Beichen turned around and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang sulking on the bed with a smile. His heart softened. His wife was really cute. You're always full of nonsense. Bailey Hongzhuang gave Beichen a disdainful look. This guy's ability to lie through his teeth was top-notch. The smile on Beichen's face didn't change. His wife was too shy to say such words. Speaking of which, Bailey Hongzhuang usually had an indifferent and calm appearance, but this kind of shy and angry girl's appearance was the most charming. Even if I'm really full of nonsense, that's only for my wife. If it were any other woman, I wouldn't even bother to say a word. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows twitched. You're just talking nonsense. Your husband is speaking the truth. Beichen emphasized. Bailey Hongzhuang was just about to mock Beichen. She didn't believe that Beichen wouldn't even bother to say a word to any other woman. However, when she raised her head, Bailey Hongzhuang saw the seriousness in Beichen's eyes. That pair of deep and charming eyes were filled with seriousness, sincerity, and true feelings. The seriousness in Beichen's eyes disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his previous teasing appearance. Bailey Hongzhuang was startled. That trace of emotion dissipated too quickly, so she didn't see it clearly. Wife, selling the channel opening pills to Ling Jessen and the other two doesn't seem to fit your style? Beichen's cherry blossom-like thin lips rose in a wicked smile. His eyes were filled with ridicule and certainty. His wife was someone who would definitely take revenge for any enmity. Her delicate and enchanting face was filled with a sly smile. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. How is it not my style? In my opinion, the channel opening pills you gave them were fake, right? Beichen's smile widened. His handsome and perfect face was filled with confidence. He hadn't spent so much time with Bailey Hongzhuang for nothing. There must be something fishy going on. Bailey Hongzhuang had always been a person who could not tolerate sand in her eyes. More importantly, there was a lawlessness in her bones. Don't say that there were too many people at the auction today. Bailey Hongzhuang had no choice but to sell the channel opening pills to Ling Jessen and the others under pressure. If Bailey Hongzhuang was not willing, then what was the point of not holding this auction? There was a touch of surprise in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. No one in the room had seen her plan. How could Beichen see it? How did you know? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask. Beichen smiled proudly. Of course, it's based on my understanding of my wife. Bailey Hongzhuang curled her lips. It didn't matter if Beichen saw through it, as long as Ling Jessen and the other two idiots didn't see through it. If she didn't guess wrong, Ling Jessen would definitely say that the pill had no effect and that it was a fake channel opening pill. With their intellect, this was the only way to ruin her reputation. Since Ling Jessen wanted to say that the channel opening pill was fake, then she might as well give them the fake channel opening pill. As for who everyone would believe in the end, she had her own way of doing so. As for Wei Meidai's participation in the auction, it was definitely Gu Songyun's idea. Researching the refining method of the channel opening pill, if the pill recipe was so easy to research, then it wouldn't be a secret in the alchemy world. Beichen's gaze fell on Beischer's body. He found that the keen character on its forehead had disappeared. It looked no different from an ordinary pet contract beast. Ling Jessen and Lu Jingquan held on to the channel opening pills with excitement on their faces. This was a channel opening pill that was extremely helpful to cultivators. Peng Yunxiang followed behind the two with a trace of helplessness and depression in his eyes. The three of them had clearly offered the same price, yet Bailey Hongzhuang had chosen Ling Jessen and Lu Jingquan. This was the first time Dai Yunyang had given him something to do, yet he had failed. If this caused Dai Yunyang to be dissatisfied with his ability, then it would be a huge loss. Miss Ling, the third channel opening pill has fallen into Wei Meidai's hands. What should we do? Lu Jingquan frowned. According to their original plan, these three channel opening pills would definitely fall into their hands. However, no one would have thought that a variable like Wei Meidai would appear. Thus, wouldn't it be impossible for them to falsely accuse Bailey Hongzhuang of having no use for the pills? Everyone knew that the two of them had a deep grudge with Bailey Hongzhuang. If the two of them said the pills were useless while Wei Meidai said they were effective, then no one would believe them. Ling Jessen's face was also filled with worry. They had finally found a way to make Bailey Hongzhuang helpless. How could they fail just like that? How about we go find Wei Meidai and sound her out? Ling Jessen suggested, as long as we give her some benefits, maybe she will agree. Lu Jingquan nodded, that's right, let's first sound out Wei Meidai's intentions. Wei Meidai took the channel opening pills and rushed back. There were many people in Azure Water City who coveted the channel opening pills, so she had to quickly give them to her master. However, as Wei Meidai was walking, she was suddenly stopped by someone. Wei Meidai couldn't help but be startled. Just as she was about to use her identity as an alchemist to intimidate them, she discovered that it was Ling Jessen and the other two. Her eyes couldn't help but be filled with doubt. What are you doing here? Ling Jessen smiled brightly and approached Wei Meidai. Miss Wei, we came here to ask for your help. Wei Meidai frowned. What is it? Is it possible for Miss Wei to sell the channel opening pills to us? Hearing this, Wei Meidai glanced at Ling Jessen and shook her head firmly. No, I have a use for this pill. If it's because of this, you don't have to say anything more. I won't sell it. There was disappointment in Ling Jessen's eyes, but Wei Meidai's answer was within her expectations. With Wei Meidai's identity as an alchemist, she didn't lack money at all. Why would she sell it to them? Wei Meidai was about to leave when she saw Lu Jingquan and Peng Yunxiang still blocking her way. She couldn't help but frown. I've already said what I should say. What else do you want? Ling Jessen pondered for a moment. Since there was no hope of buying the channel opening pill, she could only try her best. If he failed, he could just deny it in the future. Thinking of this, Ling Jessen lowered her voice. I wonder what Miss Wei thinks of Bailey Hongzhuang. Wei Meidai looked at Ling Jessen in confusion. She didn't understand what Ling Jessen meant. Could it be, the news of her conflict with Bailey Hongzhuang at the Alchemist Guild had already spread? Although there were quite a few people present that day, there weren't any Azure Water School students. It shouldn't have spread, just say what you want to say. Wei Meidai said coldly. She wanted to see what Ling Jessen and the others were planning. We have some enmity with Bailey Hongzhuang, so we hope that Miss Wei can help us tell a lie. Ling Jessen slowly told Wei Meidai her thoughts. As she spoke, she observed Wei Meidai's expression. Although she knew that the chances of success were small, she still wanted to try her best. If she succeeded, then she would be able to vent all the anger she had suffered during this period of time. After Wei Meidai heard Ling Jessen's words, she was surprised but also a little proud. She already knew that Ling Jessen and Bailey Hongzhuang had some conflict during the auction of the channel opening pills, but she didn't think that Ling Jessen would come up with such a method to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang. However, she liked this method. Miss Wei, I know that this is a bit difficult, but I really hope that you can help us. If you need any compensation, you can tell us. As long as we can do it, we will definitely do it. If it wasn't for that Bailey Hongzhuang going too far, we wouldn't do this. Ling Jessen pretended to be pitiful. She believed that most women wouldn't have any good feelings towards someone as beautiful as Bailey Hongzhuang. Wei Meidai's lips curled into a proud smile, her eyes filled with resentment. That damned Bailey Hongzhuang. She hadn't even done anything yet and someone was already impatiently trying to deal with her. She wanted to see if Bailey Hongzhuang would still have any face left after this matter was spread out. She probably wouldn't be able to keep her title as a genius alchemist. I promise you. Wei Meidai chuckled. Hearing Wei Meidai's words, Ling Jessen couldn't help but be startled. I don't need any compensation. I already don't like Bailey Hongzhuang. It's just a small matter, I'll help you. Wei Meidai said viciously, as long as you can make Bailey Hongzhuang suffer. Ling Jessen and Lu Jingquan's eyes lit up with excitement. They originally thought that it would be very difficult to convince Wei Meidai. Even if they really succeeded, they would have to pay a huge price. They didn't think that Wei Meidai would agree so easily without any compensation. From Wei Meidai's words, Ling Jessen understood that Wei Meidai and Bailey Hongzhuang already had a grudge. In other words, they were basically on the same side. So Miss Wei already doesn't like Bailey Hongzhuang. Ling Jessen chuckled. Ling Jessen life, that woman was born an annoying existence. Don't worry, this time we'll definitely make sure that Bailey Hongzhuang's reputation will be ruined. Ling Jessen her, Meidi Hongzhuang and Lu Jingkuan S and hers, SSS and Luz's. Three-way and S ants, A ants and Brats and Lu's. To bring Wei Mito the secret and to bring Wei to bring Brat Lu and to bring them. To bringing Zhuang, Ling, to bring them and bringing them, to finding and bringings to bring them to them time to bring them to the to them. Jiang Peng's face was full of doubt and confusion. He was Xiao Zifan's friend and had long yearned for the channel opening pill. Previously, he wanted to rely on Xiao Zifan's relationship with Bailey Hongzhuang to buy the channel opening pill from Bailey Hongzhuang. Then, he heard the news that Bailey Hongzhuang was auctioning the channel opening pill. In these 7 days, he used all his methods to accumulate points and monster crystals. He originally thought that the price he offered was already high enough, but he didn't expect that he would still fail. Hongzhuang, these are the 3 people on the note. Xia Jiqing said with a smile. Although she didn't know what Hongzhuang wanted to do, she could guarantee that she would complete the task Hongzhuang gave her. Thank you. Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful eyes flashed with gratitude. She had asked Xia Jiqing to help her find people in order to not attract attention. The auction had just ended, and she believed that many people would be paying attention to her movements. In order not to alert the enemy, she could only ask Xia Jiqing to find people. Miss Bailey, why did you call us here? Although he was confused, Jiang Pengze was still very excited. No matter what, Bailey Hongzhuang was the publicly recognized goddess of the school. Being able to be in close contact with a goddess was enough to make many people envious. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, a gentle and charming smile on her lips. I have 3 channel opening pills here, are you willing to buy them at the price you wrote on the note? Since Ling Jessen wanted to use the channel opening pills to frame her, then she would also find people to verify the effects of the channel opening pills. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Jiang Pengze and the other 2 were surprised. This surprise came too suddenly, and they didn't know how to react for a while. Miss Bailey, is what you said true? Jiang Pengze's breathing was a bit hurried, his eyes filled with anticipation. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly, of course it's true. Of course we're willing, but Miss Bailey, why did you call the 3 of us here? Wouldn't it be better to auction it off directly? Jiang Pengze asked the doubts in his heart. The 2 people on the side also looked curiously at Bailey Hongzhuang. This situation seemed a bit strange. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, I understand the doubts in your hearts. In fact, I had no other choice. Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu's eyes also flashed with curiosity. They still didn't understand what Hongzhuang wanted to do. I believe you all know that Lu Jingkuan and Ling Jessen have enmity with me? Bailey Hongzhuang's face rippled with a gentle light. Her entire person was as gentle as the moonlight, giving people a comfortable and pleasing feeling. Everyone couldn't help but listen carefully to Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Whatever their goddess said must be correct. I know. To be honest, even that Wei Meidai had a conflict with me. Because of this, the 3 of them used fake names to successfully bid for the channel opening pills. Jiang and the others were surprised. They didn't think that Wei Meidai would have a conflict with Bailey Hongzhuang would have such a conflict. In that case, today's auction was full of conspiracy. I've to open channel's name is the channel opening sell to sell pills s. Therefore, I took out 3 channel opening pills to sell to the 3 of you. Once the 3 of you verify their effects, you can help me clear my name. Once these words came out, everyone's eyes widened. They had already guessed that Ling Jessen and the others didn't have good intentions, but they didn't think they would come up with such a sinister idea. Ling Jessen and the others are too sinister. Xia Jiqing said angrily. She was wondering why Hongzhuang did this. It turned out it was to guard against this. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a cold and mocking smile. They came to buy my channel opening pills, so naturally they don't have any good intentions. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Jiang Pengze and the other 2 finally understood. No wonder Bailey Hongzhuang would take out 3 more channel opening pills to auction. So it was because she didn't want to be wrongly accused. Although they despised the actions of Ling Jessen and the others, they rejoiced in their hearts. If Ling Jessen and the others hadn't interfered, they might not have been able to obtain the channel-opening pills. Lady Bailey, don't worry. If Ling Jessen and the others really did that, we will definitely help you prove it. Jiang Peng's gaze was firm and sincere. Bailey Hongzhuang was not only the goddess in his heart, she was also Xiao Zifan's friend. Naturally, he would stand on Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Yes, Lady Bailey, you can rest assured. After Jiang Pengzi said this, the other two people also expressed their own thoughts. Then I'll have to thank the three of you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, I can guarantee the authenticity of this channel-opening pill. If you don't believe me, you can ask an alchemist to appraise it. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's calm and sincere attitude, Jiang Pengzi and the other two completely relaxed. They were very clear that Bailey Hongzhuang had no need to fake the channel-opening pill. With Bailey Hongzhuang's ability, even if she didn't have the channel-opening pill's recipe, she could still be praised as a genius. Jiang Pengzi and the other two didn't hesitate to buy the channel-opening pills. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once they returned, they would also be able to boast about it. As Jiang Pengzi and the others left, Xia Jiqing finally spoke, Hongzhuang, do you think Ling Jessen and the others will really do that? A playful light flashed in her ink-black phoenix eyes as Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, they will definitely do that. She was almost certain that Ling Jessen and the others had this idea from the beginning. However, the pills she gave out now were fake, so Ling Jessen and the others would definitely do it. Xia Jiqing didn't know what Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking. She only despised Ling Jessen and the others to the extreme. It was truly rare for a person to be so despicable. Bai Junyu's eyes were also filled with disgust. As a cultivator, if he had the ability to attack directly, then he would use these shameful methods behind his back. This was truly despicable. If Ling Jessen and the others really do this, there will be a good show to watch tomorrow. Xia Jiqing's eyes flashed with excitement. When she thought of that nasty woman's expression after knowing that Hongzhuang was prepared, she was looking forward to it. Bailey Hongzhuang's smile widened and her eyes sparkled like stars. We'll meet soon. Ling Jessen and the other two happily returned to their residence. They didn't expect that today's matter would go so smoothly. They were really happy. As soon as they opened the door, Ling Jessen saw Dai Yunyang in the middle of cultivating. Her face was filled with joy and intimacy. Yunyang, we're back. Dai Yunyang exited his cultivation state and turned to look at Ling Jessen and the others. Dai Yunyang was wearing a dark green robe and his hair was tied up high. His appearance was quite handsome, but his eyes revealed a trace of gloominess, giving people a sinister feeling. A faint smile appeared on Dai Yunyang's face, but there was not the slightest trace of a smile in the depths of his eyes. You're back, how did things go? There were some problems along the way. Ling Jessen said. Just as Ling Jessen's voice fell, Dai Yunyang's brows furrowed, his voice gloomy and unhappy. What problems? For this matter, he had already thought about it for a long time before coming up with a foolproof plan. How could there still be problems? There were 3 channel-opening pills, but we only managed to bid for 2. The last pill was won by Wei Meidai. Ling Jessen told the truth, intimately sitting beside Dai Yunyang. After not seeing Dai Yunyang for so long, she really missed him. Yesterday, when he finally came back, they were discussing how to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang, so they didn't have time to get along. Dai Yunyang's face instantly darkened. Why did it turn out like this? Earlier, when he received his father's letter, he was unable to restrain his anger. Dai Jimon was the sister he had always doted on. The two of them had a very good relationship, and both of them had successfully entered Azure Water School. Who knew how many people were envious of them? He had always felt that in the future, the two of them would definitely be able to create their own sky. However, that damn trash actually dared to kill his sister, unforgivable. He definitely wouldn't let Jimon die in vain. He wanted Bailey Hongzhuang to accompany Jimon in her grave. He had said that he would bid for the 3 channel-opening pills at all costs, but Ling Jessen and the other 2 had failed. Ling Jessen noticed the displeasure in Dai Yunyang's tone and didn't dare to keep him in suspense, quickly explaining. Although the 3rd channel-opening pill isn't in our hands, you don't have to worry. We've already communicated with Wei Meidai. Ling Jessen's face flashed with excitement. Yunyang, did you know that Wei Meidai also hates Bailey Hongzhuang? After hearing our plan, she immediately agreed to cooperate with us, but she couldn't sell us the channel-opening pills. Hearing this, Dai Yunyang's anger dissipated a little, but his eyes still had a trace of doubt. Are you sure? Ling Jiasen nodded. I'm sure. Lu Jingkuan and Peng Yunxiang nodded in agreement. Brother Yang, we even went to investigate. It turns out that a few days ago, Bailey Hongzhuang had a conflict with Wei Mei Dai at the Alchemist Guild. Not only did the two of them clash verbally, but Bailey Hongzhuang also injured Wei Mei Dai. Even Wei Mei Dai's master was angered by Bailey Hongzhuang and left. I'm afraid the enmity between them is no less than ours. After finding out about Wei Mei Dai's attitude, they went to find out more information just in case. Seeing that Lu Jingkuan was so certain, Dai Yunyang's expression became better. This was an excellent opportunity. If he missed it, it would not be easy to find trouble with Bailey Hongzhuang. If Bailey Hongzhuang was alone, it would not be a problem for him to make a move. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's relationship with Dong Fengyu and Gong Xiaoqing was extremely good. It would be very troublesome for him to deal with them. After all, Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fengyu's strength as specially recruited students was not fake. Where are the channel opening pills? Dai Yunyang asked. Ling Jiasen and Lu Jingkuan immediately took out the channel opening pills. The 2 channel opening pills are here. A cultivator only needed to take 1 channel opening pill. Now that there were 2 channel opening pills, perhaps the other one would be hers. Ling Jiasen looked at Dai Yunyang expectantly. As long as she had this channel opening pill, she believed that her strength would increase once again. You two can go back first. Dai Yunyang slowly said. Lu Jingkuan and Peng Yunyang naturally coveted the channel opening pill, but they were very clear that it was impossible for them to have a share. The two nodded and immediately left the room, but Ling Jiasen didn't. Ling Jiasen leaned on Dai Yunyang, her dainty face rippling with a pleasing smile. Yunyang, after not seeing you for so long, I really missed you. Dai Yunyang glanced at Ling Jiasen, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. Without me by your side, you must be very lonely. Ling Jiasen nodded. I've been looking forward to your return every day. When you weren't here, that Bailey Hongzhuang always bullied me. Now that you're back, I can finally hold my head up high. Hearing this, Dai Yunyang's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. That damned Bailey Hongzhuang. Not only did she kill his sister, she even treated Ling Jiasen like this. It could be seen that Bailey Hongzhuang didn't put him in her eyes at all. Don't worry, after I return, that kind of thing won't happen again. Ling Jiasen's face was full of smiles, her head leaning on Dai Yunyang's shoulder, her voice gentle yet coquettish. Yunyang, this channel opening pill, can you give me one? She didn't have many cultivation resources to begin with, and adding on the bet she made with Bailey Hongzhuang, she had basically lost everything she had. It wasn't even enough to auction off the channel opening pill. Moreover, she was very clear that it was almost impossible to buy another channel opening pill from Bailey Hongzhuang in the future. Dai Yunyang's expression changed a bit, glancing at Ling Jiasen with a faint trace of ridicule and disgust. However, it disappeared in the blink of an eye, perfectly hidden by him. Jiasen, it's not that I don't want to give you the channel opening pill, it's just that I have other uses for this other channel opening pill. Dai Yunyang smiled hypocritically. Ling Jiasen was startled, her expression revealing some dissatisfaction. There's still one more channel opening pill, what do you want it for? This time, when I was out training, I met a benefactor. My current wealth is all thanks to him. Since I obtained this channel opening pill, I naturally have to give it to him. You know that it wasn't easy for me to reach this point. I have to seize every opportunity. Ling Jiasen understood after hearing this, but she was still a little unhappy. She just kept silent. Dai Yunyang hugged Ling Jiasen's slender waist. Originally, I wanted to bid for 3 channel opening pills so that I could give you the third one. However, something unexpected happened today. Jiasen, you won't blame me, right? Looking at Dai Yunyang's eyes full of affection and helplessness, Ling Jiasen's heart softened, and she became even more determined. Yunyang, of course I won't blame you. I understand your difficulties. It's enough as long as you have me in your heart. Ling Jiasen's face was full of emotions as she threw herself into Dai Yunyang's embrace. Dai Yunyang's lips curved into a wicked smile. This kind of stupid woman was the easiest to deceive. Trash like Ling Jiasen was only his playmate when he was bored. How could he really have her in his heart? After Ling Jessen left, Dai Yunyang's gaze fell on the two brocade boxes in front of him. The channel-opening pill was a pill that had been lost for a long time. He didn't expect that it would end up in his hands, although he had spent a lot of money to bid for these two channel-opening pills. As long as he sold one of them to that person, he would be able to earn back double the money. After carefully placing the two channel-opening pills into his universe bag, Dai Yunyang left the dormitory. He wanted to give these pills to his benefactor as soon as possible. After Gu Songyun received the channel-opening pill from Wei Meidai's hands, his weathered face flashed with excitement. "Meidai, well done." Gu Songyun patted Wei Meidai's shoulder with a smile. "As long as Master can research the channel-opening pills recipe, our statuses will be completely different. Every alchemist with a lost recipe might not be able to improve their skills, but their statuses were completely different." Wei Meidai smiled. "Master, I believe that you will definitely succeed." Gu Songyun's face revealed a trace of pride. "Master will start researching today. The recipe for a second-grade pill won't be too complicated, you should go back and rest first." Wei Meidai nodded, thinking about whether or not she should tell her master about her cooperation with Ling Jessen and the others. Thinking about how her master needed to go into seclusion to research the channel-opening pills recipe, it naturally wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. By the time her master came out, Bailey Hongzhuang would have already lost all standing and reputation, so there was no need to say anything more. Gu Songyun casually sent Wei Meidai away and went straight into the alchemy room. He couldn't wait to start researching. Wei Meidai also didn't stay for long and turned to leave. After Wei Meidai left, Gu Songyun looked at the channel-opening pill and pondered for a long time. He felt that he should first take half of the channel-opening pill and understand its effects before researching it. The channel-opening pill was beneficial to cultivators. Even if half of the pill's effects would have a certain impact, it would still be helpful. Gu Songyun didn't hesitate to take half of the pill. At the same time, Dai Yunyang and his benefactor also took the channel-opening pill. Under Dai Yunyang's bluffing, his benefactor spent 10 times the price to buy the channel-opening pill. His harvest was really too great. Xiao He and Xiao Bai enjoyed the feast in front of them very much. Their hands and mouths were covered in oil, but the two of them looked intoxicated. "Master, what kind of pills did you sell to Ling Jessen and the others?" Xiao Bai took a bite of the pig trotter and asked. Ever since it found out that the elixir sold by its master was fake, it was very curious about what kind of elixir it was. However, it didn't ask because Bewitching was present. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a playful smile. "Laxative." As soon as he said that, Xiao He and Xiao Bai widened their eyes. Laxatives can be refined into pills? Laxatives were only ordinary medicines, but what Bailey Hongzhuang sold was clearly pills. Bailey Hongzhuang blinked, the smile on her face becoming more and more proud. "The laxative I sold also has some other side effects." "What side effects?" Xiao He and Xiao Bai asked in unison. Even Baishir opened his eyes wide, wanting to know what it was. "It's actually nothing much. It's just to let them expel some of their strength at the same time." When Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Baishir saw the innocent Bailey Hongzhuang, there was only one thought in their minds. Two-faced, she was really two-faced. He was afraid that only Bailey Hongzhuang could think of such a cruel trick. Baishir shivered. Offending anyone was fine, but never offending Master. Xiao He and Xiao Bai's eyes shone with pride. Master's things were really different from the rest. Whether it was the itching powder, Li Yuyua's freckles, or the laxative, there was probably no one else besides Master who would have them. "Master, this laxative was also created by you?" Xiao He asked. Master's items were really strange. He had all kinds of things. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded indifferently. "Don't you think this method of dealing with hateful people is very novel?" Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Baishir stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in a daze, then nodded in unison. Novel? Yes, this was too novel. After Dai Yunyang and his benefactor Feng Yutong consumed the channel-opening pill, they happily sat down and began to circulate their cultivation method. The channel-opening pill's effect was to expand the meridians. The process was a bit painful, but the two of them didn't mind. As long as they could increase their cultivation, this little bit of pain was nothing. Feng Yutong's eyes were filled with excitement. This Dai Yunyang was really good. He didn't expect him to be able to obtain the lost channel-opening pill. Although the price was high, he didn't lack money at all. As long as he could obtain the channel opening pill, so what if he had to spend a bit more money? He had even thought that if this channel opening pill was really useful, he would definitely think of a way to obtain more from Bailey Hongzhuang. This kind of lost medicinal pill had a price but no market. Just casually selling it, and money would roll in. However, after consuming the channel opening pill, Feng Yutong didn't feel the slightest bit of energy from the pill, causing him to be puzzled. Dai Yunyang, why is there no reaction after I consumed the channel opening pill? Feng Yutong frowned doubtfully. Are you sure this is really the channel opening pill? Dai Yunyang's heart was also filled with doubts, because after he took the pill, there was also no reaction. According to his experience with pills, all pills would turn into rich energy after being swallowed. What's more, the channel opening pill was a second-grade pill. However, in the face of Feng Yutong's doubts, he could only give an affirmative answer. This is the channel opening pill, it can't be wrong. Dai Yunyang revealed a confident smile. This channel opening pill is a lost pill, so it might be special. Let's wait a little longer. Seeing that Dai Yunyang was so certain, Feng Yutong also nodded. He had never taken the channel opening pill before, so he didn't understand its effects. Perhaps the channel opening pill was just like this. He believed that Dai Yunyang definitely did not have the guts to use fake medicinal pills to deceive him. However, after waiting for a while, there was still no response. Dai Yunyang, in my opinion, this channel opening pill is most likely fake. Feng Yutong's face darkened. With his status and family background, no one dared to play tricks on him like this. Seeing Feng Yutong's gloomy expression, a trace of nervousness appeared on Dai Yunyang's face, and he immediately explained. Seeing Dai Yunyang so nervous, Feng Yutong's expression eased up a bit, but the suspicion in his eyes still hadn't dissipated. Just based on the fact that the channel opening pill was a lost pill, it was enough to fetch a sky-high price at an auction. He and Dai Yunyang had known each other for some time and had a certain understanding of Dai Yunyang's personality. This guy had always been greedy for money. If you dare to lie to me, then you'll have to be prepared to suffer my wrath. Feng Yutong narrowed his eyes, his low and cold voice filled with threat. Dai Yunyang's heart trembled. He had always felt that Feng Yutong was a second young master who relied on his family's wealth to spend as he pleased. Although he felt disdain towards Feng Yutong, he had always been careful to curry favor with him because he could obtain many benefits from Feng Yutong. At this moment, seeing Feng Yutong's serious appearance, his heart began to beat like a drum and a trace of fear appeared in his heart. Young Master Feng, I swear, I definitely didn't lie to you. Dai Yunyang raised 3 fingers and swore, his expression sincere and serious. Feng Yutong coldly snorted, that's for the best. Dai Yunyang had just let out a sigh of relief when his expression suddenly turned ugly. His hands were placed on his stomach and he felt a gust of wind and clouds churning in his stomach, making him feel very uncomfortable. Young Master Feng, my stomach hurts, I need to go. Dai Yunyang was a bit embarrassed, but before he could finish his words, he felt that he couldn't hold it in any longer and immediately rushed into the latrine. Feng Yutong coldly looked at the direction Dai Yunyang left and was about to ridicule him when he heard a sound coming from his stomach. Goo goo. Feng Yutong's expression also turned ugly. His stomach was in pain and he couldn't hold it in any longer, rushing into the latrine like the wind. However, Dai Yunyang was already inside and he could only continuously knock on the door. Dai Yunyang, hurry up and come out. I can't hold it in any longer. Young Master Feng, I'm sorry, I'm not done yet. Hurry up, hurry up. Feng Yutong continuously knocked on the door as if he couldn't hold it in any longer. While Dai Yunyang and Feng Yutong were fighting in the latrine, Gu Zhongyan's situation wasn't much better. After he took the medicinal pill, he felt that something was wrong. As an alchemist, he dealt with medicinal pills every day, so he naturally knew the characteristics of medicinal pills. Even if the channel opening pill was a lost pill, there shouldn't be no reaction at all after taking it. However, he was still unsure. He believed that the pills that Wei Meidai brought back must have been given to her by Bailey Hongzhuang, but he didn't believe that Bailey Hongzhuang would be so bold. Wasn't she afraid of being exposed if she gave out a fake pill in front of everyone? Then, in the latrine, he finally believed that Bailey Hongzhuang had deliberately tricked him. Damned Bailey Hongzhuang! Gu Zhongyan gnashed his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. He had underestimated Bailey Hongshuang. Gu Songyun's heart was filled with regret. It was all his fault for being too impatient. Otherwise, he would have only needed to examine the ingredients of the channel opening pill and immediately know that there was something wrong with it. In fact, although Bailey Hongshuang had calculated that Dai Yunyang would definitely take it, she didn't think that Gu Songyun would also take it. The reason why she gave Wei Mei Dai a fake pill was to anger that old fogey Gu Songyun. As night fell, the earth was shrouded in a layer of black, tranquil and serene. Dai Yunyang and Feng Yutong lay on the bed, exhausted. Under such a torrential downpour, they didn't even have the strength to speak. Their faces were deathly pale, without a trace of blood, and their hair was soaked in sweat. Dai Yunyang raised his head to look at the ceiling. He already understood that the reason they were like this was because of the so-called channel opening pill. The pill Bailey Hongshuang gave them wasn't the channel opening pill, but a laxative. If not for that, how could he and Feng Yutong have ended up like this? Damned Bailey Hongshuang. Dai Yunyang's face was gloomy, and he gnashed his teeth, wishing he could tear Bailey Hongshuang to pieces. Dai Yunyang, what exactly is going on? Feng Yutong's heart was filled with anger, but the words that came out of his mouth lacked strength and power. However, after experiencing this, he knew that this matter probably had nothing to do with Dai Yunyang. Otherwise, Dai Yunyang wouldn't have ended up like this. Dai Yunyang's eyes were filled with hatred, and his voice was low and hoarse. It must be Bailey Hongshuang who switched the channel opening pill with a fake pill to harm us. Then why would Bailey Hongshuang be so daring? Feng Yutong was flabbergasted. This was an auction held in the academy. Bailey Hongshuang actually took out a fake pill. Wasn't she afraid of her reputation being ruined? Hearing Feng Yutong's words, Dai Yunyang's face suddenly became extremely ugly. His original plan was to announce that the channel opening pill was a fake pill to ruin Bailey Hongshuang's reputation, but he didn't think that this pill would really be fake. Could it be that Bailey Hongshuang had already guessed this plan? Thinking of this possibility, Dai Yunyang couldn't help but shiver. Bailey Hongshuang shouldn't be so smart, right? However, thinking about it from another perspective, Dai Yunyang still felt that Bailey Hongshuang couldn't be so smart. They had only thought of this idea yesterday, so how could Bailey Hongshuang have already prepared for it? It must have been an accident. The power of the laxative was too strong. Even Dai Yunyang and Feng Yutong couldn't bear it after such a thing. They immediately fell asleep. Fortunately, they were cultivators. If they were ordinary people, they would not be able to get out of bed for half a month. Gu Songyun was much older, and most of his energy was spent on alchemy, so he didn't put much effort into his cultivation. Therefore, even though he had only consumed half of the pill, the extent of his collapse was even more exaggerated than Dai Yunyang and Feng Yutong. Lying on the bed, Gu Songyun felt as if he had aged a few years in an instant. He no longer had the strength to move. The next day, Bailey Hongshuang woke up feeling refreshed. After freshening up, she was ready to watch today's show. Master, why is there no movement until now? Xiao He moved closer to Bailey Hongshuang, her round eyes filled with curiosity. She was really looking forward to today's show. After waiting for so long without any movement, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled into a playful smile. Let's wait. There shouldn't be any news until the afternoon. She was very clear on how strong the laxative she had made was. Because she wanted to use it on cultivators, she had specially added some strong ingredients. In fact, everything was just as Bailey Hongshuang predicted. Dai Yunyang and Feng Yutong did not wake up until noon. Goo. As soon as he woke up, Dai Yunyang felt a wave of hunger coming from his abdomen. Yesterday, he had expelled everything from his stomach. This damned Bailey Hongshuang, today I will definitely teach her a lesson. Dai Yunyang said fiercely. He had lived for so many years and no one had ever dared to play with him like this. Since Bailey Hongshuang dared to do this, he would make Bailey Hongshuang pay the price. Feng Yutong looked at Dai Yunyang with a pale face. Don't talk about revenge, what he wanted most now was to eat something. Only, he felt that something was wrong after waking up today. What was wrong, he could not figure it out for a while. Dai Yunyang sat up and ran his cultivation method. This was something he had to do every day. After running his cultivation method for a week, his spirit would be much better. However, when he ran his cultivation method today, Dai Yunyang's face suddenly changed. An unbelievable thought appeared in his mind, and he felt a wave of panic in his heart. Because he clearly felt that his strength was much weaker than before and the energy in his dantian had become thinner. Impossible, this is impossible. Dai Yunyang shook his head again and again. How could his strength suddenly drop? It must be because he had collapsed so badly yesterday that his mind was not clear anymore. Feng Yutong looked at Dai Yunyang's flustered appearance and his eyes could not help but reveal a trace of doubt. From the time he met Dai Yunyang, he had never seen Dai Yunyang so flustered. Dai Yunyang, what's wrong? Feng Yutong frowned and asked. Dai Yunyang was completely immersed in his own thoughts and did not pay attention to Feng Yutong's words. Impossible, how could my strength suddenly drop? After cultivating in the Azure Water School for 3 years, his strength had reached the initial stage of the mysterious heaven realm. But now he clearly felt that his strength was at the middle stage of the mysterious Aeon realm. His strength had suddenly dropped by 2 whole levels. It was tantamount to announcing that his 2 years of hard work had all been wasted. This was absolutely impossible. Hearing Dai Yunyang's words, Feng Yutong's heart tightened. He thought of the strange feeling he had before. Could it be? Thinking of this, Feng Yutong hurriedly checked the situation of his dantian. With this check, Feng Yutong's face turned into the color of pig liver. His strength had also declined. Dai Yunyang, this is all your fault. Feng Yutong was furious. Yesterday's situation had already made him very angry, but now the decline of his strength was something he simply could not accept. Young Master Feng, what happened to you? Dai Yunyang was awakened by Feng Yutong's scolding and quickly asked nervously. My strength has dropped by 2 whole levels. Nothing can make up for it. Feng Yutong was enraged, and he was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have taken the channel opening pill. Even if he wanted to take it, he should have waited until Dai Yunyang took it and confirmed that there was no problem before taking it. Dai Yunyang quivered. He was originally unwilling to believe the truth, but after hearing that Feng Yutong's strength had also dropped by 2 levels, he could no longer deceive himself. Aren't you just spouting nonsense? Feng Yutong slapped Dai Yunyang's head. He didn't even need to think to know that it was because of yesterday's pill. After being hit by Feng Yutong, Dai Yunyang's face was a bit ugly, but he couldn't care about anything else. He understood that he had definitely been tricked by Bailey Hongzhuang. Yesterday's pill was neither a channel-opening pill nor an ordinary laxative. Its true effect was to weaken one's strength. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that something like this would happen. This time, he was done for. A crazy killing intent swept through Dai Yunyang's heart. He had worked so hard for so long and finally managed to break through. Now, with just 1 pill from Bailey Hongzhuang, all his hard work had gone down the drain. Originally, his strength was considered outstanding among the 3rd-year students. Now that his strength had declined, his previous reputation would disappear without a trace. Not only that, with his strength suddenly declining, he was afraid that he would become the laughingstock of Azure Water School. From a cultivator who was looked up to such a situation, he simply couldn't accept it. All of this was because of Bailey Hongzhuang. Under his sleeves, his hands were clenched into fists. His fingernails were deeply embedded in his flesh, dripping with blood. His dark and gloomy eyes were full of killing intent and hatred. After this incident, Dai Yunyang had already regarded Bailey Hongzhuang as an absolutely irreconcilable enemy. No matter what, he must kill Bailey Hongzhuang. Feng Yutong looked at Dai Yunyang with eyes full of anger and disdain. The original Dai Yunyang still had some value in his eyes, but now that his strength had declined, he was nothing. Feeling Feng Yutong's dangerous gaze, Dai Yunyang's heart tightened and he felt his scalp go numb. He already couldn't accept that his strength had declined, but the most difficult person to face was Feng Yutong. He was afraid that Feng Yutong couldn't wait to kill him right now. He was very clear that Feng Yutong only valued him because of his value. But now, he had already lost his value. Thinking of this, without waiting for Feng Yutong to speak, Dai Yunyang hurriedly spoke. Young Master Feng, I definitely won't let Bailey Hongzhuang off. Feng Yutong coldly looked at Dai Yunyang. The original friendliness had already disappeared. Whether you let Bailey Hongzhuang off or not, what does that have to do with me? Hearing this, Dai Yunyang's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He could feel the coldness in Feng Yutong's tone. Ours to lose our strength, Bailey Hongzhuang. Since Bailey Hongzhuang caused us to become like this, she might have a way to restore our strength. This was also the biggest expectation in Dai Yunyang's heart. He believed that Bailey Hongzhuang must have a way. Teet teet test teet teet, TSSS toozes tus to him. T to you to T tess. Of course TSS T twos. 2. Then why are you still staying here? Feng Yutong coldly asked. Dai Yunyang was stunned. He hurriedly stood up and walked towards the door. If he continued to stay here, it would only make Feng Yutong unhappy. However, just as Dai Yunyang walked to the door, Feng Yutong suddenly called out to him. Dai Yunyang suspiciously turned around. Young Master Feng, is there something else? Leave the money I gave you yesterday. Feng Yutong no longer had any good temper towards Dai Yunyang, and his words became increasingly rude. He spent such a large amount of money to buy the pills, but not only did it not help his strength, it actually decreased. In this situation, Dai Yunyang still wanted to take the money away. What a joke. Dai Yunyang awkwardly smiled and silently walked to the side, putting down the 10 times the money he earned yesterday. This time, he really suffered a double loss. He originally wanted to make a fortune and improve his meridians at the same time, and even make Bailey Hongzhuang lose face. This was originally an excellent opportunity to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, but now he had fallen to such a state. After Gu Songyun woke up, he also found that his strength had decreased and almost fainted from fright. He had been revered for most of his life, but he never expected that he would be tricked by a stinky girl like Bailey Hongzhuang. Although alchemists put most of their energy into alchemy, strength was equally important. The stronger one was, the stronger one's mental force, and the stronger one's alchemy skills would be. Now that his strength had suddenly decreased, his perception was much weaker than before, and the difficulty of alchemy would increase. I didn't expect this stinky girl to be so vicious. Gu Songyun was furious. Bailey Hongzhuang dared to treat him like this. He definitely wouldn't let Bailey Hongzhuang have it easy. Ling Jiesun and the others saw that Dai Yunyang hadn't returned since he left last night and couldn't help feeling anxious. They planned to take action today, but since Dai Yunyang hadn't returned, they naturally couldn't take the lead. Aya, why isn't Yunyang back yet? Ling Jiesun's face was filled with anxiety. She couldn't wait to prank Bailey Hongzhuang. Brother Yang definitely swallowed the channel opening pill yesterday and might be in closed-door cultivation. Lu Jingkuan pondered, how about, we make a move first? Ling Jiesun thought for a moment, let's wait. While the 3 were talking, Dai Yunyang's figure appeared in front of them. Yunyang, you're back. Ling Jiesun happily welcomed him. How was the effect of the channel opening pill? Listening to Ling Jiesun's words, Dai Yunyang was really angry. Looking at Lu Jingkuan and Pang Yunxiang, they still didn't want to tell the truth. The reason why Lu Jingkuan and Pang Yunxiang followed his lead was undoubtedly because of his strength. If the news of his strength weakening were to spread, the situation would change. Therefore, Dai Yunyang did not answer and directly changed the topic. Now, just release the news that this pill is fake. I'll go with you guys to cause trouble for Bailey Hongzhuang. He had to solve this problem as soon as possible and get the antidote to restore his vision from Bailey Hongzhuang. Otherwise, he would be in endless trouble. When Ling Jiesun and the other 2 heard Dai Yunyang's words, they were all immersed in excitement. They weren't that curious about the effects of the channel opening pill. Bailey Hongzhuang was cultivating in her room when suddenly there was a knock on the door. She opened the door and saw Xianxia walking in with a face full of anger. Xianxia was simply angered to death. She hadn't heard any news this morning and thought that Hongzhuang was thinking too much. She had just let out a sigh of relief, but she didn't expect the news to come in the afternoon. Ling Jiesun and the other 2 distorted the facts, and in a short time, more than half of the students in the school already knew about this news. The news of the auction of the channel opening pill had caused a sensation in the entire school. After Ling Jiesun and the others bought the pill yesterday, many students wanted to know the effects of the channel opening pill. After all, the stall owner had left after getting the channel opening pill, so they didn't see the effects with their own eyes. Therefore, everyone was very concerned about the effects. Hearing Ling Jiesun and the others' malicious slander, many students who didn't know the truth believed it. In the blink of an eye, this sound had spread throughout the entire school. Looking at Xiaojiqing's flustered and exasperated appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but feel a little funny. Yesterday, she had already told Jiqing what might happen today, yet Jiqing was still so angry. If she hadn't told Jiqing about this situation yesterday, who knew what kind of expression Jiqing would have? After Xiao He and Xiao Bai heard this, their eyes instantly lit up. They weren't worried about this happening, they were just excited that the world wasn't in chaos. They had been waiting for the whole morning, and finally, this good show was about to begin. Baisher, who was nestled on the bed, also became spirited and curiously looked at Xia Jiqing. In fact, he also liked to watch the fun. Jiqing, don't be angry. Didn't we already expect this? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a gentle smile, her beautiful eyes filled with calmness. Obviously, this news didn't make her feel the slightest bit surprised. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's indifferent appearance, Xia Jiqing couldn't help but sigh in admiration. If this kind of thing were to happen to her, she would immediately rush out to find Ling Jessen and the others to settle accounts. How could she be as calm as Hongzhuang? I really admire your good nature. I can't tolerate this kind of thing. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. I didn't say I would tolerate this kind of thing. She had always been someone who didn't offend her, she wouldn't offend them. If someone offended her, she would pay them back 100 times. Ling Jessen and the others had already made her angry by finding trouble with them time and again. Yesterday, she had made Dai Yunyang lose a bit of his strength. Today, she wanted to see who would lose their reputation. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, Xia Jiqing's face changed and she immediately revealed a smile. It seemed that Hongzhuang was planning to teach Ling Jessen and the others a lesson. Do you need me to contact Jiang Pengzi now? Xia Jiqing asked aloud. She believed that when the time came, everyone's words, she's right Jess in the end she s and the others s, tSSS, right. Although her heart was very anxious, seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's confidence, Xia Jiqing also suppressed the anxiety in her heart. Dong Fengyu and Gong Xiaoqing were discussing the problems they encountered during cultivation. Everyone had some confusion in the process of cultivation. At this time, often after discussing with the cultivators, they could take fewer detours. At this moment, Lu Qingyue came in, her pretty face showing a bit of shock and emotion. Hearing Lu Qingyue's words, Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fengyu couldn't help but frown, a trace of concern appearing in their eyes. What happened? I just came back from the Alchemist Guild and heard Ling Jessen and the others wantonly spread the news that Hongzhuang's channel opening pill was ineffective and were cheating them of their money. Once these words were said, Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fengyu's expressions became ugly. They're just spouting nonsense and distorting the truth. Dong Fengyu stood up, his handsome face full of anger. They had also taken Bailey Hongzhuang's channel opening pill and the effects were excellent. Not only had their experience broadened, they had also become more tenacious. Their meridians could hold more spirit energy and their spirit energy circulation speed greatly increased during battle. It was clear to see the benefits of the channel opening pill. Still pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of them. Gong Xiaoqing's voice was cold, his eyes dark and icy like a black hole. These guys were really troublesome. We can't let them casually slander her like this. It's very detrimental to Bailey Hongzhuang's reputation. We should hurry up and go take a look. Dong Fengyu's face was somewhat anxious. The later they went, the more the rumors would spread. The power of rumors was self-evident. Many people had been defeated by rumors. This kind of news would spread from 1 person to 10 people and from 10 to 100 people. In the blink of an eye, it would spread throughout the entire academy. Gong Xiaoqing nodded slightly and without hesitation, he immediately led the way downstairs with Dong Fengyu. Bailey Hongzhuang saw that it was about time and walked out of her room. As soon as she walked out, she saw Dong Fengyu and the other 2 quickly walking upstairs. Without waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to speak, Dong Fengyu's nervous and concerned voice rang out. Bailey Hongzhuang, have you heard about Ling Jessen and the others spreading rumors? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, her beautiful and gentle face rippling with a polite smile. I've already heard. Those despicable people dared to slander you like this. They're really too hateful. When Ling Jessen and the others were mentioned, Dong Fengyu's face was filled with disgust. He didn't understand, Bailey Hongzhuang and Ling Jessen had no enmity before, so why would Ling Jessen target Bailey Hongzhuang? Don't worry, we will definitely stand by your side. Seeing Dong Fengyu's concern, Bailey Hongshuang's expression changed a bit. At this moment, Bai Junyu also walked out when he heard the commotion. After hearing everyone's conversation, he was also somewhat speechless. He didn't expect Ling Jessen and the others to be so shameless. Bailey Hongshuang's plan was really not wrong. Let's go take a look first. Gong Xiaoqing said in a deep voice, I think it's time to confront them face to face. Everyone nodded. They had to be there to see the situation clearly. Just as everyone was about to leave, the door next to Bailey Hongshuang's room opened. The corners of Bewitching's mouth curled up in a charming and devilish smile. His posture was lazy and leisurely. It seems that trouble has appeared? Hearing Bewitching's words, everyone's expression changed a bit. This was something that none of them were willing to do, so why did it sound like a good show coming from Bewitching's mouth? However, only Bailey Hongshuang understood Bewitching's words. Only she and Bewitching understood the whole process. Bewitching naturally knew that she had a solution. Dong Fengyu's handsome eyebrows wrinkled, looking at Bewitching with eyes full of doubt and dissatisfaction. Dong Fengyu was unable to restrain his anger. Bailey Hongshuang was such a rare woman that anyone who became her husband should hold her in the palm of their hand. Although Bewitching's conditions were very good, he was indifferent to Bailey Hongshuang. He really felt sorry for Hongshuang. As Dong Fengyu's voice fell, everyone present was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that Dong Fengyu, who usually had the best temper, would suddenly attack. Moreover, the target of his attack was Bewitching. Bewitching's eyes were as dark as the night. He faintly glanced at Dong Fengyu, his charming face showing a trace of coldness. When did I need an outsider to intervene in the matters between me and my wife? Bewitching's words revealed a dangerous meaning. The matter of Dong Fengyu coveting Bailey Hongshuang had already made him very unhappy. Now, Dong Fengyu dared to criticize him. He didn't want to destroy their friendship because of Hongshuang's face, but that didn't mean that he would remain indifferent when Dong Fengyu criticized him. When Bewitching's words came out, Dong Fengyu couldn't help but feel angry. He didn't think that Bewitching not only didn't reflect on his negligence, but also said such words. But Bewitching's words poked at his weak spot. Yes, what position did he have to say such words? Xiaojiqing looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. She didn't think that Dong Fengyu would have a direct confrontation with Bewitching. No one was giving way to the other. This was simply an eye-opener for her. Was this a showdown between a lover and a husband? Lu Qinyua's face slightly changed, her beautiful eyes showing some surprise. Earlier, she felt that Dong Fengyu was too enthusiastic, and his attitude towards other women was completely different. Previously, when they were training in the Luoyun mountain range, Dong Fengyu was furious because he thought that Bailey Hongshuang had died. That was the first time she saw Dong Fengyu so angry. From then on, she realized that Dong Fengyu treated Bailey Hongshuang differently. After returning to the academy, she found that Dong Fengyu was abnormally concerned about Hongshuang's matters. After knowing Dong Fengyu for such a long time, she had a certain understanding of Dong Fengyu. Although Dong Fengyu treated everyone very well, the polite smile on his face was sometimes even harder to melt than ice. This was because no one had ever been special to him. Ever since Bailey Hongshuang appeared, Bailey Hongshuang became special in Dong Fengyu's heart. Even if Dong Fengyu didn't say anything, as a woman, her perception was the most obvious. Eyes. Xiaohei spoke, her eyes showing a trace of sympathy. Now that I think about it, I feel that Dong Fengyu is quite pitiful. Don't think so much, Bewitching is also very good. Xiaobai rolled her eyes at Xiaohei. Don't you usually support Bewitching? AI, Xiaohei sighed, she was really at a loss. Baisha raised his head to look at the two fellows. He really didn't understand why Xiaohei was so conflicted when it was his master's choice. Gong Xiaoqing saw the situation and couldn't help but say, Bewitching, Dong Fengyu doesn't have any bad intentions, don't take it to heart. He's just worried about Bailey Hongshuang. Bewitching's handsome eyebrows slanted, and his dark eyes revealed a bit of danger. His concern for Bailey Hongshuang didn't need to be said. With the tacit understanding between him and Bailey Hongshuang, even if she didn't say anything, he could still guess her plans. Now, these two guys suddenly appeared and dared to criticize him like this. Today, he was no longer the waste prince who needed to endure. With his identity, who would dare to say half a word against him? The most important thing was that these two guys were too concerned about his wife. Beichen's words caused the atmosphere to instantly stiffen. Beichen's provocative words clearly revealed his anger. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't expect that she hadn't said anything yet, but they had already discovered this scene. This change of events was really beyond her expectations. The tacit understanding between me and my wife is not something you can understand. Beichen's voice was slightly cold. His left hand had already wrapped around Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder, overbearing and arrogant. Xianxia and Bai Junyu looked at each other, their hearts somewhat shocked by Beichen's overbearing attitude. Seeing Beichen's action, Dongfangyu couldn't help but feel a little angry. He understood the hostility that Beichen had towards him as a man. He really didn't have any position to criticize Beichen, but Beichen's actions really made people angry. Bailey Hongzhuang slightly raised her eyes and looked at Beichen. She wanted to say that Beichen's behavior was somewhat inappropriate, but when she saw Beichen's eyes, the words in her throat were stuck. That pair of deep eyes were full of true feelings, overbearing and a trace of irresistible. In the depths of those eyes, there was a trace of softness and fear. It was as if she denied it, he would be hurt. Seeing such a pair of eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but feel a little unbearable in her heart. Regardless of anything else, at least her current identity was Beichen's wife. In the face of Dongfangyu's accusation, Beichen was just reacting. Thinking of this, she swallowed the words that she originally wanted to say. "Thank you for your concern." Bailey Hongzhuang said, "I have already thought of a way to deal with this matter." In fact, Beichen had already predicted what would happen today. She knew how much Beichen cared about her. If he didn't care about her, he wouldn't have come back at such a critical time. Just to make sure she was safe. If he didn't care about her, there was no need to stay at school. From the beginning to the end, hers, SSSS, her SSS. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's explanation, everyone's expression changed again. They all thought that Beichen didn't know anything about today's matter. They didn't expect that Beichen had already predicted what would happen yesterday. So, didn't they wrongly accuse Beichen before? Xia Jiqing's mouth was wide open, her eyes were full of understanding. In fact, even she felt that Beichen didn't care enough about Hongzhuang. Since he was her husband, he naturally had to care about Hongzhuang's every matter. She didn't expect that Beichen not only cared about her, but also had a strong insight. She was worried for nothing. Dongfangyu was startled, his face became very ugly. Thinking of Beichen's tacit understanding with Bailey Hongzhuang, he felt that Beichen was declaring his sovereignty. Lu Qinyue's eyes flashed with a complicated light. She didn't expect that this matter would become the fuse that caused the conflict to erupt. Whether it was Beichen, Xia Jiqing, Bai Junyu, Dongfangyu, or Gong Xiaoqing, everyone was very concerned about Bailey Hongzhuang. Beichen and Dongfangyu naturally didn't need to be mentioned. Even Gong Dage was very concerned about Bailey Hongzhuang. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Gong Xiaoqing didn't show enough concern. But with Gong Xiaoqing's cold temperament, being able to say a word proved that this matter was unusual in his heart. At this moment, Lu Qinyue's heart couldn't help but feel jealous. In the past, she was the goddess admired by everyone in the school. Whether it was her appearance, strength, or alchemy, she was praised by everyone. At that time, she was living a life of being surrounded by stars, high up in the clouds. Since Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't worse than her in any way. In some places, she even surpassed her. Even at that time, there weren't so many people around her who cared about her. Bailey Hongzhuang was completely different. She seemed to be a shining body. Once she appeared, she attracted everyone's attention. The moment Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, Beichen's eyes suddenly lit up. Those eyes that were as deep as the dark night and swept with a cold storm quietly filled with a smile. It was as if the sun had broken through the clouds, dazzling and dazzling. The left hand that was holding Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but tighten. Beichen's heart was full of joy. Bailey Hongzhuang affirmed him in front of everyone. The most important thing was that Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude showed that in her heart, he was more important than Dongfangyu. Knowing this, how could Beichen be unhappy? Looking at Beichen's gloomy face, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but find it funny at the same time. She always felt that this guy in front of her was a black-bellied fox. She didn't expect this guy to have such a childish side. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but speak again. How about we go out and take a look first? Xiaojiqing quickly cooperated. Yes, let's go take a look. We don't know what Ling Jessen and the others are doing right now. Gong Xiaoqing nodded slightly and turned to walk out of the dormitory with Dong Fengyu and Lu Qingyue. Bailey Hongshuang and the others also walked out of the dormitory. This was what they were going to do today. Assembly Plaza. Ling Jessen. Lu's TSSA's hearts was, SSSSSSS the heart sect. Every word was an accusation against Bailey Hongshuang, not leaving the slightest bit of leeway. It was as if Bailey Hongshuang was a complete scum. We paid such a huge price, but who would have thought that the pills we obtained were actually fake channel opening pills? Even if we had a small conflict with Bailey Hongshuang before, hers was too much. Those cultivation resources were all my property. Now, Bailey Hongshuang has cheated them all. Everyone, you must help me sue Bailey Hongshuang and get back this loss. When Bailey Hongshuang and the others arrived at the assembly plaza, they heard Ling Jessen's words. Xiaojiqing couldn't help but sneer. This Ling Jessen was really shameless. Ling Jessen's zzz did not seem out of place at all when she said these words. I didn't expect the channel opening pill to be a fake. Could it be that this channel opening pill was a gimmick created by Bailey Hongshuang from the start? Luckily we weren't the ones who bought the channel opening pill yesterday, otherwise we would have suffered a huge loss. Ling Jessen's words can't be completely believed. After all, we didn't see it with our own eyes. I don't think Bailey Hongshuang would say such a thing. Ling Jessen saw that there were people who didn't believe her words and couldn't help but make a solemn vow. Everything I said is true. You guys said that we had a conflict with Bailey Hongshuang, so you can't believe everything you say. I believe that Wei Mei Dai will definitely come to seek justice later. When that time comes, you guys should believe me, right? Once these words were said, everyone looked at each other. If Wei Mei Dai also said this, then it was very likely to be the truth. Seeing the change in everyone's expression, Ling Jessen and Lu Jingquan looked at each other, a pleased smile appearing in their eyes. It seemed that their goal was about to be achieved. Seeing Ling Jessen's meaningful glance, Peng Yinxiang quickly left. Wei Mei Dai had long been prepared to cooperate with Ling Jessen and the others, but Ling Jessen said that she needed to appear later to achieve the best results. Thus, she had been waiting in the distance, waiting for Ling Jessen and the others to ask her to appear. When Peng Yinxiang informed her that it was time to appear, Wei Mei Dai immediately walked into the academy with a face full of anger. After hearing Ling Jessen and the others' complaints, she pretended to have the same feeling and loudly said, "You're right, the channel opening pill Bailey Hongshuang auctioned had no effect at all." Ling Jessen's face revealed a joyful expression. Wei Mei Dai, it's great that you're here. Even after you took the channel opening pill, it didn't have any effect? Wei Mei Dai nodded, her face full of indignation. That's right, I spent so much to bid for this channel opening pill, but I didn't expect it to have no effect at all. Bailey Hongshuang is too much. Everyone was in an uproar. Wei Mei Dai was an alchemist, since even Wei Mei Dai had said so, then there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was true. I never thought that I would trust Bailey Hongshuang so much. She's actually a liar. This move is too ruthless. Like I said, Bailey Hongshuang is not an alchemist at all, so the medicinal pills in her hands can't be trusted at all. How can there be such a black sheep in the academy? No wonder she chose to auction the pill to us. If she had auctioned it to someone outside the school, I'm afraid she would be done for. Just as everyone was discussing, Bailey Hongshuang and her entourage slowly appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the main character appear, everyone's eyes lit up. It seemed like there would be a good show to watch. When Ling Jessen saw Bailey Hongshuang, there was a trace of pride in her eyes, but her pretty face pretended to be wronged. Bailey Hongshuang, you've gone too far. Even if you and I have a grudge between us, you can't sell me fake medicinal pills, right? Bailey Hongshuang's mouth curved into a mocking smile as she crossed her arms and looked at Ling Jessen with a smile that wasn't a smile. Act. Continue acting. Seeing Bailey Hongshuang ridicule her like this, Ling Jessen's expression turned ugly. She didn't understand why Bailey Hongshuang was always so calm and composed, as if victory was within her grasp. This was the first time that Dai Yunyang had seen Bailey Hongshuang. After seeing Bailey Hongshuang's stunning appearance, there was a touch of covetous light in his eyes. Before this, he did not know that Bailey Hongshuang's appearance was so outstanding. Even standing next to the #1 beauty Lu Qingyue, she was not inferior. On the contrary, her eyes were full of confidence and could be called peerless. Even Lu Qingyue could not be compared to her. Ling Jessen was a little stunned by Bailey Hongshuang's calm and collected appearance. After she reacted, her face became ugly. Bailey Hongshuang, tell me clearly, what am I acting? Ling Jessen asked loudly. Bailey Hongshuang's mouth outlined a smile, but her pair of narrow beautiful eyes were full of contempt and disgust. What are you acting, don't you know? Bailey Hongshuang asked. Ling Jessen's face changed a bit. I don't understand what you were talking about. Anyway, your medicinal pill has no effect. You must hand over the cultivation resources, and you will be punished. Ling Jessen, don't frame me. Why do you say that Hongshuang's medicinal pill is fake? Xia Jiqing also had a violent temper. When she saw Ling Jessen's arrogant appearance, she could not swallow her anger and immediately rushed up. She was not afraid to see who was the most powerful. Xia Jiqing, I am talking about Bailey Hongshuang's matter. Why are you blindly interfering? Ling Jessen frowned. She knew that Xia Jiqing had a sharp tongue. If she wanted to argue with her, it would be difficult to win. I just can't stand your cheap appearance of inverting black and white. What's wrong? Xia Jiqing opened her mouth and did not give Ling Jessen any face. Aren't you relying on your relationship with Dai Yunyang to be so arrogant in the school? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Xia Jiqing. Ling Jessen was angered by Xia Jiqing. Don't go too far. There was a large group of students gathered around. Although many people knew about her relationship with Dai Yunyang, it was as if a layer of cloth had been lifted when Xia Jiqing said it directly. Dong Fengyu and Gong Xiaoqing looked at each other. This Miss Xiao's mouth was truly formidable. Bai Junyu's eyes flashed with a bright light. It was the first time he had seen Xia Jiqing so powerful. I'm too much? Xia Jiqing sneered, can I be more excessive than you? Hong Zhuang sold the channel opening pill to you, yet in order to take revenge, you actually dared to ruin Hong Zhuang's reputation. A woman's heart is truly the most poisonous. Ling Jessen was furious. Her chest kept heaving up and down, but she didn't know how to refute Xia Jiqing. She could only look at Peng Yunxiang and Lu Jingquan. Lu Jingquan and Peng Yunxiang were also very helpless. To let the two of them argue with Xia Jiqing, wasn't it obvious that they were going to lose? Bailey Hongshuang, we are talking about the channel opening pill. If you have the ability, then don't let Xia Jiqing interfere. Ling Jessen thought for a long time and only said this sentence. If she continued to talk to Xia Jiqing, she was afraid she would be angered to death. Bailey Hongshuang's lips hooked up. Her smile was enchanting and charming, but the words she said were incomparably domineering. Who do you think you are? Why do I have to listen to you? She understood that some people just didn't want face. In the past, she still gave Ling Jessen face, but now, she didn't intend to continue giving her face. Ling Jessen was completely shocked by Bailey Hongshuang's attitude. Normally, even though she had many conflicts with Bailey Hongshuang, she had never seen Bailey Hongshuang act like this. This matter, how could it be completely out of her expectations? Logically speaking, in this kind of situation, shouldn't Bailey Hongshuang be abnormally worried and cowering? Lu Jingquan and Peng Yunxiang were also a bit startled. However, Bailey Hongshuang's attitude made them feel helpless. Bailey Hongshuang, the channel opening pills you auctioned were fake. Don't tell me you don't want to compensate us? Lu Jingquan coldly said. Bailey Hongshuang's lips hooked into a sneer, her brows slightly raised. On what basis do you say that my pills are fake? Bailey Hongshuang raised her voice so that everyone present could hear her words. As everyone knows, there is enmity between you and me. Do you believe that my pills are fake? You don't have any evidence to say that my pills are fake. If you say that my pills are fake, then I will also say that my pills are real. Bailey Hongshuang's words were clear, leaving Ling Jessen and the others with no ability to refute. Then what about Wei Meidai? Ling Jessen asked. She also said that your pills had no effect. Haha. Bailey Hongshuang lightly laughed. You are all jackals of the same tribe. Wei Meidai and I also have enmity between us. Now that you're working together, you naturally want to ruin my reputation. Following Bailey Hongshuang's words, the faces of the students present were all filled with astonishment. They knew that Bailey Hongshuang and Ling Jessen had enmity, but they didn't know that she had a conflict with Wei Meidai. If that was the case, then Ling Jessen and the others were most likely targeting Bailey Hongshuang and setting up a trap. How is it? I already said that the goddess in my heart wouldn't be that kind of person, right? This matter must have been framed by Ling Jessen and the others. A man laughed heartily. He couldn't refute the words of the crowd, but now he could finally hold his head high. That's right, Bailey Hongshuang didn't need to do this kind of thing. Even if cultivation resources are hard to come by, as a specially recruited student, how could she lack them? Ling Jessen and the others aren't good people. On one hand, they want to obtain the channel opening, on the other hand, they don't want to pay for cultivation resources, so they came up with such a despicable method. After the appearance of Bailey Hongshuang, the original one-sided rumors changed in an instant. Base, S's was. S's. Jessen's S of course, this. Although Bailey Hongshuang hadn't been at Azure Water School for long, hers reputation wasn't weak at all. Now, with just a few words, she was able to stabilize this troublesome rumor. Everyone began to doubt Ling Jessen and the others' words. What an amazing ability, only Xiao Bai, and Baisher blushed with shame. In fact, what Ling Jessen and the others said was the truth. The channel opening pill that Master sold was really fake, but Master still said it with such a righteous appearance. Master's ability to lie without skipping a beat was truly amazing. Wei Meidai stood up, her charming face filled with coldness. Your pill is fake. What right do you have to say that we're framing you? Bailey Hongshuang, I don't lack money, I don't need to use such a method to frame you. Bailey Hongshuang coldly looked at Wei Meidai. Ever since she met Wei Meidai, she knew that Wei Meidai wasn't someone easy to deal with. You guys wanted to bid for this pill, right? Bailey Hongshuang looked at the crowd and raised her voice. From the start of the auction, I didn't want to sell the channel opening pill to you guys. It was you guys who used fake names to successfully bid for it. If I were to say that you guys didn't collude with each other and acted in unison, you can ask the students here, would anyone believe me? Dai Yunyang was also stupid at the moment. The medicinal pills that Bailey Hongshuang auctioned were indeed fake. However, after Bailey Hongshuang's words, it was clear that they were framing her. If he wasn't clear about the situation, he would have believed that Bailey Hongshuang was telling the truth. As expected, the crowd of students stood on Bailey Hongshuang's side. Ling Jessen and the other two's actions that day were already suspicious. Now that they thought about it, they were definitely colluding with each other. Wei Meidai was also anxious. She didn't expect Bailey Hongshuang to be so powerful. They spent so much time spreading rumors, but Bailey Hongshuang destroyed it all with just a few words. Bailey Hongshuang, the channel opening pill is very beneficial to cultivators, who doesn't want it? Wei Meidai said with a gloomy face, it's because of the enmity between us that I was worried you wouldn't sell the pill to me, so I used a fake name. I believe that Ling Jessen and Lu Jingquan have the same thoughts as me, but what we said is also the truth. Your pill is fake. Seeing that Wei Meidai was opposing Bailey Hongshuang, Ling Jessen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She didn't know how to deal with this situation. Since you said that, I'll ask you a few questions. Bailey Hongshuang's attitude was calm. Wei Meidai wanted to fight with her. What a joke, she would let Wei Meidai have a taste of defeat. They wanted to ruin her reputation, so she was going to ruin theirs in return. Looking at Bailey Hongshuang's indifferent appearance, Wei Meidai couldn't help but have a bad premonition. This Bailey Hongshuang always gave her an unpredictable feeling. You're a pill master, right? Bailey Hongshuang asked indifferently. That's right. If you say that my channel opening pill is ineffective, then that means you've already taken it. In addition to your identity as an alchemist, you're very sensitive to medicinal herbs. Let me ask you, what are the ingredients in my channel opening pill? Bailey Hongshuang crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at Wei Meidai calmly, as if victory was already in her grasp. Dong Fengyu and the others, who were originally worried about Bailey Hongshuang, felt that their worries were unnecessary after seeing her like this. With Bailey Hongshuang's ability, she could easily resolve this matter herself. Ling Jessen and the other two weren't Bailey Hongshuang's match. Ling Jessen, Lu Jingquan, and the others looked at Wei Meidai expectantly. They believed that Wei Meidai would definitely be able to answer this question. However, Wei Meidai was in a difficult position. In reality, she had never swallowed it. I. Following Wei Meidai's silence, everyone present had already understood the truth. If what Wei Meidai said was true, then why was she speechless now? Ling Jessen and the others were also dumbfounded. What was this situation? Why was Wei Meidai not speaking? Jiang Pengze and the others who had rushed over after hearing the news saw this scene, their eyes were filled with shock. After hearing the news, they quickly rushed over, fearing that Bailey Hongzhuang would lack their support. Now it seemed that even if they didn't appear to prove it, everyone would still believe Bailey Hongzhuang. This skill, this ability, really made people exclaim in admiration. Bewitching's eyes flashed with appreciation. His wife really couldn't be underestimated. The whole thing seemed to be initiated by Ling Jessen and the others, but in fact, from beginning to end, the whole thing was under the control of Bailey Hongzhuang. Whether it was Ling Jessen and the others' plan, reaction, or means of attack, it was all the same as what she had imagined. Just this point alone, Bailey Hongzhuang was very amazing. Just as Wei Meidai was at a loss, a hoarse and low voice full of anger suddenly sounded. Heavenly star grass, rootless wood, willow channel flower, these were the herbs used by alchemists to refine pills. Hearing this voice, everyone looked towards the source of the voice. They saw Gu Songyan's gloomy face walking to the morning assembly square. Even if it was well concealed, his face was still a bit pale. Seeing Gu Songyan's appearance, Wei Meidai's face was filled with joy. Although she didn't understand why her master suddenly appeared here, his appearance was tantamount to her savior. Heavens, it's actually Master Gu Songyun. He personally came to Azure Water School. I don't know what he came here for, but it looks like he came with ill intentions. Could it be that Master Gu came to help Wei Meidai identify Bailey Hongzhuang? In the face of this sudden change, everyone had different opinions. The matter that was originally about to end seemed to have a new change. Bailey Hongzhuang was no stranger to the herbs that Gu Songyun mentioned. These were the basic ingredients for laxatives, but there were some other things that Gu Songyun did not mention. Presumably, Gu Songyun hadn't figured it out himself. After all, the medicinal pills that she refined were not so easily imitated. However, after seeing Gu Songyun's expression, Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. She had already guessed that Gu Songyun would know that this pill was a laxative and not a channel-opening pill. The only reason she did this was to anger this old man. However, the paleness on Gu Songyun's face and the slightly exhausted appearance were clearly the result of taking a laxative. Could it be that Gu Songyun also took laxatives? This shouldn't be the case. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was puzzled, Xiao Hei's excited voice rang out. Master, you're right, Gu Songyun's strength has really dropped by 2 whole levels, haha. It seems that this old man was quite angry. Xiao Bai smirked, his strength wasn't strong to begin with. At his age, losing 2 levels of cultivation is enough to make him suffer for a while. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with a playful smile. Xia Jiqing and the others looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in confusion. They didn't know when Bailey Hongzhuang had formed a grudge with Wei Meidai. Looking at his appearance, Gu Songyun didn't come with good intentions. Gu Songyun's turbid eyes stared intently at Bailey Hongzhuang. If he could, he really wanted to strangle Bailey Hongzhuang to death. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with these herbs, right? Gu Songyun coldly asked. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent as she nodded slightly. As an alchemist, I naturally wouldn't be unfamiliar with these herbs. These are the ingredients of laxatives. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai glanced at each other. It seemed that this old man had some ability, actually being able to find out the ingredients in Master's pill. These herbs are the ingredients I found in your channel opening pill. You wouldn't be saying that the channel opening pill is actually a laxative, right? In front of the students, Gu Songyun had no choice but to maintain his demeanor as an alchemist, but from his words, one could still hear a bit of anger. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled in her heart. With Gu Songyun's age, it would be difficult for him to make up for his lost cultivation by 2 levels. No wonder he was so dissatisfied with her. Following Gu Songyun's words, everyone's expression changed. Gu Songyun was a reputable second-grade alchemist in Songlan City. With his status, there was no need for him to wrongly accuse Bailey Hongzhuang. yet he stood up at this moment. Didn't this prove that Bailey Hongzhuang's pill was fake? Xianxia and the others' expressions became ugly. They had thought that victory was within their grasp, but with Gu Songyun's appearance, the situation had changed. Bailey Hongzhuang indifferently looked at Gu Songyun. I don't understand how Grandmaster Gu linked the channel opening pill with a laxative, but for someone of your age to wrongly accuse a junior like me, isn't that too despicable? Despicable. When Bailey Hongzhuang said the word despicable, everyone present was stunned. Everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a sluggish expression. This was too awesome, right? Who was Master Gu? Bailey Hongzhuang actually said the word despicable so calmly. Xia Jiqing couldn't help but laugh and gave a thumbs up to Bailey Hongzhuang. Domineering. It's too domineering. Gu Songyun was also infuriated by Bailey Hongzhuang's words. You said I'm despicable? He, Gu Songyun, had lived for more than half his life, and no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged her shoulders, too lazy to care about Gu Songyun's anger. The pills I sold yesterday were to Wei Meidai. May I ask how they ended up in Master Gu's hands? Hearing this, Gu Songyun's expression changed slightly. I'm just checking if there are any problems with this pill. Then, the result of your examination is that this channel opening pill is a laxative? Bailey Hongzhuang's posture was languid as she indifferently asked. Not bad. You didn't take the pill, how do you know it's a laxative? The same herbs can have different effects when combined with different herbs. Master Gu shouldn't not know this, right? Bailey Hongzhuang, don't try to quibble in vain. I've been immersed in alchemy for many years, these herbs are laxatives. Even if it really is a laxative, what does it have to do with me? What proof do you have that the laxative you're talking about is the channel opening pill I sold? Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth held a trace of a sneer. Since she had done this, she had already made full preparations. Gu Songyun, Wei Meidai, Ling Jiesin, and the others saw Bailey Hongzhuang's "you can't do anything to me" attitude and their hearts were filled with anger. However, what Bailey Hongzhuang said was true and they couldn't do anything about it. With my status, why would I need to wrongly accuse you? Gu Songyun's voice was heavy. Just his status and reputation were enough to prove that what he said was the truth. Once these words were spoken, the entire scene fell into silence. Gu Songyun was right. Just his status alone was enough to prove a lot. The situation isn't good. Gong Xiaoqing's brows imperceptibly wrinkled. Dong Fengyu nodded slightly. They didn't think that Gu Songyun would suddenly appear. Although Bailey Hongzhuang's reputation in the school was quite high, she hadn't been in the school for long. Compared to Gu Songyun, who had been famous in Azure Water City for a long time, she was naturally lacking. We can only help prove it, but we don't know who the students will believe. Looking at Gu Songyun's group, Beichen's eyes flashed with a deep light and the corners of his mouth curved into a cold and dangerous smile. Only a second-grade alchemist, yet he dared to pressure his wife. He was simply courting death. Just as Beichen was about to make a move, a kind and old voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. Today's morning assembly plaza is very lively. Everyone turned their heads and saw Huan Qiyu slowly walking over. Vice Principal. Everyone's face revealed a respectful expression. Huan Qiyu had already heard about what happened at the morning assembly plaza. He didn't think that Bailey Hongzhuang would cause such a commotion after auctioning off the channel opening pill. Old Gu, if you don't have enough evidence, you can't wrongly accuse my student. Huan Qiyu's first sentence already showed his attitude. Since he was standing in Azure Water School, his status was first Azure Water School's vice principal, then Azure Water City's Alchemist Guild's president. Hearing the meaning behind Huan Qiyu's words, Gu Songyun's face turned ugly. Elder Huan, I would never accuse Bailey Hongzhuang for no reason. Gu Songyun's expression was firm. In my opinion, this Bailey Hongzhuang's channel opening pill is a fake. If this kind of student continues to stay in the Azure Water School, it would be a disgrace to the school's reputation. Gu Songyun's faint words were filled with emotion. He wanted to take this opportunity to drive Bailey Hongzhuang out of the school. If he really succeeded, then the matter of Bailey Hongzhuang selling fake pills would be confirmed. At that time, he would not be able to turn over a new leaf for the rest of his life. A cold chill flashed across her beautiful eyes. Gu Songyun was actually so vicious. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was also filled with killing intent. Although he had a conflict with Gu Songyun at the Alchemist Guild, it was nothing more than a spat. She originally planned to make Gu Songyun suffer a small loss so that he would not appear in front of her in the future. From the looks of it now, it would be difficult to resolve the hatred in her heart if she didn't make this fellow disappear from this world. At this moment, Jiang Pengze and the others couldn't bear it anymore. They immediately stood up with faces full of indignation. Vice Principal, we can prove that Miss Bailey's pill is indeed effective. It's not the laxative that Master Gu said it was. Huan Qiyu looked at Jiang Pengze and the others in astonishment. What's going on here? As early as yesterday, when Wei Meidai and the others bought the channel opening pill, Miss Bailey already knew that things weren't going well. Ling Jessen and the others already had enmity with Miss Bailey and would very likely think of ways to frame her. Following Jiang Pengze's words, the scene once again went into an uproar. Everyone was completely shocked by this plot twist. They originally thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was at a disadvantage, but they didn't expect her to still have a backup plan. Vice Principal, there are many people here who can prove that Hongzhuang is innocent. It isn't like what Master Gu said. Bewitching's voice was cold, not hiding the coldness in his eyes as he looked at Gu Songyun. That's right, we can all prove that Hongzhuang's channel opening pill is effective. Dongfang Yu followed up. Not only Dongfang Yu, Xia Jiqing, Gong Xiaoqing, and Lu Qingyue all nodded. Hongzhuang gave each of us a channel opening pill. After taking it, our meridians have widened a lot. It can be seen that the effect of the channel opening pill is not the laxative that Master Gu said. Xia Jiqing solemnly swore. Although she didn't say the rest, everyone understood. Her words were clearly pointing out that everything Gu Songyun said was false. However, the focus of the students wasn't here, but Bailey Hongzhuang actually gave the channel opening pill to Xia Jiqing and the others. Such a precious medicinal pill was actually given away directly. What kind of courage was this? I didn't think that Bailey Hongzhuang would be so generous. Being her friend is really a blessing. That's right, looking at the appearance of Xia Jiqing and the others, I'm afraid they have already taken the channel opening pill. Gong Xiaoqing and Dongfang Yu both stood out to prove Bailey Hongzhuang's innocence. I believe it's true. That's not necessarily true. Their relationship is very good. What's so strange about them protecting Bailey Hongzhuang? Everyone was discussing. Those who believed in Gu Songyun and those who believed in Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were evenly split. No one could convince the other. If Vice Principal doesn't believe me, you can check the condition of their meridians. Facts speak louder than words. Bewitching's expression was lazy and indifferent, but his words were firm and unquestionable. His wife was not someone this kind of guy could casually accuse. Gong Xiaoqing's eyes flashed. This Bewitching had taken control of the situation with just 2 simple sentences. He was not simple at all. Hearing this, Huan Qiyu's gaze swept past Bewitching, Bailey Hongzhuang, and the others. His eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life and wisdom flashed with an incomprehensible light. Master Gu, Bailey Hongzhuang, what do you think of this idea? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded indifferently. The results of this test were certain, so she naturally did not need to worry. The reason why he had fought with Ling Jessen and the others for so long was to blow this matter up. Only in this way would she be able to make Ling Jessen and the others unable to face anyone. At the same time, she was also using this method to warn everyone that it was not easy to find trouble with Bailey Hongzhuang. Once they did it, they had to be prepared to pay the price. Inadvertently glancing at Bewitching, Bailey Hongzhuang's red lips curved into an enchanting smile. All of this could not be helped by Bewitching. With Bewitching opening his mouth, the effect was much better than her opening her mouth. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang agree so readily, Gu Songyun's eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. He could not help but suspect that all of this might be a trap set up by Bailey Hongzhuang. Just as Gu Songyun was thinking about what to do, Wei Meidai suddenly raised her chin and stood up confidently. So be it, do you think we're afraid of you? Wei Meidai glared fiercely at Bailey Hongzhuang. Even her master stood up and said that Bailey Hongzhuang's pill was fake. Then it must be fake. If not, why would her master appear here? She wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to teach Bailey Hongzhuang a lesson. Right now, Bailey Hongzhuang was just hoping for a fluke. Once they agreed, she would be the one panicking. Wei Meidai's sudden words almost made Gu Songyun spit out blood. Could it be that Wei Meidai couldn't see that this was a trap? Looking at Wei Meidai's proud appearance, he realized that his disciple didn't have a brain at all. Bailey Hongshuang's smile gradually widened. Seeing Gu Songyun's complicated expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but a pig-like teammate. Gu Songyun probably even had the heart to strangle Wei Meidai. As a result, Gu Songyun's reputation would be ruined just like Wei Meidai's. This was something she didn't expect, so it was a pleasant surprise. Ling Jessen and the others standing behind Gu Songyun looked at each other. Originally, they only asked Wei Meidai for help, but they didn't expect that she would be the one to solve it. With Master Gu's appearance, Bailey Hongshuang will definitely lose this time. Lu Jingquan's eyes were filled with joy. Although he didn't kill Bailey Hongshuang, he was still able to ruin her reputation. He thought that Dai Jimon would also be happy. Yes, I didn't expect Wei Meidai to be so awesome. Even the heavens are helping us. Ling Jessen was also very happy. Their goal was achieved. Moreover, with Bailey Hongshuang's net worth, they could ask for double the compensation. Only Dai Yunyang, who was below the high platform, frowned. Bailey Hongshuang was too calm. This was clearly the indifference of having a card up her sleeve. Perhaps, things were not that simple. Since all of you have agreed, how about I do a check? Huan Chuyu slowly said. Although Gu Songyun was very nervous, he could only take a gamble at this point. This was because Wei Meidai's words had already sealed off all his escape routes. However, just as Huan Chuyu was about to examine it, Bailey Hongshuang's voice suddenly rang out. If the test proves that I'm innocent, then Master Gu and the others have wronged me. Do they want to let it go so easily? Bailey Hongshuang narrowed her eyes, and a fierce and domineering light flashed in her eyes. She had never been a person who would allow others to bully her. Gu Songyun and the others had made it clear that they were deliberately causing trouble for her, so how could she let them off so easily? Otherwise, wouldn't anyone be able to cause trouble for her in the future? But if that's not the case, what will you do? Wei Meidai asked back. If my channel opening pill really has no effect, then I will double the compensation for all of your losses. At the same time, I will leave Azure Water School. Her delicate and beautiful face flashed with a resolute light. Sunlight shone on Bailey Hongshuang's body, causing her to ripple with magnificence and shock people's minds. Her words were incomparably domineering, not allowing for refusal, and resolute. Shocked and astonished gazes fell on Bailey Hongshuang. Everyone found it hard to believe that Bailey Hongshuang would say such a thing. Leave Azure Water School, what a big punishment this was. How many cultivators had racked their brains to squeeze into Azure Water School but had no way to do so. Bailey Hongshuang actually used this as a condition. What kind of domineering, what kind of self-confidence was this? At the same time, this also proved Bailey Hongshuang's persistence. If Gu Songyun and the others hadn't really wronged her, how could she say such a thing? With one sentence, everyone fell into a sluggish state. Even Wei Meidai and the others looked at Bailey Hongshuang in surprise. They did want to take this opportunity to remove Bailey Hongshuang from Azure Water School, but it was too difficult to implement. None of them thought that Bailey Hongshuang would actually propose to leave Azure Water School, but at this moment, when Bailey Hongshuang personally proposed it, they weren't happy. On the contrary, their hearts were shrouded in a layer of worry. No one would believe that Bailey Hongshuang didn't care about Azure Water School. Then, there was only one reason for her to do this. She had 100% confidence in this experiment. Thinking of this, Wei Meidai's face instantly became pale. If the experiment proved that Bailey Hongshuang's pill was really effective, then what would they do? Wei Meidai couldn't help but look at Gu Songyun, only to see Gu Songyun looking at her with an ashen face. If Wei Meidai hadn't been hot-headed and directly agreed to Bailey Hongshuang, how could they be in such a situation now? Ling Jessen and the others looked at each other, a bad premonition spreading in their hearts. Miss Ling, the situation doesn't look good. Peng Yinxiang lowered his voice. Ling Jessen looked at the crowd and found that Dai Yunyang had unknowingly disappeared. Previously, Dai Yunyang had said that as long as they succeeded, Dai Yunyang would personally appear to ask Bailey Hongshuang for compensation. Now that Dai Yunyang had left, their chances of success had become extremely small. Let's wait a little longer. We can't be sure of the result yet. Maybe Bailey Hongshuang just wants to scare us with this method so that we won't experiment anymore. Ling Jiasen slowly said. This was their only hope now. Lu Jingquan nodded slightly. This was also a possibility, although the possibility was not high. On the other hand, each of you will have to apologize to me and compensate me for the damage to my reputation. Bailey Hongzhuang's indifferent and cold gaze fell on Gu Songyun and the others. Her attitude was firm and persistent. Dong Fengyu and the others looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in amazement. What Bailey Hongzhuang did was really unexpected, but it made their blood boil. Even if Gu Songyun was standing in front of her, she did not have the slightest scruple. Bewitching's mouth curved into a charming and perfect smile. His wife was really full of courage. He liked it. Huan Chuyo's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but after thinking about it, he also understood why Bailey Hongzhuang did this. In fact, if Bailey Hongzhuang was really wronged, then her request was reasonable. Compensation for the damage to your reputation? Gu Songyun raised his voice and asked. Master is really amazing. First, he cheated Gu Songyun and the others, and now he's cheated a second time. Strings of gold coins appeared in Xiaohei's eyes, her face filled with undisguised excitement. Master only used a scheme to earn a large sum of money. How many plates of pig trotters can he repay? Xiaobai's eyes shone with countless pig trotters. Following Master, there's meat to eat. This sentence was not wrong at all. Gu Songyun and the others deserve to be unlucky. They dared to offend Master, they're really looking for trouble, haha. Xiaohei and Xiaobai looked at each other, very pleased with themselves. Baisher's eyes were also spinning. It seemed that he didn't need to worry about not having enough monster crystals for a period of time. Recently, his happiness came wave after wave. He was so happy that he didn't dare to believe it. In my opinion, Bailey Hongzhuang's suggestion is very fair. What does old Gu think? Huan Chuyu asked. Since it was a bet, it belonged to both sides. Bailey Hongzhuang's request was not excessive. Gu Songyan's face flashed with a trace of hesitation. Money was not the most important thing to him now. What he couldn't accept was apologizing to Bailey Hongzhuang. A feeling of regret spread in Gu Songyan's heart. If possible, he really wished that he didn't come today. He originally wanted to make Bailey Hongzhuang lose face, but he didn't expect that the person who fell into this dilemma would be himself. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's confident appearance, he couldn't help but admit that this time, he was afraid that he had lost, even if his heart was 10,000 times unwilling. Gu Songyun could only nod. Okay. Seeing that Gu Songyun agreed, Huan Chuyu didn't delay and immediately began to check the condition of Gong Xiaoqing and the others. With this check, Gu Songyun already knew their condition like the back of his hand. He was very familiar with Gong Xiaoqing and the others. He also knew how wide their meridians were. And now, he found that Gong Xiaoqing and the others' meridians were much wider than before. Not only that, their meridians were much tougher. To cultivators, these changes would be of great help. Just this alone was enough to prove that Bailey Hongzhuang's channel opening pill had miraculous effects. After checking on Gong Xiaoqing and the others, Huan Chuyu also checked on Jiang Pengze and the other two. The facts proved that it was just as they said. Jiang Pengze's trio had only taken the channel opening pills yesterday, so there was still some energy in their bodies that had yet to dissipate. It had nothing to do with the laxatives Gu Songyun mentioned. Huan Chuyu slowly raised his head and looked at Gu Songyun with a complicated gaze. Old Gu, according to my examination, their meridians have indeed widened. As soon as he said this, the crowd below the high platform went into an uproar. No one doubted Huan Chuyu's words. Who would have thought that in the end, Gu Songyun would be the one to wrongly accuse Bailey Hongzhuang? Gu Songyun's body trembled and his face turned pale in an instant. It was as if he had suffered a huge blow, causing his body to become somewhat unstable. The faces of Wei Meidai and the others were also extremely ugly. They originally thought that their plan was flawless and that they would definitely be able to topple Bailey Hongzhuang. They didn't think that in the end, the ones whose reputation would be ruined would be themselves. I really didn't think that Wei Meidai and the others would be so despicable. After buying the real channel opening pill, they still wrongly accused Bailey Hongzhuang. That's right. They even wanted to use this reason to get Bailey Hongzhuang to refund the money. They really are shameless. Now we've finally proven Hongzhuang's innocence. Xiaojiqing looked at Gu Songyun and the others with pride. The vice principal had finally proven Hong Zhuang's innocence. Gu Songyun wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. If he had really wronged Bailey Hongzhuang, then so be it, but that pill was clearly fake. It must be that the channel opening pill Bailey Hongzhuang gave them was real, but the pill she sold us was fake. Gu Songyun finally understood the crux of the matter. It was impossible for Wei Meidai to secretly switch the pill. If that was the case, then there was only one possibility left. Hearing Gu Songyun's words, everyone's eyes were filled with contempt. Now that the truth had been completely exposed, Gu Songyun still wanted to wrongly accuse Bailey Hongzhuang. This was too shameless. Grandmaster Gu, you still want to wrongly accuse me at this time? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule. Since the truth is already set, I believe you all know what to do, right? Gu Songyun glared at Bailey Hongzhuang. He had lived for so many years, but this time he was actually tricked by a junior. Not only did she ruin his reputation, she even had to compensate him. Where would he put his face in the future? Gu Songyun's heart was filled with anger. He simply couldn't believe that he had fallen into such a situation. Bailey Hongzhuang, can you accept my apology? Gu Songyun's voice was filled with rage and threat. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang, his eyes were filled with a trace of crazy killing intent. This damned brat. After today's matter, he definitely wouldn't let Bailey Hongzhuang off. Bailey Hongzhuang sneered, her eyes filled with coldness. Why wouldn't I be able to accept Grandmaster Gu's apology? Even if you kneel down and kowtow to me, I would still be able to accept it. Once these words came out, Gu Songyun's face instantly turned ashen and gloomy. Bailey Hongzhuang, don't go too far. Gu Songyun's face was flushed red, and his expression was terrifying. Who's the one who went overboard? Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was cold and severe. You know very well what you're trying to do by getting Wei Meidai to buy my pills. As a senior, you've always targeted me, pushed me aside, and wronged me. Could it be that you expect me to respect you? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Are you even worthy? Gu Songyun was furious, his right hand pointing at Bailey Hongzhuang, his mouth open but unable to say a word. He looked like he was so angry that he could faint at any moment. If you can't afford to gamble, then don't gamble, lest you become a laughingstock. Bailey Hongzhuang coldly stared at Gu Songyun. She had seen many shameless people, but someone like Gu Songyun, who was a whore and still wanted to maintain his chastity, was the most disgusting. Since she had already decided to shed all pretense of cordiality, she naturally wouldn't be polite with her words. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the scene on the stage. Bailey Hongzhuang was really too domineering. That was Grandmaster Gu, but now he was being scolded like a grandson by Bailey Hongzhuang. However, after thinking about it carefully, everyone felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's scolding was not without reason. In fact, Gu Songyun's actions were disgusting. Wei Meidai was also scared silly at this moment. She didn't understand where Bailey Hongzhuang's courage came from. An indescribable feeling of regret spread in her heart. If she could, she really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Clap, clap. Just as the audience fell into silence, Bewitching suddenly clapped his hands. Well said. Bewitching's dark and bright eyes flashed with appreciation, and the corners of his mouth curved into a wild and devilish smile. His wife's words were so wonderful that he naturally had to applaud. Everyone looked at Bewitching in surprise. This Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were indeed husband and wife. Their courage was not something an ordinary person could compare to. After Bewitching applauded, Xiaojiqing and Bai Junyu also applauded. These words were really pleasing to the ears. Dong Fengyu and Gong Xiaoqing also applauded. Lu Qingyue looked at Huan Chuyu and Gu Songyun with some hesitation. She often stayed in the Alchemist Guild and was familiar with Gu Songyun. If she applauded now, it would be a bit inappropriate. Below the high platform, it was unknown who took the lead to applaud. Then, thunderous applause resounded around the morning assembly square. Bailey Hongzhuang's words were really too satisfying. Usually, alchemists always had a high and mighty attitude and they did not dare to be disrespectful. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang dared to directly provoke Gu Songyun. Just listening to it made their blood boil. Gu Songyun's face had already turned into the color of a pig's liver. He hoped that everything in front of him was just a dream. Only, reality was cruel. He helplessly looked at Huan Chuyu, hoping that Huan Chuyu, who had been his old friend for so many years, could help him say a few words. Otherwise, after today, he would completely become the laughingstock of Xianxia City. Huan Qiyu frowned. He did not expect the situation to suddenly become like this. Towards this old friend of Gu Songyun, he was also somewhat helpless. In the past, although Gu Songyun was very narrow-minded, he would not intervene in the matters of the younger generation. He did not think that this time, he would also be involved in this matter. Especially that last sentence, it made everyone despise him. Bailey Hongzhuang, Master Gu is an elder after all. I believe he understands the situation. Why don't you compensate him? Huan Qiyu pondered for a long time before he slowly spoke. He was also in a difficult position. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Huan Qiyu. She could understand why Huan Qiyu did this. On one hand, it was a student of the academy, and on the other hand, it was a friend that he had known for many years. After much consideration, this was the only way to compromise. In Bailey Hongzhuang's heart, she was grateful to Huan Qiyu for protecting her when he first appeared. Since the vice principal has spoken, then we'll listen to you. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly, however, he has to pay double the compensation. Seeing how unwilling Bailey Hongzhuang was, Huan Qiyu could only smile helplessly. He turned to look at Gu Songyun. This was the best he could do. I'll send someone to deliver it tomorrow. Gu Songyun angrily glared at Bailey Hongzhuang and quickly left the morning assembly plaza. He was not willing to stand here and embarrass himself. Seeing Gu Songyun leave, Wei Meidai immediately wanted to leave as well. Wait. Bailey Hongzhuang's cold and indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Miss Wei, you seem to have forgotten something? Wei Meidai's body stiffened and she awkwardly turned her head. What is it? You still owe me an apology. Bailey Hongzhuang said coldly. Wanting to leave like this, isn't it too easy? Wei Meidai couldn't help but look at Gu Songyun who was walking away. She saw that Gu Songyun didn't pay attention to her and disappeared in front of everyone with lightning speed. Gu Songyun only wanted to stay away from Wei Meidai at this moment. If Wei Meidai didn't stupidly agree to the test, how could he fall into this situation? For the first time, he regretted accepting such a stupid disciple. Seeing this, Wei Meidai could only helplessly look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Her voice was low like a bug. I'm sorry. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. Her expression was a bit puzzled. She lowered her head and closed the distance between her and Wei Meidai. What did you say? Your voice is too low, I can't hear you. Wei Meidai's face was red. She looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with shame. The latter was too much. Wei Meidai, don't you usually have a loud voice? Why are you so quiet now? Xia Jiqing ridiculed mercilessly. Wei Meidai angrily looked at Xia Jiqing. The hatred in her eyes was deep. Bailey Hongzhuang was naturally annoying, but this Xia Jiqing was also extremely annoying. I'm sorry. Wei Meidai raised her voice and said these 3 words. She was no longer willing to stay here for half a minute. She immediately stepped forward and prepared to leave. However, the moment Wei Meidai stepped forward, Bailey Hongzhuang's voice sounded again. Wei Meidai, don't forget to come with your master tomorrow to compensate me for the damage to my reputation. Wei Meidai's figure paused. Her hands under her sleeves clenched into fists. In the end, she didn't turn her head and quickly left. After Wei Meidai left, only Ling Jessen, Lu Jingquan and Peng Yunxiang were left on the high platform. Looking at these 3 guys who always came to find trouble with her, Bailey Hongzhuang's chin was slightly raised. Her eyes were cold and she only looked at them with ridicule. Ling Jessen and the others were really sitting on pins and needles. If the vice principal was not here, they really wanted to leave. However, the current situation did not allow them to do so. They could only bite the bullet and apologize. I'm sorry. The 3 of them apologized together, but their eyes flashed with anger. This time, they had lost. Next time, they would definitely not let Bailey Hongzhuang escape so easily. Just as they were thinking about how to deal with him in the future, Bailey Hongzhuang's voice rang out. If you want to deal with me in the future, find a better method. This method is too low level. Hearing her words, Ling Jessen and the others were almost driven mad by Bailey Hongzhuang. This time, they had indeed fallen, but Bailey Hongzhuang's merciless ridicule was really a slap in the face. However, In the face of Bailey Hongshuang's remarks, they simply could not say anything to refute her. Only Dai Yunyang was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He didn't accuse Bailey Hongshuang at all. Okay, that channel opening pill really didn't have any effect, alright, yet now, Bailey Hongshuang still had to put on a righteous appearance. This really wanted to anger him to death. Only after Ling Jessen and the others left under the disdainful gazes of the crowd did the morning assembly plaza regain its calm. Everyone's faces were brimming with joy. The brilliance of today's show had exceeded their expectations. Bailey Hongshuang turned to look at Huan Chuyu and bowed, "Thank you, Vice Principal, for today's matter." A wonderful drama came to an end. Even though it was already over, there were still many students talking about it. The reputation of Wei Meidai, Ling Jessen, and the others had also fallen to the bottom. After this incident, everyone finally saw their true colors. After Bailey Hongshuang thanked Jiang Pengze and the others, she returned to the special enrollment dormitory with Bewitching and the others. Dongfang Yu and the others were also deeply moved by the result of this incident. They thought that this incident would greatly damage Bailey Hongshuang's reputation. They never thought that Bailey Hongshuang alone would be enough to turn the tide and completely rewrite the ending while teaching Ling Jessen and the others a good lesson. They had to admit that such a plot with twists and turns was really rare. Today's matter has troubled everyone, thank you. Bailey Hongshuang's mouth was filled with a gentle smile as she apologized to Dongfang Yu and the others one by one. Through this incident, it was enough to prove that Gong Xiaoqing was sincere in becoming friends with her. She would deeply remember this affection in her heart. Dongfang Yu glanced at Di Beichen. After the previous incident, his relationship with Di Beichen was not good. If he continued to stay here, it would only increase the awkwardness. Gong Xiaoqing naturally understood the current situation and immediately went upstairs with Dongfang Yu and the others. Xia Jiqing was full of smiles as she said, "Haha, today's matter was really too delightful." That Ling Jessen's eyes were about to fall out. Most female cultivators were more straightforward than ordinary women, but a straightforward woman like Xia Jiqing was extremely rare. Bai Junyu's appreciative and bright eyes were fixed on Xia Jiqing's body. A strange feeling spread in his heart. "Jiqing, thank you for today." Bailey Hongshuang held Xia Jiqing's hand. Xia Jiqing completely stood on her side without any hesitation. Even among true friends, there were very few who could reach Xia Jiqing's level. Therefore, she especially cherished this friendship. Xia Jiqing mischievously blinked, her black eyes shining like stars. "You and I don't need to be polite. People like them deserve to be scolded." The curtain of night slowly descended, and the soft moonlight shone on the dark ground. It was cold and refreshing. Bailey Hongshuang stood by the window. The moonlight shone on her body, soft and beautiful. Bailey Hongshuang's pitch-black eyes were like the stars in the night sky, shining brightly. A trace of sharpness quietly flashed across her eyes. Her eyes were filled with coldness. Today, she clearly saw the bone-deep killing intent in Gu Songyan's eyes. This trouble must be eliminated. With Gu Songyan's status and reputation, he was bound to do something crazy after receiving such a blow today. As for her, she hated Gu Songyan to the extreme. Today was a moonless and windy night. When the night deepened, it would be the time for her to solve the problem. "Master, will Gu Songyan send someone to deal with you today?" Xiao Hei sat on Bailey Hongshuang's shoulder, swinging her 2 little feet as she slowly asked. Bailey Hongshuang's lips evoked a sarcastic smile, her black eyes flashing with confidence and certainty. "That old man is probably hopping mad right now, trying to think of a way to restore his reputation. As for finding someone to deal with me, at least tomorrow." In fact, the situation was as Bailey Hongshuang expected. Just as Bailey Hongshuang was thinking that it was time to go find Gu Songyun, Xiao Bai's curious voice suddenly rang out. Why did Di Beichen go out?" Xiao Bai's eyes flashed with curiosity. Di Beichen had never gone out in the past few days. Bailey Hongshuang's eyebrows raised slightly, her bright black phoenix eyes flashing with a hint of doubt. She had a faint guess in her heart, but if she didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't be able to confirm it. "Master, when are we leaving?" Xiao Hei asked. The more it looked at that old guy Gu Songyun, the more it hated him. It only wanted to quickly get rid of that old guy. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved into a joking smile. "Since you can't wait, why don't we leave now?" "Okay." Xiao He excitedly laughed. Baisher also jumped to Bailey Hongshuang's suspicions. Its two furry hands were still holding a purple demon crystal, its eyes narrowed in happiness. Bailey Hongshuang rubbed Baisher's head, pushed open the door, and walked out of the academy. After today's events, Dai Yunyang was the most depressed person, but he was also somewhat glad. If he hadn't asked Ling Jessen and the others to question Bailey Hongshuang first, and if he had done it himself, then he would have lost all his face at the morning assembly plaza. His face was temporarily saved, but that laxative had really caused him too much trouble. He didn't know what to do. Naturally, he couldn't go to Feng Yutong's place. If he told Feng Yutong that he had failed, then he probably wouldn't be able to leave Feng Yutong's place alive. I didn't think that this Bailey Hongshuang would be so powerful. Our plan was flawless, but it was still broken by her. Ling Jessen's face was full of resentment. Today, she had truly lost all her face. Who would have thought that Bailey Hongshuang would actually give channel opening pills to Gong Xiaoqing and the others? Otherwise, no one can be sure that we have wronged Bailey Hongshuang. Lu Jingquan was also very depressed. He did not expect that in the end, all his efforts would be for naught. Dai Yunyang, who was already depressed, became even more depressed after hearing Lu Jingquan's words. He wasn't wronged, he had not wronged Bailey Hongshuang at all, okay, however, he couldn't tell Lu Jingquan and the others about this because he couldn't accept the fact that they no longer admired him. Therefore, he could only swallow his anger. Just as Dai Yunyang was thinking about what to do, Peng Yunxiang, who had been sent out to scout for information, quickly came back. Brother Yang, I have good news. Peng Yunxiang's face was filled with joy and pride. He looked at Dai Yunyang as if he was asking for credit. Dai Yunyang frowned. What good news could there be at this point? If he did not handle this matter well, he could only return to Fengbo country. He believed that in the imperial city, Feng Yutong would not dare to do anything to him. What good news? Ling Jessen asked curiously. Peng Yunxiang no longer kept them in suspense. His eyes flashed with excitement. I've already checked. Right now, there is only Bailey Hongshuang in the special enrollment dormitory. When he said this, Dai Yunyang and the other two's gazes all focused on Peng Yunxiang. Only Bailey Hongshuang is there? How is that possible? Seeing that everyone didn't believe his words, Peng Yunxiang's voice became heavier and his expression became more serious. What I said is true. Previously, I had been hiding beside the special enrollment dormitory to check the situation. I saw Dong Fangyu, Gong Xiaoqing, Lu Qingyue and Bai Junyu go out together. Not long after, Bewitching also left. When I saw Bewitching leave, I immediately ran back to inform you of this news. Hearing this, Dai Yunyang and the others looked at each other and a trace of joy appeared on their faces. Usually, due to the existence of Bewitching and the others, they couldn't find a chance to deal with Bailey Hongshuang. Now that there was only Bailey Hongshuang left in the special enrollment dormitory, wasn't this a pie falling from the sky, a great opportunity? Let's go to the special enrollment dormitory now. Dai Yunyang slammed the table and stood up. A trace of light appeared on his originally dejected face. As long as he could retrieve the pill to recover his strength from Bailey Hongshuang, then all the problems would be solved. When Bailey Hongshuang walked out of the special enrollment dormitory, she saw Dai Yunyang and the others rushing over aggressively, looking at her with angry faces. With a slight smile, Bailey Hongshuang crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at Dai Yunyang and the others mockingly. Yo, you guys feel that you haven't lost enough face today and want to be slapped in the face again? Bailey Hongshuang, don't be too proud. Ling Jessen said angrily, Yang Ji is already here, let's see what you're going to do today. Bailey Hongshuang's gaze focused on Dai Yunyang. Taking a closer look, she found that Dai Yunyang and Dai Jimon looked very similar. So, you're Dai Yunyang. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were deep and her face was calm and indifferent, without the slightest trace of emotion. Ling Jessen and the others kept finding trouble with her in order to help Dai Yunyang vent his anger. Today, she finally saw Dai Yunyang in person. Bailey Hongshuang, hurry up and hand over the antidote, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Dai Yunyang's face was ashen, and he went straight to the point. He didn't know when Bewitching and the others would return. If they were late, then they would be the ones at a disadvantage. Bailey Hongshuang's black phoenix eyes were filled with doubt. She frowned slightly. Antidote? Not only Bailey Hongzhuang, but even Ling Jessen and the others were also confused. When did Dai Yunyang get poisoned? Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's confused look, Dai Yunyang was even angrier. It's the antidote to the laxative. A look of realization appeared on Bailey Hongzhuang's face. Her cherry blossom-like beautiful and moist lips curved into an enchanting arc, and her voice revealed a bit of teasing and ridicule. So you were the one who ate the pill. How do you feel? Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's merciless sarcasm, Dai Yunyang's face was extremely ugly. Hurry up and hand over the antidote, otherwise, you'll regret it. Ling Jessen and the other two looked at each other. How could they not understand what Dai Yunyang and Bailey Hongzhuang were talking about? Yunyang, what antidote are you talking about? Ling Jessen couldn't help but ask. However, Dai Yunyang didn't have the intention to explain to Ling Jessen. In fact, he didn't want to explain such a shameful thing. I'd like to know, how are you going to make me regret after your strength dropped by 2 levels? As soon as these words came out, Ling Jessen and the other two sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't help but look at Dai Yunyang, wanting to get a negative answer from his mouth. However, Dai Yunyang's face was gloomy and he didn't say a word. If you don't hand over the antidote, I will kill you. Dai Yunyang's eyes were gloomy and ruthless, shooting towards Bailey Hongzhuang like a knife. This woman's degree of difficulty was completely beyond his expectations. Bailey Hongzhuang, with your strength alone, you are not our opponent at all. Ling Jessen's face also became very ugly. At this moment, she also understood that Bailey Hongzhuang must have done something to the antidote, causing Yunyang's strength to decline. As soon as Ling Jessen's voice fell, Dai Yunyang and the other 3 Zhuanli surged at the same time and a vigorous energy burst out. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Who told you not to stay with Bewitching and the others? Serves you right for being unlucky. Lu Jingquan smiled somewhat proudly. Usually, Bailey Hongzhuang always had a high and mighty appearance. Now, he could finally vent his anger. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. Previously, Dongfang Yu and the others came to ask if she wanted to go to Elegant Cloud Residence for a gathering, but she thought of causing trouble for Gu Sanyin at night and refused. She never thought that Dai Yunyang and the others would appear here. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth hooked up into an enchanting smile. Taking advantage of this opportunity to deal with Dai Yunyang was also a good choice. Bailey Hongzhuang's cold and calm gaze swept over Dai Yunyang and the others one by one. When Dai Yunyang and the others used their Yuanli, she already understood their strength. Dai Yunyang and Peng Yunxiang were both at the middle stage of Mysterious Ian Realm, while Ling Jessen and Lu Jingquan were at the early stage of Mysterious Ian Realm. If Dai Yunyang was at his original strength, she would have some trouble dealing with him, but the situation in front of her didn't reach the level that she was afraid of. If you have the guts, then make your move. Don't waste time. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows revealed a trace of impatience. After dealing with Dai Yunyang and the others, she still had to visit Gu Sanyin's home. If he didn't get rid of that old man today, he was afraid that he would be in trouble tomorrow. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's indifferent attitude, Dai Yunyang and the others were dumbfounded. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang was at the intermediate stage of the Mysterious Ian Realm, it was impossible for her to defeat the 4 of them. How could she still be so arrogant? Attack! Dai Yunyang's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Since Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, he wouldn't be polite either. Ling Jessen and the others nodded, and the 4 of them immediately attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. Master, let's go too. Xiao Hei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the battle lust in its body exploded. Bailey Hongzhuang hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. At this moment, there was no one else around, and Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai appeared without any problems. Good, let's end this quickly. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes turned cold. They were already mortal enemies, and compared to endless trouble, it was better to end it as soon as possible. Yes. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai nodded excitedly. They could finally appear in public. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of Dai Yunyang and the others, 2 round furballs appeared in front of them. Before Peng Yunxiang could get an answer to his question, Xiao Hei had already pounced on his head. Bang! Peng Yunxiang only saw a flash of white light in front of his eyes and his head was hit hard. His whole body fell to the ground uncontrollably. You are the one who is a plaything. Your whole family is playthings. Xiao Hei stepped on Peng Yunxiang's head. It hated it when people called it a plaything the most. Little Master has a name, okay? Little Master's name is Xiao Hei. Peng Yunxiang only felt that this sudden attack was a little familiar. It was just like when he was attacked by Bailey Hongshuang's hidden weapon in the Cultivation Tower. He didn't even have time to react before he was attacked. The corner of Lu Jingquan's mouth twitched. That white furball's name was Xiao Hei. Could there be a more unreliable name? How are you related to Xiao Hei with your appearance? Just as Lu Jingquan was complaining, Xiao Bai had already rushed forward, the same attack, the same pain in the head, and the same fall to the ground. Lu Jingquan's nose started to bleed. His gaze fell on Xiao Hei, who kept jumping on his face. His nose was almost broken by this black furball. Who are you? Lu Jingquan endured the pain from his face and asked. Little Master won't tell you. Xiao Bai looked at Lu Jingquan coldly, as if it couldn't be bothered with him. Don't tell me your name is Xiao Bai. How did you know? Xiao Bai looked at Lu Jingquan in surprise. It clearly didn't tell Lu Jingquan its name. The corner of Lu Jingquan's mouth twitched, and his nose bled even faster. Dai Yunyang and Ling Jiaoxian's expressions were extremely ugly. They didn't expect that two of them would fall just as they attacked. It was really a bad start. Dai Yunyang flew in front of Bailey Hongshuang. The distance of 7 to 8 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Immediately, a fist that contained tyrannical spirit energy ferociously struck towards Bailey Hongshuang. He couldn't be like Peng Yunxiang and those two pieces of trash. Only by quickly subduing Bailey Hongshuang could he achieve his goal. He believed that even though Bailey Hongshuang was also at the middle stage of the mystic Ian realm, Bailey Hongshuang had only just broken through. His cultivation time was much longer than hers. No matter if it was battle experience or spirit energy usage skills, it was far from what Bailey Hongshuang could compare to. If Bailey Hongshuang knew what Dai Yunyang was thinking at the moment, she would definitely sneer. She was the clan head of an aristocratic family from 1,000 years ago. Who knew how many battles she had gone through? How dare he compete with her in terms of combat experience? What a fool's dream. Bang! Bailey Hongshuang didn't hesitate to meet his fist head-on. When the fists collided, energy ripples spread out. Dai Yunyang took a step back, but Bailey Hongshuang didn't move an inch. Dai Yunyang's heart was in a perilous situation. He looked at Bailey Hongshuang in astonishment, and his face was filled with disbelief. How could this be, even if his strength had dropped from the early stage of the mystic heaven realm to the middle stage of the mystic Ian realm? But, how could Bailey Hongshuang's strength be stronger than his? Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were filled with ridicule. She didn't want to give Dai Yunyang time to be immersed in shock. Immediately, he closed in and attacked Dai Yunyang's vital parts mercilessly. Since you want to die, I'll kill you. Bang! 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 Bailey Hongshuang and Dai Yunyang clashed against each other and powerful attacks were constantly unleashed. Dai Yunyang, who was originally full of confidence, was shocked after exchanging blows with Bailey Hongshuang. His eyes were filled with astonishment. When he realized that his strength could not be compared to Bailey Hongshuang, he had planned to win in terms of battle experience and avoided a head-on confrontation. He did not expect that in terms of battle experience, Bailey Hongshuang was also skillful and did not seem like an ordinary cultivator at the middle stage of Mysterious Ian. On the contrary, she seemed to have been through hundreds of battles. As they exchanged blows, Dai Yunyang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He did not understand why he was so unlucky after meeting Bailey Hongshuang. It was obviously a flawless plan in everyone's eyes, but after encountering Bailey Hongshuang, it was completely ruined. When Ling Jiaoxian realized that Dai Yunyang was not Bailey Hongshuang's opponent, her face was filled with shock. How can Yunyang not be Bailey Hongshuang's opponent? Ling Jiaoxian could not help but glance at Lu Jingquan and Peng Yunxiang. When she saw that the two of them were still being trampled under the feet of the two furballs, she stomped her feet in disgust and rushed towards Bailey Hongshuang. White Lion, who had been waiting by the side, saw Ling Jiaoxian rushing over and its figure flashed, leaving behind a white shadow. Ah! Ling Jiaoxian screamed. Before she could see clearly what was flying towards her, she felt a sharp pain on her face. White Lion was licking the blood on its claws and its usual adorable demeanor had disappeared. Its eyes were staring fiercely at Ling Jiaoxian. She dared to go against its owner, she would have to go through it first. Ling Jessen also recognized that the little fellow in front of her was the pet that Bailey Hongzhuang usually carried in her arms. However, she did not expect that this pet, which usually did not seem to have any offensive capabilities, would be so swift. She couldn't help but touch her face with both hands. A wave of burning pain came, and she found that her hands were covered in blood. She turned her gaze and saw Baisher licking the blood with narrowed eyes. Only then did she understand what had happened. "I'm going to kill you, you little beast." Ling Jessen was about to go crazy. Normally, she treasured her face the most. This damned beast actually dared to scratch her face. Ling Jessen raised her sword and slashed at Baisher. However, Baisher did not care at all. Its figure was extremely fast, and even though Ling Jessen was following behind it, she still couldn't even reach a single hair on its head. Baisher, on the other hand, seemed to have found an interesting toy as he teased Ling Jessen and ran around. Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at each other. Just based on the white lion's attack, they had to admit that the white lion was indeed Master's pet beast, otherwise, how could their attacks be exactly the same? Bang! Bailey Hongzhuang kicked Dai Yunyang's body heavily onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Bailey Hongzhuang followed closely behind. Before Dai Yunyang could get up, she stepped fiercely on his chest. "It seems that your powers aren't that great after all." Bailey Hongzhuang's light tone was filled with disdain and disdain. Disappointment flashed in her eyes. Previously, when she saw how Ling Jessen and the rest were fighting to stand up for Dai Yunyang, she had thought that Dai Yunyang was some kind of extraordinary existence. Dai Yunyang, who had already suffered a heavy blow, spat out a mouthful of blood after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but Bailey Hongzhuang's strength had completely exceeded the scope of an ordinary Xianyuan middle-stage cultivator. Even if she was a special enrollment student, Bailey Hongzhuang shouldn't be this strong. Dai Yunyang really couldn't figure it out. "Bailey Hongzhuang, don't be too complacent." Dai Yunyang fiercely said, "You killed Jimon, I will definitely avenge her." "Hee hee." Bailey Hongzhuang sneered, "You want to avenge Dai Jimon? You're just dreaming." Towards Dai Jimon and Dai Yunyang, she had always hated them. She never took the initiative to cause trouble, but Dai Jimon and Dai Yunyang constantly came to find trouble with her. Although these cats and dogs couldn't hurt her, they were still troublesome to look at. "Bailey Hongzhuang, the Azure Water School doesn't allow students to kill. If you dare to kill me, you won't be able to escape the school's punishment." Dai Yunyang's eyes flashed with a ruthless light, like a ferocious wolf. In the depths of his eyes, there was a faint light of conspiracy flashing. He knew that today he had fallen. Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was beyond his expectations. However, as long as he could escape today, there would be a chance for revenge in the future. Ling Jessen, Lu Jingquan, and Pang Yunxiang were completely dumbfounded. They came to Bailey Hongzhuang aggressively to find trouble, but now they were suppressed by Bailey Hongzhuang in just a face-to-face effort. When they thought of this, their faces turned green and white. They had really lost all their face. Pang Yunxiang was even more depressed to the extreme. He had already confirmed that there was only Bailey Hongzhuang in the special enrollment dormitory. He didn't think that after coming here, there would be 3 little guys. Wasn't this just cheating people? The 3 of them wanted to help Dai Yunyang, but the strength of these 3 little guys wasn't weak. They couldn't help at all. Bailey Hongzhuang coldly stared at Dai Yunyang, the latter's eyes were full of hatred. Once this guy was let go, she would face a hidden crisis at any time in the future. Letting this kind of crisis exist, this was never her, Bailey Hongzhuang's style of doing things. However, it was indeed a bit risky to make a move in the school. If it was seen by others, it would inevitably cause some trouble. After all, there were a lot of people coming and going in the academy, and they could be seen at any time. Seeing the worry on Bailey Hongzhuang's face, Dai Yunyang's mouth showed a smug smile. Bailey Hongzhuang, of course, he said. Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful of course looked at Bailey. Of. Hearing his words, Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate and beautiful face curved into an enchanting and charming smile. Bailey Hongzhuang stepped on Dai Yunyang's chest with a bit more force, drawing a circle with force. "You and your sister are just as detestable." The severe pain from his chest made Dai Yunyang groan. The hatred in his eyes was even more intense. "Don't be too proud too early," Bailey Hongshuang's eyes narrowed, like a cat squinting its eyes. Her laziness revealed a bit of charm and shrewdness. Even if I can't kill you in the school today, but if I want to kill you, there are many ways. The next moment, the curve of Bailey Hongshuang's lips widened, and her smile became more and more perfect and charming. Following Bailey Hongshuang's words, the complacent look on Dai Yunyang's face instantly froze. His body stiffened as his eyes stared fixedly at Bailey Hongshuang, revealing a look of disbelief and fear. No. You can't do this. Once Bailey Hongshuang crippled his cultivation, that would be equivalent to destroying all his hopes. From then on, he would be reduced to an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate, just based on the opponents he had offended in the past. Once they knew that he had become a powerless trash, they would definitely be eager to get rid of him. Why can't I do this? Bailey Hongshuang curved her perfect red lips. I hate it when people threaten me. Now that victory or defeat was completely in her hands, Dai Yunyang still dared to threaten her. He really didn't know his place. After seeing Bailey Hongshuang's emotionless eyes, Dai Yunyang was really afraid. If his cultivation was crippled, that would be worse than killing him. Bailey Hongshuang, I beg you. I won't find trouble with you in the future, as long as you let me go this time. However, Bailey Hongshuang's cold eyes were filled with nothing but coldness. Being kind to the enemy was being cruel to yourself. She remembered this rule very clearly. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have the habit of leaving behind future troubles, she wouldn't have been able to lead the entire Bailey family in her past life. Unfortunately, it's too late. The words that sounded like a verdict came out from Bailey Hongshuang's mouth, not giving Dai Yunyang any chance to retaliate. Bailey Hongshuang's palm fiercely slapped onto Dai Yunyang's dantian. Bam! A soft sound rang out, only to see Dai Yunyang was like a deflated balloon, his entire aura instantly withered. At the same time, Dai Yunyang's expression changed from fear to deep despair. It's over, it's all over. Dai Yunyang's entire body was shrouded in a layer of despair. He had only returned to the academy for a short period of time. From being in high spirits, he had directly turned into a trash. He clearly felt that all the elemental energy in his body had completely dissipated in an instant, and he had become a complete cripple. Bailey Hongshuang, you! Ling Jiasun cried out in shock. Bailey Hongshuang actually dared to cripple Dai Yunyang's dantian. Bailey Hongshuang slowly looked at Ling Jiasun's eyes. Her sharp eyes were like an eagle on the grassland, revealing an insufferably arrogant and domineering aura. With just one look, Ling Jiasun's eyes was silent. What kind of eyes? Sharp, ruthless, and full of murderous intent, as if she said one more word, her end would become as miserable as Dai Yunyang. Lu Jingquan and Peng Yunxiang held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. What a joke! The strongest among them was Dai Yunyang. Now that even Dai Yunyang had been beaten into a cripple by Bailey Hongshuang, if they still dared to provoke Bailey Hongshuang, wouldn't they be courting death? After seeing Ling Jiasun's and the others' performance, Bailey Hongshuang retracted her gaze. If you want to blame someone, blame your sister for provoking me. Bailey Hongshuang slowly left behind a sentence, then turned and walked out of the school. Xiao Hei, Xiao Bai, and Bai Shi quickly followed. Dai Yunyang, who had lost his cultivation, was no longer a threat to her. After Bailey Hongshuang left, Ling Jiasun and the other two immediately rushed forward to help Dai Yunyang up. However, at this time, Dai Yunyang was no longer as high-spirited as before. His whole body exuded a kind of decadent state. His eyes were numb and dull, as if he could not believe the fact that he had suddenly become a waste. At this moment, Peng Yunxiang's heart was filled with regret. If he had known that Bailey Hongshuang was so strong, he would not have gone to find trouble with Bailey Hongshuang. Now that Dai Yunyang had fallen, he had offended a strong opponent. His future days were obviously going to be more difficult. You guys help Dai Yunyang back to rest. I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. Peng Yunxiang left a sentence and ran away. There was no point in continuing to stay with Dai Yunyang. He believed that as long as the news of Dai Yunyang's dantian being destroyed spread, there would be a lot of cultivators coming to find trouble with Dai Yunyang. After all, Dai Yunyang's usual arrogant style had always been eye-catching. He had offended a lot of people. If he continued to stay here, he would be misunderstood by others as his relationship with Dai Yunyang. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Seeing Peng Yunxiang leave like this, Lu Jingquan and Ling Jiasun's faces turned ugly. Facing a disaster, everyone flew away. Peng Yunxiang's behavior was not beyond their expectations. Lu Jingquan's eyes were spinning. He had already thought of what Peng Yunxiang had thought of. From now on, he would work hard to get rid of his relationship with Dai Yunyang. However, for Dai Jimon's sake, he would first carry Dai Yunyang back to the dormitory. Ling Jessen's heart was also spinning. She liked Dai Yunyang, but she liked the high-spirited Dai Yunyang. She did not like such a waste. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai returned to their original appearances. They continued to quietly pretend to be a pearl hair clip. Baisher was lazily nestled in Bailey Hongshuang's arms. "Master, are you going to let Ling Jessen and the others go just like that?" Xiao Hei asked. For Ling Jessen, this kind of annoying fly, it would be too easy on her to deal with her like this. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. Baisher's 2 claws were already the biggest punishment for Ling Jessen. "But I still feel that it's not enough." Xiao Hei pursed her lips. "I have a blood feud with Dai Yunyang, but the conflict between me and Ling Jessen is completely based on Dai Yunyang. Now that Dai Yunyang has been crippled, with Ling Jessen's power, it is absolutely impossible for her to continue to be with Dai Yunyang, and the point of conflict between me and her no longer exists. To solve this kind of problem, one only needed to solve the root of the problem. After all, she was not a homicidal maniac. When the conflict hadn't reached the point where she had to resolve it with her own hands, she still wouldn't use her last resort." "Master has his reasons for doing things," Xiao Bai said slowly. Bailey Hongshuang stroked Baisher's soft fur with one hand. This little guy's fur was extremely soft and glossy. It felt good to the touch. Baisher closed its eyes comfortably and rubbed against her chest. There was a hint of excitement in its eyes. Although Bailey Hongshuang had fought with Dai Yunyang for a while, she didn't feel tired at all. At this moment, Gu Songyun was pacing back and forth in his room. Tomorrow, he would have to pay Bailey Hongshuang double the compensation for the damage to his reputation. The moment he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel angry. Even Huan Chuyu started to feel resentful towards him. In his opinion, Huan Chuyu was definitely biased towards Bailey Hongshuang. What was the difference between him paying double the compensation for the damage to his reputation and apologizing to Bailey Hongshuang in person? On the contrary, his losses were even greater. That damned Bailey Hongshuang, she dared to offend this old man will definitely not let her off. Gu Songyun angrily slammed the table, his pair of turbid eyes filled with resentment and ruthlessness. This was really hard for him to swallow. After living for so many years, this was the first time he had suffered such a huge loss. He had spent a large sum of money to bid for the channel opening pill. He originally wanted to research the pill formula for the channel opening pill and have a meteoric rise. He didn't expect that not only did he fail to research the channel opening pill's pill formula, his cultivation would also drop by 2 levels. Today, he went to Bailey Hongshuang aggressively to ask for compensation for his losses. Now, not only did he not get his losses back, his reputation was damaged, and he even had to compensate Bailey Hongshuang for the damage to his reputation. This was simply preposterous. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared in Gu Songyun's eyes, and the resentment in his eyes intensified. His lips slowly curved into a sinister smile. "Bailey Hongshuang, it's not that easy to take advantage of me." He had already thought of an excellent scheme. As long as he killed Bailey Hongshuang, the compensation for the damage to his reputation would naturally return to his pocket. Since Huan Chuyu had already proven the effects of the channel opening pill, it meant that Bailey Hongshuang had the real channel opening pill. How difficult was it to research the channel opening pill's pill formula using a single channel opening pill? He only needed to kill Bailey Hongshuang and take Bailey Hongshuang's universe bag, then the pill formula would naturally fall into his hands. Moreover, as the owner of Godly Doctor Square, Bailey Hongshuang would definitely have a lot of money and treasures on her. As long as he could take her universe bag, then it would be no different from obtaining a windfall. Thinking of this, Gu Songyun's gloomy mood instantly brightened up. "Bailey Hongshuang, I'll let you be proud for one day. Tomorrow, I'll make you disappear from this world." Gu Songyun's mouse lips, he's the older he was, the spicier. He would let Bailey Hongshuang know the price of offending him. "Who do you want to disappear from this world?" Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice, and fourth, and Songyun's, he and his and Bailey Hongshuang and Gu and fourth, Gu. To the time he and Bailey he and you use. The moonlight illuminated his body, accentuating his handsome and otherworldly face, making him look even more charming, confident, and elegant. However, Gu Songyun's body immediately tensed up when he saw the newcomer. His gaze focused on the newcomer's body, and his eyes revealed a slight trace of fear. "You're Bewitching?" He had a very deep impression of the man in front of him. Because this man's appearance was too outstanding, it was very difficult for people to forget him. Moreover, this man had been standing beside Bailey Hongshuang all this time. Every time he spoke, he would force Gu Songyun into a difficult situation, so how could he not have a deep impression of him? "I'm asking you who you want to disappear from this world." Bewitching repeated his question, but his voice had a trace of frost. Gu Songyun's face was very ugly. As an alchemist, the protection of his house was not weak. He really couldn't understand how the student in front of him could enter his house. How did you get in?" Bewitching's thin cherry red lips slightly raised, a trace of ridicule appearing between his eyebrows. He shrugged nonchalantly. He just swaggered in like that. Looking at Bewitching's indifference, Gu Songyun's heart became even more flustered. The fact that Bewitching could come in without alerting anyone was already proof of his strength. You leave right now." Gu Songyun stuttered. Bewitching jumped down from the windowsill and slowly approached Gu Songyun, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an evil arc. "Who do you think you are ordering?" Gu Songyun naturally heard the coldness in Bewitching's words. He found that the guy in front of him didn't look like an ordinary student of the Azure Water School. The aura emitted from his body was extremely oppressive, as if he was born to be in a superior position. Although he was clearly joking, it gave people a strong sense of pressure. Even if it was him, facing Bewitching, he would inexplicably feel a sense of pressure. "If you don't leave, I will tell this to Huan Shuyu and let him heavily punish you." Gu Songyun retreated step by step. He wholeheartedly studied alchemy, so his cultivation was not high. Not to mention, his strength had dropped by 2 levels, so he was not Bewitching's opponent. Bewitching smiled disdainfully. "Old man, I think you still haven't figured out the situation." "What do you mean?" Gu Songyun couldn't help but ask. "Just as you said, I also don't intend to let you see tomorrow's sun." As soon as these words came out, Gu Songyun's face suddenly changed as he stared at Bewitching in horror. He simply couldn't believe that Bewitching would be so bold. "Do you know the consequences of killing me?" Gu Songyun increased the volume of his voice. "Once this is known, it is absolutely impossible for you to continue staying at the college." "Are you really willing to ruin your own future for Bailey Hongshuang?" Bewitching chuckled. "Master Gu, you think too highly of yourself. Even if I kill you, I can still concentrate on my cultivation in the Azure Water School." As he spoke, Bewitching slowly approached Gu Songyun. "I came here late at night to let you know the price you have to pay for offending my wife." Following Bewitching's words, the shock in Gu Songyun's eyes deepened. He stared at Bewitching in a daze, struggling to digest the content of Bewitching's words. Bailey Hongshuang was actually Bewitching's wife? "Master Gu, it's already late at night, I think you should go to rest in peace." A touch of coldness appeared in Bewitching's eyes. This old man was so disrespectful. Today, he dared to pressure Hongshuang step by step in the morning assembly square. How could he stand it, seeing that Bewitching was about to kill him? Gu Songyun couldn't help but shout, "Save!" However, before he could shout out the word save, Bewitching had already left Gu Songyun's room. The protective force that Gu Songyun had always regarded as his pride was completely unaware that something had happened to Gu Songyun. Bailey Hongshuang walked towards Gu Songyun's residence. Gu Songyun had always been arrogant and ostentatious, so she only needed to ask around to find out where he lived. She did not intend to be polite to Gu Songyun. This guy wanted to take advantage of his seniority and use his reputation as an alchemist to ruin her. If this kind of guy continued to live in this world, who knows how many young people would be ruined by him. "Master, isn't the person in front Bewitching?" Suddenly, Xiaohei's voice was filled with surprise. Bailey Hongshuang looked in front of her and saw a pale golden silhouette gradually appear in the darkness. A tall and straight figure, free and easy footsteps, and a handsome and perfect face. Who else could it be but Bewitching? She had to admit that Xiaohei's eyesight was very good. Bailey Hongzhuang stopped in her tracks and stood still. Looking at the slowly approaching figure, a faint smile appeared on her exquisite and beautiful face. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, Di Beichen's handsome face was also filled with a charming and perfect smile. Wife, it's already so late. Why are you not resting in the dormitory but running out here? Di Beichen slowly walked over and asked in a low and charming voice with a hint of a joke. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows raised slightly, her bright and clear black eyes were like the stars in the sky, shining brightly. You ran out in the middle of the night, so I naturally came to see you. Hearing this, Di Beichen's eyes brightened. His long and narrow eyes slightly narrowed and the smile on his face widened, like a wily fox. It seems that my position in my wife's heart is still very important. Coming out so late to find your husband, are you worried that your husband will run away with someone else? Di Beichen put his hands on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulders and stared at Bailey Hongzhuang with a pair of eyes that were as deep as the ocean, revealing a bit of blurriness and joy. Wife, you can rest assured that your husband only has you in his heart. I will definitely not have anything to do with other women. Seeing Di Beichen's solemn expression, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but roll her eyes. I have no interest in whether you have anything to do with other women. She really did not understand where this guy's confidence came from. According to his words, wouldn't she become a resentful woman who followed behind her husband every day? Husband, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart thumped. Did she really think that word? It's over, it's over. She was now completely led into a ditch by Di Beichen. Wife, when you speak, you can't say what you think. Di Beichen's lips curled into a devilish smile. His handsome face was brimming with confidence, just like the scorching sun, dazzling and dazzling. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Di Beichen. She had always been in awe of this guy's thick skin. Where did you come from? Bailey Hongzhuang slowly spoke. Her clear and beautiful eyes sparkled with wisdom. In fact, when she knew that Di Beichen had left the dormitory, she already had a guess in her heart. Now that she saw Di Beichen here, she was even more certain that her guess was correct. Di Beichen chuckled. His right hand habitually wrapped around Bailey Hongzhuang's slender waist. My wife and I are naturally connected. Hearing Di Beichen's reply, the smile in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes deepened. She had to admit that Di Beichen and her had a tacit understanding, as if Di Beichen had already guessed what she wanted to do. Wifey, let's go back. Di Beichen said with a faint smile. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Di Beichen, then her gaze fell on her waist. This guy. Why was his action of hugging her waist so skillfully and naturally? Noticing Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze, Di Beichen smiled brightly. Wifey, the night is dark, no one will see. That's not the point, okay, she didn't care about whether or not anyone would see, but this guy's hand shouldn't be there, right? However, looking at Di Beichen's mischievous smile, Bailey Hongzhuang could only helplessly say, take your hands away. Wifey, we're already an old married couple, why do you still care about this? Di Beichen winked teasingly, giving her a you-know look. Bailey Hongzhuang stood rooted to the ground, her pair of cold eyes staring at Di Beichen. This guy, as long as I treat him nicely, he'll be undisciplined and out of control. Di Beichen saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was serious, then withdrew his hands. Since wifey doesn't like it, then alright. Bailey Hongzhuang then withdrew her gaze, satisfied. This guy is obviously a shameless and thick-skinned guy, how could he have any relationship with the handsome young man in everyone's eyes? Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking, Di Beichen's broad and smooth palm held her soft and seemingly boneless little hand, and walked forward. Wife, we should go back. The warm touch made Bailey Hongzhuang's heart tremble. She stared blankly at the tall figure in front of her, an indescribable feeling spreading in her heart. It was this feeling that made Bailey Hongzhuang forget to react. Just like that, she allowed Di Beichen to lead her back to the academy. However, she did not know that in front of her, Di Beichen's smile was as bright as the sun. That kind of smile came from the bottom of his heart. It was a kind of happiness that couldn't be concealed even if he tried his best. It was as if every cell in his body was laughing, and his eyes were unconsciously filled with joy. Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at each other in confusion. Isn't Master going to make trouble for Gu Songyun? Now that he had talked to Di Beichen for a while and then returned to the academy, did that mean that Di Beichen had already solved the problem? Wife, rest early. After today's twists and turns, you must be tired. Bewitching's gentle eyes surrounded Bailey Hongshuang like warm seawater, making people want to drown in them. It was only at this moment that Bailey Hongshuang finally reacted from her previous feelings. She stared blankly at Bewitching, then nodded, "You should also rest early." After saying that, Bailey Hongshuang did not look at Bewitching, opened the door, and walked directly into the room. After closing the door, Bailey Hongshuang leaned against the door, her face full of disbelief. What just happened? She couldn't help but pat her face. She was actually so immersed in Bewitching's gentleness. No, she needed some peace and quiet. Outside the door, Bewitching looked at the tightly closed door, a doting and happy smile on his face. Inside the room, Bailey Hongshuang was lying on her bed and she could not help but think about what had just happened. How could she have allowed Bewitching to hold her hand and return? That's not right. She must have been too tired over the past few days, so her mind was not clear. Just as Bailey Hongshuang was thinking about this messy situation, the two furballs, one black and one white, were sitting on the windowsill. A sad and lonely atmosphere filled the room. "Xiaobai, don't you think my intelligence is too low?" Xiaohei slowly turned her head and looked at Xiaobai. Her round and watery eyes were filled with suspicion towards herself. Xiaobai shook her head. "Why do you ask? Why can't I understand what Master and Bewitching are saying?" Xiaohei looked lonely. "Can you tell me what they mean?" Hearing this, Xiaobai sighed and lowered her head helplessly. "I'm not much better than you." Sigh, the two furballs sighed together and could only look helplessly at the moon in the sky. They had never felt that their intelligence was so low before. Just as the two furballs were sighing, Baisher, who did not join the two furballs, walked to the windowsill and sat down next to Xiaohei. Xiaohei glanced at Baisher and said angrily, "Hey, what are you doing here? You can't be mocking us, right?" Baisher shook his head and sighed faintly. "I don't understand either." Sigh, sigh, Xiaohei and Xiaobai sighed as well. At this moment, they felt as if they were also beasts who had fallen to the other side of the world. For the first time, Xiaohei and Xiaobai felt a sense of recognition towards Baisher. Thus, the two white and one black beasts sat in a row on the windowsill with their heads lowered and let out a long sigh. Sigh. The next day, the news of Gu Songyan's inexplicable death quickly spread throughout Azure Water City. As an alchemist, Gu Songyan had always been unknown in Azure Water City. Now that he had inexplicably fallen, everyone was naturally stunned. The number of alchemists was extremely small to begin with. What's more, with the noble status of alchemists, very few people would make a move against alchemists. Now that Gu Songyun was dead, and on the day his reputation was damaged, his death was really strange. In my opinion, Gu Songyun most likely couldn't bear the damage to his reputation and committed suicide. That's right. Think about it. He's an alchemist who's usually revered by everyone. For the sake of his own disciple, he wronged Bailey Hongshuang. Who would have thought that not only did he fail to wrongly accuse her, but his own true colors were exposed instead? With Gu Songyan's temperament, it's natural that he couldn't bear it. Suicide is a very normal thing. That's not necessarily true. Maybe someone killed Gu Songyun and then deliberately disguised it as a suicide. Maybe someone didn't like Gu Songyun and killed him. After all, Gu Songyun's personality wasn't good to begin with. Every time someone asked him to help her find pills, he would demand an exorbitant price and was extremely arrogant. For a moment, everyone was discussing spiritedly and had all kinds of guesses. However, many people felt that Gu Songyun's death deserved more than death. After all, Gu Songyun's temperament had caused him to offend many people. It wasn't until this news reached Bailey Hongshuang's ears that Xiaohei, Xiaobai, and Baisher finally understood. Bewitching is really good. I didn't think highly of him in vain. Xiaohei was a little proud. She had always thought highly of Bewitching, and it turned out that her vision was not bad at all. Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Bewitching has officially married Master, and this person is not picky, haha. Looking at Xiaohei and Xiaobai's proud appearance, Baisher also nodded in agreement. As long as Bewitching was good enough to Master, he would not oppose it. Xia Jiqing's face was full of joy. Hongshuang, this is really satisfying. Yesterday, I thought that it was too easy for Gu Songyun to compensate. I didn't expect him to die. He really deserved to die. Saying this, Xianxia's eyes suddenly changed. She looked at Bailey Hongzhuang strangely. Hongzhuang, this Gu Songyun, you didn't kill him, did you? Bailey Hongzhuang looked up at Xianxia and shook her head. It wasn't me. She had intended to do it, but before she could, someone had taken the lead to solve the problem. Oh. Xianxia nodded. That old guy is so annoying. There are many people who don't like him, so it's normal for him to be killed. Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth evoked a sarcastic smile. Indeed, that old guy, I don't know how many young people will be insulted by him in this world. Daijimon's days will not be good. I heard a lot of people today say that the reason why Gu Songyun wronged you yesterday was entirely because of Wei Meidai. Although Wei Meidai's talent as an alchemist is good, Gu Songyun is dead. Her reputation is not good now. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find another master. She only has herself to blame. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were cold. The reason why Wei Meidai had fallen into this situation today was entirely because of herself. Originally, she didn't intend to make a move against Wei Meidai. It was just that Wei Meidai wanted to gather with Ling Jessen and the others to attack her. Since he had done it, he should have been prepared to pay the price. Wei Meidai's current situation could only be said to be a result of her own actions. In a while, they should be back to compensate you for your mental trauma. I'm very curious about Wei Meidai's current appearance. Xiaojiqing's face was filled with excitement. Compared to Wei Meidai's arrogant face, she wanted to see Wei Meidai crying without tears. In fact, Wei Meidai wanted to cry but had no tears. After being reprimanded by her master yesterday, she returned to her residence. But when she thought about how she had to return to the academy tomorrow to compensate Bailey Hongzhuang for the damage to her reputation, she felt depressed. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have agreed to Ling Jessen's idea. If it weren't for Ling Jessen and the others, how could she have fallen into such a situation? She lay in bed sulking the whole night and couldn't fall asleep at all. Finally, she fell asleep in the morning. She didn't think that she would be woken up by the person who brought the news. Just as she was about to scold the person who brought the news, she was shocked by the news she heard. Master was dead, he was dead. Until now, she still couldn't completely accept this fact. The changes that happened in just one day were too big. Master was dead, then, what was she going to do? Thinking of this, Wei Meidai felt unwell. She really wanted to find Ling Jessen and the others, but after thinking about it, even if she did, it would be useless. Ling Jessen and the others' wealth couldn't compare to hers, so what could they compensate her for? Just as Wei Meidai expected, Ling Jessen, Lu Jingquan, and Peng Yunxiang were all frowning. Ling Jessen naturally didn't need to be mentioned. After losing the bet with Bailey Hongzhuang, she was already penniless. She thought that after Dai Yunyang came back, her poor situation would be alleviated. She didn't think that Dai Yunyang's money would be used to auction off the channel opening pills, so he didn't have any extra money. Now she had to take out money to compensate Bailey Hongzhuang for the damage to her reputation, so where would she find the money? As for reneging on the debt, she didn't even dare to think about it. This was something that the vice principal had witnessed. If she didn't compensate, once this news reached the vice principal's ears, her ending would definitely not be good. Although Lu Jingquan and Peng Yunxiang's situation was slightly better than Ling Jessen's, it wasn't much better. They weren't born into wealthy families. If they had enough money, they wouldn't need to rely on Dai Yunyang. They didn't think that after losing Dai Yunyang, they would still have to compensate for such a huge loss. The unluckiest of the three was Peng Yunxiang. After all, Lu Jingquan and Ling Jessen had obtained many benefits from Dai Yunyang. Peng Yunxiang had only recently joined Dai Yunyang and hadn't obtained any benefits, yet Dai Yunyang had already become like this. Thinking about it, from the time he chose to join Dai Yunyang, other than being beaten twice by Bailey Hongzhuang, losing face, and now having to compensate for the damage to his reputation, there was nothing else. Was there anyone more unlucky than him in this world? Dai Yunyang quietly laid on the bed. After trying to cultivate for a while, he found that his dantian could no longer store any spirit energy, so he accepted reality in despair. Ling Jessen looked at Dai Yunyang, who was no longer in high spirits, and slowly said, "Yunyang, I won't be able to take care of you in the future." Hearing this, Dai Yunyang recovered from his despair and looked at Ling Jessen in surprise. "Jessen, what do you mean? You know that you can't cultivate anymore. Let's end it here." Ling Jessen's voice was firm and resolute. There was no future for her to follow this kind of trash. Not only would she be ridiculed everywhere, but she could also be chased down by her enemies at any time. Even if her reputation was damaged now, as long as she had the hope of cultivating, she would still be able to find a good place in the future. Dai Yunyang couldn't help but hold Ling Jessen's hand. Jessen, Pang Yunxiang is gone, Lu Jingkuan is also gone, do you also want to leave me? Yunyang, you should be clear about your current situation. I can't be with you anymore. Not necessarily, maybe my dantian can be cured. Dai Yunyang did not give up. Not to mention that it's impossible to cure your dantian. Even if it's cured, how long would it take for you to cultivate from the beginning? Your life is over. As soon as these words came out, Dai Yunyang's figure trembled, and his entire person became dispirited. Jessen, don't leave me. Let's get married, okay? Dai Yunyang's eyes were filled with the last glimmer of hope. With the destruction of his cultivation, he had lost everything. The only thing left was Ling Jessen. As long as Ling Jessen was willing to stay by his side, he still had the possibility of safely returning to Fengbo country. Otherwise, he was afraid that before he could return to Fengbo country, his life would be gone. Listening to Dai Yunyang's words, Ling Jessen's eyes revealed a touch of ridicule. She couldn't help but recall when Bailey Hongzhuang asked her why Dai Yunyang didn't bring her home. Dai Yunyang, I once wanted to go home with you but you obstructed me. Now that you've become like this, you want to bring me home. You're thinking too highly of yourself. After Dai Yunyang said this sentence, Ling Jessen and Dai Yunyang's previous friendship disappeared in an instant. She originally thought that because her family wasn't good, Dai Yunyang didn't openly marry her. Now it seemed that things weren't as she thought. Dai Yunyang was simply unwilling to marry her. If not, then Dai Yunyang was using her now. No matter which one it was, she would never forgive Dai Yunyang. After her voice fell, Ling Jessen didn't even look at Dai Yunyang as she slammed the door and left the room. Dai Yunyang's outstretched hand hung down heavily. How could he have thought that he, who had always been high-spirited, would fall to the point where he was deserted by everyone? When Wei Meidai came to Bailey Hongzhuang to ask for compensation for the damage to her reputation, Bailey Hongzhuang accepted the compensation and asked, "Where's the double compensation for your master?" Wei Meidai was startled. "My master is already dead. Why are you asking me for double compensation? As everyone knows, your master committed suicide and he didn't have any children. His belongings naturally fell into your hands. You've received so much of his inheritance. Don't tell me you're not going to help him pay for this little compensation?" Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows slightly raised and the corner of her mouth hooked up. Her seemingly indifferent words were filled with an aggressive meaning, making Wei Meidai unable to refute. "Wei Meidai, aren't you being too ungrateful? In any case, your master's reputation was ruined because of you." Xiaojiqing shook her head, her pair of beautiful eyes were full of disdain and emotion. "You wouldn't want your master to bear the infamy of evading debt even after death, would you?" Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaojiqing singing the same tune, Wei Meidai's face became livid. These two guys were simply working together to deal with her. It was really hateful. Others might not know, but how could she not know? She simply did not believe that her master would commit suicide. After her master reprimanded her yesterday, she said that she would think of a way to deal with this matter. How could she suddenly commit suicide? Moreover, when she went to her master's residence today, she discovered that her master's Qianquan bag had already disappeared. One had to know that master's precious things were always kept in his Qianquan bag. Now that the Qianquan bag had disappeared without a trace, there was no need to think to know that it must have been taken away by the person who killed master. In other words, she didn't get anything from Gu Songyun. However, no matter how she explained, no one listened. Everyone thought that she had gained a huge advantage, but she had nothing at all. Seeing that Wei Meidai was about to leave, Xiaojiqing couldn't help but say, "Wei Meidai, what you're doing isn't appropriate. Your master has taught you for so long, yet you're not even willing to do such a small thing for him?" After the news of Gu Songyun's death spread, the students of the Azure Water School were very curious about how this matter would be handled. Therefore, after Wei Meidai arrived, many people gathered around, wanting to know the final result. At this moment, after seeing Wei Meidai act like this, everyone's disdain for Wei Meidai became even stronger. "This Wei Meidai is too ungrateful, isn't she? After all, Gu Songyan has been her teacher for so long. I can tell with one look that Wei Meidai's character isn't good. She received so many benefits from Gu Songyan, yet now she's so stingy. It's really rare. If it wasn't for Wei Meidai, Gu Songyan wouldn't have lost face yesterday. He really is an ungrateful wretch. Everyone's words were like knives stabbing Wei Meidai's heart, and her face gradually became ugly. With her words alone, no one would believe her. Even if she tried to explain, it would be useless. However, she really didn't have much money left on her. Previously, in order to get the channel opening pill from Bailey Hongzhuang, she had spent a lot of money, and now she had to compensate for it. Before, her life was very rich, and a large part of the reason was because of Gu Songyan. Now that Gu Songyan had fallen, all she had was Gu Songyan's house. However, this house couldn't be transferred out in a short period of time. Even though her heart was extremely helpless, Wei Meidai couldn't bear the criticism of everyone. She could only angrily glare at Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia. As for my master's share, I'll naturally return it in a few days. Looking at Wei Meidai's departing figure, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows slightly raised, her clear eyes filled with some doubts. Just as she didn't want to see Wei Meidai, she believed that Wei Meidai wouldn't want to see her either. Logically speaking, Wei Meidai should have directly handed over the money and then angrily walked away. Her current actions didn't seem to be in line with her style. After Wei Meidai, Ling Jessen and the other two also came to compensate Bailey Hongzhuang for the damage to their reputation. Unlike their previous arrogant style, Ling Jessen and the other two now faced Bailey Hongzhuang with a face full of flattery. Even with Xia Jiqing's sarcastic words, it still couldn't change the smile on their faces. They had already decided that from now on, they would no longer be enemies with Bailey Hongzhuang. They treated Bailey Hongzhuang with such an attitude. They only hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang could be magnanimous and forgive their past grievances. Looking at Ling Jessen and the other two's attitude, Bailey Hongzhuang understood that her goal had been achieved. She didn't want to make things difficult for them, so she casually dismissed them with a few words and let them leave. When Bailey Hongzhuang returned to her room, she saw Bewitching standing by the door and looking at her with a smile. "Wifey, did your hands get cramps from counting money today?" Bewitching smiled evilly. He had a deep impression of his wifey's greedy side. Seeing Bewitching's deep smile, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but recall the first time she met Bewitching. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes slightly raised as she cast a sidelong glance at Bewitching. She meaningfully said, "Not bad, at least it's better than a guy who doesn't even want to pay 100 gold coins." Bewitching's deep and handsome eyes were filled with a deep smile. He and his wife really had a tacit understanding. If I didn't refuse to pay 100 gold coins, how could I have won the beauty's heart? Bewitching's smile was unrestrained and revealed a trace of roguishness, but it was even more charming. After carefully thinking about it, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that Bewitching's words were somewhat reasonable. If she hadn't met Bewitching like this, then she wouldn't have been able to marry him. Bailey Hongzhuang curled her lips. In this kind of fallacy, she couldn't compare to Bewitching. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to open the door and enter the room, Bewitching suddenly grabbed her hand. "Wife, wait a minute." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching in puzzlement. This guy seemed to have developed a habit of holding her hand. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to ridicule him, an object was suddenly stuffed into her hand. Looking down, Bailey Hongzhuang discovered that there was a universe bag in her hand. Her clear eyes revealed a trace of doubt. "This is?" Bewitching chuckled, "Gu Songyan's universe bag. There should be something you need inside." Bailey Hongzhuang was a bit surprised. Only now did she understand why Wei Meidai had such a difficult expression. So, Gu Songyan's universe bag was in Bewitching's hands. No wonder Wei Meidai was so embarrassed. Wei Meidai's own pockets were also embarrassed. Bewitching winked at Bailey Hongzhuang. "Darling, compared to Xiuxiu's 100 gold coins, won't you gain a lot with me?" Bailey Hongzhuang weighed the Chankuan bag in her hand, and a playful and sly smile appeared on her beautiful and refined face. "Just barely." Back in the room, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately looked through Gu Songyan's universe bag. Gu Songyan was also an alchemist, so Yang Kai believed that his accumulation over the years would not be small. When they saw it, Bailey Hongzhuang, Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and White Lion's eyes were filled with images of gold coins. Although they had already guessed that Gu Songyan's accumulation would not be small, this guy really had a lot of money. We're rich. We're rich again. Xiaohei grabbed the gold coins with both hands, and her eyes were filled with happiness. Recently, they had been earning money one after another. Xiaobai's situation was not much better than Xiaohei's. With so many gold coins, how much food could they buy? White Lion hugged the pile of gold coins, and his saliva kept dripping down. Its claws constantly touched the colorful demon crystals. Which one should it eat today? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the three beasties' happy appearances and could not help but sigh. They really were three good-for-nothings, but the smile on her face could not help but widen. Just as Bewitching said, these things were much more expensive than the original 100 gold coins. Gu Songyan's collection was mostly money, and a small part was pill formulas and medicinal herbs. Bailey Hongzhuang looked through the pill formulas one by one. She knew all of them, so they were not of much use to her. However, if she put these pill formulas in the auction house, they could be sold for a very good price. After all, pill formulas were the most important thing to an alchemist. In the end, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze focused on an emerald green medicinal herb. This medicinal herb was completely emerald green, just like jade. The green color was transparent and did not contain the slightest impurity. At first glance, it looked like a tree vine, but it emitted a faint enchanting fragrance. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes revealed a touch of joy. She did not expect Gu Songyun to have such a treasure. Fragrant caltrop vine was a very precious medicinal herb with very common uses. Among the pills she had, there were quite a few that required fragrant caltrop vine. However, fragrant caltrop vine's growth conditions were very harsh, so its production was very low. Usually, fragrant caltrop vine could only be found in auctions, and its price was extremely high. This old man finally did something good after his death. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled as she wrapped up the fragrant caltrop vine. Although this matter was somewhat vexing, the final result was still very good. Compared to the notorious reputation of Wei Meidai and the others, the female lead of this scandal, Bailey Hongzhuang, was becoming more and more famous in Azure Water School. Even though everyone already knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was married to Bewitching, there were still many men who regarded Bailey Hongzhuang as a goddess, and there were even some women who regarded Bailey Hongzhuang as their idol. Even when facing Gu Songyun, Bailey Hongzhuang was still able to argue with reason. Just this courage alone was enough to make people gasp in admiration. The days once again returned to normal. Bailey Hongzhuang used the points she obtained from the auction of the channel opening pills to go into seclusion in the cultivation tower. Xiaohei, Xiaobai, and Baishir also followed Bailey Hongzhuang into seclusion to cultivate. Although the points were spent very quickly, Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was also rapidly increasing. 7 days later, a piece of news swept through the entire Azure Water City. The Mercenary Union had issued a mission with a very high reward, but it was only a blue mission. It turned out that after the demonic beast tide occurred in the Falling Cloud mountain range, a miasma forest had appeared at the east side of the mountain range. Some people heard the roars of demon beasts when they were passing through the miasma forest. They wanted to enter the forest, but they were hindered by the miasma and had to turn back. After receiving the news, the Mercenary Guild issued a blue mission. As long as the cultivators went to the miasma forest to find out what had happened, they would be rewarded handsomely. It wasn't that this kind of mission had never appeared in the history of the Mercenary Union, but the frequency of it appearing wasn't high. After all, this kind of mission was equivalent to an unknown mission. Only by understanding it would they know what was inside. The reason why it was classified as a blue-level mission was because the Mercenary Union had determined the danger of the mission based on the information they had gathered. According to the mercenaries' rank, there were 5 different ranks: yellow, green, blue, purple, and red. The Mercenary Guild's missions were also divided into these 5 ranks. The higher the level of danger. Blue missions were in the middle and had a certain degree of danger, but the danger factor was not too high. Therefore, after the mission was announced, many cultivators set out to explore the Falling Cloud mountain range. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others arrived at the back of the mountain together. Ever since the demonic beast frenzy in the Falling Cloud mountain range, they hadn't come to the back mountain for a long time. Compared to ordinary students, they, especially recruited students, had more freedom. If it wasn't for Bewitching informing her, she would probably still be in seclusion in the cultivation tower today. Everyone is already here. Lu Huaiyan's face revealed a gentle and kind smile. I believe that everyone's mood has already calmed down from the scare of the last demonic beast tide, right? Listening to Lu Huaiyan's words, everyone's face revealed a smile. Even though the previous demonic beast tide was indeed very dangerous, everyone was still a cultivator. After such a long time, how could they not have calmed down? Everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on Bai Junyu and Cui Haoyan. If there was a psychological shadow, then it would be Bai Junyu and Cui Haoyan. Thinking of the two serious injuries last time, everyone sighed with emotion. Noticing everyone's concerned gaze, Bai Junyu and Cui Haoyan both smiled and shook their heads, indicating that they didn't have any problems. Since everyone has no problems, then it's naturally excellent. Lu Huaiyan's dark eyes flashed with satisfaction. As a cultivator, you should have experienced hundreds of battles. This time, the Mercenary Association released a blue mission. I believe everyone knows about it. Everyone nodded. Recently, the most popular thing in Sunlan City was this blue mission. Walking on the streets and alleys, almost everyone was talking about this news. Currently, many people had already gone to the miasma forest, but they hadn't received any news yet. Teacher Fu and I have decided to lead you to the miasma forest. Once these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up, and there was some excitement in their eyes. As soon as they heard about the blue mission, their hearts became lively. Even if the teachers didn't organize it, they were prepared to go on their own. Now that the teachers organized it, it was naturally better. You can treat this as an experience. Unless it's a life and death situation, Teacher Fu and I will not appear. Everything in the Falling Cloud Mountain range depends on you. Is there any problem? No problem. Hearing everyone's unanimous answer, Lu Huaiyan's face revealed a satisfied smile. Because of the previous demonic beast rampage, the academy had lost many outstanding students. Therefore, they were very careful about this training. To be safe, he and Fu Hongba would definitely go with the students. What they needed to do was to ensure the safety of the students and give them more opportunities to gain experience. Unless it was a critical moment, they wouldn't appear. After all, if the academy always relied on their protection, they would never be able to stand alone in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others naturally understood the painstaking efforts of the two mentors and were very cooperative. Since there are no problems, everyone can go back and prepare. Tomorrow, we will gather at the gate of the academy. Fu Hongbo said. Yes. Everyone replied in a clear voice. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked towards the direction of the dormitory. She had just heard about this blue mission today. After the demonic beast tide, a miasma forest suddenly appeared. This was a little strange. Wife, what are you thinking about? Di Baichen walked beside Bailey Hongzhuang and asked with a smile. Nothing, I'm just wondering what's inside this miasma forest. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged her shoulders, her beautiful face rippling with a shallow smile. That smile was reflected in Di Baichen's eyes. It was so charming and otherworldly. Di Baichen's eyes couldn't help but soften a little. It's not important. What's important is that I'm by your side. However, Di Baichen's next words made Bailey Hongzhuang slightly sluggish. This time, I won't put you in danger again. His warm and charming tone was full of seriousness. Di Baichen gazed into Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, which were overflowing with deep affection. Facing such a serious Di Baichen, Bailey Hongzhuang could no longer change the topic like before. Just as Di Baichen said, she believed him. Although she didn't personally see Di Baichen's reaction when he found out about the demonic beast tide, she could tell from Heimu's reaction when he saw her. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's dazed and bewildered appearance, Di Baichen's smile gradually widened. His wife was really cute. Dong Fengyu's gaze swept over Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen's body. The conspiracy and sadness in his handsome eyes couldn't be concealed. Ever since Di Baichen came, he and Bailey Hongzhuang had become estranged from each other. He was worried that if he got close to Bailey Hongzhuang again, it would cause Di Baichen's dissatisfaction. If this caused a misunderstanding between Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen, it wouldn't be good. However, for him to calm down and no longer pay attention to Bailey Hongzhuang, he couldn't do it. After such a long time, he finally faced his own heart. He liked Bailey Hongzhuang. He didn't know when he started to like her, but when he found out, he had already fallen deeply in love with her. Even when he was with Bailey Hongshuang every day, he did not realize it. It was not until Bewitching appeared that he realized it. However, no matter when he realized it, it was already too late. All this time, he had been living an unrestrained life. He had never thought that one day, a woman would occupy his heart. And now, he had only interacted with Bailey Hongshuang for a short period of time, but her figure had already been deeply imprinted in his mind and heart. Perhaps, he had already fallen for Bailey Hongshuang the first time he saw her. Bailey Hongshuang, dressed in white, galloped over on her horse. She was not worried at all when faced with so many bandits. She even easily used the bandits to resolve the problem. From that moment on, he was attracted by Bailey Hongshuang's courage and wisdom. Perhaps, from the time he didn't hold Bailey Hongshuang's hand in the Luoyun mountain range and put her in danger, he had already fallen in love with her. If Bailey Hongshuang wasn't married, he could still boldly pursue her. But now, what could he do? Perhaps everything was destined. Just like how he didn't hold Bailey Hongshuang's hand in the falling Cloud Mountain range, he had no hope of holding her hand in the future. Only an indescribable pain and loneliness spread in his heart. Who could easily forget such a peerless beauty? Gong Xiaoqing's deep gaze fell on Dong Fengyu. During this period of time, Dong Fengyu had changed a lot compared to the past. The polite smile that always hung on Dong Fengyu's face had gradually disappeared. He, who always said that he wanted to enjoy life, was no longer interested in these things. He didn't know when it started, but Dong Fengyu had also become like him, cultivating in seclusion all day long. Many women wished to be liked by Dong Fengyu, but Dong Fengyu had fallen in love with Bailey Hongshuang. She had also been trying her best to make Big Brother Gong fall in love with her, but it was easier said than done. In comparison, Bailey Hongshuang was not only liked by Dong Fengyu, but she also had an outstanding husband like Bewitching. Just this point alone was enough to make many women envious of her. Whether it was strength, medical skills, or alchemy, Bailey Hongshuang was proficient in them all. Even though she had been a proud woman for so many years, after interacting with Bailey Hongshuang, she still felt an indescribable sense of loss. Looking at Bailey Hongshuang's brilliant smile under the sun, an indescribable sense of envy spread throughout her heart. Perhaps some people were destined to be envied since they were born. After Bailey Hongshuang returned to the house, she immediately began to prepare the things she needed for the trip to the Luoyun mountain range. Ever since the accident last time, it had been proven that anything could happen in the Luoyun mountain range. If they didn't make full preparations and really encountered an emergency, they wouldn't be able to get help even if they cried out to the heavens or the earth. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongshuang could not help but lift Baishar up and place him on her lap. She smiled as she stroked Baishar's head. Ever since she found out about this little fellow's identity, she was no longer so worried about the Luoyun mountain range. After all, even the Beast King was in her hands. What other demonic beasts would she have to worry about? Master, what are you doing? Baishar felt a little scared from Bailey Hongshuang's blatant stare and could not help but ask. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. Nothing, I just wanted to tell you that if there's nothing going on in the Luoyun mountain range, don't roar as you please. She had already experienced the power of Baishar's roar. This time, she planned to carry Baishar with her. If Baishar suddenly roared like that, then she could roughly imagine everyone's expression. Baishar nodded, although he did not understand at all. Last time, he did not roar and was beaten up by his master. This time, she told him not to roar again. Alas, it only wanted to quietly be a beautiful demon pet. After instructing Baishar, Bailey Hongshuang walked out of the academy. She needed to buy some medicinal herbs. Since the Mercenary Association issued this mission, the miasma in the miasma forest must not be simple. Otherwise, the reward would not be so generous. She had a few ways to deal with the miasma. 1,000 years ago, the miasma in the mountain range was common. In addition, she often went out to explore, so she was very familiar with the miasma. Xianxia was very envious that Bailey Hongshuang could go to the Luoyun mountain range to gain experience. However, the students of the ordinary class could not go out to gain experience at will. Sigh, when can I become a specially recruited student? I'm so envious of your life. Xianxia accompanied Bailey Hongshuang to finish buying the herbs. Her mouth kept sighing. They were all students of the Kanglan College, but the gap between the special enrollment students and the non-special enrollment students was not so big. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth was filled with a faint smile. I heard that your results are very outstanding among the students. As long as you pass the assessment, you can become a specially recruited student. Bailey Hongzhuang also heard a little about Xiajiqing's results. In order to be able to cultivate with you in the special enrollment class, I've been working very hard on my daily cultivation. This is also thanks to the channel opening pill. Since my meridians have been widened, my cultivation speed has also increased. Xiajiqing's eyes were shining, her youthful and beautiful face was filled with excitement. However, the assessment hasn't started yet. I'm very interested in this blue mission. Do you already have the confidence to pass the special enrollment exam? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a serious light. If Xiajiqing had already passed the exam, then it wouldn't be bad for her to mention this matter to the two teachers. Although when Lu Huayan and Fu Hongba were recruiting students, there were some conflicts between her and the two teachers. However, after getting along with them, she understood that the two teachers were broad-minded people and had always cherished talents. She believed that there wouldn't be any problems with recruiting another special enrollment student. Xiajiqing thought for a moment, her face once again brimming with confidence. I believe that I can pass the exam. Then I'll go back and talk to the two teachers. If they can start the exam in advance, that would be the best. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiajiqing's eyes widened, her face unable to hide her excitement. Hongzhuang, is what you said true? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, of course, but I can only help to mention it. I'm not sure if the teachers will agree. Xiajiqing happily pulled Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. I understand. No matter what the result is, I'm very grateful to you, haha. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth overflowed with a shallow smile. Xiajiqing was indeed a girl who was easily satisfied. With Xiajiqing accompanying her, Bailey Hongzhuang bought all the things she needed for the trip before returning to the school. Just as she returned to the special enrollment dormitory, she saw Bai Junyu walking towards her. Bailey Hongzhuang, were you with Miss Xia just now? Bai Junyu asked brightly. Looking at Bai Junyu's appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang's clear eyes revealed a clear smile. She had noticed that Bai Junyu was extraordinarily concerned about Jiqing. Moreover, when Jiqing was present, Bai Junyu was exceptionally excited. Yes, she just returned to the dormitory. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Oh, so it's like that. Bai Junyu couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. Bai Junyu, Jiqing said that she wants to go to the Luoyun Mountains with us this time. I plan to ask the tutor to take the class promotion test first. What do you think? Bailey Hongzhuang pretended to be deep in thought as her phoenix eyes flashed with a sly and interesting light. Hearing this, Bai Junyu's eyes lit up. That's great. It's just that I don't know if the two mentors will agree. I'm afraid it's a little too late to bring it up now. It's not too late. I happen to have something to discuss with the two mentors. Why don't you leave this matter to me? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. Can you persuade the two mentors? Don't worry, there will be no problem. Bai Junyu patted his chest, as if he wouldn't give up until this matter was settled. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a smile. Okay, then I'll leave this matter to you. Okay, I'll go over now. If it's too late, I'm afraid it's not convenient to take the test. Looking at Bai Junyu's back as he left, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile gradually widened. If Jiqing and Bai Junyu were together, it seemed not bad. Master, you're naughty. Xiao He smiled and squinted his eyes. I'm just giving Bai Junyu a chance to perform. If he succeeds, Jiqing should be very grateful to him. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged innocently. How could she think of such a complicated thing when she was so simple? The next day, the sky was clear and the sun was just right. Bailey Hongzhuang and her group gathered at the gate of the college. The students of the ordinary class had already begun to practice martial arts in the square. At this moment, looking at the students of the special enrollment class who had already packed their bags and were ready to set off for the Luoyun mountain range, everyone could not help but have a touch of envy in their eyes. The students of the special enrollment class are different. Compared to us who practice here every day, they don't know how much better they are. I don't know when we will be able to become a member of the special enrollment class. Let's practice well. Didn't Xia Jiqing pass the assessment and become a special enrollment student? What's the use of just being envious? Everyone sighed. The news of Xia Jiqing becoming a special enrollment student had been announced to all the students early in the morning. This news aroused the envy of many students and aroused their determination to fight. Since Xia Jiqing could do it, they could do it too. When they thought of the various privileges that special enrollment students possessed, everyone felt as if they had been injected with chicken blood and were filled with boundless motivation. Just as everyone was talking, Xia Jiqing also walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side, her pretty face showing unconcealable excitement. "Hongzhuang, thank you so much," Xia Jiqing said excitedly. "I can really go to the Luoyun mountain range with you, it's really great. Being able to pass the assessment is entirely your own ability. What's more, it was Bai Junyu who went to find the mentor yesterday, not me. You should thank Bai Junyu." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and couldn't help but look at Bai Junyu. Xia Jiqing was slightly stunned, her pretty face showing some doubts. How did this matter relate to Bai Junyu? Bai Junyu on the side had been listening to the conversation between Xia Jiqing and Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, he felt Xia Jiqing's gaze and scratched his head embarrassedly. "Yesterday, I just happened to have something to do with the mentor and I met Hongzhuang, so I mentioned it to the mentor." Hearing this, Xia Jiqing understood and immediately smiled. "It turned out to be like this, Bai Junyu, thank you." Bai Junyu looked at Xia Jiqing's smile and couldn't help but be stunned. He stood in the same place and smiled foolishly. "You're welcome, it's just a small matter." God knows how he was able to persuade the two mentors yesterday, he was able. After Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongba saw Bai Junyu, they were also deeply moved. Yesterday, they had thoroughly witnessed Bai Junyu's eloquence. This was simply a death sentence. How could they agree so easily? Now was not the time for the assessment, but Bai Junyu had been nagging them. The two of them were annoyed and reluctantly agreed. After Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongbo saw that the students of the special enrollment class had arrived, they said, "Since everyone is here, let's get ready to go to the Luoyun mountain range." Yes. Everyone nodded, they were already prepared. Gong Xiaoqing and Chui Haoyan led everyone to the Luoyun mountain range. The two of them had always been the captains of the two teams, so the others did not have any objections to their leadership. In the past, in order to create a healthy competition between the special enrollment students, they had always been divided into two teams. But this time the situation was slightly special, so there was no team allocation. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others set off to the Luoyun mountain range, Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongbo did not go with them, but they disappeared from everyone's sight. For this situation, everyone was not surprised. After all, the two teachers had already said that they would not appear until the last moment. Therefore, everything in the Luoyun mountain range depended on them. Bailey Hongzhuang had already been to the Luoyun mountain range once, so this time it was easy for her to go again. Compared to the last mercenary mission to the Luoyun mountain range, this time the team was undoubtedly much larger. With the presence of Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu, it was very lively along the way. Even if the number of people in the team was not small, everyone was extremely tacit and their speed was not slow. They showed the quality of the special enrollment students of the Tsunglan College incisively and vividly. Finally, under the rush of everyone, they arrived at the small town at the entrance of the Luoyun mountain range. Everyone rested for a moment in the small town, and after some discussion, everyone immediately decided to go directly into the mountain range. The Blue Mission had been released for some time, and during this time there were many mercenaries going to the miasma forest. If they delayed too much on the road, it was very likely that the exploration mission would have been completed by other mercenaries before they arrived at the miasma forest. Everyone changed into their clothes without any objection. The clothes were more convenient than the clothes they usually wore, and could reduce a lot of trouble in the Luoyun mountain range. Bailey Hongzhuang was still wearing a bright red outfit, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Bewitching's eyes, which were as deep as the sea, were filled with a strong sense of amazement. Usually, Bailey Hongzhuang would always wear a white robe, which made her look ethereal and otherworldly, revealing an ethereal aura. However, Bailey Hongzhuang, who was dressed in red, gave off a completely different feeling. She was like a burning flame, dazzling and eye-catching. She was also like a blooming devil's snare flower, exuding a heart-palpitating beauty. While Di Baichen was amazed by Bailey Hongzhuang was also amazed by Di Baichen's excellence. Di Baichen looked handsome and outstanding in his white, gold-rimmed outfit. Compared to his usual demonic and lazy appearance, he looked more muscular and powerful. His handsome and perfect face, set off by the outfit, was even more outstanding, attracting everyone's attention like the sun. "Wifey, you are so beautiful." Di Baichen's long eyebrows slanted, and his red lips outlined an evil and perfect arc. His wifey, no matter when, would always bring him a sense of amazement. Everyone looked at the two people standing together as if they were a match made in heaven, and their hearts had an indescribable sigh. In this world, they were afraid that they couldn't find a more compatible couple than these two, right? Lu Qinyue's appearance had always been praised. Even if she stood next to Di Baichen, it still didn't make people feel that they were a match made in heaven. Everyone suddenly realized that at this moment, in comparison, they couldn't help but find that Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance seemed to be more outstanding. In particular, the clothes set off Bailey Hongzhuang's heroic spirit and tenacity. At this moment, seeing Di Baichen and Bailey Hongzhuang praising each other, everyone was speechless. "Is it really good for you to show off your love like this?" Xia Jiqing's face was filled with a deep smile. At first, she felt that Hongzhuang and Dongfang Yu were very compatible. Now it seemed that Di Baichen and Hongzhuang were a real match made in heaven. "Hongzhuang, you look really good in this dress." Bailey Hongzhuang saw Xia Jiqing. Xia Jiqing, who was wearing a purple dress, was like a fairy. She was witty and had a trace of eccentricity. She was very cute. However, that mature figure was also revealed under this dress. Many men nearby looked at Xia Jiqing's proud figure and secretly drooled. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled and winked teasingly. "I can't compare to you." Xia Jiqing was slightly surprised, but she quickly understood the meaning of Bailey Hongzhuang's words. She couldn't help but stare at Bailey Hongzhuang. "Hongzhuang." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and shrugged, indicating that she wouldn't say anything more. Gong Xiaoqing saw that everyone was ready and said, "We are ready to enter the mountain range. We may encounter monster beasts at any time. Everyone should be more careful." As he spoke, Gong Xiaoqing turned to look at Cui Haoyan. "You and Zhang Yinfeng walk in front. The new students walk in the middle. Dongfang Yu and I will walk in the back." Cui Haoyan nodded slightly. What Gong Xiaoqing said was undoubtedly the best way. Only this way could the risk be minimized. No one had any objections, but Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at Di Baichen beside her. In this team, Di Baichen was the strongest, but looking at this guy's leisurely stroll, it was as if he was strolling in his own backyard. Feeling Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze, Di Baichen bent down and moved closer to her. "Wife, are you peeping at your husband? You're thinking too much." Bailey Hongzhuang unnaturally retracted her gaze. "This guy's perception is really sharp." Di Baichen's smile gradually widened, and he chuckled. "Wife, continue to look. Your husband will pretend that he doesn't know." After Gong Xiaoqing and Cui Haoyan's arrangement, the team became two people in a row. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen naturally walked together, while Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu walked behind them. Everyone walked into the Luoyun mountain range together. Cui Haoyan, who was walking in front, looked at the map and led everyone in the direction of the miasma forest. Since the monster tide, the Luoyun mountain range had changed a lot. Many plants had been destroyed, and towering trees had fallen to the ground, making the originally dense mountain range a lot more spacious. A monster tide, the changes are really big. Bailey Hongzhuang secretly sighed. The destructive power of this once-in-a-century monster tide was really terrifying. Feeling the sudden change in Di Baichen's aura, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. She turned her eyes and found that Di Baichen's smile was a bit cold, and his eyes were deep and depressed. After surviving a great disaster, one is bound to have good fortune. Am I not like this? Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was gentle. She had vaguely understood that the matter of the monster tide was a knot in Di Baichen's heart. Every time she mentioned the monster tide, Di Baichen's mood seemed to change, and this change was because of her. Di Baichen looked deeply at Bailey Hongzhuang, as if he wanted to imprint Bailey Hongzhuang in his heart. He nodded slightly, and the oppressive atmosphere eased up. His handsome face once again displayed his signature devilish smile. Bailey Hongzhuang breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had never seen Bewitching lose his temper, she believed that when Bewitching was angry, it must be very terrifying. As the group gradually went deeper into the Luoyun Mountains, there were fewer and fewer people around. In addition to occasionally seeing a few mercenaries who were also going to the miasma forest, there was no other movement at all. On the way, it was inevitable to encounter monster beast attacks. However, with everyone's sensitivity, they often found the existence of monster beasts in the first place. Especially Cui Haoyan and Gong Xiaoqing, at this moment, their experience of going in and out of the Luoyun Mountains was also reflected. Therefore, the whole team did not have the slightest damage. On the contrary, they had a lot of gains. Xia Jiqing's eyes were always flashing with excitement. Even if monster beasts appeared, she was more excited than nervous. Bailey Hongzhuang also looked as usual. As an alchemist, her mental strength was very strong. Coupled with the experience of transmigration, her mental strength was undoubtedly the strongest among the people present. Coupled with the existence of Xiao He, Xiao Bai and Baisher, she was definitely the first person to find the traces of monster beasts. However, under such circumstances, she did not make a move. She had no intention of stealing the limelight. Bewitching was even more so. Even when the demonic beasts appeared, his handsome face did not change in the slightest. Overall, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not look like they were on an adventure, but more like they were on an excursion. This was also because most of the demonic beasts in the periphery of the Falling Cloud Mountain range were not very powerful. Everyone's strength was more than enough to deal with them. After the strength of the surrounding demonic beasts increased, they had no choice but to be careful. As night fell, the entire Falling Cloud Mountain range was shrouded in darkness. The roars of demonic beasts rose and fell in succession, revealing a ghastly and terrifying aura. It's already dark. Let's find a place to rest. Cui Haoyan said, demonic beasts run amok at night. If we continue on our way and encounter a demonic beast, it will be troublesome. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Their strength at night could not be compared to the demonic beasts. One must know that in the Demon Beast Mountain range, there were countless mercenaries who died tragically because of the demon beast's sneak attacks at night. I've been here before. I know a place suitable for camping at night. Dong Fangyu raised his voice. That's the best. Cui Haoyan laughed. Dong Fangyu, come to the front and lead the way. Okay. Dong Fangyu immediately walked to the front of the team and led everyone to the place where they would camp. After walking for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, everyone finally arrived at the place Dong Fangyu had mentioned. This is really a good place. Cui Haoyan laughed heartily and sat down on the ground, leaning against the big tree behind him. Everyone sat down. After a day of rushing, everyone was a little tired. After sitting down, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. I already knew that monster beasts were rampant in the Luoyun mountain range and that we need to be careful everywhere. Today, it is true. My spirit has been tense. Xia Jiqing took out food from her Qiankuan bag and said while eating. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, I see that you have been very excited today. Hey, this is my first time in the Luoyun mountain range. I'm just curious. Saying this, Xia Jiqing went directly to Bailey Hongzhuang and said, Hongzhuang, you don't know everyone's expression when they found out that I passed the assessment and became a special enrollment student. Haha. The few girls who are sleeping with me are envious of me. This adventure is of great significance to me. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her head. Just by imagining it, she could imagine the expressions of the ordinary class students. After all, Xia Jiqing was the first student to pass the assessment and become a special enrollment student. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we will go deep into the Luoyun mountain range. The danger is not comparable to today. Xia Jiqing nodded slightly, I understand. At night, monster beasts appear frequently. Although this place is very good, we still need to be careful. I intend to arrange for everyone to take turns keeping watch. 2 people at a time. How about it? Gong Xiaoqing suggested. No problem. Everyone nodded. Since everyone was a group, the safety of the group naturally needed to be protected by them. The first group will be guarded by me and Dong Fangyu. Everyone rest first. Under the arrangement of Gong Xiaoqing and Cui Haoyan, the order of everyone's vigil was quickly arranged. Bailey Hongzhuang leaned against the big tree and slowly closed her eyes. The demonic calling scripture's Heart Sutra began to revolve. The Luoyun mountain range's Yuanli was also very rich. This was also the reason why many experts liked to cultivate in the desolate mountains. The night would pass quickly, so she did not intend to rest. It was better to cultivate directly so that she would feel more refreshed the next day. Baisher lay quietly in Bailey Hongzhuang's arms. It closed its eyes as if it had been resting, but it had also been cultivating. As a beast king, it consumed demon crystals every day and had accumulated a lot of energy in its body. It needed to cultivate and absorb the energy one by one. Xiao He and Xiao Bai didn't neglect their cultivation either. They had stayed in the chaos ring for so many years that cultivating had long become a habit for them. Bewitching sat next to Bailey Hongzhuang. Looking at her gentle and beautiful face, a doting look appeared in his eyes. He then smiled and closed his eyes as well. Only Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fengyu were paying attention to their surroundings, not letting go of even the slightest movement. As the night watch changed shifts, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching also paid attention to their surroundings. The moonlight shone on the two of them, casting long shadows as if they were sitting next to each other. "Wife, if you are tired, you can rest first. Leave the vigil to me." Bewitching's eyes flashed with concern. His voice was warm and refreshing. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Bewitching with a smile. "It's okay, I'm not tired. I knew you wouldn't want me to stand guard alone." Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Bewitching. This guy was really narcissistic. "I'm afraid that you will sleep during the night. If your teammates are in danger, it will not be good." Hearing this, Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with an evil smile. There was a bit of intimacy and teasing in his eyes. "Wifey, I know you just don't admit it." Bailey Hongzhuang was helpless. Sure enough, the guy in front of her couldn't be judged by common sense. Suddenly, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed. The intuition she had developed over the years made her feel that the situation was not right. Intuition was a very magical ability. It couldn't be seen or touched. It couldn't be explained by common sense, but it really existed. Keen intuition often appeared in people who were walking on the edge of danger. This kind of intuition was often more accurate than what the naked eye could see. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes looked at the dark woods in front of her. At this moment, the sky was particularly dark. The darkness before dawn was the darkest. Shortly after Bailey Hongzhuang noticed, Bewitching's handsome eyes were also filled with a touch of dignity. "Wifey, you go and inform everyone," Bewitching whispered. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and turned to wake up Xia Jiqing and the others who were sleeping. After Xia Jiqing and the others heard Bailey Hongzhuang's reminder, their hearts were also surprised. They still closed their eyes and pretended to rest, but the power in their bodies was already surging, ready to go. Bailey Hongzhuang returned to Bewitching's side. Bewitching's eyes flashed with a bright light of wisdom. "How can you be sure that it is a person and not a monster?" He didn't miss his wifey's performance when she discovered the danger. It seemed that his wifey had a lot of secrets. For a long time, he felt that his perception of danger was extremely keen. He didn't expect that his wifey's reaction speed was faster than his. Any kind of intuition was tempered over and over again. Just this point alone was enough to determine that his wife was not simple. Bailey Hongzhuang's red lips curved slightly. At this time, many demonic beasts have already started to rest. Even if they wanted to attack, they wouldn't choose this time to attack. Now is the time when humans are most tired and relaxed. Similarly, this is also the best time for humans to launch a sneak attack. Don't you think so too? The fact that Bewitching didn't wake everyone up and asked her to remind them proved that Bewitching had already deduced everything. "My wife is wise and farsighted." Bewitching's eyes were filled with admiration. "Same here." In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's brow slightly furrowed. If it was a demonic beast, it would be fine. However, it was a human. This situation caused her to ponder deeply. It was common for cultivators to be robbed in Cloudfall Mountain range. However, even if the other party wanted to rob them, they wouldn't choose a group that was so numerous as the slightest carelessness might cause them to lose their lives. As a result, there was only one possibility left: the other party had a grudge against them. As soon as this idea appeared, Bailey Hongzhuang thought of a person in her mind, Yi Huqing. The last time they were in Cloudfall Mountain Range, they had a conflict with Yi Huqing. From Yi Huqing's attitude when he left, it could be seen that he would not give up easily. This time, the blue mission was so popular. Yi Huqing and the others were most likely here. Last time, Gong Xiaoqing and the others escaped. This time, we can't let them escape. Yi Huqing's face was gloomy. The hatred between him and Gong Xiaoqing could be said to be endless. This time, he must see Gong Xiaoqing's painful appearance. If not for Gong Xiaoqing, he would not have fallen to this point. Chu Haicheng's eyes were full of malice, and his gaze was fixed on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang, how could he have lost an arm? Fortunately, they had left early that day and managed to save their lives. However, as a cultivator, with a broken arm, his strength had been greatly reduced. Many skilled martial skills could not be used again. In other words, his cultivation path in this life was almost at the end. When he thought of this, he hated that he could not cut Bailey Hongzhuang into pieces. Originally, Yi Huqing intended to let him go back to rest, but he understood that if he did not kill Bailey Hongzhuang with his own hands, he would not be satisfied in this life, so he still appeared here. This time, we will join forces with the Vicious Flames mercenary group. Even if Gao Rang and the others are not weak, they will definitely not be able to escape. Chu Haicheng's face was ferocious. His eyes were full of cold light. He wanted to let Bailey Hongzhuang taste the pain of despair. Brother Yi, as long as I help you kill these guys, you will join our Vicious Flames mercenary group, right? A strong and capable man asked. This person was the second leader of the Vicious Flames mercenary group, Zhao Yihan. The Vicious Flames mercenary group was one of the three major mercenary groups in the area. They had a large number of members and strong strength. Usually, few people dared to provoke them. The Vicious Flames mercenary group had two leaders, Zhao Yibing and Zhao Yihan. The two were brothers. These two people not only had inferior cultivation talent, but also acted ruthlessly and decisively, so they could lead the Vicious Flames mercenary group to such a reputation in a short time. Yi Huqing nodded seriously. Yes, I, Yi Huqing, will not do anything if I don't take revenge. As long as you help me kill them, I will be loyal to the Vicious Flames mercenary group in the future. Hearing this, Zhao Yihan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. He had only met Yi Huqing a few days ago. With Yi Huqing's age, his future achievements would be limitless. Therefore, he wanted to recruit him. Later, he learned that Yi Huqing had another request, and he was no exception. Although the Kanglin College was indeed a behemoth, but in the Luoyun mountain range, as long as the matter was settled neatly, the Kanglin College would not know. What's more, even if Kanglin College knew, as long as there was no evidence left, they would not admit it. What could they do? As long as he could kill this group of students, he would be able to find a great help for the Raging Inferno mercenary group. He did not think that this would be a bad deal. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Zhao Yihan's mouth curled into a cold arc, and with a wave of his hand, the members of the Raging Flames mercenary group behind him leapt out in an instant. Rustle. Rustle, the faint sound of footsteps on the leaves spread out. Bailey Hongzhuang's ears twitched. The other side had already made a move. In the next moment, numerous black figures rushed over like lightning. In the dark night, this black figure was very good at hiding. Obviously, the other party had come prepared. Do it. Under the moonlight, the cold blade reflected a cold light, causing people to unconsciously feel a chill in their hearts. Zhao Yihan and the others had intended to take advantage of the fact that everyone was still resting to attack a few people. As a result, it would undoubtedly save them some trouble. However, when they rushed to the side of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, they found that the other party had already discovered their ambush. With their appearance, Gong Xiaoqing and the others took out their weapons and waited. Sure enough, they are worthy of being students of Songlan College. Their senses are really sharp. Although Zhao Yihan was a little surprised by the reaction of Gong Xiaoqing and the others, after thinking about it, he was not surprised. After all, the special enrollment students of Songlan College should have some special abilities. Otherwise, the reputation of Songlan College would be false. Bailey Hongzhuang looked coldly at the strange guy in front of her. Was her assumption wrong? She had never seen this guy before. Not only Bailey Hongzhuang, but Gong Xiaoqing and the others also had a trace of doubt on their faces. In their impression, they had never had any conflict with this group of people in front of them. Could it be that the other party was just temporarily thinking of them as a big fat sheep? Who are you people? Gong Xiaoqing's face was covered with a layer of ice. There is no hatred between us. Why are you attacking us in the middle of the night? Zhao Yihan's eyes fell on Gong Xiaoqing. I really have no grievances with you. However, since you have grievances with my brother, it is equivalent to having grievances with me. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed slightly. So, the other party was seeking revenge. The next moment, under everyone's puzzled eyes, Yi Huqing and Chu Haiqing slowly appeared in front of everyone. Who? Qing. Gong Xiaoqing's voice was cold and his cold eyes were fixed on Yi Huqing, full of disgust and contempt. Lu Qingyu's face also became pale for the first time. She only felt that Yi Huqing was a nightmare that could not be dispersed. Originally, she thought that after Yi Huqing left Songlan College, there would be no intersection between them. She did not think that Yi Huqing would often appear in front of him. Obviously, as long as the grievances between them were not settled, Yi Huqing would always follow them. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyue couldn't help but feel a trace of panic in her heart, and her expression became even more unsightly. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at Lu Qingyue behind her. Sure enough, she saw that Lu Qingyue was at a loss. Even though they were all cultivators, they still valued their reputation very much. The more Lu Qingyue retreated, the more Yi Huqing would not let her go. Gong Xiaoqing, we meet again. Yi Huqing sneered. The moment he saw Gong Xiaoqing, the hatred in his eyes was undisguised. Seeing the appearance of Yi Huqing, Cui Haoyan and Zhang Yanfeng's complexion changed a bit. They also knew about Yi Huqing's past. They didn't know what to say about Yi Huqing's experience. In fact, the reason why Yi Huqing came to this point was completely because of love. Although he had done something wrong, it was undeniable that Lu Qingyue was part of the reason. Yi Huqing, you're really haunting me. Dong Fengyu's usual gentleness had already disappeared. Wasn't the lesson you received last time not enough? As Yi Huqing's voice fell, everyone's eyes could not help but fall on Bailey Hongzhuang. Cui Haoyan and Zhang Yanfeng's eyes were full of surprise. The last time Yi Huqing appeared, he actually relied on Bailey Hongzhuang's power to change the situation. For a long time, they only knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were superb, but they did not know how strong Bailey Hongzhuang was. Bewitching's deep eyes were full of admiration. His wife's strength had always been strong, otherwise she would not have become a special enrollment student of Songlan College. What's more, from the time he saw Bailey Hongzhuang practicing so hard at the waterfall, he knew that his wife's strength was not weak. A talented cultivator was not necessarily strong, but a diligent cultivator was certainly not weak. Chu Haicheng's resentful eyes stared directly at Bailey Hongzhuang. If the hatred in his eyes could condense into a substance, he was afraid that Bailey Hongzhuang would have already been cut into 1,000 pieces. Yi Huqing, if you leave now, this matter will not happen. Cui Haoyan slowly said, once you start, it will not be good for you and me. Hearing this, Yi Huqing sneered, open your eyes and take a good look. Now we have more people than you. You will lose. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the situation in front of her. The Vicious Flames mercenary group had 15 people, plus Yi Huqing and Chu Haiqing. The other side had a total of 17 people. On the other hand, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had a total of 9 people. In terms of numbers, the other side had an absolute advantage. Cui Haoyan frowned slightly. Even if you have the advantage in numbers, the number does not represent strength. You are from Songlan College, you should know the strength of our special enrollment students. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Yihan's face showed a touch of displeasure. Cui Haoyan's words clearly meant that their Vicious Flames mercenary group was weak. Songlan College is just a group of young masters. The members of our Vicious Flames mercenary group are all real swords and spears. You dare say that we are weak? Zhao Yihan's eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes filled with a cold chill. In his opinion, this group of powerful mercenaries who fought on the edge of life and death were much better than those young master soldiers who couldn't bear hardships and only knew how to enjoy a comfortable life. Hearing the name of the Raging Flames mercenary group, the faces of Gong Xiaoqing and the others changed a bit. They also had a certain understanding of the Raging Inferno mercenary group. Being able to emerge as a new force among countless mercenary groups was enough to prove the strength of the Raging Inferno mercenary group. I didn't expect Yi Huqing to have a relationship with the Raging Flames mercenary group. Dong Fangyu frowned. The base of the Raging Flames mercenary group was not far from the entrance of the Luoyun mountain range. Once the two sides clashed, they would inadvertently get into trouble. Since you know about the Raging Inferno mercenary group, you should be clear about your current situation. Looking at the embarrassed expressions on Gong Xiaoqing and the others' faces, Yi Huqing couldn't help but feel proud. Normally, Gong Xiaoqing always acted like he didn't care about anything, but now, that cold mask should be completely torn off. Gong Xiaoqing, I will give you two choices. Yi Huqing slowly raised a finger. First, as long as you kneel down and apologize to me, then hand over Lu Qingyu to me, we will write off everything between us. Lu Qingyu's face was pale. Her delicate and beautiful face at the moment looked even more pitiful. She understood that Yi Huqing already hated her to the bone. Once she fell into Yi Huqing's hands, she would definitely suffer inhuman torture. Yi Huqing's cold eyes fell on Lu Qingyu's body. Looking at Lu Qingyu's weeping appearance, he felt very satisfied. Once, he was deceived by Lu Qingyu's weak appearance. Now, he just wanted to destroy all of this with his own hands. Second, that is, all of you will fall, and Lu Qingyu will still fall into my hands. Yi Huqing's mouth evoked a sinister smile. His life was over. Even so, he would take Lu Qingyu and the others to die together. You are dreaming. Gong Xiaoqing's eyebrows showed disgust and anger. Yi Huqing's appearance was really disgusting. Chu Haicheng's eyes fell on Bailey Hongshuang's body. Bailey Hongshuang, I will not let you go for my broken arm. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang's lips slightly raised, revealing a trace of evil and arrogance. If you have the ability, then make a move. Don't be so noisy. Last time I was too gentle, so I only broke your arm. This time I will not let you off so easily. Bailey Hongshuang was too lazy to waste time with the other party. Although the other party had more people than them, no one would know the result until the end. What's more, there were two mentors watching behind them. What was there to be afraid of? If you want to fight, then go ahead. Xia Zhiqing's mouth was wide open. Hong Zhuang was really not an ordinary person. She was simply rolling up her sleeves and going straight ahead. Cui Haoyan and the others, who were originally quite depressed, heard Bailey Hongshuang's words, and the original heaviness dissipated in an instant. Bailey Hongshuang was right. Since the contradiction between the two sides was irreconcilable, then they should directly make a move. Chu Haicheng's face was a bit ugly. He intended to take this opportunity to attack Bailey Hongshuang. He did not expect that Bailey Hongshuang was even more arrogant than him. Does Bailey Hongshuang know what kind of situation she's in? Yi Huqing looked at Bailey Hongshuang. Last time, Bailey Hongshuang was a variable. This time, Bailey Hongshuang's performance was completely different from others. This woman was indeed not simple. In fact, Yi Huqing and the others ignored one person. That person was Bewitching, who was standing next to Bailey Hongshuang. Bewitching didn't say a word from beginning to end, not because he was afraid, but because he was too lazy to speak. These clowns actually dared to spout nonsense here. They were really making a fool of themselves. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll let you know what regret is. Yi Huqing's face was stained with anger. He looked at Zhao Yihan. Zhao Yihan nodded slightly and waved his hand. His voice was firm and cold. Do it. As Zhao Yihan's voice fell, the mercenaries behind him clenched their weapons and did not hesitate to rush toward Bailey Hongshuang and the others. The atmosphere became tense in an instant, and a hostile atmosphere spread out in an instant. Not far away, Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongbo looked at this scene, and their eyes changed a bit. It seems that this is not the first time that Yi Huqing has had a conflict with Gong Xiaoqing. Fu Hongbo slowly said. If it's not a critical moment, we don't need to make a move. Although the situation is a bit tricky, I believe that these little guys can at least hold on for a while. Lu Huaiyan nodded slightly. This was their original intention. Zhao Yihan's words were not wrong. Compared with the mercenaries who walked on the edge of danger, the students of Lan College were indeed less courageous. This was the reason why they let the students go out to do mercenary missions. In a life-and-death battle, courage were the most important. In the Xianxia continent, it was not uncommon for young master soldiers with high cultivations to die at the hands of mercenaries who were weak but strong. If the students were in danger, they would not be able to train. Sometimes, wandering on the edge of life and death was of great benefit to the improvement of their strength. This Bailey Hongzhuang is really different. Lu Huayan's mouth was filled with an appreciative smile. It was not in vain for the two of us to summon her back to the college. Fu Hongbo nodded in agreement. From Bailey Hongzhuang's refusal, we can see her courage. The average person is in a state of being ridiculed all year round. Their character will become weak. This Bailey Hongzhuang is a relatively rare type. In such an environment, not only did she not lose her fighting spirit, she became more courageous. I have always been optimistic about such students. Lu Huayan's smile widened a bit. He thought that there would be no harvest in the imperial city. He did not expect that their harvest this time was not small. Fu Hongbo looked thoughtfully at Bewitching and slowly said, "This Bewitching is not simple." From the moment Bewitching and the others appeared, his demeanor did not change at all. This feeling is like, he doesn't care at all. Lu Huayan's words broke Fu Hongbo's thoughts. Yes. Fu Hongbo nodded. Generally, in such a situation, anyone would be worried or nervous at the first moment, but Bewitching was different. This Bewitching's background is not simple. Even the principal was surprised. Naturally, he has some means. Lu Huayan smiled faintly. There were always some geniuses in the world that could not be measured by common sense. Bewitching directly faced Gong Xiaoqing. He had always wanted to compete with Gong Xiaoqing. This time, he wanted to settle it with Gong Xiaoqing. In just a few breaths, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others already had their respective opponents in front of them. Chu Haiqing stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. His not-so-handsome face was filled with malevolence and resentment. "Bailey Hongzhuang, we meet again." Chu Haiqing sneered. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged indifferently. "I don't want to see you." Chu Haiqing's face stiffened. Every time Bailey Hongzhuang spoke, it was simply infuriating, making him unable to reply. "Master, should we help too?" Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with excitement. It could kill this guy in front of it with a single slap. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. "Don't act rashly. It won't be good if others notice you." Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai were her trump cards. She would not use them unless it was a life-and-death situation. Although the situation in front of them was a bit tricky, it had not reached a dangerous situation. What's more, it was not a problem for her to deal with a guy like Chu Haiqing. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai were a little helpless. It seemed that this time they couldn't show off their skills. Baisher was lying on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder at the moment, his intelligent eyes rolling around. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai couldn't fight because their appearances were too strange. As the master's contract beast, there was no problem for him to fight. "Whether you want to see me or not, you must die today." Chu Haiqing's face was gloomy. Now, he didn't admire Bailey Hongzhuang's beauty like the first time he saw Bailey Hongzhuang. The facts told him that he absolutely couldn't be deceived by Bailey Hongzhuang's beauty. Bailey Hongzhuang was not an easy woman to deal with. Bailey Hongzhuang put her hands on her hips and looked at Gong Xiaoqing and the others who were already fighting on the other side. There was some contempt and impatience between her eyebrows. "I say, Chu Haiqing, if you are disabled and can't fight, then wait obediently on the side. You talk in front of me and don't fight. I don't have time to chat with you." She just couldn't understand where Bewitching found Chu Haiqing, this weirdo. Once again being slapped in the face by Bailey Hongzhuang, Chu Haiqing couldn't help but look at the people around him awkwardly. In fact, with a broken arm, he wasn't Bailey Hongzhuang's opponent at all. "I just want you to say a few more words before you die." Chu Haiqing forced himself to be confident and then waved his hand, "Kill her." As his voice fell, the two mercenaries behind Chu Haiqing stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed. Based on the aura of the two mercenaries in front of her, she could judge their strength. One was at the middle stage of Mysterious Ian and the other was at the late stage of Mysterious Ian. It seemed that the strength of the Raging Flames mercenary group was not simple. Bailey Hongzhuang, this day next year will be the day you die. Chu Haiqing's lips curled into a sinister smile as he quietly watched Bailey Hongzhuang die in the hands of the mercenaries. Before Bailey Hongzhuang could reply, a soft sound was heard, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Bang! Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look and saw that Chu Haiqing had already collapsed to the ground. Blood was slowly seeping out of his throat. Clearly, Chu Haiqing had died before he could even let out a scream. Her black phoenix eyes couldn't help but be filled with doubt. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look to the side, only to find Bewitching not far away winking at her. Needless to say, the person who had just attacked was Bewitching. Bailey Hongzhuang curled her lips into a smile. Chu Haiqing was too noisy and it wasn't a bad idea to finish him off directly. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Bewitching was mighty and domineering. His attack was clean and efficient, however, the two mercenaries in front of Bailey Hongzhuang were dumbfounded. What the hell was this? They didn't even see anyone attack, so how did Chu Haiqing die? Second group leader had instructed the two of them to protect Chu Haiqing properly. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't give the two of them time to be in a daze. The energy in her body surged out in an instant. She raised her hand slightly and a sharp sword appeared in her hand, directly piercing towards the two of them. The two mercenaries felt the danger and couldn't care less about Chu Haiqing. They gripped their weapons tightly and charged towards Bailey Hongzhuang. Ding ding ding. The two mercenaries could only watch as a fiery red figure flashed past them. Every time they attacked, they couldn't achieve the results they expected. Their faces couldn't help but turn ugly. Bailey Hongzhuang was only at the middle stage of the Mystic Aeon realm. One of them was on par with Bailey Hongzhuang, while the other was stronger than Bailey Hongzhuang by a small level. Now that the two of them were attacking Bailey Hongzhuang together, they were still not a match for Bailey Hongzhuang. Wouldn't this be a joke if word got out? Storm break. Dense elemental energy surged out of Bailey Hongzhuang's body. Following her cold shout, a tyrannical attack directly attacked one of the mercenaries. According to her plan, it would be troublesome to fight with these two. Moreover, these two had been together for a long time and had great chemistry when working together. Since she couldn't defeat them at the same time, she could only defeat them one by one. As expected, the middle stage Mystic Aeon realm man's eyes flashed with panic when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's weapon. His hand surged with elemental energy, and with a flip of his hand, he met the attack with a martial skill. Bang! The two martial skills met in midair, and a tyrannical force exploded in an instant. The man staggered back several steps, his face flushed red. There was a hint of blood in his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it down. It was obvious that this collision alone had caused the man to suffer internal injuries. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm. She didn't feel the slightest bit of pride from her successful attack. Although the mercenaries who walked on the edge of life and death had more battle experience than the young master soldiers, they also had a weakness. That was that their cultivation resources couldn't be compared to the young master soldiers. Her Stormbreak was a middle-stage Mystic Aeon realm martial skill, and her opponent's martial skill was only at the early-stage Mystic Aeon realm. The result of the collision between the two was obvious. Seeing that his companion was injured, the late-stage Mystic Aeon realm cultivator rushed to Bailey Hongzhuang with a trace of anger in his eyes. "You dare hurt my brother, I won't let you go." Bailey Hongzhuang coldly glanced at him. "Only you can kill, but I can't. You're too naive." "So what?" The man's voice was piercingly cold. "You're only at the middle stage of the mysterious Aeon realm. You're definitely not a match for me. This is not something that can be decided by words alone." Bailey Hongzhuang sneered and her clear eyes were covered with a layer of ice. Since he was an opponent, there was no room for mercy. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly moved forward and used fulgurating shadows. Like a ghost, she instantly appeared behind the man. The sharp sword in her hand pierced out explosively. She did not intend to waste too much time with him. Whoosh, the man quickly dodged, but there was still a huge wound on his left arm. Looking at the wound on his left arm, the man felt a chill run down his spine. If he had been half a step slower, he would have lost his life. For a long time, he had been very disdainful of the students of the Kanglan College. He only felt that they relied on the resources of their families. If they didn't have the backing of their families, they would be nothing. However, at this moment, seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, he couldn't help but change his mind. Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation was lower than his, but her fighting strength was higher than his. This was enough to prove the strength of the young master soldiers. While Bailey Hongzhuang was fighting, Dong Fengyu and the others were also fighting with the cultivators of the Vicious Flames mercenary group. Although Xia Zhiqing was slightly lacking, she and Bai Junyu teamed up to deal with the three of them. Needless to say, Cui Haoyan and Zhang Yunfeng's tacit understanding, but Lu Qingyu alone was resisting the other party's attack, which was a bit dangerous. Whenever Yi Huqing appeared, Lu Qingyu was already in a mess, and her usual strength could not be fully displayed. Bewitching was fighting with Zhao Yihan, the second head of the Vicious Flames mercenary group, but Zhao Yihan's heart was sullen at the moment. Originally, in his opinion, Gong Xiaoqing's group did not have any strength at all. As long as Yi Huqing blocked Gong Xiaoqing and the others blocked Dong Fengyu and Cui Haoyan, they would win. However, he did not expect the guy in front of him to be so difficult to deal with. It was reasonable to say that with his strength of the mysterious heaven late stage, no one would be his opponent. However, the guy in front of him completely blocked his offensive. Not only that, no matter how he made a move, the guy in front of him could calmly resist. Faintly, he had a feeling that Bewitching's strength had completely surpassed his, so he could be so calm. He had always been unstoppable, but at this moment, meeting Bewitching, he was so sullen that he almost vomited blood. If Bewitching's strength was stronger than his, then he would have defeated him directly. However, Bewitching was just like a cat playing with a mouse, completely playing with him. As the second head of the Vicious Flames mercenary group, when had he ever been so sullen? He wanted to get rid of Bewitching, but he found that he could not do it at all. At this moment, he was extremely regretful. If he had known this, he would not have chosen to deal with Bewitching. Wasn't this a trap? Boom, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground sounded, and Bailey Hongzhuang slowly withdrew the sword in her hand. Looking at the corpse on the ground, the face of the man next to her became extremely ugly. He never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to kill him. When he raised his head to look at Bailey Hongzhuang again, his expression was completely different. Even a cultivator at the late stage of Mysterious Aeon Realm had died in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang. He was only at the middle stage of Mysterious Aeon Realm, so he was even less of a match for Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Just by looking at the man in front of her without blinking, the man already had thoughts of running away. The next moment, the man ran away. Under Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze, he no longer had the courage to continue fighting. Seeing the man running away, Bailey Hongzhuang did not continue to chase. According to her judgment, this mercenary no longer had any fighting spirit. Even if he continued to stay here, he wouldn't be able to display much of his strength. She turned her eyes to look at the people who were fighting. Xia Zhiqing and Bai Junyu cooperated very well. She naturally didn't need to help, and Gong Xiaoqing and the others were completely able to deal with it. In the end, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes fell on Lu Qingyue's body. At this moment, Lu Qingyue was facing the attack of a mercenary at the late stage of Mysterious Aeon Realm. After discovering the strength of this mercenary, Bailey Hongzhuang also had to sigh. The strength of the Vicious Flames mercenary group was indeed good. Although these mercenaries were older than them and their future cultivation prospects were not as good as theirs, among the mercenaries, this kind of realm was already very difficult. Just after looking at Lu Qingyue's state, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but shake her head. Logically speaking, both of them were at the Mysterious Aeon late stage. Even if Lu Qingyue's combat experience couldn't be compared with the other party, relying on the level of martial arts, Lu Qingyue shouldn't be forced to retreat step by step without any chance to fight back. However, Lu Qingyue had no power to fight back in the face of the other party's attack. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly felt that with Lu Qingyue's psychological endurance, it was more appropriate to directly become an alchemist. Compared with a cultivator and an alchemist, Lu Qingyue obviously had a better future as an alchemist. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang appeared beside Lu Qingyue. Seeing the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang, Lu Qingyue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but there was also a bit of embarrassment on her pretty face. The last time Yi Huqing and the others appeared, it was also Bailey Hongzhuang who came to help her after she had defeated her opponent. Speaking of which, her strength was higher than Bailey Hongzhuang, but now she needed Bailey Hongzhuang to help her. She was really ashamed. If she had a choice, she didn't want Bailey Hongzhuang to help her. After all, as a proud woman, she had a certain self-esteem in her heart. However, reality was reality. She didn't know why she became like this when she fought with others. Yijing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and a touch of covetousness appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect that. Yijing's luck was really good. After dealing with a beauty, I didn't expect another beauty to come now. Hearing the flirting in Yijing's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's pretty face was covered with a touch of frost. She hated this kind of man the most. Your strength is only at the mysterious Ian middle stage, a bit weaker than Lu Qingyue. Now you dare to take the initiative to come to me. Could it be that you like me? Lu Qingyue looked helplessly at Bailey Hongzhuang. She was really annoyed by Yijing's words. Yijing was a little proud. He liked to tease beauties. Whether it was Lu Qingyue or the Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him, they were both rare beauties. They were not comparable to those women among the mercenaries. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into an enchanting smile. In an instant, she looked so charming that Yijing couldn't help but be stunned. However, what Bailey Hongzhuang said next made Yijing's face turn extremely ugly. Why don't you take a look at yourself? I feel disgusted just by looking at you. Yijing's expression changed, but on second thought, he smiled again. Little chilly, I like it too. Idiot. Bailey. Hongzhuang couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this guy. This kind of brainless guy didn't have much strength. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her sword and stabbed at Yijing without hesitation. Beauty, you really have guts. You actually dared to attack me first. Yijing's lips curled into a faint smile. He obviously didn't take Bailey Hongzhuang's attack seriously. If he saw how his mysterious Ian middle stage companion died in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang, he wouldn't underestimate her like this anymore. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't mind Yijing underestimating her. She never cared about the other party underestimating her because this way, she could save more energy. Storm break. Feeling the energy of storm break, Yijing's expression changed a little. Judging from the energy fluctuation of this martial skill, it was obviously not a low-grade yellow rank martial skill. Cloud-splitting slash. The origin energy in Yijing's body quickly surged, and a bright sword light burst out from the sharp blade, dazzling everyone's eyes. The moment the cloud-splitting slash was released, it collided with storm break. In an instant, smoke and dust flew everywhere, and yellow sand filled the sky, blocking everyone's vision. Yijing looked at the cloud-splitting slash he released, and a smug light appeared in his eyes. Although his cloud-splitting slash was a low-grade yellow rank martial skill, he had been practicing it for a long time, and the execution of the cloud-splitting slash had long been perfected. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang's martial skill level was stronger than his cultivation was also stronger than Bailey Hongzhuang's. Therefore, the winner of this round of competition would definitely be him. With your strength, you're not my opponent at all. Yijing's lips curled up into a sneer, and he looked proudly at Lu Qingyue, whose beautiful face had turned pale, and an indescribable sense of pride arose in his heart. Hearing Yijing's words, Lu Qingyue's face turned pale. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang was seriously injured when fighting with Yijing, or even died? Little beauty, no one will come to save you now. If you beg me, perhaps I can agree to it. Yijing walked towards Lu Qingyue with a smug face. Compared to the difficult Bailey Hongzhuang, this powerless Lu Qingyue gave him greater pleasure. You're dreaming. Lu Qingyue said coldly, but that slightly trembling voice revealed her lack of confidence. Suddenly, Lu Qingyue's expression changed because she discovered that in the smoke and dust, Bailey Hongzhuang's figure gradually appeared, and her figure was clearly behind Yijing. Pfft, a soft sound rang out, and Yijing's eyes were filled with shock, and even more disbelief. He slowly lowered his head to look at his chest, where the blood-stained sword tip was revealed, and at the same time an intense pain spread. Chi, Bailey Hongzhuang mercilessly pulled back her sword. This guy was happy too early. Yijing turned his head in a daze. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's unscathed appearance, his whole person was completely stunned. Scum like you should go to hell as soon as possible, lest you harm others. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Yijing coldly and left without mercy. It was as if she really felt disgusted just by looking at Yijing. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's clean and nimble back, Lu Qingyue's heart was also endlessly shocked. She finally understood why after being rejected by Bailey Hongzhuang, the two teachers still insisted on recruiting Bailey Hongzhuang into the academy. Bailey Hongzhuang's strength is really not weak. Lu Huaiyan's eyes were filled with admiration. Bailey Hongzhuang was decisive and did not hesitate to kill. It was really rare. Logically speaking, with Bailey Hongzhuang's age, she would not be able to do this, but with Bailey Hongzhuang, these problems could not be seen at all. Not only that, even during the battle, she was very calm and completely displayed her strength. Fu Hongba's eyes flashed with wisdom and intelligence. In comparison, Lu Qingyue's ability to adapt when facing the enemy is much worse. A gratified smile slowly appeared on Lu Huaiyan's mouth. As a mentor, he was very pleased to see his students' outstanding performance. Bailey Hongzhuang's psychological quality is very strong, just like the first time we saw her surrounded by the Hell Wolves in the royal hunting competition. That kind of calmness is something that even a cultivator with rich combat experience may not be able to achieve. Yes, Bailey Hongzhuang is indeed a rare combat genius. Fu Hongbo's mouth also showed a smile. Although Bailey Hongzhuang's current strength was not strong enough, it was only a matter of time. The next moment, Fu Hongbo's eyes fell on Bewitching. Not only Bailey Hongzhuang, but Bewitching is also such a genius. Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongbo looked at each other, both of them sighing in their hearts. The two of them are really worthy of being husband and wife. If the people of Fengbo country saw the current Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, they would not dare to associate them with the general's first miss and the crippled Prince Chen. After seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had dealt with the trouble in her hands, Bewitching directly sent Zhao Yihan flying with a slap, then walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. "Wifey, your strength is good." His starry eyes flashed with appreciation. During his absence, Bailey Hongzhuang's strength had improved a lot. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching with deep meaning. "Compared with you, my strength is still far worse." With the improvement of her strength, she found that she could not judge Bewitching's strength at all. It could be seen that the gap between the two of them was not ordinary. Bewitching smiled. "Wifey, what do you plan to do next?" "Since it is a problem, then it should be solved as soon as possible." Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. After Zhao Yihan was sent flying by Bewitching's slap, his face quickly turned pale. Bewitching's slap seemed simple, but the power was very strong. He only felt a burning pain in his internal organs. Obviously, he had suffered serious internal injuries. At this time, he found that the mercenary group had lost 2 members, and these 2 members were mysterious Ian late-stage experts. Although the Raging Inferno mercenary group had members with such cultivation, the fall of one was a huge loss. He did not expect that 2 would fall directly. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching who were leisurely strolling on the other side, he suddenly found that the situation where victory was in his grasp had been broken. Just as he was about to use his spirit chi, Zhao Yihan felt a piercing pain in his body. Obviously, Bewitching's slap was simply a hidden mystery. He was afraid that he would not be able to use his power for a few hours. Xiao Zhiqing and the others who were fighting saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching being so powerful. Their morale suddenly rose, and the speed of their attacks became a bit faster. On the contrary, the mercenaries of the Raging Inferno mercenary group could not help but have a trace of fear in their hearts. Even the second leader had been seriously injured. As long as Bewitching made a move, they were afraid that they would not be able to hold on. Bang! As Dong Fangyu beheaded a cultivator, Zhao Yihan's face was ugly to the extreme. "Stop!" Zhao Yihan suddenly shouted. Hearing Zhao Yihan's words, the mercenaries of the Raging Inferno mercenary group retreated to Zhao Yihan's side. "Leader Zhao, what are you doing?" Yihuqing asked. Zhao Yihan's heart was also struggling. He had promised Yihuqing to deal with Gong Shaoqing and the others, but he had never thought that Gong Shaoqing and the others would be so strong. Their 16 people had besieged them, but 4 of them had fallen. They were already on the verge of defeat. If they continued to fight, they would only suffer more losses. The loss of 3 mysterious Ian late-stage cultivators was already an unbearable loss. If they continued to fight, they were likely to be wiped out. At that time, it would be too late for regrets. Yihuqing was a mysterious heaven middle-stage cultivator. He naturally wanted to recruit him into the Raging Flames mercenary group, but the defeat had already taken place. The result was impossible to change. If he let everyone continue to fight, it would undoubtedly be sending his brothers to their deaths. "Brother Yi, let's withdraw for today," Zhao Han said. Their estimation was wrong. Before this, he only thought that Gong Xiaoqing was the strongest cultivator in the group. As long as Yihuqing delayed Gong Xiaoqing, they would win without a doubt. After fighting, he found that the strongest was not Gong Xiaoqing, but Bewitching. Even after fighting with Bewitching for a long time, he still couldn't figure out Bewitching's true strength. Obviously, when Bewitching existed in this team, they had already lost. Why? Yihuqing asked unwillingly. He had come this far with great difficulty, how could he give up so easily? "We will go back and think about it." Zhao Han's eyes were dignified and serious. They couldn't succeed today, but as long as they went back and thought about it, there was a chance of success. Gong Xiaoqing and the others looked at Zhao Han and the others coldly. Zhao Han's reaction was indeed beyond their expectations, but it also made them feel relieved. Yihuqing saw that Zhao Han had made up his mind. Although he was very unwilling, he had no choice. After all, it was impossible for him to be the opponent of Gong Xiaoqing and the others. Seeing Yihuqing agree, Zhao Han was also relieved and immediately waved his hand, "Let's go." The cultivators of the Vicious Flames mercenary group had long been thinking of retreating, and when they heard Zhao Han's order, they quickly retreated. That speed was much faster than the speed at which they had rushed up. "Aren't we going to chase?" Xia Jiqing saw that everyone was not moving and couldn't help but ask. Gong Xiaoqing shook his head. "There are so many of them fleeing together. There's no point in us chasing after them. Even if they caught up now, they would only be able to kill 1 or 2 practitioners of the Vicious Fire mercenary group. What was the point? Let's adjust our condition and continue our journey to the Miasma Forest," Bailey Hongzhuang said. Everyone nodded. The Miasma Forest was the most important goal of their trip. From the expression on Yihuqing's face when he left, I don't think they will give up so easily. Everyone should be more careful in the coming days. They can come to trouble us at any time, Bewitching reminded them. Although he didn't know what had happened between Yihuqing, Gong Xiaoqing, and Lu Qinyu, based on his experience, Yihuqing and Gong Xiaoqing would fight to the death. In other words, as long as Yihuqing did not die, the conflict between him and Gong Xiaoqing would not end. Yihuqing's departure was only for the sake of a long-term plan, but now they had no other choice. Unless they chased them all the way to the Vicious Flames mercenary group's lair, but now they had to go to the Miasma Forest, so there was no time. Therefore, they could only take one step at a time, and after exploring the secrets of the Miasma Forest, they would come back to solve this problem. Looking at the fallen corpses on the ground, everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, and their eyes couldn't help but change a bit. They all understood that the reason why the Vicious Flames mercenary group left was entirely because of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. Otherwise, this fierce battle wouldn't have ended in a short period of time. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were really not an ordinary match. Both of them were evildoers. The smell of blood here is easy to attract monster beasts. I think we should go first and find a suitable place to rest. What do you think? Dongfengyu's eyes were full of concern, and he asked for everyone's opinion. Everyone nodded. Monster beasts were most sensitive to the smell of blood, so this place was not suitable for them to stay for a long time. Immediately afterward, everyone quickly organized the team and set off again in the direction of the Miasma Forest. After Yihuqing left with Zhao Han and the others, his face was filled with unwillingness and resentment. For Zhao Han's decision, he couldn't say that it was wrong. He could only say that his own strength was not strong enough. If he could deal with Bewitching, then today's situation would not have become like this. After leaving for some distance, he found that Gong Xiaoqing and the others did not show any signs of catching up, so Yihuqing stopped. Leader Zhao Yi, thank you for your favor. I will take my leave first. Yihuqing cupped his fists. Seeing that Yihuqing was ready to leave, Zhao Han quickly said, Brother Yi, wait. Yihuqing raised his eyes, his handsome face showing helplessness and determination. Leader Zhao Yi, I will find a way to deal with Gong Xiaoqing. I will remember your friendship. If I succeed, I will come to the Vicious Flames mercenary group. Of course, if the Vicious Flames mercenary group needs me at that time. Zhao Yihan patted Yihan's shoulder. Brother Yi, what are you talking about? Since I promised to help you, I naturally won't go back on my words. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in Hu Cheng's eyes. He couldn't help but ask, really? Are you really willing to continue helping me? Zhao Yihan nodded. Naturally, it's true. Be patient and listen to me. Hu Cheng's eyes flashed as he looked at Zhao Yihan, putting away his previous determined attitude. After all, it would be too difficult for him to kill Gong Xiaoqing with his strength alone. Just now, you also saw the strength of Gong Xiaoqing and the others. If we really fight, our strength is not enough. But if we go back to find people now, I'm afraid it will be too late. Hu Cheng nodded in agreement. Even if the base of the Vicious Flames mercenary group was not far from here, it would still take them a day to get back. By the time they came back, Bewitching and the others would have already disappeared. Then what should we do? Hu Cheng frowned. So, this time, he had no chance at all. Hu Cheng listened to Zhao Yihan's plan, and the more he listened, the brighter his eyes became. It turned out that the Vicious Flames mercenary group had a special liquid that was colorless and tasteless, and others could not detect it. This liquid had a magical effect, which was to attract the attention of monsters. If the opponent was deep in the Monster Beast mountain range, this was simply a nightmare. It was precisely because of the existence of this liquid that the Vicious Flames mercenary group was able to rise in such a short time, and even other mercenary groups did not dare to touch them. Because this liquid was simply impossible to guard against, previously, in order to prevent any accidents, Zhao Yihan had arranged for the mercenaries to smear this liquid on Gong Xiaoqing and the others. So, Gong Xiaoqing and the others will be frequently attacked by monsters? Hu Cheng's words could not hide his excitement. This was simply good news for him. He did not expect Zhao Yihan to have such foresight. There was a silver lining at the end of the tunnel, which referred to his current situation. Zhao Yihan smiled and nodded. Yes, they will be frequently attacked by monsters during the day. As a result, their consumption will be huge, and their combat effectiveness will be greatly weakened. Not only that, the night is the time when monsters are most active. As they go deeper into the Luoyun mountain range, I believe that they will be besieged by monsters at night. We will wait patiently, and it is best to appear when they are exhausted. At that time, we will undoubtedly win. Hu Cheng nodded again and again, his face full of admiration. Captain Zhao Yi, you are really wise. Since we have come out, we naturally need to make more preparations. Zhao Yihan waved his hand, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Our brothers of the Vicious Flames mercenary group cannot die in vain. Listening to this, Hu Cheng's eyes became even more ruthless. Previously, he only hated Gong Xiaoqing and Lu Qinyu, but now he hated Bailey Hongzhuang as well. If it were not for Bailey Hongzhuang, as early as last time, his plan would have succeeded, and this time it was because of Bailey Hongzhuang. It was really hateful. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others gradually moved towards the miasma forest according to the route described on the map. The miasma forest was located at the center of the Falling Cloud mountain range. Although it was still quite a distance away from the center, the strength of the demon beasts in the miasma forest was already extremely powerful. After killing another demonic beast, Cui Haoyan neatly took out the demonic crystal and threw it to Baishir in Bailey Hongzhuang's arms. In this short period of time, everyone in the team already knew that Baishir was a demonic beast that loved to eat demonic crystals. Although he didn't understand why Baishir was able to swallow the demon crystal at such a young age, since Bailey Hongzhuang didn't object, there was naturally no problem. At this moment, everyone understood the reason why Bailey Hongzhuang bought the demonic crystals. With such a little guy around, the consumption of demonic crystals was extremely fast. Cui Haoyan had always been very grateful to Bailey Hongzhuang for saving his life, so he would always give the demon crystals to Baishir after obtaining them. White Lion excitedly caught the demon crystal. It loved coming to the Falling Cloud mountain range the most. In its eyes, this place was filled with demon crystals. Listening to Xia Jiqing's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also frowned. Not for anything else, but because the frequency of the monsters' attacks today was too high. Yesterday, only a few monsters appeared all day long. Xia Ti and the others had only been out for an hour, but the number of monsters that appeared was already more than yesterday. Although after entering the depths of the mountains, the frequency of monsters appearing would indeed increase slightly, the frequency was too exaggerated. They had been here before, but the number of monsters was far from comparable to the number now. It's a bit strange that so many monsters suddenly appeared. Bailey Hongshuang's ink-black phoenix eyes flashed as she pondered. Bailey Hongshuang pondered over the reason. If something was abnormal, there must be a demon. She had an intuition that this matter was not as simple as they thought. Master, when you were fighting with the mercenaries of the Vicious Flames mercenary group, I found a very strange thing. Xiao Bai suddenly said. Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows slightly. What strange thing? I found that they were very keen on touching your clothes when they were fighting with you. Xiao Bai's voice was also full of doubts. Previously, because it could not make a move, it could only watch everyone fight. In the process of watching, it noticed this. Yes, Master, I also found it. Xiao He nodded. Clothes? Bailey Hongshuang's eyebrows slightly frowned. It was reasonable to say that in this kind of fight, most of the time, swords and sabers clashed. Why would the other party touch the clothes? She believed that Xiao He and Xiao Bai's vision would never be wrong. Thinking back, when the two cultivators first fought with her, they were fighting in close combat and did touch her clothes. Suddenly, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes flashed and she faintly guessed a possibility. Could it be that they left some kind of special substance on us? Special substance? Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at each other. They did not know what their master was referring to. As a doctor, Bailey Hongshuang was very sensitive to this kind of thing. There were many colorless and tasteless poisons in this world that could kill people. She had a lot of these methods. Since she had them, then the Raging Flames mercenary group might also have them. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongshuang's constantly changing expression and asked softly, Wife, have you found anything? Bailey Hongshuang looked up at Bewitching. I have some clues, but I'm not sure. Suddenly, Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved into a sly smile. If you want to verify if what I said is accurate, I need you to do me a favor. Oh? Bewitching's handsome eyebrows slightly raised, his deep and bright eyes rippling with a doting smile. Since my wife needs your husband will naturally not refuse. You are the strongest, so it's the most convenient. Bailey Hongshuang smiled and told Bewitching her thoughts. You mean that our bodies may have been smeared with some kind of special substance by the Raging Flames mercenary group's cultivators, so it attracted the attacks of so many demonic beasts? That's right. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. Don't you think that the frequency of demonic beasts appearing is too exaggerated? The next moment, Bewitching's figure suddenly moved forward and disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing Bewitching suddenly leave, everyone's eyes could not help but have a touch of doubt. Hongshuang, why did Bewitching suddenly leave? Xiao Jiqing stepped forward to Bailey Hongshuang's side and asked doubtfully. When Xiao Jiqing asked this question, Gong Xiaoqing and the others also looked at Bailey Hongshuang. They only noticed that Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching exchanged a few words, then Bewitching suddenly left, which was a bit strange. Now we are in the depths of the Luoyun Mountains, it is very dangerous for Bewitching to leave alone. Bai Junyu frowned, his sunny and handsome face showed a little worry. You shouldn't have quarreled, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes became strange. Since Bewitching came to Kanglan College, they felt that Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching had a tacit understanding. At the same time, they also found that Bewitching was very considerate to Bailey Hongshuang, but Bailey Hongshuang did not seem to have any special feelings for Bewitching. Contradictions between husband and wife were common things. Maybe now the two of them had a conflict, so Bewitching left. Bailey Hongshuang saw that everyone seemed to think that this was a fact, and couldn't help but feel a little dumbfounded. You think too much, I just asked Bewitching to help me do a test. Bailey Hongshuang explained. Test? Bai Junyu's eyes widened, what test? Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly, when he comes back, you will know. Listening to Bailey Hongshuang's answer, everyone was relieved. The matters between husband and wife could be said to be simple or complicated. If there was a conflict at this time, it would be troublesome. In any case, it's really dangerous for Bewitching to leave alone. Do you need our help? Cui Haoyan's handsome eyes were filled with concern. Even though they weren't weak, once they encountered a powerful demonic beast, they didn't have absolute confidence that they could escape successfully. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand. He'll be back soon. Don't worry. With Debachen's strength, he believed that the nearby demonic beasts would not pose a threat to him. If this little bit of difficulty stumped him, then how could he become the leader of a top force? As the group continued on their way, Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fengyu looked at each other. Both of their eyes flashed with astonishment. Others didn't notice, but they did notice the speed at which Debachen left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before their eyes. This speed was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Even the two of them could not reach such a speed. This Debachen was really a mystery. After half an hour, Debachen once again appeared in front of everyone. His handsome face was still indifferent and elegant. He didn't show the slightest bit of embarrassment. From his body, there were no traces of a struggle with demonic beasts. Wife, I'm back. Debachen's lips were slightly raised. His eyes were as bright as stars, reflecting Bailey Hongzhuang's figure. It was as if his heart and eyes only had Bailey Hongzhuang. Xia Jiqing and Zhang Yinfeng both looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with deep meaning. Debachen was really good to Bailey Hongzhuang. No matter when or where, the first person he thought of was Bailey Hongzhuang. This alone was enough to make them envious. Debachen squinted his eyes, his handsome and extraordinary face showed a little sadness. Wifey only cares about the results, you don't care about me at all, your husband is very sad. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes changed a bit. Although she knew that the sadness on the guy's face was fake, it seemed that he was really going too far. Then, you didn't get hurt when you were experimenting, right? Bailey Hongzhuang asked softly with a somewhat unnatural face. Debachen's face instantly showed a bright and charming smile. Wifey is so concerned about me, your husband is very touched. With your husband's skills, naturally there would be no danger, let alone injury. Bailey Hongzhuang really didn't want to talk to this guy anymore, he was completely teasing her. Okay, furthermore, what was with that intimate and proud look on his face? Xia Jiqing looked at the interaction between Bailey Hongzhuang and Debachen, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but overflow with a smile. Debachen was really too interesting. Usually, no matter who Hongzhuang met, she would have a look of indifference, but after meeting Debachen, she couldn't handle it. The so-called everything has its vanquisher, a natural pair should be like this, right? What's more, Debachen's conditions were very outstanding. Even if the whole school already knew that he was married, she still saw a female student confessing to Debachen. She found that Debachen's attitude towards Bailey Hongzhuang was completely different from his attitude towards other women. In the face of other women's confessions, Debachen's face was extremely indifferent from beginning to end, never showing a trace of a smile. Even his rejection was crisp and neat, he was simply too lazy to say anything. However, in front of Hongzhuang, Debachen became thick-skinned and shamelessly stuck to her. It was because of this that she felt that Debachen and Hongzhuang were very compatible. With Hongzhuang's outstanding qualities, if the other party didn't treat Hongzhuang wholeheartedly, wouldn't it be a waste? When Xia Jiqing chuckled, Bai Junyu's face also showed a smile. Xia Jiqing blinked at Bai Junyu. She thought that both Bai Junyu and her were interested because of the way Hongzhuang and Debachen got along, but she didn't know that the reason why Bai Junyu left was entirely because of her. Can you tell me the results of the test now? Bailey Hongzhuang sounded helpless. She realized that she had no way to deal with Debachen. Debachen nodded. He only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's helpless look when facing him was extremely cute. His wife was always stubborn on the surface, but she was very kind in her heart. Just as you expected, our clothes have been tampered with. Debachen put away his joking attitude, and there was a trace of seriousness and rigor. According to Bailey Hongzhuang, after he wore his own clothes and went to the front, he found that many monsters appeared and attacked him. According to his experience of walking in the mountains, he had tried his best to avoid these monsters, but the monsters seemed to know where he was. No matter where he went, the monsters could always catch up. Then, he changed his clothes and threw the original clothes into his Chankuan bag, and those monsters never appeared. Obviously, the problem was with the clothes. If that's the case, they should be not far from us. Debachen's mouth evoked a deep evil smile. His judgment was correct. Yihuqing and the others would not be willing to leave like this. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. The fact should be as they expected. I believe they must be waiting for us to be exhausted before they appear. Now that they are a certain distance away from us, it will be difficult for us to find them. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with wisdom. We can only wait for them to come to us. Di Beichen's lips curved slightly, his deep and bright black eyes were full of appreciation. His wife was really smart. If Bailey Hongzhuang hadn't thought of the problem with their clothes, they would have really fallen into the trap. After getting Di Beichen's affirmation, Bailey Hongzhuang called out to everyone and slowly told them her thoughts. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. The reason why we have been attacked by the monster beasts is because our clothes have been tampered with? Cui Haoyan's face was full of shock. Before this, they didn't find any abnormalities with their clothes at all. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly, her beautiful face flashing with a serious light. Previously, I asked Di Beichen to test whether my thoughts were true or false. Later, it turned out that my thoughts were correct. Don't you think the appearance of the monster beasts today is too strange? With just a simple sentence, everyone believed Bailey Hongzhuang's words. You're right. I have been to the Luoyun mountain range many times, but this is the first time I have been besieged by so many monster beasts. Cui Haoyan responded. In my opinion, it's better to be safe than sorry. Let's change our clothes. Dongfang Yu's voice was warm and confident. He believed that Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't speak without thinking. Since Bailey Hongzhuang had said so, then she must have confirmed the answer. I also believe in Hongzhuang's judgment. Xiaojiqing followed. Seeing that Dongfang Yu and the others believed in her without any hesitation, the smile on Bailey Hongzhuang's lips became gentler. Gong Xiaoqing and the others looked at each other. They had no objections. Soon, everyone changed their clothes and headed towards the miasma forest again. As they hurried along, everyone was surprised to find that the frequency of the demonic beasts that had been disrupting their progress had decreased significantly. After everyone had the experience of avoiding some of the places where the demonic beasts lived, the number of demonic beasts they encountered could be counted on one's fingers. At this moment, no one doubted Bailey Hongzhuang's words anymore. Their bodies must have been tampered with by Yi Huqing and the others. Hongzhuang, you are really amazing. You can even find out that our clothes have been tampered with. Lu Qinyua's eyes couldn't hide the admiration in them. She really admired Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang, I really admire you. Cui Haoyan gave her a thumbs up, his handsome face full of admiration. If Bailey Hongzhuang hadn't found the problem, they would still be fighting with the monster beasts. As a result, they didn't know how much time they would be delayed on the way. What's more, if they were exhausted and Yi Huqing and the others suddenly appeared, then they would really want to cry but have no tears. Listening to everyone's praise, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and waved her hand. I'm just good at this. Hongzhuang, you are too modest. Zhang Yunfeng smiled. Since Bailey Hongzhuang had saved Cui Haoyan, Zhang Yunfeng was full of gratitude to Bailey Hongzhuang. When she first saw Bailey Hongzhuang stealing the limelight when she first came to Kanglin College, she also had some complaints in her heart. However, after she understood Bailey Hongzhuang's character, her original dissatisfaction had disappeared and was replaced by appreciation for Bailey Hongzhuang. For a real genius like Bailey Hongzhuang, there was no need to steal the limelight. She was already destined to be in the limelight. This also requires Di Beichen's experiment to confirm. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows slanted and she looked at Di Beichen with a teasing smile. She did not like to steal the limelight. Di Beichen chuckled. His wife was very generous. In short, thanks to you, otherwise I would have been exhausted just by killing the monsters. Cui Haoyan shook his head helplessly. Previously, he was so nervous and alert to the appearance of the monsters anytime and anywhere. He was really tired, but in a short period of time, he felt extremely tired. If it had been a day, he was afraid that when Yi Huqing and the others appeared, he would have no strength to resist. This Yi Huqing and the people of the Vicious Flames mercenary group are really despicable. They can even think of this method. If it weren't for Hongzhuang and Di Beichen, we would have been unlucky. Xiao Jiqing's face was full of anger. Inexplicably falling into a trap, no one would be happy. As soon as these words came out, Gong Xiaoqing and the others' faces were covered with a layer of ice. They had never been good people to provoke. Since the other party had used such a method to deal with them, they could not let Yihuqing and the others get away with it. Suddenly, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes that were as deep as an ancient well flashed with a hint of cunning as she asked with a smile on her face. When Di Beichen saw the change in Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, he knew that his wife must have an idea. Just from the way Bailey Hongzhuang dealt with Bailey Yuyan, he already knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had many strange tricks up her sleeves. How about, we give him a taste of his own medicine? Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. She never liked to be taken advantage of. If it weren't for Xiao He and Xiao Bai reminding her, she wouldn't have known what had happened. Just now, she had already studied it once. The medicinal liquid that the other party applied was colorless and odorless, and it was applied during the fight. It was indeed impossible to guard against. It seemed that the doctor who made this medicinal liquid was quite good. However, there were also two types of doctors. One was to help the world by learning medical skills to save people. The other was to use medical skills as a means of survival by developing all kinds of poisons and powders to achieve their goals. Obviously, the doctor who developed this medicinal liquid belonged to the second kind. The Vicious Flames mercenary group had this medicinal liquid. It was no wonder that they could obtain their current status in the mercenary group. The place where the mercenaries were most active was the mountain range. The thing that they needed to worry about the most in the mountain range was the monsters. Once the Vicious Flames mercenary group wanted to get rid of someone, as long as they took the opportunity to apply this medicinal liquid on the other party's body, then they didn't even need to do anything to make the other party stay in the mountain range forever. This method was really amazing. Bailey Hongzhuang, do you have a way? Even Gong Xiaoqing's iceberg face, after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, melted a bit, his calm eyes rippling a little. He had always disliked trouble. If he could ignore the problem, he was not willing to pay attention to it. However, Yihuqing's repeated appearance had aroused his anger. He was never afraid of Yihuqing. He just felt that it was troublesome and was too lazy to pay attention to him. However, Yihuqing obviously did not feel the same way. If he allowed Yihuqing to continue like this, there would be endless trouble in the future. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity to completely solve it. If their primary task was not to go to the miasma forest, as early as this morning, he would have directly rushed to kill Yihuqing. He would not have given him a chance to escape. Everyone's eyes were tightly locked on Bailey Hongzhuang. Their eyes were full of expectation. They had been attacked early in the morning, and then they had been plotted against. As special enrollment students of Tsanglan College, they had never suffered so much. Now that they heard that Bailey Hongzhuang had a way, they just wanted to retaliate against Yihuqing and the others. They wanted to let the other party know the price of offending them. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved slightly. I do have a way, but we need to find a place to rest early tonight because I need some time to prepare. Hearing this, everyone nodded without hesitation. As long as they could vent their anger, what did it matter if they wasted some time? It was not a big deal for them to rush back tomorrow. What's more, with the harassment of Yihuqing and the others, their speed would only be slowed down. It was better to solve this problem directly and then continue on their way. Seeing that everyone had the same idea, Bailey Hongzhuang went on to say, since they want to use the beasts to deal with us, we will use the beasts to deal with them. Everyone's eyes lit up. This was naturally the most labor-saving method. Hongzhuang, do you have a way to use the beasts? Xiao Zhiqing's eyes flashed with curiosity and she could not wait to ask. They made this kind of liquid. It just so happens that I have a powder with a similar effect. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Her beautiful face was filled with confidence. When it came to medicine and poison, she never admitted defeat. She had all kinds of strange poisons and all kinds of medicinal liquids. Fortunately, she always had the habit of collecting medicinal herbs. In her Qiankuan bag, she just happened to have the medicinal herbs needed to make this kind of medicinal powder. But, how are we going to get the powder on their bodies? Bai Junyu frowned, his handsome face was filled with puzzlement and worry. They were in the light, and the other party was in the dark. Just this point alone made them fall into a disadvantage. That's easy. They'll definitely come looking for us tonight. We just have to wait for them. Tonight, we will also use the golden cicada shell escape and let them have a taste of being besieged. As Bailey Hongzhuang spoke out her thoughts, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Bai Junyu quivered. He recognized a fact: no matter who he offended, he should never offend Bailey Hongzhuang. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how he died. That's a great idea. Xiao Zhiqing's face was filled with excitement. For Yi Huqing and the Vicious Flames mercenary group, this group of disgusting guys, she had to be ruthless. There was no need to show mercy. This trick is really good. Cui Haoyan once again gave a thumbs up. He really admired Bailey Hongzhuang's brain and was even more glad that he was not Bailey Hongzhuang's opponent. When night fell again, the entire Luoyun mountain range fell into darkness. Dark clouds covered the moon, making tonight's night even darker than usual. Coupled with the cries of the surrounding monster beasts, a gloomy atmosphere was spreading. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were sitting under a tree and taking a nap. They didn't know when, but everyone had changed into the clothes they wore before. After a while, the monster beasts rushed over like cats smelling blood and began to attack Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. The crisp sound of weapons and the roars of the monster beasts were linked together. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' faces were full of depression. Damn it. Why are these monster beasts always pestering us? Damn it. Cui Haoyan stabbed a monster beast to death and cursed. Dong Fangyu's face was also full of dissatisfaction and fatigue. Since we met Yi Huqing and the others, we have been unlucky. Today, we didn't rest at all. It's really hateful. I don't understand. How did these monster beasts know that we are here? Bailey Hongzhuang said helplessly. Not far away, Yi Huqing looked at Gong Xiaoqing and the others who were fighting with the monster beasts. His originally resentful face was now filled with excitement. Captain Zhao Er, this move of yours is too effective. Yi Huqing looked at Zhao Yihan, his eyes full of excitement. Zhao Yihan chuckled, judging from the monster beast corpses around them, they must have not rested all day. Even the speed of their attacks has slowed down a lot. Yi Huqing looked for a moment and nodded with a grin. Yes, they will not think that all of this is our method. This time, I will definitely kill Gong Xiaoqing. At this moment, Yi Huqing's heart was full of confidence. For a long time, his strength had been comparable to Gong Xiaoqing. Now that Gong Xiaoqing was so tired, as long as he attacked, Gong Xiaoqing would definitely be defeated. In a fight between cultivators of the same strength, as long as there was a slight difference, it could lead to failure. Zhao Yihan's eyes flashed with a cold light. I will also avenge the brothers who fell in their hands. Even he couldn't accept the loss of 3 mysterious Ian late-stage cultivators, but compared to Yi Huqing, who was a mysterious heaven late-stage expert, this loss was still within the acceptable range. Now, he had completely placed this grudge on Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. In my opinion, they are not far from exhaustion. Let's make our move. Yi Huqing said. He rubbed his palms together as if he couldn't wait to go out and fight Gong Xiaoqing to the death. Hearing this, Zhao Yihan thought for a moment, then said, let's wait a little longer, wait for them to deal with the monster beasts, then we will appear. All right then. Yi Huqing nodded. As long as he could kill Gong Xiaoqing with his own hands, he would not mind waiting for another day. Master, they're here. Xiao Hei's voice rang in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind. They will make their move soon. I know. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a light of success. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai's spiritual power was very strong, so when Yi Huqing and the others approached, they were able to detect it. Cough. Bailey Hongzhuang pretended to cough, and suddenly, the eyes of Gong Xiaoqing and the others changed a bit. Bang! After Gong Xiaoqing beheaded the last monster, everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, we got rid of these monsters. I'm exhausted. Bai Junyu sighed helplessly as he sat on the ground. He was so tired that he did not even want to move his fingers. Let's rest for a while. After a while, we will leave here and find a place to rest. Otherwise, the smell of blood here will easily attract other monsters. Gong Xiaoqing reminded them. We know. Everyone responded tiredly. At this moment, an untimely voice rang out. I see that you are also very tired. It is better to rest here forever. Hu Cheng's face was filled with a proud smile as he slowly approached Bailey Hongshuang and the others. He was so happy. Since he was expelled from the college, he had never been so happy. Gong Xiaoqing's face changed a bit as he looked gloomily at Hu Cheng. Hu Cheng, you dare to appear? I let you escape this morning, but this time it won't be so simple. Gong Xiaoqing, don't pretend here. Hu Cheng sneered. You have been besieged by monsters for a whole day. I'm afraid you are already exhausted? As soon as his voice fell, the faces of Bailey Hongshuang and the others changed a bit as they looked at Hu Cheng with surprise. Is today's matter your doing? Dong Fangyu asked, the anger in his words could not be concealed. Yes, I did it. Hu Cheng proudly raised his chin and looked at Zhao Yihan on the other side. This is thanks to Zhao Er's good method. What do you think? Despicable. Xia Zhiqing cursed. Despicable? So what? Hu Cheng stepped closer to Bailey Hongshuang and the others, while Bailey Hongshuang and the others looked around from time to time as they retreated step by step. Seeing Bailey Hongshuang and the others' completely different attitude from the morning, the mercenaries of the Vicious Flames Mercenary Corps also showed a happy smile. Every dog has its day. Tonight, the unlucky ones were the Tsanglan College students. Begin. Zhao Yihan waved his hand. Tonight, we will avenge our grievances. The next moment, Hu Cheng and the other members of the Vicious Flames mercenary group rushed towards Bailey Hongshuang. Not only that, even Zhao Yihan himself rushed up. Today, he had suffered in the hands of Bewitching, he must get it back. In the face of Hu Cheng and the others' momentum, Bailey Hongshuang and the others retreated step by step, as if they were afraid of the other party. Seeing this, Hu Cheng and the others became even more complacent. They held their weapons and clamored to kill everyone. Suddenly, Bailey Hongshuang and the others looked at each other and then ran to the back with great tacit understanding. Hu Cheng and the others naturally would not let Bailey Hongshuang and the others escape. They quickly chased after them. At this moment, Gong Xiaoqing punched out. Bang, dust filled the air. Countless white powder mixed with the yellow sand confused the eyes of Hu Cheng and the others. It even covered their bodies and hair. It was everywhere. Hu Cheng and the others noticed that there was a small slope on the ground. When they rubbed their eyes clean, Bailey Hongshuang and the others had already fled. In the middle of the night, once Bailey Hongshuang and the others fled, it would be very difficult to catch them. After Bailey Hongshuang and the others left for a while, they sat leisurely in the tree, looking relaxed and comfortable. Where was their previous tired state? Hu Cheng and the others would never have thought that we would turn around a corner and end up behind them. Xia Zhiqing chuckled. When she thought of Hu Cheng and the others' expressions, she felt funny. She was really curious about what kind of expression Hu Cheng and the others would have when they found out that their tiredness was fake. Bailey Hongshuang blinked. Wait and see, there will be a good show to watch in a while. No one noticed that in the dark night, two little guys, one black and one white, had quietly left for a while and finally returned to Bailey Hongshuang's head. Hu Cheng and the others chased in the direction Bailey Hongshuang and the others had left, but they found that they could not find any trace of Bailey Hongshuang and the others. Roar! Suddenly, a rough demonic beast roar rang out. Just from that roar alone, one could tell how powerful this demonic beast was. Roar! After the first monster beast roar sounded, one after another roar seemed to respond to the call. It was particularly terrifying in this silent night. After Gong Xiaoqing and the others listened to the strange monster beast roar, their faces showed astonishment. What kind of monster beast is this? How can its roar be so terrifying? Xia Zhiqing turned around, and the admiration in her eyes was even stronger. Hongshuang, your powder is too useful, right? How long has it been, and it has attracted so many monster beasts? The powder did not work so quickly, but this is the habitat of the mysterious fire monster rock. I just helped them find some trouble. Bailey Hongshuang shrugged her shoulders, her expression innocent and pure, as if she had just done something as simple as this. However, Bai Junyu and the others could not help but shrink their necks. The mysterious fire monster rock was a monster beast that was stronger than a human cultivator at the mysterious Ian late stage. Just provoking one was already bad luck for Hu Cheng and the others. Now that they had directly broken into the mysterious fire monster rock space, they were simply looking for death, whether it was Dong Fengyu or Gong Xiaoqing. They were completely convinced by Bailey Hongzhuang at this moment. This kind of strange means, they had never thought of it. Bai Junyu originally thought that Yi Huqing was really despicable, but at this moment, he had some sympathy for Yi Huqing and the others. Too miserable, it's really too miserable. Wifey is really smart. In this way, we don't even have to do anything. Bewitching smiled and praised. Bailey Hongzhuang clapped her hands indifferently. We have been on the road for a whole day and are already very tired. If we continue to waste energy on Yi Huqing and the others, wouldn't it be too bad? Everyone looked at the very natural expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, mixed with the screams of Yi Huqing and the others not far away, and the screams of fear as they fled. They could not help but feel that these two were really abnormal. As the screams were getting farther and farther away, everyone jumped down from the tree. Let's find another place to rest. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. We can finally have a good rest tonight. Xia Zhiqing was somewhat hesitant. Hongzhuang, will Yi Huqing and the others be lucky enough to escape? Listening to Bewitching's words, Xia Zhiqing suddenly found that her question was somewhat superfluous. Bailey Hongzhuang even found the mysterious fire monster rock. How could she let Yi Huqing and the others leave alive? Cui Haoyan patted Xia Zhiqing's shoulder and smiled. Even if Yi Huqing and the others are lucky enough to escape the mysterious fire monster rock, don't forget that Bailey Hongzhuang's powder is still in effect. So that's how it is. Xia Zhiqing suddenly realized that Hongzhuang's work was really watertight. Not far away, Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongbo listened to the conversation between Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. The two of them also felt a chill on their backs. This kind of method, even they couldn't bear it. Yi Huqing is unlucky to meet this girl, it's really bad luck. Lu Huaiyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This kind of weird and bad method was really hard to guard against. You should be glad that you didn't meet a doctor opponent before. Fu Hongbo chuckled. Bailey Hongzhuang's methods today had really opened his eyes. That kind of powder, he would find a chance to get some. After all, sometimes when he didn't want to do it, this kind of powder was still very useful. But Lu Huaiyan's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of doubt. How did Bailey Hongzhuang know that the nest of the mysterious fire monster rock was nearby? Hearing this, Fu Hongbo's expression also paused. This point, he really didn't understand. Hey, Master, Xiao Bai and I are very efficient. Xiao Hei's eyes turned into crescents as he smiled. His expression revealed that he was asking for a reward. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. If Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai hadn't alarmed the mysterious fire monster rock, it was likely that today's matter wouldn't have gone so smoothly. After going back, you can eat as much as you want. Bailey Hongzhuang said with a lofty tone. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai were overjoyed. This was their ultimate goal. It was really worth their hard work. Baisher also used his small paws to poke Bailey Hongzhuang, indicating that he also helped in this matter. As a beast king, he was most sensitive to monsters. As long as he could sense the location of the monster's nest, he could determine it. It was precisely because of this that Bailey Hongzhuang chose that place to rest today. You too. Bailey Hongzhuang touched Baisher's head. Holding Baisher in the Luoyun mountain range was simply a big weapon. White Lion immediately narrowed its eyes in satisfaction. Its furry little face was filled with satisfaction. But was to db. To feed. But these three foodies were. But she. This was the advantage of being a foodie. That night, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others finally had a good night's rest. Without the harassment of Yi Huqing and others, everyone felt very happy. Among everyone, Lu Qingyue was in the best mood. Since the incident, she couldn't sleep at night when she thought of Yi Huqing. Especially after Yi Huqing appeared last time, she was even more afraid that Yi Huqing would appear in front of her from time to time. But now, she no longer needed to worry about this problem. Qingyue, Yi Huqing won't appear again in the future. You don't have to worry. Gong Xiaoqing's cold voice was as cold as usual, but there was a bit of relaxation and satisfaction. It was as if he had unloaded a burden. Lu Qingyue smiled and nodded. yes, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Listening to Gong Xiaoqing's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others all understood what he meant. There were not many people who knew about this at the beginning, not to mention that they were not people who liked to gossip. This matter was completely stopped by them and would not spread out. What's more, now that Yi Huqing was dead, this matter had obviously come to an end. Big brother Gong, what do you mean? The joy in Lu Qinyue's eyes dissipated in an instant with Gong Xiaoqing's words. She was sensitive and immediately found the different meaning in Gong Xiaoqing's words. Gong Xiaoqing shook his head, nothing, it's just that seeing that you no longer have psychological pressure, I feel a lot more at ease. However, this was a very normal sentence, but after Lu Qinyue heard it, her face became ugly. Her eyes, which were as gentle as water, rippled, and there was a faint trace of sadness spreading in her eyes, but she forcefully suppressed it and did not reveal it. Dongfang Yu, Cui Haoyan, Zhang Yunfeng and Bailey Hongzhuang looked at each other. They all faintly understood the meaning of Gong Xiaoqing's words. For a long time, Lu Qinyue loved Gong Xiaoqing. This was a well-known thing, but Gong Xiaoqing's attitude towards Lu Qinyue was somewhat ambiguous. From Gong Xiaoqing's attitude, everyone could feel that Gong Xiaoqing did not like Lu Qinyue much, but because he wanted to protect Lu Qinyue, the relationship between the two was very close. At the beginning, Gong Xiaoqing felt that it was because of him that the matter between Lu Qinyue and Yi Huqing happened, so he had always been protecting Lu Qinyue. Now that Yi Huqing no longer existed, the things that Lu Qinyue was afraid of naturally did not exist. As a result, Gong Xiaoqing naturally did not have to protect Lu Qinyue like before. This was really drawing a clear line. Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu looked at the crowd curiously. They did not know what had happened before, so naturally, they did not understand what was going on with this strange atmosphere at the moment. Bewitching was sitting indifferently, comfortably squinting in the sun, as if everything that was happening now had nothing to do with him. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang sat down beside Bewitching. For this matter, even if they understood the whole story, they still didn't have the right to speak. They still pretended not to hear and handed this matter over to Gong Xiaoqing and Lu Qinyue to deal with it themselves. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's action, Cui Haoyan and the other two followed suit. This kind of emotional thing was the most difficult to explain. If they continued to stand there, it would only make the person involved feel awkward. In the next moment, Gong Xiaoqing and Lu Qinyue suddenly walked forward together and talked at a distance from the people in the bureau. Bewitching turned his face to look at Bailey Hongzhuang, who had a comfortable expression on her face. His handsome eyes revealed a doting smile. Wifey, are you very used to being with your husband now? Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment. Not bad. Bewitching's smile widened a bit, and his right hand slowly grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang's small hand on the ground. It's not easy to find a person in this world who is pleasing to the eye and can get along well with you. Why don't you just be with your husband? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang turned her eyes to look at the flawless and perfect face. The sun shone on his body, soft and warm. Bailey Hongzhuang's red lips were slightly hooked, and her deep black eyes flashed with seriousness. I, Bailey Hongzhuang, never compromise. In her dictionary, there was no such thing as making do. Bewitching's eyes stagnated for a moment, but soon, the smile on his mouth rose again. So, your husband still has to continue the long road of pursuing his wife. It was clearly a sigh, but when it came from Bewitching's mouth, it seemed to be full of confidence. Bailey Hongzhuang tilted her head and looked at Bewitching indifferently. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Soon, Gong Xiaoqing and Lu Qinyue came back. Their expressions were as usual, as if nothing had happened. It's getting late. Let's go. Gong Xiaoqing slowly said. Everyone nodded. The sudden appearance of Yi Huqing and the others disrupted their plan. Now it was indeed time to hurry. Bailey Hongzhuang stood up from the ground and was ready to follow the crowd. Just as everyone was leaving, Bewitching grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang. The sudden force made Bailey Hongzhuang directly lean against the tree. Once again, the ambiguous posture was reproduced. Bewitching's handsome face was close to Bailey Hongzhuang's ear, and the corners of his mouth rose. Your husband also doesn't like to compromise. One day, my wife will be willing to marry me. When his voice fell, Bewitching looked deeply at Bailey Hongzhuang and turned to follow the crowd. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the tall and straight figure in front of her, and a strange color flashed in her clear eyes. After everyone set foot on the journey again, everyone clearly felt that Lu Qinyue's mood was somewhat depressed. Usually, Lu Qinyue's mouth always had a shallow smile, but at this moment, it was as if dark clouds were shrouding her. Her watery eyes didn't have the slightest spirit, and a faint sense of sadness spread. Seeing this, everyone more or less understood the situation. It was truly a case of falling flowers' unrequited love. Without the harassment of Yi Huqing and the others, Bailey Hongzhuang's group progressed very quickly. After 3 days, they finally arrived at the location of the miasma forest. The closer they got to the miasma forest, the more cultivators appeared around them. Normally, it was rare to see so many people in the depths of the falling cloud mountain range. It could be seen how attractive the mystery of the miasma forest was to everyone. Wow, I didn't expect there to be so many people here. Xia Jiqing's face was full of amazement. They've already arrived. Wouldn't this task be taken by someone else? Looking at the posture of these cultivators, it was obvious that they had been here for some time. Bai Junyu chuckled. Do you think it's that easy to understand the secrets of the miasma forest? Miasma has always been dangerous. Looking at how they are trapped outside, I know that they must not have thought of a way to enter. Hearing this, Xia Jiqing's eyes lit up and she finally understood. So that's how it is, then we still have a chance. Master, this miasma is very strong. It's not easy to go in. Xiaohei couldn't help but sigh after seeing the miasma in front of them. Xiao Bai's eyes also showed a trace of worry. The scope of this miasma is very large. No wonder the mercenary trade union will give such a high reward. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes also fell on the miasma not far away. The whole forest was completely shrouded in miasma, and it was white. Wow, the miasma in this miasma forest is too dense. So far, this is the first time I've seen such a dense miasma. Zhang Yunfeng's eyes were full of astonishment. Miasma had always been poisonous. The miasma she had seen before was only hazy, like the fog in the early morning. However, the miasma in front of her was so dense that she couldn't even see her fingers in front of her. She was afraid that her opponent wouldn't be able to see more than 1 meter in front of her. Gong Xiaoqing and the others also had a dignified expression on their faces. Such a dense miasma, it's really unheard of. Let's first inquire about the situation from others. After understanding it, we'll make a plan. Dong Fengyu said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. They believed that the cultivators who had already arrived already had a certain understanding of the situation. Only by understanding more would they be able to find a corresponding solution. As everyone slowly approached the miasma, the discussions of the surrounding cultivators gradually entered their ears. The density of this miasma is really too terrifying. Moreover, it's spreading outward every day. I don't know how far it will spread. Alas, the few guys who went in yesterday haven't made the slightest movement. I'm afraid they won't be able to return. This is really too strange. Previously, we could still hear sounds, but suddenly, there's no movement at all. It's as if they disappeared into thin air. In my opinion, this time the Mercenary Association made a mistake in their judgment. This mission is far more than just a blue mission. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They were obviously very afraid of this miasma. Listening to these discussions, everyone's heart sank. It seemed that the power of this miasma was much stronger than they had imagined. Dong Fengyu didn't delay and directly walked into the crowd in front of him to inquire about the situation of the miasma. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others found a suitable place to rest nearby. Obviously, the situation inside the miasma wasn't something that could be understood in a short time. Not long after, Dong Fengyu walked back and told everyone what he had learned. From Dong Fengyu's narration, everyone had a certain understanding of the situation of the miasma. It turned out that as early as a few days ago, some people had already arrived at the miasma forest. They discovered that the miasma was spreading outward little by little. With each passing day, the area covered by the miasma would increase by a little. Not only that, everyone could hear the roars of demonic beasts from time to time. These roars were extremely powerful. Even the old mercenaries who often walked in the falling cloud mountain range had no idea what kind of demonic beast it was. During this period of time, many cultivators had mustered up their courage to enter, but after entering, there was no news at all. As the days grew longer and longer, everyone seemed to have tacitly agreed that he had perished. Now, everyone was a little afraid of the miasma that had appeared out of nowhere, but they were a little unwilling to leave just like that. They could only wait quietly for news. This is the first time I've heard of a miasma that spreads every day. Cui Haoyan's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also fell into silence. Such a strange situation was simply unheard of. In my opinion, we don't need to rush. Let's think of a way first, Gong Xiaoqing said. The current situation had clearly exceeded their expectations. Acting rashly was absolutely out of the question. There's no need to rush. Let's understand the situation first. While the crowd was trying to understand the situation, Bailey Hongzhuang directly approached the miasma. She had seen many miasma in her past life, but this miasma was obviously much thicker than the ones she had seen in the past. When the surrounding cultivators saw Bailey Hongzhuang approaching the miasma, astonishment appeared on their faces at the same time. "Miss, this miasma is poisonous. I advise you to stay away from it." A young man could not help but approach Bailey Hongzhuang after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's ravishing beauty. His words were filled with goodwill. It would be a pity if such a beauty were to die because of this miasma. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at the man next to her. The man was about 20 years old. He was handsome and dressed in luxurious clothes. Clearly, he was not an ordinary mercenary. He should be the son of an aristocratic family. Thank you for the reminder. Bailey Hongzhuang's tone was calm and polite. Since the other party had kindly reminded her, there was no need for her to treat him coldly. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang directly took out a silver needle from her heaven-earth bag and tried to touch the miasma with it. "Master, what are you doing?" Xiao Hei's lively eyes darted around as she asked curiously. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. "I'm testing how toxic this miasma is and whether a person can enter it directly. This acupuncture technique is really amazing. You can test the toxicity of the miasma just like that." Xiao Bai exclaimed. Baishar silently lay on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder, but his eyes were fixed on the miasma. To be more precise, he was staring deep into the miasma. "Master, I seem to sense a familiar aura in this miasma." Baishar's eyes flickered with a complicated light. He was clearly suspicious and uncertain. A sharp light flashed across Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes. She was slightly surprised. "Do you know what kind of demonic beast is in this miasma?" As a beast king, Baishar naturally belonged to the ranks of divine beasts. Demonic beasts were different from human cultivators. Demonic beasts had a very mystical power called inheritance. Even though Baishar had never seen a demonic beast of the same clan after he was born, his mother had passed on a lot of knowledge to Baishar when she had given birth to him. This included cultivation methods as well as other information that Baishar needed to understand. As Baishar grew up, he would understand more and more about this inheritance. No one could take away the inheritance from his memories. Clearly, it was better than the protection methods humans had. Baishar shook his head. There was a look of helplessness on his young face. "I only feel that this aura is very familiar, but I can't be sure what kind of demonic beast it to be." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was not disappointed. She smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, maybe you will be able to tell after hearing the roar of the wicked beast." Hu Junqing saw that Bailey Hongzhuang did not leave, but instead took out a silver needle to test the miasma, and his face was filled with doubt. "Miss, what are you doing?" Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the man beside her. There was a trace of impatience in her clear eyes. She did not like to be disturbed when she was busy. "I'm Hu Junqing. May I know your name?" Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang did not reply, Hu Junqing did not mind. As the saying goes, a fair lady is a gentleman's dream. For a rare beauty like Bailey Hongzhuang, it was normal for her to ignore others. "Master, this fellow seems to have taken a liking to you." Xiao Hei's eyes sparkled with excitement and she looked as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. There are so many senseless people like him in this world. Bailey Hongzhuang did not intend to pay any attention to Hu Junqing. She believed that this fellow would not bother her anymore after he had brought trouble upon himself. "Our young master is talking to you. How dare you ignore him?" The burly man beside Hu Junqing was displeased. Their young master had a strong family background. Who would dare to be rude to their young master? Hu Junqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang meaningfully. He did not stop the bodyguard beside him and was rather pleased with himself. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's face instantly turned cold. No matter when, bodyguards who bullied others because of their master's power were extremely annoying. Get lost as far away as you can. Bailey Hongzhuang's cold voice did not contain a trace of warmth. She did not even look at Hu Junqing and the others. Her attitude as if there was no one else around was clearly the ultimate contempt. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude, the bodyguard and Hu Junqing's face turned ugly. Until now, no one had ever dared to tell them to get lost. Don't be ungrateful, the bodyguard warned. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. She was concentrating on studying the toxins of the miasma. These fellows who had suddenly appeared were really noisy. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to turn around and deal with this trouble, a pale golden figure appeared beside her and blocked in front of Hu Junqing. I told you to get lost as far as you can. Didn't you hear me? Debachen's black eyes flashed with a biting cold light. His tone was domineering and resolute, as if he was giving an order. He did not give anyone a chance to refuse. Hu Junqing looked at Debachen, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. He had wanted to threaten him, but when he saw Debachen's eyes, he could no longer speak. That pair of deep black eyes were filled with coldness and murderous intent. Just one look was enough to make him feel a sense of danger. Although this idea was inconceivable, it did exist. However, before Hu Junqing could stop the guard beside him, his words had already escaped his mouth. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to our young master like that? I think you're courting death. The corners of Debachen's mouth curled up in an evil arc, but his eyes grew colder and colder. That killing intent was almost tangible, making people feel a fatal chill. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they were all waiting to see a good show. Over the past few days, they had been very depressed by this inexplicable miasma. It was rare to see something interesting, so everyone was very interested. Isn't that the young master of the Hu clan? I'm afraid this newcomer is in for a bad time. Yes, Hu Junqing's guards are not weak. I heard that the Hu clan is very interested in this miasma forest. A large number of cultivators from the Hu clan are rushing over. Alas, they've just arrived and already provoked the young master of the Hu clan. They're really unlucky. I'm afraid this man will be beaten up. The guard looked at Debachen with some pride. As a guard of the Hu clan, he had always been the one bullying others. Since when did others have the right to speak ruthlessly to him? I also think you're courting death. The arc of Debachen's mouth quietly froze. His eyes were dangerous and cold. In the next moment, the surrounding cultivators burst into a burst of exclamations. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in astonishment and disbelief. Too violent. Bai Junyu sighed. Usually, he rarely saw Debachen make a move. He didn't expect Debachen to be so domineering and ruthless. Sure enough, he and Bailey Hongzhuang are a couple. It's too bloody. Cui Haoyan shook his head with a look of emotion. After staying with this group of perverts for a long time, he had become a lot calmer. Wow, it's really too cool. Xia Jiqing's face couldn't hide the excitement. She liked this kind of bloody and violent scene very much. Gong Xiaoqing, Dong Fengyu, Lu Qinyue, and Zhang Yinfeng were standing in the same place. Bailey Hongzhuang and Debachen were really troublesome people. The guard who had been shouting in front of Debachen had disappeared because Debachen's punch had directly made the guy unable to speak. Then, he kicked the guy into the miasma. No one heard the slightest sound. The guard was like the cultivator who had entered the miasma before. After entering, there was no movement. As for Hu Junqing and the other guard, they really did what Bailey Hongzhuang said, roll as far as possible. Because after Debachen brought the two guys to the point where even their parents couldn't recognize them, he let the two guys roll away. That's right, just roll. Now, Hu Junqing and the guard were rolling on the ground, but these two guys didn't even dare to say a word. More importantly, they didn't know how far to roll. If they didn't roll far enough, Debachen would help them roll even further. That would be terrible. Therefore, the unlucky Hu Junqing and the guard could only continue to roll. Bechin turned his face and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile. Wife, do you feel a lot quieter? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a narrow smile. She was also amazed by Bechin's means. It seemed that Bechin's bad ideas were no less than hers. Not bad. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. In that case, in order to prevent others from harassing wife again, I will accompany wife. After saying that, Bechin did not give Bailey Hongzhuang a chance to refuse. He directly accompanied Bailey Hongzhuang, like a good husband who was eager to protect his wife. The surrounding cultivators understood at this moment. They looked at Bechin in a new light and completely understood Bechin's approach. Bailey Hongzhuang was somewhat helpless. Bechin obviously wouldn't leave, but she felt that this wasn't bad. Wife, how's your research going? Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes staring at the silver needle that had turned black, Bechin asked. Previously, when Bailey Hongzhuang was treating him, he had already seen the magic of acupuncture. Since the silver needle had turned black, it proved that the miasma was poisonous. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed slightly, and her charming face was a little dignified. The poison in the miasma is very strong. I'm afraid that the cultivators who went in earlier died directly from the poison. I think I need to study this poison. Otherwise, it's impossible to understand the situation in the miasma forest. Bechin nodded slightly. He had always admired Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills. Since the poison is so strong, it's a little unbelievable that there are demonic beasts living in it. Bechin pondered. This miasma suddenly appeared recently. If the monsters want to adapt to this miasma, they will not succeed in a short period of time. Bechin's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light, and his wise appearance seemed to penetrate everything. Your thoughts are the same as mine. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled tacitly. In this way, the appearance of this miasma is even more strange and worth studying. Immediately afterward, Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the side of Xianxia and the others and began to concentrate on studying the toxins. Judging from the richness of the miasma, unless they could enter the miasma, it was impossible to understand the situation inside. Xianxia and the others looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's complicated process of studying the toxins, and their hearts had a sense of admiration. In fact, in the face of this miasma, they really had no way to deal with it. After Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongba understood the situation of the miasma forest, they no longer hid their bodies. At this time, there was no need to continue to hide their bodies. It was better to get along with everyone and enter the miasma. The toxins of this miasma are very strong. Even with my cultivation, I can't last long. Lu Huaiyan said his own judgment. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face could not help but change a bit. Even the mentors could not last long in the miasma, let alone them? It seems that the judgment of the mercenary trade union was really wrong this time. This task is definitely not just a blue-level task. Lu Huaiyan's eyes showed a bit of seriousness. After the monster tide, it suddenly became like this. It is a bit strange. I'm afraid there is something extraordinary here. Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongba looked at each other. This situation was somewhat similar to what they had heard of before. It shouldn't be. Lu Huaiyan slowly said, and his heart already had a certain guess. Fu Hongba nodded slightly. It is possible. Both of their faces changed a bit. If things were really as they thought, then it would be a big deal. Xianxia and the others looked at the two mentors doubtfully. They did not understand what the two mentors were talking about, but from the expressions of the two, they could understand that this miasma was not simple. I didn't expect this kind of thing to appear here. Bechin leaned against the tree in a carefree manner with a meaningful smile on his face. Bailey Hongzhuang had just finished studying the poison on the silver needle when she heard Bechin's words. Her clear eyes were filled with curiosity. You already know what this miasma is? If I'm not wrong, this miasma should be a sign of the appearance of an ancient ruin. Bechin had no intention of hiding anything from Bailey Hongzhuang. Ancient ruins? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. She had also seen ancient ruins before, but she didn't know that ancient ruins would be accompanied by miasma when they appeared. The ancient ruins were buildings built by some experts. They left their lifetime wealth and inheritance in the ancient ruins, just to find a fated person to inherit their inheritance in the future. Usually, the experts who built ancient ruins were very powerful. After all, just building a ruin required a huge amount of energy. Ancient ruins were usually located underground or in a small world built by experts. Only when certain people or events triggered these ancient ruins would they reveal themselves. Bewitching nodded. He saw that Bailey Hongzhuang did not seem to know much about the ancient ruins, so he explained to Bailey Hongzhuang about the ancient ruins. Why is there miasma when the ancient ruins appear? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. This was what she did not understand the most. Hundreds of years ago, the Luoyun mountain range produced an extremely strong miasma. At that time, almost no one dared to come to the Luoyun mountain range. However, it gradually dissipated and became what it is today. I read in the history books that the miasma at that time was extremely terrifying. It was extremely poisonous and had an extremely wide range, just like the miasma in front of us. However, when I flipped through the history books, there was no record of the cause of the miasma's appearance. Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. She did not expect the Luoyun mountain range to have such a history. It did not happen in the era she lived in, so, this ancient ruin is very likely to have been buried when the miasma was produced? Bailey Hongzhuang understood everything. If this was really the case, then they had undoubtedly discovered a huge treasure. A powerful cultivator who had built an ancient ruin must have passed down a rich inheritance. Regardless of whether it was cultivation techniques, martial skills, or weapons, they were all treasures. This kind of treasure was very rare in the past. The valuable ones belonged to various clans, while the ancient ruins belonged to the inheritance of ordinary cultivators. As long as they were lucky, they could also obtain treasures from it. Smart. Bewitching praised, the miasma is still very strong now. Most cultivators are unable to enter it. I believe that many people are still unable to predict the real situation inside. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. If we go in directly, won't we be one step ahead? That's right. Bewitching nodded. However, the miasma's poison is very terrifying. It won't be easy to enter it. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a confident smile. Leave the detoxification to me. Since they were fated to come across such a treasure, how could she not seize the opportunity? Detoxification was what she was best at. Since Bewitching could guess that there were ancient ruins in the miasma, she believed that others might have thought of it as well. After all, the ancient era's ruins were treasures that even the cultivation aristocratic families couldn't overlook. Those old fellows were all experienced and knowledgeable. As long as they heard the slightest clue, they could roughly guess what was going on. They didn't have much time left. Bailey Hongzhuang no longer hesitated and immediately began to research how to concoct the antidote. She had already understood the characteristics of the miasma toxin from her earlier research. However, the most complicated part was the concoction of the antidote. This was because every difference in composition would lead to a different effect of the antidote pill. She needed to study it very carefully. After all, in the face of such miasma, they might lose their lives if they were not careful. Time passed slowly, and night fell once again. Everyone was ready to rest after eating their rations. However, when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang, their eyes were filled with admiration. From the day until now, Bailey Hongzhuang had put all her energy into researching the antidote pill. She was so focused that she didn't even have time to eat. Everyone now understood why Bailey Hongzhuang was able to achieve such results in medical skills at such a young age. For a long time, they had thought that they were serious enough in their cultivation, but compared with Bailey Hongzhuang, they found that their so-called seriousness was nothing. When Bailey Hongzhuang was researching medical skills, she had reached a state where she forgot to eat and sleep, completely forgetting herself. Lu Qingyue's eyes were the deepest. She had never seen Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance in alchemy. She only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was talented, so she could achieve such results. Now it seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang's talent was naturally not bad, but she worked harder. For a time, everyone seemed to have received a baptism, and there was a feeling of epiphany in their hearts. If they could reach the level of Bailey Hongzhuang in their cultivation, their strength would definitely improve a lot on the basis of their current foundation. Bewitching's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. His wife had a different kind of charm, especially when she was so focused. This charm was even more fascinating. The next day, the sky gradually brightened. When everyone opened their eyes, they found that Bailey Hongzhuang was still in the same position as last night, studying the toxins, but from her constantly recording on the paper, they could see the results of her research last night. Oh my god, Hongzhuang is still studying, did she not rest last night? Xiaojiqing was shocked. Bai Junyu shook his head. He slept very deeply last night and did not notice this, but he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang most likely did not rest. Hongzhuang is working too hard, it's okay if she can't study it, is she under too much pressure? Zhang Yunfeng's eyes showed a little worry, such a concentrated research was extremely exhausting. Gong Xiaoqing waved his hand, Bailey Hongzhuang is not under a lot of pressure, she is just excited. Excited? Everyone was stunned, after studying for a day and a night, she was still excited. Gong Xiaoqing nodded and did not explain, he just motioned everyone to look at Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. Everyone took a closer look and found that Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes seemed to be burning with a flame. Not only was there no sign of fatigue, on the contrary, she was very excited. Yes, Bailey Hongzhuang was now in a state of excitement. She was extremely interested in some toxins that she had never seen before, and she did not feel tired when studying them. The more challenging things were, the more she liked to do it. It was precisely because of this that she was able to learn such exquisite medical skills. Her body was filled with all kinds of strange poisons. Everyone was speechless, this was too abnormal. Abnormal was abnormal, ordinary people, they could not compare. On the other side, Bewitching just stared indifferently at Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang studied for an entire night, and he also accompanied Bailey Hongzhuang for an entire night. Although he could not help Bailey Hongzhuang in the study of toxins, at least he would not let Bailey Hongzhuang be alone. Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at each other, they were more and more satisfied with Bewitching. When night fell again, Bailey Hongzhuang's expressionless face suddenly curved into a bright smile. Bewitching noticed it for the first time, and suddenly a smile appeared in his eyes. I've studied it. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. With Bailey Hongzhuang's voice falling, everyone's eyes were fixed on Bailey Hongzhuang. Have you studied it? Everyone asked in unison. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, the smile on her lips was full of confidence and certainty. After taking this detoxification pill, we will be able to pass through this layer of miasma. Everyone's eyes showed joy. This miasma was their biggest problem. If they could not be afraid of this miasma, then it would be much more convenient for them to complete this task. Bailey Hongzhuang, you should rest first, we will talk about it tomorrow. Lu Huaiyan said with concern. Bailey Hongzhuang's high-intensity research had caused great mental damage and she needed a good rest to make up for it. What Teacher Lu said is right, you should rest first. Fu Hongba also said. He was also very clear about Bailey Hongzhuang's current situation. This was completely based on her excitement. Once this momentum passed, Bailey Hongzhuang would be very tired. Xiaojiqing and the others also agreed. They were also very worried about Bailey Hongzhuang. Looking at the concern in everyone's eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was warm and she immediately smiled and said, okay. After relaxing, Bailey Hongzhuang found that she was indeed very tired. There was an empty pain in her head. It was obvious that the mental damage was serious. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly leaned against the tree. Just as she was about to rest, Bewitching put a pill into her mouth. Turning her head, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching strangely and asked silently. Your mental damage is very serious. You worked so hard to develop the detoxification pill in order to be able to enter the miasma tomorrow. If you don't restore your mental strength, how can you go in tomorrow in your best state? Bewitching's voice was gentle, and his eyes were full of love and heartache. For the past 2 days and 1 night, his heart ached when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang working so hard. However, he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was obsessed with developing the antidote pill, so he couldn't stop her. Now he was responsible for taking good care of Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang stared blankly at Bewitching. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. The pill melted as soon as it entered her mouth, turning into abundant energy that replenished the spiritual power she lacked. Her originally tired body also became a little more comfortable under the replenishment of this energy. Bewitching reached out and put Bailey Hongzhuang's head on his shoulder. Have a good rest. Bailey Hongzhuang's body stiffened for a moment, but after hearing Bewitching's words, she relaxed and finally fell asleep on Bewitching's shoulder. Not far away, Dong Fengyu looked at this scene and felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Previously, when he saw Bailey Hongshuang's attitude towards Bewitching was not like an ordinary wife's attitude towards her husband, he faintly held a glimmer of hope in his heart. Now, it seemed that this glimmer of hope was completely destroyed. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Baisher's eyes shone with excitement. It seemed that their master and Bewitching's relationship was getting closer and closer. Bewitching stared at Bailey Hongshuang's side profile, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His deep eyes were overflowing with tenderness that could not be concealed. He had fallen from the altar for 3 years. He thought that it would be the shame of his life, but he never thought that because of this, he would meet Bailey Hongshuang. Comparing the two, he felt that these 3 years of hard work were worth it. When Bailey Hongshuang slowly woke up, she only felt that the original tiredness had dissipated, and she was unusually relaxed. As a doctor, she knew very well how long it would take for her to recover from yesterday's situation. Now that she recovered so quickly, it could be seen that the medicinal pill Bewitching fed her was of a very high grade. However, as soon as she opened her eyes, Bailey Hongshuang saw Bewitching's slightly smiling face. "Wifey hugged your husband for the whole night, have you hugged enough?" The teasing voice was teasing and light-hearted. The pampering in Bewitching's eyes remained unchanged. Bailey Hongshuang was slightly startled, only to find that she was hugging Bewitching, and immediately let go of her hand. With a blush on her pretty face, Bailey Hongshuang was secretly annoyed. She didn't know why she was hugging Bewitching after waking up when she was leaning on Bewitching's shoulder. This was really inexplicable. "Wifey, don't be shy, we are husband and wife. It's normal for you to hug me to sleep." Bewitching winked at Bailey Hongshuang, very ambiguous. "I don't know what happened after I fell asleep," Bailey Hongshuang explained. "I understand." Bewitching nodded seriously, as if he believed Bailey Hongshuang's words. However, the more Bewitching acted like this, the more Bailey Hongshuang understood that Bewitching didn't believe her at all, and was completely teasing her. Looking away, Bailey Hongshuang found that everyone was looking at her with a teasing smile, and suddenly her face became more embarrassed. Xiaojiqing came to Bailey Hongshuang's side and laughed. "Hongshuang, I now feel more and more that you and Bewitching are a match made in heaven." Bailey Hongshuang glanced at Xiaojiqing. "I just fell asleep, I don't know why it became like this." "It's normal, husband and wife should be like this. I think your relationship is enviable." Xiaojiqing smiled. "You don't know, in order to let you sleep comfortably, Bewitching has been in the same position since he woke up. I really admire him." "Ah?" Bailey Hongshuang was a little surprised. She was embarrassed before and didn't pay attention to this matter. Xiaojiqing nodded seriously. "Hongshuang, you don't have to be embarrassed. I think Bewitching is really good to you. You haven't rested for 2 days and 1 night in order to develop the detoxification pill, and Bewitching has been by your side for 2 days and 1 night, never resting. If there is a man in the world who can treat me like this, I will definitely treat him well. You must cherish him." Xiaojiqing's tone was sincere and serious. As a friend, she was really happy for Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang's heart was slightly touched, and she couldn't help but look at Bewitching not far away. She happened to see Bewitching smiling at her as usual. His calm heart suddenly began to beat. "Master, you should follow Bewitching, haha." Xiao He excitedly echoed. "Agreed, agreed." Xiao Bai followed. "I also agree," Baisher said in a childish voice. Bailey Hongshuang ignored the 3 beasts that were jumping happily and turned to look at the crowd. "I have developed the detoxification pill, as long as you take it, you can enter the miasma." Then, Bailey Hongshuang distributed the detoxification pill she had made to everyone. As Lu Huayan's voice fell, everyone's eyes focused on Bailey Hongshuang. In the past 2 days, they had already felt the horror of this miasma just by listening to the conversations of other cultivators. Many of the cultivators present had various kinds of detoxification pills, but the final result proved that none of their pills could resist this powerful miasma. Now, many cultivators had already given up on entering the miasma. After all, it was not worthwhile to lose their lives for a mystery. "I'm very confident in my detoxification pill." Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth curved into a faint smile. Why don't I enter the miasma after taking the detoxification pill? You can go in after, I'm sure there's no problem. Bailey Hongzhuang could understand everyone's doubts. After all, this carelessness could cause them to lose their lives here. Others didn't know, but she had full confidence in her medical skills. Although the toxins of the miasma were slightly different, they were all similar. She had already come into contact with them before. This time, it was precisely because she wanted to be 100% safe that she spent so much time. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone's face revealed a bit of awkwardness. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Bailey Hongzhuang, but they really had to be careful about this kind of thing. Seeing this, Dongfengyu's heart tightened. He only wanted to try it on behalf of Bailey Hongzhuang. However, before Dongfengyu could say anything, Bewitching had already taken the detoxification pill. How can I let my wife do this kind of thing? Bewitching's mouth curved into an elegant and charming smile, his dark and bright eyes filled with trust. In the next moment, Bewitching directly turned around and walked into the miasma. If there's no problem, I'll let you know. Looking at Bewitching's back as he turned around and left, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes gradually changed. It was as if something in her heart was melting. This man seemed to believe in her no matter when and where. Did he know that once something went wrong, only death would await him? Everyone's expression changed again and again. They felt that Bewitching was too sincere to Bailey Hongzhuang. He was even willing to put his life in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. Dongfengyu's expression became even more complicated. He originally thought that Bewitching didn't care enough about Bailey Hongzhuang. Now, it seemed that he had been mistaken. How could a person who was willing to sacrifice his life for Bailey Hongzhuang be indifferent to Bailey Hongzhuang? Just as Bewitching turned around and approached the miasma, a warm and soft hand held him. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise, as if he couldn't believe the situation in front of him. Let's go together. Bailey Hongzhuang tilted her head and looked at Bewitching with a sweet smile. Her smile was as bright as the sun. It was just a simple sentence, but everything was conveyed without words. Bewitching's smile curved into a warm smile. He increased the strength of his hand, tightly holding Bailey Hongzhuang's hand, as if he was never willing to let go. When the surrounding cultivators saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Dongfengyu's actions, a puzzled look appeared in their eyes. They didn't know what the two were planning to do. As the two gradually approached the miasma, everyone also understood their plan. They actually want to break into this miasma, they are simply courting death. There are always people in this world who think highly of themselves. So many people have not succeeded. Do you think they can succeed? They are just going to die in vain. This couple is so outstanding. If they fall like this, it would be a pity. Everyone was talking about it. The only thing they had in common was that they were all curious about the result of Bailey Hongzhuang entering the miasma. In the past 2 days, Bailey Hongzhuang had been studying the miasma toxins. Although most of the cultivators did not believe that Bailey Hongzhuang could develop a detoxification pill to restrain the miasma, since someone was willing to die first, they were also happy to wait and see. Walking in front of the miasma, Bewitching chuckled and said, "Wife, let's go in." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, "Okay." The next moment, the two walked into the miasma together. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared from everyone's sight. After Bewitching disappeared, Gong Xiaoqing and the others all showed a worried look in their eyes. Hongzhuang will have an accident, right? Xia Jiqing's hands were twisted together, her eyebrows were full of worry. She was really worried. Just now, she was also ready to go in with Hongzhuang, but Bewitching's movements were too fast. She felt that this was the moment for Bewitching to express his feelings. It was not appropriate for her to get involved. I hope not. Bai Junyu's expression was complicated. I believe in Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills. Everyone was silent. Now that things had developed to this point, they could only wait for the result. However, after Bailey Hongzhuang entered, there was no movement for a long time. Even if Xia Jiqing shouted the name of Bailey Hongzhuang loudly, there was still no movement inside. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators shook their heads. From this situation, they could determine the result. These two people must have died inside. It is impossible for anyone to successfully break into such a terrible miasma. In my opinion, we should all stop trying. Otherwise, we will only lose our lives for nothing. Previously, when I saw Bailey Hongzhuang developing the detoxification pill for such a long time, I thought she was very powerful. How stupid. Hearing their words, Bewitching and the others couldn't help but have an ugly look on their faces. Their anxious hearts gradually sank. No, Hongzhuang's medical skills are so good. How could there be a problem? Xiaojiqing's pretty face turned pale. She simply couldn't accept this fact. Hongzhuang was the miracle-working doctor of Fengbo country. Even the vice principal could not do anything about the illness, but Hongzhuang had cured it. It could be seen that Hongzhuang's medical skills were superb. Just now, she clearly saw that Hongzhuang was full of confidence, so there shouldn't be any problems. How could this be? Gong Xiaoqing's eyes rippled, and his usually cold face was also dyed with an oppressive color. In this miasma, you can't even see your 5 fingers. Maybe there are other unknown dangers in addition to the miasma. Gong Xiaoqing said solemnly. Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongba's hearts were equally heavy. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were their most promising students. Just when everyone's mood sank to the bottom, suddenly, there was a sound in the miasma. Immediately afterward, a fiery red light rose into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Not for other reasons, but because this fiery red light was the signal of their college. Xiaojiqing's eyes instantly bloomed with a strong brilliance, and she couldn't help but cheer. I knew that Hongzhuang and the others would be fine. Yes, fortunately, they are fine, haha. Bai Junyu laughed, his eyes full of relief and joy. Dong Fengyu's originally red eyes slowly returned to normal at this moment, and a happy smile once again appeared in his peach blossom eyes. Fortunately, he muttered to himself. Fortunately, she was fine. Even if he already knew that it was impossible between him and Bailey Hongzhuang, he still hoped to see her often. When he thought of her disappearing from his sight forever, his heart almost stopped breathing. Gong Xiaoqing was still silent, but there was a trace of comfort in his cold eyes. It's great that they are fine. Lu Huaiyan breathed a sigh of relief. As a mentor, it was already extremely wrong for him to let Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaojiqing risk their lives. At this moment, knowing that the two were safe, the guilt in his heart was also a bit better. Since Hongzhuang has already sent us a message, let's not delay any longer and go straight in? Xiaojiqing quickly said. She had been here facing this white miasma for a long time, and now that she could finally pass through this layer of miasma, she had long been impatient. Let's go. Fu Hongba said with a smile. After seeing the fiery red signal, the surrounding cultivators looked as if they had seen a ghost. So far, it was unknown how many cultivators had tried to go in, but in the end, none of them had come out. Who would have thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaojiqing would be able to release a signal flare after going in? So, didn't it mean that Bailey Hongzhuang had really developed a detoxification pill to deal with the miasma? At the thought of this, everyone's eyes flashed with a bright light. Looking at Di Beichen and Xiaojiqing's eyes were like a cat seeing a mouse, shining brightly. Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongba almost immediately had a premonition that things were not good. Now, the most attractive thing was the detoxification pill left by Bailey Hongzhuang. These cultivators would definitely rush directly. Even though they were not weak, they had no chance of winning against such a terrifying number of cultivators. Almost as soon as he realized the danger, Lu Huaiyan hurriedly said, "Let's go." The extremely nervous words exploded in the ears of Xiaojiqing and the others. Everyone was shocked and quickly rushed towards the miasma not far away. This miasma was a deadly poison in the eyes of others, but in their eyes, it was their protective amulet. Once they entered the miasma, these people did not dare to act recklessly. Catch them! Someone shouted and all the cultivators rushed forward with bloodshot eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Xiaojiqing and the others pushed their speed to the extreme and rushed into the miasma without hesitation. Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongba walked at the back of the team, covering Xiaojiqing and the others as they quickly entered the miasma. Ding ding ding, when the sound of metal clashing sounded, Xiaojiqing and the others finally succeeded in entering the miasma. The white miasma was like a fog that blocked everyone's line of sight. If not for the fact that everyone was gathered together, they wouldn't even be able to see each other's faces. Everyone's face changed slightly, and they turned their heads to help the two mentors. Everyone, don't worry, the two mentors are strong, so they should be fine. Gong Xiaoqing comforted everyone, and his cold face was full of calmness. They had already rushed into the miasma, and he believed that the two mentors would be able to escape unscathed. Now all the cultivators must be gathered outside the miasma, and once they rushed out, it would be more dangerous. Everyone calmed down after hearing this. Gong Xiaoqing's experience could be said to be the most abundant among them. Indeed, with their strength, they would not be able to help. On the contrary, they might drag the two mentors down. Just as everyone was waiting, Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongbo rushed in. "How is everyone?" Lu Huaiyan asked. "Mentor, we are fine, how are you?" Lu Qingyue asked with concern. Fu Hongbo waved his hand, "Since everyone is fine, let's go in." After Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen walked into the miasma forest together, she found that Di Beichen did not hesitate from beginning to end, as if he was not walking into the poisonous miasma forest, but his own back garden. "Wife, this is the first time you have held your husband's hand." Di Beichen's mouth was filled with a happy and proud smile, and he stared at Bailey Hongzhuang with a teasing smile. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's face turned red. Shouldn't this guy be worried about his life at this time? Why is he focusing on the wrong thing? She did not know where she got the courage to hold Di Beichen's hand. At this moment, the two were alone, and the atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately planned to let go of Di Beichen's hand. However, Di Beichen seemed to have already guessed Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughts, and tightly held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand, not giving her a chance to escape. "Since you are holding my hand, then you can't let go." Di Beichen's eyes were filled with a deep smile, but his dark eyes were filled with a serious light. Bailey Hongzhuang looked up at Di Beichen, and the corner of her mouth suddenly raised into a smile. Different from before, Bailey Hongzhuang just quietly stared at Di Beichen. She suddenly felt that it was great that Di Beichen accompanied her like this. "Let's go." Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Di Beichen's eyes lit up, and the curve of his mouth gradually widened, exuding heartfelt joy. "Okay. Should I fire the signal flare now?" Di Beichen raised his eyebrows and asked. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. "We just came in not too long ago. It will take a little longer to determine the effect. Let's fire it later." Di Beichen smiled faintly. "You're right. Let's go and take a look first." As Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang gradually went deeper, Bailey Hongzhuang realized that the miasma covered an extraordinarily large area. It was like a huge forest, and the area was much larger than what everyone had estimated. The two of them sped up. They realized that there were no other dangers in the miasma forest other than the miasma. At this full speed, the two of them were moving at an extremely fast speed. "Master, we are getting closer to that familiar aura." Baisher's voice rang in Bailey Hongzhuang's heart. "Is this aura in the center of the miasma forest?" Seeing how certain Baisher was, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but slow down. The closer they were to the center, the more careful they had to be. After all, no one knew what was going on inside. It was even possible that they would be attacked by the monstrous beasts as soon as they entered. Roar! An earth-shattering roar was heard. The monstrous beast had clearly sensed Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Hei's approach. Its roar had clearly become agitated and restless. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. A trace of seriousness flashed across their eyes. "Master, that monstrous beast should have been confined." Xiao Bai slowly spoke up. "Confined?" Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. "If that's the case, this monstrous beast is very likely to be the guardian beast of the ruins." Looking at the situation, Bailey Hongzhuang was even more certain that there was an ancient ruin in the miasma. A guardian beast was not something that could be found in an ordinary ruin. It seemed that they had really found a treasure. Xiao Hei nodded. "It's very likely. I can faintly sense a powerful fluctuation. It should be the fluctuation of a restrictive spell." Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai were no strangers to ancient ruins. They had experienced a long time. It was very difficult for ordinary people to see ancient ruins. However, it was not a big deal for them to go into closed-door cultivation. "The miasma in front of us is getting fainter," Di Beichen slowly said. "It seems that it's just as we expected." There is no miasma in the middle of this miasma forest. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a smile. Her pretty face was filled with confidence. Finally, as the miasma completely disappeared from their sight, they saw a huge open space. It was as big as a small city. The trees and vegetation that grew in this area had all fallen to the ground. Something was faintly visible underground. Even someone as calm as Bewitching could not help but be pleasantly surprised when he saw the situation in front of him. Looks like it really is an ancient ruin. Bewitching sighed. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. If not for the sudden appearance of the demonic beast tide, I'm afraid that this ruin would not have been revealed. In my opinion, this ruin is gradually emerging from the ground. Before tomorrow, this ruin will completely appear. It is precisely because of the appearance of the ruins that the miasma outside is constantly spreading outwards. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with understanding. When she saw this scene, she already understood all the facts. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with astonishment and amazement in his eyes. Even for him, he had only heard about the ancient ruins before, but this was the first time he had seen one. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was so calm, as if she had already seen this before. She was not surprised at all. Logically speaking, with Bailey Hongzhuang's background, it should be impossible for her to have seen it before. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's performance was completely different. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang showed her medical skills, he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's background was extraordinary. Now, it seemed that he had still underestimated her. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed Bewitching's expression and guessed Bewitching's thoughts. She did not intend to hide it. Because these things would be exposed sooner or later, it was useless to hide it now. Seeing that it would take some time for the ruins to fully appear, Bailey Hongzhuang and Fu Huiyan closed their eyes and began to adjust their breathing. Only then would they be able to enter the ruins in their best condition when the ruins appeared. Hongzhuang, I finally found you. Not long after, Xianxia's surprised voice suddenly came from behind, and in a flash, she appeared in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, you're finally here. Lu Huiyan and Fu Hongbo's gazes fell on the cracked ground that seemed to have a foreign object protruding from it. Their faces were simultaneously covered with shock. It seems that our guess is right. Lu Huiyan slowly said, I didn't expect that there would be ancient ruins in the Luoyun Mountains. Fu Hongba's eyes showed a little joy. Usually, once the ancient ruins appear, there will be many forces fighting for it. Thanks to the existence of this miasma, it has not been discovered. The mercenary trade union released this blue task that has attracted a lot of attention. Although most people can't guess the result, the old guys of those forces are experienced and knowledgeable. Maybe they have already seen the clues. Listening to this, Lu Huiyan's face changed a bit. Indeed, the old guys of those forces could not be judged by common sense. We are always the first to enter the miasma. Looking at this, the ruins will completely appear tomorrow. Lu Huiyan and Fu Hongba were mentors. Although they were experienced and knowledgeable, it was undoubtedly the first time they had seen a real ruin. This kind of inheritance left by an ancient powerhouse, no matter who it was, could not be ignored. Maybe as long as they got an opportunity, their lives would have a completely different change. Hearing the words ancient ruins, Bai Junyu and the others were completely stunned. This kind of thing that was almost a legend for them was actually happening in front of them? This is an ancient ruin? Xiaojiqing's expression was sluggish. She only felt as if she had been hit by a huge pie. It was her first time coming to the Luoyun mountain range and she had encountered such a good thing. Her luck was too good. Bai Junyu's eyes flashed with an incredible color. I never dreamed that one day I would see an ancient ruin. If I can get a treasure from it, it would be a big deal. Cui Haoyan and Gong Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with a strong fiery light. This ruin was exuding an unparalleled attraction. Master, things have changed. Whitey's originally excited eyes were suddenly filled with a trace of seriousness. I can feel several auras rapidly approaching this place. As soon as he said that, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression changed. Is the other party's aura strong? I feel that these auras belong to young people, and not those old monsters who have cultivated for many years. Xiaobai thought for a moment and said seriously. Looks like he's a junior. From some power. The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth curled into a smile. She was not unfamiliar with this situation. The ancient ruins was a place where many forces nurtured their younger generation. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not notice the slight change in Beichen's expression when these auras approached. Haha, I didn't expect that an ancient ruin would appear in this remote falling cloud mountain range. Your news is really fast. As soon as I received the news, I rushed to the Luoyun mountain range. I didn't expect to arrive with you. Yan Lingxian's face showed some regret and depression, but from the confidence in his eyebrows, it could still be seen that he didn't care too much about this matter. Such important news, how can we not know? A light and sweet female voice sounded. You want to take advantage of everyone, but it's not so easy. Ji Yuner, I don't like what you said. Since everyone is here, it's up to their own abilities. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked up and saw 4 young cultivators slowly descending from the air. The 4 young cultivators, 2 men and 2 women, were all dressed in luxurious brocade clothes. Their young faces were filled with the same pride and confidence. As the outstanding children of a cultivation family, they have been superior since birth. This pride and self-confidence have long been integrated into their bones with their growth. The 4 of them obviously did not think that there would be other cultivators in the middle of the miasma forest. At this moment, they could not help but be stunned. Someone came before us? Yan Lingxian's eyes flashed with astonishment. This was completely beyond his expectations. Ji Yuner was also surprised to see Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. It was reasonable to say that it was impossible for ordinary cultivators to pass through such a thick miasma. Who are they? How come I have never seen them before? Ji Yuner looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others in confusion. It was reasonable to say that if they could pass through such a thick miasma, it could be seen that their background was not weak. However, most of the young people with tyrannical backgrounds had a certain understanding of them, but these people in front of them had no impression at all. Suddenly, Ji Yuner's eyes locked on Bewitching. Her slightly surprised eyes were instantly stained with shock. Di Gongzi? Yan Lingxian and the others were thinking about the identity of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. After hearing Ji Yuner's words, they immediately looked at Bewitching behind the crowd. After confirming the identity of Bewitching, Ji Yuner immediately came over, her pretty face faintly showing some joy. Di Gongzi, why are you here? Seeing Ji Yuner's attitude, Xianxia and the others also turned their surprised eyes to Bewitching. Although they did not know the identity of Ji Yuner, from the content of their conversation, it could be concluded that their identity and background were not simple. Since they knew Bewitching, it was obvious that Bewitching's identity was not simple. I'm cultivating at the Azure Water School. Bewitching did not treat Ji Yuner differently because of her identity. His look was still calm and natural. However, Yan Lingxian and the others listened to Bewitching's words as if they had heard a fantasy story. What kind of joke was this? With Bewitching's identity, he was actually cultivating at the Kanglan school. If they didn't see that other people's expressions were the same as their own, they only thought that they had heard wrong. With Bewitching's identity and background, there was no need for him to cultivate at the Azure Water School. It was a complete waste of time. Di Gongzi, I am Yan Lingxian of the Yan family. Yan Lingxian walked to the side of Bewitching. The proud look on his handsome face was completely restrained in front of Bewitching. Obviously, in his heart, Bewitching's position was quite high. Wow, what is the identity of Bewitching? Xia Zhiqing approached Bai Junyu and whispered. Bai Junyu's face showed a bit of emotion. I don't know, but his background must not be simple. Gong Xiaoqing and the others were also silent. The change in Yan Lingxian's attitude could be seen. Previously, Yan Lingxian was obviously very disdainful of them, but after seeing Bewitching, they did not have the slightest disdain. On the contrary, they became very respectful. Xiao Zhiqing and the others did not know the identity of Yan Lingxian and the others, but Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongbo had a certain understanding. Yan Lingxian was an outstanding child of the Yan family. This cultivation family was not an ordinary cultivation family, but a real behemoth. The status of Tsanglan College in this area was very good, but the Yan family had a certain status in the entire Xinjiang continent. It could be seen how big the gap between the two was. Not only Yan Lingxian, but the identity of Ji Yuner and the others were also extraordinary. It seemed that the identity of Bewitching was much higher than they thought. Previously, They had already determined that the reason why Bewitching came to Tsunglan College was entirely for Bailey Hongzhuang. Now it seemed that the position of Bailey Hongzhuang in Bewitching's mind was far more important than they thought. With the background of Bewitching, if he wanted to come to Tsunglan College to cultivate, they were afraid that he would have to eliminate all opposition. When they thought of this, they felt that it was too strange. Bailey Hongzhuang was the daughter of the general's house. Her identity was not bad, but compared with Bewitching, it was not on the same level. The two of them were separated by such a big gap, and Bewitching seemed to prefer to stick to Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, Xianxia also noticed Bailey Hongzhuang next to Bewitching, and her eyes could not help but reveal a strange color. Even though she was a girl, she couldn't help but be stunned when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang. Moreover, from the position where Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were standing, it could be seen that the two were very close. Why didn't she know that Bewitching was so intimate with a woman? Young Master D, after hearing that you have returned to the sect, I have always wanted to see you. However, when I wanted to go, I heard that you were not in the sect. I never thought that I would actually be able to see you today. This is really fate. Xianxia's eyes flashed with bright expectations, and there was a hint of flattery and intimacy in her expression. Xianxia could not help but throw a disdainful look at Bailey Hongzhuang. How could a student of Kanglan College be worthy of Bewitching? At this moment, everyone suddenly understood the meaning of Xianxia. They were afraid that Xianxia was quite fond of Bewitching. Looking at this attitude, it was obvious that it was already very obvious. Everyone is very busy on weekdays, so there is no need. Unlike Xianxia's enthusiasm, Bewitching did not have the slightest joy because of Xianxia's performance. On the contrary, there was a trace of indifference in his eyes. Listening to Bewitching's words, Xianxia's face was a little embarrassed, but it was covered up by her in an instant. Master, this woman really ate the guts of a leopard. She dares to steal your man. Xiaohe said angrily. Of all things, she dares to steal the master's man. This is absolutely not allowed. What a joke. It was not easy for their master to get closer to Bewitching, and now this guy who came out of nowhere wanted to steal their master's corner. Did he really think that the black and white double demons were useless? Seeing Xiaohe and Xiaobai anxiously stomping their feet, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with a warm smile. Since these two little guys recognized her as their master, they had always been wholeheartedly devoted to her. Once something happened, these two guys were more anxious than her. Although she sometimes pretended to dislike them, but with these three beasts by her side, she never felt lonely. Don't worry. Bailey Hongzhuang looked calm and natural. In terms of feelings, she always thought that what was hers was hers. If others could easily snatch it away, then it was not what she wanted. What's more, she was very confident in Bewitching. It's okay. Xianxia smiled. Di Gongzi, when will you return to the sect? With Xianxia's voice falling, the eyes of Yan Lingxian and the other two flashed with curiosity. Even among their group of proud sons of heaven, Bewitching was absolutely at the top. If they could be on good terms with Bewitching, it would naturally be excellent. When my wife comes back with me, I will go back. Bewitching responded. As soon as these words came out, Xianxia, Yan Lingxian, Lin Yirou, and Huang Fu Hui all widened their eyes and looked at Bewitching incredulously. What did they hear? Bewitching actually had a wife. During this time, they had never heard of Bewitching having a wife. For a long time, Bewitching was not very interested in women. With his status, it was unknown how many women would throw themselves into his arms. However, Bewitching had always been blunt and even too lazy to be perfunctory with the other party. Because of this, there were even rumors that Bewitching did not like women. However, with the appearance of Han Xiling by Bewitching's side, the rumors gradually faded. Cultivators who were slightly familiar with Bewitching still knew that the relationship between Bewitching and Han Xiling was not what the outside world had imagined. It could be assumed that it was a love affair. However, no one would have thought that Bewitching already had a wife. This was like a huge bomb that scared all of them. At this moment, Xianxia could no longer pretend to be indifferent. She and Bewitching were quite familiar with each other. Because the two sects had always been on good terms, she often had the opportunity to see Bewitching. In the past, she had always regarded Bewitching as the object of her admiration. After all, with Bewitching's age, he could have such strength and was a top young talent. He was really the ideal person in her mind. Unexpectedly, 3 years ago, Bewitching suddenly became a disabled person. Since then, he had plummeted and did not even continue to stay in the sect. At that time, although she felt sorry, she did not say anything. A cultivator with disabled legs was doomed to not be able to achieve much in the future. However, not long ago, Bewitching suddenly appeared. Not only did he not have the slightest decadence, on the contrary, his strength was not small. As soon as he returned to the sect, Bewitching resolutely solved all the problems. He solved all the obstacles and once again ascended to his previous position. When Bewitching became disabled and left the sect, it was not known how many people sneered and ridiculed him. After all, Bewitching had been standing at the top of the pyramid of young cultivators for many years. How many people were envious and jealous? After seeing Bewitching become a disabled waste, everyone felt a burst of joy. However, now the return of Bewitching was no different from giving everyone a loud slap in the face. In 3 years, he not only did not become a waste, on the contrary, he became more outstanding. Xianxia only felt that today's Bewitching was more charming and calm than before. Every move of his was tightly affecting her heart. However, after not seeing him for 3 years, Bewitching actually had a wife? Gongzi, I don't know who your wife is? Xianxia asked with a smile. Not only Xianxia, but the 3 of them were also very concerned about this answer. This was a big news, and they believed that this news was definitely not something that the 3 of them did not know. Listening to Xianxia's question, Xiaojiqing could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was next to Bewitching. Looking at the eyes of Xiaojiqing and the others, the eyes of Xianxia and the other 3 could not help but fall on Bailey Hongzhuang. Would it be the one next to Bewitching? Just as Xianxia and the other 3 were secretly guessing, Bewitching had put his hand on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder. She is my wife. Bewitching's expression was natural and proud. He had always been very proud of his wife. Xianxia and the other 3's mouths were slightly open, and their expressions were a bit petrified. Although they had already guessed it, they still felt incredible about this result. Yan Lingxian and Huang Fuhui's eyes flashed with amazement. They had already noticed Bailey Hongzhuang earlier. Such a beauty, even they had never seen it before. It was not an exaggeration to describe her as a stunning beauty. If such a beauty appeared in front of them, even if she did not have any background, they would still want to marry her. However, without background and family, she was destined to not be their official wife. They believed that Bewitching was definitely not someone who would be bewitched by beauty. Could it be that this beauty was also an extraordinary person? Gongzi, I don't know which family this girl is from? Xianxia asked tentatively. Growing up in a sect, she knew very well that there were some people she couldn't afford to offend. Therefore, before she wanted to do anything, the most important thing was to figure out the other party's identity. Otherwise, if she offended someone she couldn't afford to offend, she would be the one to suffer. She's not from a cultivation family, Bewitching said calmly. Oh? Xianxia raised an eyebrow and showed a look of doubt. I have never heard of any sect that has Bailey Hongzhuang. Yan Lingxian and the other 2 looked at each other. Among the younger generation, as long as there were outstanding people, they would have heard of them. But regarding the name Bailey Hongzhuang, they were really unfamiliar with it. I am just a student of Songlong College. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. From Xianxia's performance in this short period of time, she already knew Xianxia's thoughts. Since they all wanted to know her identity, she didn't mind telling them directly. With Bailey Hongzhuang's voice falling, the eyes of Xianxia and the other 3 changed a bit. Their hearts were also full of thoughts. They only suspected that Bailey Hongzhuang was lying to them. Gongzi, she is just a commoner. How can you marry her as your wife? Xianxia chuckled and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Her eyes had changed from cautious doubts to ridicule and disdain. She was originally worried that Bailey Hongzhuang had a great family background. She did not expect that she was just a grassroots person and could not pose a threat to her at all. This kind of woman, even if Bewitching really liked her, it was only because of her beauty. She could not be Bewitching's wife. As long as she was willing, she could directly kill Bailey Hongzhuang, and Bewitching would still be single. Xiaojiqing frowned. Since the appearance of Ji Yuner, she had been trying to get closer to Bewitching. She was already very uncomfortable just looking at it. Now Ji Yuner dared to look down on Hong Zhuang? It was too much. Hong Zhuang is not a commoner, she is the daughter of the general's mansion. Xianxia stood up and said. However, the smile on Ji Yuner's face was deeper, and even dyed with a touch of irony. The daughter of the general's mansion? Haha, what is the difference between having this identity and not having it? She is still a lowly commoner. Ji Yuner's face was full of arrogance. In the secular world, the daughter of the general's mansion may be a great existence, but in their eyes, even the emperor was nothing. What are you talking about? Xianxia was furious. You are the lowly one. The next moment, Ji Yuner's face suddenly became gloomy, and her eyes were full of anger and killing intent. What did you say? Feeling the killing intent of Ji Yuner, Xianxia's face also changed a bit. She knew very well that with her background, she could not be compared with Ji Yuner. It was even possible that just a word from her could bring infinite disaster to her family. However, Xianxia's eyes finally became firm. How could she let Ji Yuner insult Hong Zhuang? Just as Xianxia was about to speak, Bailey Hong Zhuang slowly said, so what if I'm a commoner? Besides relying on your family background, I'm afraid you don't have any ability, right? Bailey Hong Zhuang shook her head slightly. Her beautiful face did not show the slightest tension because of Ji Yuner's words. She even had some contempt for Ji Yuner. She was just a young lady from an aristocratic family. In her previous life, she had seen so many of them and had been taught a lesson by her. How could she be afraid of her? Seeing that Bailey Hong Zhuang dared to take the initiative to attack, Ji Yuner's eyes were gloomy, and the light of resentment and ruthlessness was constantly alternating. Sour grapes. Just from the moment I was born, I was destined to be stronger than you in this lifetime. Yan Lingxian and the other two did not say a word. They all understood that Ji Yuner had always been interested in Bewitching. What's more, after knowing the identity of Bailey Hong Zhuang, they also understood that Bailey Hong Zhuang was just a flash in the pan. With Ji Yuner's means, it would not be long before Bailey Hong Zhuang completely disappeared from this world. This Ji Yuner is too much. Xianxia couldn't help but stomp her feet. She had seen a lot of hateful women, but this Ji Yuner in front of her was the first. Bai Junyu patted Xianxia's shoulder and comforted her, don't worry, Bailey Hong Zhuang is not a person who can be bullied. What's more, Bewitching will not let Bailey Hong Zhuang be bullied. Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongbo frowned slightly. This Ji Yuner's words were full of thorns, which was really unpleasant. However, now it was obviously a drama of two women competing for a man. It seemed inappropriate for the two of them to get involved. Lu Qingyu's eyes were very complicated. From the words of the two mentors, she had already understood the identity of Yan Lingxian and Ji Yuner. As an extremely talented alchemist, her range of contact was much wider than that of ordinary cultivators. Therefore, she knew more about the level Bewitching was at. It was reasonable to say that it was impossible for a young talent of that level to have any anxiety in their lives. However, Bewitching was so determined to be with Bailey Hong Zhuang. Even when he mentioned Bailey Hong Zhuang, there was a trace of pride. This was something that many men could not do. As a woman, she was very sensitive to her feelings. From Ji Yuner's performance, it could be seen that Ji Yuner was very fond of Bewitching. However, Bewitching had no interest in Ji Yuner, who had an excellent background. On the contrary, he followed Bailey Hong Zhuang every day. As soon as she thought of this, there was an indescribable envy in her heart. Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fangyu looked at each other, and their eyes showed extreme disgust for Ji Yuner. This kind of woman, even if all the women in the world died, they would not like Ji Yuner. Bewitching's vision was really excellent. Through this scene, they had already understood the unequal status between Bailey Hong Zhuang and Bewitching. However, they did not feel that Bailey Hong Zhuang was not worthy of Bewitching. On the contrary, the ability that Bailey Hong Zhuang had shown so far made it impossible to believe that she was just an ordinary young lady of the general's mansion. Just the fact that Bailey Hong Zhuang possessed superb medical skills and the long-lost vibrating needle technique, once the news of this spread out, she would have become a VIP that many forces would fight over. The corners of Bailey Hong Zhuang's lips curled up slightly. Her exquisite and beautiful face outlined an enchanting smile. She suddenly placed a hand on Bewitching's shoulder and leaned her entire body against Bewitching. Sour grapes. You're absolutely right about that. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and winked. She had always been the one to laugh at others. If Ji Yun-er wanted to humiliate her, she should go back and cultivate for hundreds of years. Sure enough, with Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Ji Yun-er's face was ugly to the extreme. The same sentence from Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth was even more sarcastic, but she did not know what to say to refute it. Bewitching's eyes flashed with extreme brilliance. His wife was really extraordinary. Even in the face of Ji Yun-er, she did not feel the slightest pressure. The most important thing was that this was the first time his wife had made such an ambiguous posture. It was all thanks to Ji Yun-er. You are shameless, Ji Yun-er said angrily. Bailey Hongzhuang's head was slightly bent, her delicate chin gradually raised, the smile on her pretty face was still strong, but her dark eyes were flashing with a cold light. I am shameless? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Miss Ji's shamelessness really makes me admire you. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance between her and Ji Yun-er, and her voice became sharper and more ruthless. I didn't know that the Cultivation families cultivated such excellent children. In the last sentence, the irony in Bailey Hongzhuang's words almost reached the extreme. Even the arrogant Ji Yun-er's face was a little red, because she was not in the right at all. Bai Junyu and the others were secretly speechless. When it came to eloquence, Bailey Hongzhuang could be said to be the best. So far, they have never seen Bailey Hongzhuang suffer a loss in words. Ji Yun-er really dug a hole for herself. Yan Lingxian and the other two were also happy to watch a good show. Although they were familiar with Ji Yun-er, they were all outstanding children of various families. There was a lot of competition between them, and their relationship was naturally not very good. If Ji Yun-er really got together with Bewitching as she wished, that was what they should be worried about. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang being together had no conflict of interest with them. Why should they make things unpleasant with Bewitching? Ji Yun-er has always been sharp-tongued. I didn't expect that this time she would be defeated. It's really interesting. Lin Yiro chuckled. She and Ji Yun-er had completely different personalities. Compared with Ji Yun-er's sharp edge, she preferred to converge her edge. Now that she saw Ji Yun-er being defeated, she felt very happy. Yan Lingxian smiled and nodded. I think this Bailey Hongzhuang is not an ordinary person. Otherwise, how can she have the courage to clash with Ji Yun-er like this? Anyway, the ancient ruins have not come out yet. I don't mind watching a good show. Huang Fu Hui's hands were around his chest, his posture was chic and indifferent. Ji Yun-er's eyes were full of resentment. This Bailey Hongzhuang, she had already remembered, after the end of this experience, she would definitely take Bailey Hongzhuang's life. You are not worthy of being Di Gongzi's wife. Ji Yun-er raised her tone, her face was full of anger. I don't deserve it, do you deserve it? Compared with Ji Yun-er's ferocious face, Bailey Hongzhuang was always calm. Even if Ji Yun-er's words were too much, she could still respond calmly. Looking at the emotional contrast between the two, everyone could not help but secretly sigh. Bailey Hongzhuang's psychological quality was much stronger than Ji Yun-er's. If it was any other woman facing such provocation, they would have already been unable to bear it, but Bailey Hongzhuang did not put her in her eyes at all. From the looks of it, this Bailey Hongzhuang was indeed different from other women. Miss Ji, let me give you a piece of advice. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Her youthful and harmless appearance seemed to be giving a kind reminder. If a woman keeps rushing, then she's worthless. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. After reacting, even Yan Lingxian couldn't help but want to give Bailey Hongzhuang a thumbs up. Awesome, it's really awesome, the young lady of the dignified Cultivation family. Now someone said that she was worthless. This was the first time that Ji Yun-er had met someone like this. However, he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's words were very reasonable. Xianxia couldn't help but chuckle. Hongzhuang's words were really great, this counterattack was simply great. What a domineering slap in the face. She wanted to see what Ji Yun-er could say. You're looking for death. Under Bailey Hongzhuang's verbal attack, Ji Yun-er finally became angry. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a tone. As for the so-called worthless, that was even more impossible. However, at this very moment, she was being insulted by a lowly commoner. How could she accept this and let everyone see her as a joke? The next moment, Ji Yun'er's body burst out, and a faint red light emerged from her hands. Looking at this faint red light, Xiaojiqing and the others could not help but have a touch of horror in their eyes. Red Step. This is a special light that can only be possessed by Red Step cultivators. Cui Haoyan exclaimed, his eyes full of incredible color. The cultivation realm was divided into the acquired realm and the innate realm. The two were completely different levels. Any cultivator, as long as they worked hard, could reach the acquired realm, but only the innate realm could truly embark on the path of cultivation. After a cultivator entered the innate realm, their power would change with the improvement of the realm. The innate realm was divided into red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple realms. Each level would flash a unique light. Each level was divided into 9 levels. The higher the level, the richer the color. Although the light on Ji Yun'er's hands was very faint, the red light still could not escape the eyes of everyone. Obviously, Ji Yun'er had reached the first level of the red realm. Gong Xiaoqing and the others were very contemptuous of Ji Yun'er, but at this moment, they knew the strength of Ji Yun'er. Ji Yun'er was only 16 or 17 years old, but her strength had reached the first level of the red realm. Compared with them, there was a big gap. Even if they had already known that the strength of cultivators would far surpass other cultivators, but without seeing it with their own eyes, they could not imagine this gap. After all, they were also many of the best cultivators. As the special enrollment students of Tsanglan College, they had always been very proud. However, at this moment, they knew how big the gap between them was. With the passage of time, the gap between them and the children of the aristocratic families would become bigger and bigger. If there was no great opportunity, there would eventually be a huge gap between them. After all, the children of the aristocratic families were rich in cultivation resources. Even if their talent was average, under the accumulation of countless cultivation resources, they could become proud geniuses. This was the true difference between an ordinary person and a member of an aristocratic family. The children of aristocratic families were born with unlimited cultivation resources, but they had to rely on their own 2 hands to find opportunities. Seeing the shock on by Junyu and the others' faces, Ji Yun'er felt that these people were simply a group of ignorant country bumpkins. Her hand was extremely fast and she did not hesitate to slap Bailey Hongshuang's face. She hated this face the most. Her status and family background were clearly far superior to Bailey Hongshuang's, but Bailey Hongshuang's expression made it seem as if their statuses had been swapped. How hateful! Bailey Hongshuang's eyes flashed with coldness as a silver light flashed between her fingers. She knew that her strength was not Ji Yun'er's opponent, but it did not mean that she had no way to deal with Ji Yun'er. Just as Ji Yun'er's attack was about to fall on Bailey Hongshuang, Bewitching directly blocked Ji Yun'er's attack with one hand. With just a casual move, Ji Yun'er's attack dissipated into nothingness in an instant. The huge force made Ji Yun'er unable to help but take 2 steps back. She looked at Bewitching with a bit of surprise. Ji Yun'er, if you dare to touch my wife, you will have to bear the consequences. Bewitching's thin lips were lightly opened, and his cold voice was filled with a cold warning. His handsome face had no softness. If it was just a verbal conflict, he had always been very clear about how powerful his wife's mouth was. What's more, if it was not such a situation, how could Hong Zhuang admit that she was his wife? Others did not know, but he knew that his wife was proud and domineering. Therefore, he had been standing aside and not speaking. But once Ji Yun'er made a move, the situation was completely different. Anyone who dared to hurt his wife, he would not let them go. As soon as these words came out, Ji Yun'er's heart was shocked. She and Bewitching had a deep friendship. Now, for an ordinary person, he dared to say such decisive words to her? Di Gongzi, how can you do this to me? Ji Yun'er's eyes flashed with an unbelievable light. For Bailey Hongshuang, Bewitching did not even care about their previous friendship? Ji Gunyang, from the beginning to the end, my wife is just doing what she should do. Bewitching's big hand held Bailey Hongshuang, and his intention to protect her was obvious. Since Hong Zhuang is my wife, she is naturally my person. Whoever dares to go against her is going against me. Bewitching's voice was firm and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Obviously, no matter who it was, there would be no accident. In the past 3 years, he had experienced too much human coldness and warmth. The people he cared about most would never be bullied by anyone. Xianxia and the others were secretly speechless. It seemed that they had underestimated the extent to which Bewitching cared about Bailey Hongzhuang. In particular, Huang Fuhui and Xianxia felt it more clearly. As men, the meaning of Bewitching's words was obvious. Previously, they only thought that Bewitching had taken a fancy to Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance. Now, it seemed that Bewitching really liked Bailey Hongzhuang. They were very Bewitching's power. Since the beginning, they had been to calculate the benefits to them to do things to do things to do. The only thing to make them willing to give up their interests was nothing else. Obviously, his two's attitude to be to say, to say, to be to do to be s. Domineering. Xiao Hei clapped her hands. I really didn't misread Bewitching. What is this woman? Our master has only been cultivating for a short period of a year. This woman has been cultivating for more than 10 years. What is there to be proud of? Xiao Bai snorted. Speaking of geniuses, their master was a well-deserved genius. If you continue to be long-winded, I will bite her to death. Baisher's eyes flashed with a cold light. If she dared to kill his master, she would have to go through him first. Ji Yun'er's face was livid. Bewitching's words made her have no room to speak, but the unwillingness in her heart was still screaming crazily. What about Han Xiling? Ji Yun'er asked. If Han Xiling is also against Bailey Hongzhuang, will you teach Han Xiling a lesson? Ji Yun'er's face was full of jealousy. Since Bewitching had already torn her face, she did not mind being more ruthless. In any case, she could not let Bailey Hongzhuang be so proud. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere was frozen for a moment. Xiao Zhiqing and the others looked at Ji Yun'er and Bewitching in confusion. They did not understand what Ji Yun'er meant by this sentence. Who was Han Xiling? The faces of Xianxia and the others also became interesting. As everyone knew, before the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang, Han Xiling was the only woman who had a close relationship with Bewitching. They were really curious about how Bewitching would choose between the two. Bewitching's eyes were fixed, and his handsome face was even colder. He looked at Ji Yun'er's eyes without any warmth, but he did not answer. Noticing the change in Bewitching's expression, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes also showed a hint of doubt. Han Xiling, this was the first time she had heard this name. Could it be? What was the story between Bewitching and Han Xiling? At the thought of this, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was inexplicably blocked. An inexplicable feeling spread, and her mood was quietly depressed. At this moment, a pleasant and smiling voice sounded from midair. I seem to have heard everyone say my name? Everyone couldn't help but look up in the air. They saw a woman in a green dress sitting on a green lotus, her hair was flowing and her clothes were fluttering. Her beautiful face was filled with a shallow smile. Just like the green lotus she was sitting on, her whole person exuded the elegant temperament of a green lotus. Compared with Ji Yun'er's disdain, the woman in the blue dress looked a lot warmer. At first glance, she gave people a comfortable feeling. Although her appearance couldn't be compared to Bailey Hongzhuang, her temperament was enough to add a lot of points to her. Miss Han, I didn't expect you to come as well. Xianxia quickly greeted her. He put away his playful attitude, and there was no lack of admiration in his eyes. Han Xiling was also quite famous among the younger generation. There were countless men pursuing her, but Han Xiling had never been interested in other men. Only Bewitching was different. Han Xiling smiled faintly. Since Big Brother D is here, I naturally have to come. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xiling's gaze fell on Bewitching. His intimacy was obvious. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Han Xiling, who was slowly walking towards Bewitching. This woman's temperament and strength were good. From the attitude of Xianxia and others, it could be seen that the relationship between Bewitching and Han Xiling was not simple. Sure enough, there was a story between the two. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes gradually changed. Bewitching's silence made her heart that was originally open quietly closed a little. Ji Yun'er said Han Xiling's name in that situation. Obviously, Han Xiling's position in Bewitching's mind was quite high. Moreover, so many people knew the relationship between Han Xiling and Bewitching. It could be seen that this was already a well-known thing. At the thought of this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but take a step back, opening the distance between her and Bewitching. No matter how others provoked her, she wouldn't care. The only thing she cared about was Bewitching's attitude. Feeling Bailey Hongzhuang's action, Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, his eyes flashing with a firm light, and his figure once again approached Bailey Hongzhuang. Bewitching's action did not escape the eyes of everyone, and the eyes of Ji Yuner and the others were once again filled with astonishment. In the face of Han Xiling, Bewitching still stood beside Bailey Hongzhuang. It could be seen that in Bewitching's heart, Bailey Hongzhuang's position was stronger than Han Xiling's. At the thought of this, everyone's heart had a feeling of disbelief. Who was this Bailey Hongzhuang? How could she make Bewitching give up Han Xiling? Han Xiling, as if he had not seen anything, still had an elegant smile on his face, and slowly walked to Bewitching's side. Big brother D, I guessed that you would be here after hearing the news of the Luoyun mountain range, and you really are here. Han Xiling chuckled. Ta ta ta. A dense sound of footsteps came into everyone's ears, and behind them, a large number of cultivators were approaching the center. Our people are here. Huang Fuhui smiled. Each of their families came with a lot of people, but they came first, and the others came later. Young master. Young miss. Sure enough, there was a respectful voice coming from behind. These were the people of the four families. Ji Yuner looked provocatively at Bailey Hongzhuang, and then said to her family, "You find a place to rest first." Yes. Not only the Ji family, but the other three families also settled down, and everyone was curious about the ruins that were about to appear. I just so happened to be in the vicinity recently, so I rushed over after hearing the news. I'm afraid the people from the sect will be a little late. Han Xiling looked at Bewitching with a smile. From the beginning to the end, his eyes never fell on Bailey Hongzhuang, as if there was no Bailey Hongzhuang beside Bewitching. Bewitching nodded slightly. Since you came here in a hurry, you should rest first. Han Xiling's lips curled up slightly. Big brother D, when do you plan to return to the sect? Although you're not here, many people miss you. I'm not going back for the time being, Bewitching replied. Han Xiling frowned slightly. You're not in the sect, and I'm really lonely. It's better for you to come back soon. The light words were full of intimacy. Everyone listened to Han Xiling's words and looked at Han Xiling and Bewitching with ambiguous eyes. Who is this Han Xiling? How can he be so close to Bewitching? Xia Zhiqing's eyes were full of resentment. Previously, she had clearly noticed that Bewitching didn't care about any woman, except for Hongzhuang. However, the woman who suddenly appeared now was also an exception. Listening to them, Han Xiling should be from the same sect as Bewitching. Bai Junyu said slowly. Now that so many cultivators had suddenly emerged, their situation was undoubtedly a lot worse. Not to mention that they had a deep foundation. In comparison, they were much more humble. Xiao Bai, why do I feel that this woman is more annoying than Ji Yuner? Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with displeasure. Ji Yuner was undoubtedly very annoying, and her words were harsh and excessive. Han Xiling had never said anything unpleasant from beginning to end, but she was even more uncomfortable with Han Xiling. Xiao Bai's face was a bit ugly. This woman's character was not good, but so far, she had never looked at her master. Listening to Xiao Bai's words, Xiao Hei understood. Yes. That's it. She was wondering why she was so unhappy with Han Xiling. It turned out that this was the problem. Bai Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. He had met a lot of annoying people today. Ji Yuner was annoying, and this Han Xiling was even more annoying. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. From the first time she saw Han Xiling, she knew that this woman was not elegant like a lotus, but the arrogance in her bones made her look down on most people. It was precisely because she looked down on others that she did not put them in her eyes. This kind of temperament was not uncommon in some proud women. Obviously, there was still a certain gap between the identity of Ji Yuner and Han Xiling. It was precisely because of this that Ji Yuner was so restless, and Han Xiling had nothing but contempt. Since it was between Han Xiling and Bewitching, it did not make any sense for her to stand aside. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang directly stepped forward and wanted to walk back to the team. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang took a step forward, Di Beichen suddenly took her hand and did not let her leave. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned and looked at Di Beichen with a little doubt. Di Beichen smiled gently at her. "I came out this time to see the person I miss," Di Beichen said slowly. Han Xiling, who had been pretending to be indifferent, heard Di Beichen's words, and his calm face could not help but show a different color. "The person you want to see?" Di Beichen nodded slightly and pulled Bailey Hongzhuang to his side. He smiled and said, "This is my wife Bailey Hongzhuang." Han Xiling's eyes flashed a trace of haze. She did not expect that Di Beichen would still emphasize the identity of Bailey Hongzhuang in such a situation. However, Han Xiling's face was still calm, and he just looked at Bailey Hongzhuang faintly. "Wifey, this is my junior sister, Han Xiling." Di Beichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with gentle eyes. The distance between him and his wife was not easy to get closer, and he did not want to return to the starting point because of such a thing. Ji Yun'er's eyes widened. "No?" In front of Han Xiling, Di Beichen actually said that? In my opinion, Di Beichen really likes Bailey Hongzhuang. Lin Yirou's lips curved into a shallow smile. Han Xiling is naturally impeccable, but in the eyes of lovers, this may not be the case. What's more, don't you think that Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance and temperament are better than Han Xiling's? As soon as these words came out, although the faces of Ji Yun'er and the other two changed, they had to admit that what Lin Yirou said was true. If Bailey Hongzhuang did not say that she was a civilian, no one would dare to look down on her because of her appearance and temperament. This Bailey Hongzhuang should not be an ordinary person. Huang Fuhui's expression was indifferent, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Appearance is innate, but temperament is nurtured. Have you seen anyone with such temperament in an ordinary family? Lin Yirou nodded slightly. Huang Fuhui's idea was the same as hers. If it was an ordinary person, they would not have such courage in the face of them. They would have already lost their courage. How could they let Ji Yun'er suffer? Bailey Hongzhuang's heart, which was originally slightly blocked, quietly improved with Di Beichen's words. She didn't know what the story was between Di Beichen and Han Xiling, but since Di Beichen dared to introduce her like this, it proved that the relationship between the two of them was still open and aboveboard. "Hello." Han Xiling took the lead in speaking, her pair of warm eyes flashing with a complex light. "Hello." Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent, she did not ignore the cold light flashing in Han Xiling's eyes. This Han Xiling was definitely not the elegant lotus that everyone thought, she was afraid that she was also a ruthless person. However, she had never been afraid of threats. The two women stood face to face, their mouths saying polite words, but anyone could feel the icy atmosphere between the two. Xia Zhiqing and the others quietly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter who this Han Xiling was, at least Di Beichen's attitude was very clear. As a result, they could also rest assured. "The monument is about to open, let's take a rest first," Di Beichen said faintly. After showing a smile to Han Xiling, he took Bailey Hongzhuang's hand and walked back to the team. Han Xiling's eyes were tightly fixed on Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. She had known Big Brother Di for so many years, but Big Brother Di had never been so close to other women, and had never left her alone. Now, with the appearance of this woman, all of this changed. Yan Lingxian and the others looked at each other, they were all silent. Today's good show was really wonderful. Ji Yun'er, who was originally very ugly, felt a little better at the moment. Since even Han Xiling was defeated, then it was nothing for her to be defeated. Bailey Hongzhuang sat on the ground, there was no expression on her beautiful and refined face, she just didn't say a word. Di Beichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's expression. He understood that the matter just now had made Bailey Hongzhuang quite unhappy, so he immediately explained. "Wifey, don't misunderstand." Bailey Hongzhuang raised an eyebrow, misunderstanding? So many people were watching, Di Beichen actually said that this was just a misunderstanding. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang was a little unhappy, Di Beichen couldn't help but be anxious, but in the next second, Di Beichen's eyes suddenly filled with a deep smile. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. At this moment, Di Beichen was still looking at her and smiling? "What are you smiling at me for?" Bailey Hongzhuang asked coldly. Di Beichen chuckled, "Wifey, are you jealous?" As soon as his voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but be stunned. Was she jealous? Haha, I'm jealous, I'm jealous. Xiaohei snickered. Wasn't Master's expression showing that he was jealous? Of course, Bailey Hongzhuang would never admit to this kind of thing. I'm not. Seeing this, Bewitching didn't expose Bailey Hongzhuang's cover-up, he only held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand tightly with both hands and slowly told his story. I've lived in this sect since I was young, it was Master who raised me single-handedly. Han Xiling is the Great Elder's granddaughter, we grew up together, so we have a very good relationship. Don't think too much, I only see Han Xiling as a younger sister. As for the feelings between a man and a woman, I only have you in my heart. Bewitching gazed into Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, his handsome eyes filled with sincerity and deep affection. He had never truly fallen in love with any woman, until Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, that was the first time he felt his heart move. If he had not suddenly become a waste, how could he have come to Fengbo country from the sect? 3 years of forbearance, he had hated, grieved and indignant, but now, he felt that all of this was his life. 3 years of abject poverty made him see the true colors of many people around him. It made his original arrogance dissipate, and he became more mature and tenacious. The most important thing was that when he was down and out, Bailey Hongzhuang appeared by his side. Perhaps, all of this was destined by God. He stood up because of Bailey Hongzhuang, and Bailey Hongzhuang became his wife by chance. He thanked God for all of this, and wanted to protect Bailey Hongzhuang. Listening to Bewitching's explanation, Bailey Hongzhuang's mood gradually improved. She believed Bewitching's words. If Bewitching liked Han Xiling, he did not need to come to her. Wife, do you believe me? Seeing the change in Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, Bewitching asked with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang curled her lips, and the corners of her eyes were gradually dyed with a smile. Although she did not speak, Bewitching already understood everything. Wife, do you want to know my story? Bewitching asked. He had not said before, not because he did not want to say, but because he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang might not be willing to listen. Now that their relationship had improved, he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang could understand more, and avoid a lot of misunderstandings in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. How did you live before? Bewitching slowly looked forward, and his eyes were distant and slightly emotional. From Bewitching's narration, Bailey Hongzhuang understood Bewitching's identity. It turned out that Bewitching was a disciple of Tiangang sect, and his master, Mo Kanyang, was the sect leader of Tiangang sect. Mo Kanyang had never had a son, so he had always treated Bewitching as his son. He had taught Bewitching everything he had learned. Bewitching's talent was also very outstanding. Since he started cultivating, he had never disappointed Mo Kanyang. Faintly, everyone regarded Bewitching as the successor of Tiangang sect. In the sect, other than the sect master, there were 4 elders. Each elder had a disciple that they were proud of. Since the establishment of Tiangang sect, there had been a habit. Regarding the position of young sect master, it would be selected from the disciples that the sect master and the 4 elders were proud of. Whoever was the strongest would be the young sect master. This method was to avoid less competition, and the successor would have less motivation to work hard. Only through competition could the strongest be born. This was also the best way for a sect to maintain its strength. A few years ago, Mo Kanyang left Tiangang sect in order to seek a breakthrough. This was a very normal thing. Not only Mo Kanyang, but the sect masters of other sects and some old family heads would also often go out to seek opportunities to break through. At their age, it was no longer easy for them to break through. Therefore, it often took a long time for them to do so. After Mo Kanyang left for a period of time, Bewitching's cursed body began to show, and the other competitors wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of him. Originally, he could still resist, but after he could no longer stand up, the people in the sect who supported him became fewer and fewer. In the end, he could only come to Fengbo country. It was precisely because of his identity that Xianxia had given him the title of prince. As for the illegitimate child, it was complete nonsense. During the 3 years of his forbearance, Xianxia Huan and the others made things difficult for him everywhere, but he had been enduring, not because of anything else, but because someone had been watching his every move. Once he showed his ability, there would be people who would be quick to get rid of him. In the sect, no one dared to do this, but after leaving the sect, there were more opportunities for them to make a move. Since he stood up again, he had returned to the sect. As long as he was not a useless waste, then he was still the original successor. In the past, he was recognized as the young lord of Tiangangzong. Although a lot of things happened later, as long as he stood up, it would not be difficult for him to return to his previous position. Now, Mo Kanyang still had not returned, but Di Baichen still returned to his original position. However, this time when he returned to Tiangangzong, his feeling was completely different from the past. He had lived in Tiangangzong since he was a child and had a lot of friends around him, but since he became a disabled person with no future, his friends not only did not help him, but also stepped on him fiercely. Therefore, he now felt that the changes in the past 3 years had benefited him a lot. If he had not taken advantage of this opportunity to see the people around him, he would not have known that there were so many people around him. As for Ji Yuner, she used to like to follow behind him. Although he did not like Ji Yuner, she was a friend who he had seen many times. He also remained polite to her, and Ji Yuner had already expressed her love for him. 3 years ago, after he became disabled, Ji Yuner did not say a word to him. For such a woman, why should he talk to her? After listening to Di Baichen's narrative, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were stained with a trace of distress. Although Di Baichen said it simply, she understood what kind of state Di Baichen had been in the past 3 years. She was afraid that it was not much different from being betrayed. From a genius that everyone looked up to a waste that everyone trampled on, if the psychological quality was not strong enough, it would be really over. What about Han Xiling? Her clear eyes flashed with wisdom. She didn't give up on you during these 3 years, did she? Di Baichen took a deep look at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, yes, if it weren't for Han Xiling helping me secretly in the past 3 years, my life would have been much worse. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. She understood why Di Baichen treated Han Xiling that way. Han Xiling had never given up on him. This kind of friendship was no different from sending charcoal in snowy weather, but anyone with flesh and blood could not turn a blind eye to it. Come to think of it, Di Baichen already knew about Han Xiling's feelings for him. He just didn't want to hurt Han Xiling. I understand, Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Believe me, I will take care of this matter. Di Baichen's eyes flashed with seriousness. He and Han Xiling grew up together. He did not want to destroy the friendship between them, but he did not want to hurt Bailey Hongzhuang. Because Bailey Hongzhuang was his most important person. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. I believe you. She didn't care about anything else. What she cared about was Di Baichen's feelings for her. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Di Baichen also breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was that Hongzhuang would take this matter to heart. Fortunately, Hongzhuang was not like this. He really should find a time to solve this matter. He has always been a straightforward person, never dragging his feet. He also didn't want to delay Han Xiling. Big brother Di, I have something to tell you. After Han Xiling saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen sitting together and talking very closely, a touch of coldness appeared on her elegant face. She didn't know who this woman who suddenly appeared was, but as long as she dared to steal her big brother Di, she would not let her go. Di Baichen looked at Han Xiling who suddenly appeared in front of him. He thought for a moment and nodded, okay. Getting up neatly, Di Baichen said to Bailey Hongzhuang, wife, I'll be back in a while. You go. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Han Xiling looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a complicated and deep look, and then walked away with Di Baichen. Seeing this, Xianxia went to Bailey Hongzhuang's side, her face showing a little anxiety. Hongzhuang, are you relieved to let the two of them talk? What do I have to be worried about? Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth curved into a smile, her expression calm and natural. This Han Xiling likes Di Baichen at first glance. She is your big rival, how can you be so calm? Di Baichen is your husband, you must not let others take him away. Although Han Xiling's disguise is very successful, she can't escape my eyes. She is definitely a white lotus. Xiaojiqing's face was filled with a self-assured light. She had always been very confident in her vision. Looking at Xiaojiqing's unjust appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile gradually deepened, but there was a trace of warmth in her heart. Jiqing, thank you. I'm your good friend. Naturally, I'm on your side. Xiaojiqing said seriously, however, are you really relieved? I think this Han Xiling is a formidable opponent. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head with a faint smile. If he could be snatched away so easily, how could he be qualified to be my man, Bailey Hongzhuang? She would rather go without than have something substandard. If Bewitching was really snatched away, then she could only thank Han Xiling. She, Bailey Hongzhuang's man, must only have her in his heart and in his eyes. That was the love she wanted. Han Xiling was arrogant, but the pride in Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was no less than her. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xianxia could not help but be stunned. Then she gave a thumbs up. You're right. I support you. She really did not expect Hongzhuang's heart to be so strong. However, after thinking about it carefully, Hongzhuang was right. With Hongzhuang's conditions, what kind of man couldn't she find? However, I still believe that Bewitching is sincere to you. Xianxia blinked and smiled. He said that you are his wife in front of Han Xiling. It can be seen that he has a clear conscience. In my opinion, Han Xiling may be heartbroken now. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a smile, her eyes were cold and distant. This Han Xiling was not a problem that was easy to solve. In the woods, Han Xiling and Bewitching stood opposite each other. Big brother D, you just reconsolidated your position in the sect, and then immediately left. This is very disadvantageous to your position. It doesn't matter. As long as I'm no longer that cripple who can't stand up anymore, they won't be able to do anything to me. Bewitching's expression was indifferent and carefree. 3 years was enough for him to think through many things. The things that were originally very important to him were no longer important now. But, without waiting for Han Xiling to speak, Bewitching had already interrupted her. Say no more, I've already decided. Then, you've really decided to be together with that girl? She's just an ordinary daughter of the general's estate. There's an insurmountable gap between the two of you. You're not compatible at all. At this moment, Han Xiling no longer concealed her inner thoughts. She simply couldn't believe that Bewitching would actually fall in love with such an ordinary girl. What's compatible and what's not compatible? Bewitching retorted, in my heart, she's the best. No one could understand the position Bailey Hongzhuang had in his heart. For more than 10 years, he had never felt his heart move for any girl. However, the moment he saw Bailey Hongzhuang, his heart moved. She was such a cunning and kind girl. Her tenacity, effort, and determination were all clearly imprinted in his eyes. He had never had any feelings for her before, but Bailey Hongzhuang was willing to risk her life to save him. So far, he felt that the only thing that Xianyuan Yutian had done wrong was to bestow a marriage between him and Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, even if Xianyuan Yutian hadn't bestowed a marriage, he would have done everything he could to make Bailey Hongzhuang his wife. Because, he had her in his heart. Once he had Bailey Hongzhuang in his heart, no one could ever replace Bailey Hongzhuang's position. She was the best in his heart. Seeing Bewitching so determined, Han Xiling's expression turned ugly. Even if the sovereign returns, he won't agree to it. Bewitching shook his head. I believe that master will support me. Just as Bewitching was about to leave, Han Xiling suddenly asked, what about me? Bewitching paused and slowly turned around. Brother D, you know how I feel about you. Am I not as good as Bailey Hongzhuang in your heart? Han Xiling questioned. She had liked Bewitching since she was a child. Although Bewitching had never said that he liked her, Bewitching had never had any woman by his side. Therefore, she always believed that as long as she stayed by Bewitching's side, Bewitching would definitely fall in love with her. Bewitching had only left for 3 years, but everything had changed. Could it be that her more than 10 years of companionship with Bewitching was not as good as Bailey Hongzhuang in such a short time? Xiling, I have always regarded you as a sister, you know that. Bewitching's voice was low and serious. The person I love is Hongzhuang. This is a completely different feeling. As soon as these words came out, Han Xiling's face could not help but turn pale, and her beautiful eyes were full of hurt. She could not believe that Bewitching would say such a thing to her so decisively. I don't want to waste your time, Xiling. You will always be my sister. As for this feeling, you don't have to put it on me. Bewitching said seriously. He did not want to be vague about this matter, otherwise it would be unfair to Hongzhuang and Xiling big brother D. it's easy for you to say. I've liked you for so many years. How can I let it go so easily? Han Shiling's face was hurt, and her eyes were already faintly sparkling. You'll let it go one day. It's good for you that I don't go back to the sect for a while. Bewitching did not change because of Han Shiling's tear-stained face. He understood that not being heartless now was the real cruelty. Only being heartless could completely cut off Han Shiling's thoughts. After Han Xiling recovered, they might be able to be brother and sister. As soon as his voice fell, Bewitching no longer said anything. He turned around and walked away. He felt sorry for Han Xiling, but there was nothing he could do. Any words of comfort were pale. Han Xiling looked at Bewitching's resolute back and felt an indescribable pain in her heart. Her eyes could not help but be stained with a touch of resentment. For so many years, she had always been a proud woman in everyone's eyes. Many young men admired her, but she disdained them. The only one she liked was Bewitching. But now, a woman who had appeared out of nowhere had destroyed her yearning for him. How could she give up just like that? No, she would never admit defeat like this. How could she be defeated by a woman who was nothing? Han Shiling's eyes gradually became firm. She believed that Big Brother D was only temporarily blinded by Bailey Hongzhuang. It would not be long before Big Brother D came to his senses. At that time, she and Big Brother D would still be the best match made in heaven. When the crowd saw Bewitching come back first, their eyes changed a little. The smart people had almost guessed the conversation between Bewitching and Han Xiling. I didn't expect that Han Xiling, who has always been arrogant, would be defeated by an ordinary girl. It's really satisfying. Lini Ro's mouth evoked a shallow smile. She had always disapproved of Han Xiling. Now, she was happy to see this scene. Lini Ro, it doesn't seem very good for you to gloat like this? Yan Lingxian frowned. Don't you like Han Xiling? Lini Ro smiled. You should be the happiest in this situation. Hearing this, Yan Lingxian's face changed a little. In fact, this situation was indeed a good thing for him. With Han Shiling's temperament, giving up like this should not be in line with her style. Huang Fuhui's eyes flashed with wisdom. This Bailey Hongzhuang, I'm afraid she'll be in trouble. This woman deserves to die. As the young miss of the Ji family and a disciple of a sect, she had never suffered such a great loss before. In any case, this account can't be settled like this. Lini Ro looked at Ji Yun'er with a smile. Bewitching obviously wants to protect Bailey Hongzhuang to the end. Do you want to offend Bewitching because of Bailey Hongzhuang? You should think about it in your heart. Saying this, Lini Ro's eyes could not help but fall on Bailey Hongzhuang. Although she did not know how Bailey Hongzhuang made Bewitching loyal to her, she really admired Bailey Hongzhuang. A girl from an ordinary family could make Han Xiling and Ji Yun'er suffer. This was not a realm that ordinary people could reach. It was really interesting. If there was a chance, it would be a good choice to get to know her. Bewitching sat down next to Bailey Hongzhuang. His handsome and bright face had an evil smile. Isn't my wife curious about what I just said to Xiling? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly, her beautiful face outlined an enchanting smile, and asked, do you want to say it? Without her asking, Xiao He and Xiao Bai couldn't help but join in the fun. These two guys were simply curious babies. Bewitching smiled brightly. His wife was really different from ordinary women. He grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang's hand and said softly, I have already made it clear to Xiling. Maybe Xiling still needs some time. My wife just needs to believe in me. Bailey Hongzhuang squinted at Bewitching. This guy's performance just now made her very satisfied. What she hated most was that men were ambiguous on this kind of thing, and their attitude was vague. Bewitching could be so decisive. She also felt happy. As for Han Xiling's reaction, Xiao He and Xiao Bai had already told her that the contradiction between her and Han Xiling had just begun. As a man, Bewitching would not understand how fierce the battle between women was, especially some battles without gunpowder, which was even more chilling. However, she was not afraid. After this, everyone closed their eyes to rest and adjusted their breath. Tomorrow, the ancient monument would be completely revealed. They must adjust their state to the best to face the challenge of the monument in the best state. There were many treasures in the ancient monument, but there were also many dangers. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives inside. Not only that, so many competitors around were already a huge threat. Once there was a robbery of treasures, it was also a bloody struggle. With Bailey Hongzhuang's current cultivation, there was also a lot of risk in front of this monument. Her only chance of winning was her understanding of the monument. As night fell, so many cultivators gathered here, but it was quiet, only the constant roar of beasts in the monument shook the earth, stimulating everyone's bones. Baisher, do you know what the guardian beast here is? Xiaohei asked, this guy is too noisy. Baisher nodded, it should be the Qing Tianmo alligator here. As more and more memories were passed down, it also had a better understanding of monsters, and from this sound, it could judge the identity of the Qing Tianmo alligator. Hearing the name of the Qing Tianmo alligator, Bailey Hongzhuang's face could not help but change a little. The Qing Tianmo alligator is comparable to a human cultivator of the Huang realm, plus this one has guarded the ancient monument for so many years. Its strength is much stronger than the general Qing Tianmo. I didn't expect there to be a guy like the Qing Tianmo alligator here. That would be troublesome. Xiaohei's face was dignified. Not to mention the mechanisms and tests in the monument, just the Qing Tianmo alligator alone was not easy to pass. Baisher, can you suppress the Qing Tianmo alligator? Xiaohei asked. No matter what, Baisher was the beast king. Baisher was a little depressed, my strength is still too weak now, I can only use my breath to suppress the Qing Tianmo alligator, but I should be able to suppress it for a while. Don't worry, there are so many people here. If it doesn't work, we'll go. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips were slightly hooked. There were so many resources around, if they didn't use them, wouldn't it be a waste? The people of the four great families must be more eager to enter the monument. Once the Qing Tianmo alligator came out, they would definitely take the lead to attack. After all, they absolutely could not count on the students of Tsanglan College who were just lucky enough to pass through the miasma. Although Tsanglan College was quite famous, they were only students of Tsanglan College. At most, they were just potential stocks. In a short time, they were not enough to be independent. Master is right, let these guys consume some strength first, otherwise, aren't we at a disadvantage? Xiaohei's eyes flashed with a cunning light. It was very important to make the best use of everything. If the sky falls, the tall people will hold it up. We just have to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Xiaobai smiled proudly. They had to save their strength until the end. Baisher blinked and looked at the group of old foxes in front of him. He had to admit that their idea was really good. Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongbo gathered Bailey Hongzhuang and others together. The faces of the two mentors were dignified. If we expect it, the monument will open tomorrow. This is an opportunity that comes with risk. You might obtain an opportunity and improve, or you might die. No one can be certain of the outcome. Lu Huaiyan said in a low voice, you have to think carefully before you decide. Even with my strength, I can't guarantee that I'll be safe. The only thing I can hope for is that the test inside won't be too cruel. Listening to this, everyone's faces were heavy and worried. They were all seeing the monument for the first time. Everything they knew was just hearsay. Even from the news they heard, they knew that many cultivators would fall in the monument every time. The only fortunate thing was that because of the miasma, there would not be too many competitors. In addition to the tests and mechanisms arranged in the monument, the people of other forces cannot be ignored. It is inevitable to fight for the treasure. Fu Hongbo sighed. With the strength of the students, it was too difficult to compete for the treasure in this monument. The cultivators of the four great families and Tiangang zone were not simple, especially the conflict between Ji Yun and Bailey Hongzhuang was very fierce. Once the two met in the ruins, Bailey Hongzhuang would be in a very bad situation. Unfortunately, no one was willing to give up when faced with such a fortuitous encounter. Even if this hope was very slim, it was that tiny possibility that exuded an unparalleled attraction. Think about it carefully. If you don't have the confidence, don't enter the ruins. Fu Hongba's eyes were full of seriousness. I have already informed the Academy of this news. You will definitely be able to return safely. You should know that you are all extremely talented young people. As long as you cultivate well, you will also be able to achieve good results in the future. Fu Hongba and Lu Huaiyan's mood at this moment was very complicated. On one hand, they felt that it was a pity for everyone to give up this opportunity. On the other hand, as mentors, they didn't want to see their own students get hurt. As for the final decision, they could only leave it to the students themselves. Lu Qingyue was the most hesitant. Her master had told her a long time ago that her talent in cultivation was not comparable to alchemy. This was not because her talent for cultivation was not good, but because she lacked the courage of a cultivator to press forward courageously. Although she had never put down her cultivation, she still put most of her energy into practicing alchemy. Originally, she did not pay much attention to her master's words, but since the appearance of Hu Qing, she increasingly understood her master's vision. Her strength was clearly not lower than Bailey Hongzhuang, but she needed Bailey Hongzhuang to save her. This point alone had already proved her problem. She was naturally full of interest in the ruins, but when she thought of the dangers inside, she had no confidence. In this case, would she still go? After Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fanyu pondered for a moment, the firmness in their eyes became more and more obvious. This kind of opportunity was rare. Once missed, they might not encounter a second time in their life. If they gave up just because their current cultivation was not strong enough, they would definitely regret it in the future. Cui Haoyan, Zhang Yunfeng, Bai Junyu, and Xia Zhiqing also made a decision after struggling. People should never regret it in their life. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression had never changed from beginning to end. For this kind of thing that could only be encountered by chance, if she gave up, it was not her style. Bewitching was even more so. He was happy to see such an opportunity, so how could he give up because of some danger? After everyone had made a decision, Lu Qingyue suddenly said, "I have decided to go back to the academy." Hearing Lu Qingyue's words, everyone was stunned at first, but soon understood Lu Qingyue's idea. Being an alchemist was an extremely rare talent. Once one became an alchemist, they were destined to be rich in the future. What's more, Lu Qingyue's talent in alchemy was very outstanding. She was recognized as a genius alchemist. There was no need for her to take this risk. Lu Huaiyan nodded slightly. "Well, I have already informed the academy. When they arrive outside the miasma, they will release a signal flare. You can go out after seeing the signal flare. It is safer this way." Now, there were still a large number of cultivators trapped outside the miasma. Especially after the people of the four great families came, the people outside were even more eager to enter. If Lu Qingyue went out rashly, she would definitely be besieged by everyone. Only when the people of the academy came to pick her up could her safety be guaranteed. Hearing this, Lu Qingyue nodded, "I understand. You're very safe in this miasma." Fu Hongba pursed his lips, looking a little relieved. Lu Huaiyan's gaze fell on the crowd. "CTS 2. 2. We understand." Everyone replied. In the ruins, even the presence of a teacher would not be able to protect them. The only thing they could rely on was themselves. As cultivators, they had to bear countless risks at all times. From the day they became cultivators, they had already been mentally prepared for it. Everyone once again entered a state of cultivation, but their moods had unknowingly become heavier. Lu Qingyue's gentle and beautiful face revealed some hesitation and worry. Lu Qingyue gazed at Gong Xiaoqing, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance. Gong Xiaoqing nodded. "You are right not to go. The risks are great. No one knows what the final result will be. Gong Dage, it is too risky to go in with our strength." Lu Qingyue's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Ji Yuner and the others are already in the pre-celestial realm. Regardless of the risks in this monument, it is a great risk to meet them. Once they take a fancy to the treasure you have seized, they will definitely snatch it. It is too dangerous. It is better to." Without waiting for Lu Qingyue to finish her words, Gong Xiaoqing had already interrupted her. "Qingyue, you don't have to say more. I will not give up such a good opportunity." Lu Qingyue originally wanted to continue speaking, but after seeing Gong Xiaoqing's resolute eyes, she swallowed the words that she didn't say out. "Then, Gong Dage, I will wait for you at Kanglin College." Lu Qingyue's voice was gentle, and her beautiful eyes were full of tenderness and love. She has been stubbornly staying at Kanglin College to study, instead of directly studying alchemy in the alchemist guild like Wei Mei Dai. A large part of the reason was Gong Xiaoqing. Only at Kanglin College could she always get along with Gong Xiaoqing. She was afraid that after returning to Kanglin College, she would never see Gong Xiaoqing again. That was something she could not bear at all. I will go back safely. Gong Xiaoqing said slowly. Wifey, the monument will open tomorrow. Are you afraid? Di Beichen asked with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her head and saw Di Beichen's bright smile like the stars in the sky, shining and dazzling. The cherry-red lips were slightly hooked, and Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. It is rare to have such a good opportunity. My heart is only excited. How can I be afraid? Fear was always a useless emotion. Since he had already decided to do it, there was no point in being afraid. Instead of wasting time on fear, it was better to calm down and think about how to face the upcoming events. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's calm expression, Di Beichen's eyes were filled with admiration. He smiled and said, "My wife is really different from ordinary women." Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Aren't you the same? If that's the case, aren't we a match made in heaven? Di Beichen asked, blinking his eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang cast a sidelong glance at Di Beichen. This guy could really relate everything to this. I think you'd better adjust your qi so that you'll have a better chance of winning tomorrow. You have to be more careful tomorrow. We'll go in together, okay? Di Beichen stared at Bailey Hongzhuang and put away his previous joking attitude. His eyes were full of seriousness. Seeing Di Beichen's undisguised worry and nervousness, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart moved and she nodded. Okay. Di Beichen smiled. His wife was not afraid of anything, but he was afraid of his wife getting hurt. For him, the treasures and the monument were secondary. Bailey Hongzhuang's safety was the most important. Not far away, Han Xiling saw this scene and a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Han Xiling glanced at Ji Yun'er indifferently, and a touch of coldness appeared in his eyes. Does it have anything to do with you whether I like her or not? Feeling the indifference of Han Xiling, Ji Yun'er did not care and sat down directly beside Han Xiling. I'm just feeling bad for you. This Bailey Hongzhuang doesn't have any strength, nor does she have any family background. She's just an ordinary commoner. Di Beichen even gave up on you for such a woman. I really don't know what he is thinking. Ji Yun'er curled her lips. In fact, this was also her own idea. Listening to Ji Yun'er's words, Han Xiling was still calm, as if what Ji Yun'er said had nothing to do with him. Do you really intend to let Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen be together? Ji Yun'er saw that Han Xiling did not respond and could not help but ask. Han Xiling's eyes were cold, but there was a sarcastic smile on his mouth. I don't need you to feel bad for me. I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of being used as a gun. Ji Yun'er's face changed slightly. Didn't they say that once a woman faced feelings, she would lose her mind? Why was Han Xiling so calm at this time? Han Xiling, you misunderstood me. I don't have this idea. Ji Yun'er's smile was a bit embarrassed. Han Xiling's identity was not low. If she offended Han Xiling, it would not be good for her. I just don't like Bailey Hongzhuang. If you are interested, we can clean her up in this monument. Han Xiling chuckled. You don't like her, that's your business. I am not interested. If there is nothing else, I am going to cultivate. Seeing that Han Xiling's attitude was so cold and resolute, Ji Yun'er's face was a bit ugly. She did not understand why Han Xiling's reaction was so different from what she had imagined. Could it be that Han Xiling did not like Di Beichen? Impossible. As soon as this idea emerged, it was dispelled by Ji Yun'er. With her intuition as a woman, Han Xiling's feelings for Di Beichen were definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, with Han Xiling's arrogance, it was impossible for him to follow Di Beichen all these years. Unable to understand the reason for Han Xiling's attitude, Ji Yun'er could only return to her place angrily, and her face could not hide her anger. She, Ji Yun'er, was not an ordinary person, but she had been rejected by Bailey Hongzhuang and Han Xiling. She was really angry. Lin Yirou, Yan Lingxian, and Huang Fuhui looked at Han Xiling's frustrated appearance, and a gloating smile appeared in their eyes. Ji Yun'er's temper had always been bad, so there were not many people who really wanted to make friends with her. They and Ji Yun'er were just being polite. They were not even real friends. Ji Yun'er is really looking for trouble. Yan Lingxian chuckled. Usually, Ji Yun'er is so arrogant, but now I'm afraid she can't be arrogant. She thought Han Xiling would be the same as her, but Han Xiling is not an ordinary person," Huang Fuhui said with a smile. Lini Ro showed a knowing smile to Huang Fuhui, her eyes were full of wisdom. "Ji Yuner is too simple. In my opinion, Han Xiling does not hate Bailey Hongzhuang, but with her arrogant temperament, she will not admit it." Yan Lingxian's eyes showed a touch of surprise. After thinking about it carefully, he found that what Lini Ro said was very reasonable, and he couldn't help but admire her. "Lini Ro, I didn't expect you to see things so thoroughly." Lini Ro's lips were slightly hooked, and she was not proud of Yan Lingxian's words. "It's not my business whether I see things thoroughly or not. It's just that the onlookers see things clearly." Yan Lingxian took a deep look at Lini Ro. At this moment, he found that Lini Ro was not ordinary smart. In the past, Lini Ro had always been quiet and did not speak often. In addition, Ji Yuner had always been active, attracting everyone's attention, so he had never paid close attention to Lini Ro. It wasn't until he heard Lini Ro's words that he discovered Lini Ro's intelligence. Sure enough, as an outstanding child of an aristocratic family, no one would be a simple character. Time passed in a blink of an eye. After a night, most of the ruins had been exposed to the ground, and the roar of the guardian beast was getting more and more intense. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the ruins in front of her, and there was a touch of amazement in her clear eyes. The ruins were comparable to the entire palace. The white building under the sun and the white miasma had an indescribable sense of sacredness. Facing the tall and majestic building, a sense of grandeur came over, making people feel awe. Outside the ruins, there was a faint wave-like prohibition that reflected colorful rays of light under the sun. It was very beautiful. However, among the cultivators present, no one was in the mood to pay attention to this beauty. What they cared about was the strength of this prohibition. This monument has been buried underground for so many years, but the prohibition is still so strong. The strength of the owner of this monument can be seen. Lu Huaiyan's face could not hide his admiration. Any cultivator who could leave an ancient monument was a strong person who had made a name for himself. In the face of such a strong person, his heart could not help but feel admiration. Just being able to see this monument made him feel lucky. If he could become such a strong person in the future, how happy would that be? With the passage of time, the energy of this prohibition has gradually dissipated. In the evening, this prohibition should completely disappear. Fu Hongbo's eyes flashed with a wise and far-sighted light. From yesterday to today, the power of the restriction was constantly dissipating. However, Lu Huaiyan's face did not feel happy because the restriction was about to disappear. Instead, it had a trace of heaviness. Once this restriction disappears, the guardian beast will run out. The guardian beast's counterattack is very powerful. We have to be careful. Fu Hongbo nodded. His eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. He warned, "Wait until this barrier is about to dissipate. You should retreat. The level of this demonic beast is very high. You are not its opponent. If you get too close, you will easily be injured. I wonder what kind of demonic beast this guardian beast is. After so many years, its strength is still so strong. It should be the Qing Tianmo alligator," Bewitching said slowly. Following Bewitching's words, everyone's expression changed. Qing Tianmo alligator, that was a demonic beast that they could only run for their lives. Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongbo didn't doubt Bewitching's words. With Bewitching's background, he definitely had a lot of experience. Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful and refined face flashed with a trace of surprise. She did not expect that Bewitching could judge the type of guardian beast just by the roar of the guardian beast. If Baisher had not told her, she would not have known that the monster inside was the Qing Tianmo alligator. It seemed that Bewitching really knew a lot about monsters. This Qing Tianmo alligator has been in the monument for so many years and has absorbed a lot of miasma underground. I am afraid that its strength is far from being comparable to the average monster. Bewitching's eyes were full of wisdom. His master often took him to travel, so he also had a lot of knowledge. Many monsters were originally ordinary, but after some special encounters, they became different. The mutated monsters were the most powerful, so they must be careful. This Qing Tianmo alligator has been trapped for so many years. I am afraid that the food in the monument has long been gone. It must be very hungry. Once it comes out, its beast nature will be great and its strength will be very terrifying. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. She knew a lot about ancient monuments. Once the monument was buried, no one knew when it would be exposed. Therefore, many of the guardian beasts of the monument would starve to death. Once the guardian beast survived, its strength would become very terrifying. Especially the moment the guardian beast came out of the monument, it would definitely become a beast and treat everyone as its food. Listening to the views of Bailey Hongzhuang, everyone nodded. It seemed that they really should stay away from the guardian beast. Let's retreat for a while. Sometimes these wicked beasts will run out before the enchantment completely dissipates. Just in case, we should retreat first. Bailey Hongzhuang said as she listened to the fluctuations coming from the monument. Everyone was a little surprised. According to their understanding, the guardian beast should not be able to come out before the restriction dissipated. Caution is the parent of safety, let's retreat a little. Xianxia echoed. No one had any objections. It was the same whether they retreated early or late. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang retreat directly, Ji Yan'er's mocking voice sounded. No strength is no strength, this guardian beast has not come out yet, and you are already afraid to hide? You have guts. If you have the ability, then stand there and don't retreat. Bailey Hongzhuang mocked. Ji Yan'er's eyes were full of pride. Born as a commoner, you have no common sense. Before the barrier dissipates, it is impossible for the guardian beast to come out. However, just when Ji Yan'er's voice fell, Xia Zhiqing and the others all widened their eyes and looked ahead with horror. You idiot, take a good look at what's behind you. Bailey Hongzhuang sneered and no longer paid attention to Ji Yan'er, this idiot. She and Bewitching quickly retreated hundreds of meters away. Ji Yan'er listened to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, and her mouth was full of disdain. You want to deceive me with such a boring trick, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Miss, quickly retreat. At this time, the cultivators around Ji Yan'er quickly shouted. Ji Yan'er's face changed, and she looked back in surprise. She saw a huge Qing Tianmo alligator running out of the monument. Ah, roar. The Qing Tianmo alligator opened its bloody mouth and had already regarded Ji Yan'er as its own food. When the cultivators of the Ji family saw this, they quickly pulled Ji Yan'er, and Ji Yan'er quickly fled to the back. Roar. The Qing Tianmo alligator apparently did not expect that the food in its mouth would suddenly fly away. There was a burst of dissatisfaction in its heart, and its breath had already broken the trees next to it. The sudden appearance of the Qing Tianmo alligator was beyond everyone's expectations. If everyone's eyes had not been locked on the monument before, they were afraid that the moment the Qing Tianmo alligator appeared, many cultivators would have fallen. After Ji Yan'er escaped, she stood in the distance with a pale face and gasped for breath. Her pretty face was full of horror. If it wasn't for the people of her family who pulled her, she was afraid that she would have become the food of the Qing Tianmo alligator. How did this Qing Tianmo alligator suddenly appear? Isn't it said that the guardian beasts will not appear before the ban is lifted? Yan Lingxian's face was full of horror. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, even he didn't know what the consequences would be. Huang Fuhui could not remain indifferent at the moment. There are very few guardian beasts in the monument, so many people don't know the situation. As he said this, everyone's eyes could not help but fall on Bailey Hongzhuang. None of them knew that the Qing Tianmo alligator would suddenly appear, and Bailey Hongzhuang unexpectedly called the people of Songlan College to leave. Was there really such a coincidence in the world, or did Bailey Hongzhuang have the opportunity to expect that the Qing Tianmo alligator would appear in advance, so she reminded the students of Songlan College to stay away? There was a big question in everyone's heart. However, after careful consideration, everyone still felt that it was impossible for Bailey Hongzhuang to say such a thing by luck. It was likely that Bailey Hongzhuang had already expected it. When they thought of this, everyone was even more puzzled. They only thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was an ordinary person, but now they could judge that she was not an ordinary person by Bailey Hongzhuang's actions. Hey, aren't you very powerful? Why is your face so pale now? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her chin slightly, her mouth evoked an enchanting smile, mercilessly mocking Ji Yan'er. Since Ji Yan'er liked to take the initiative to find trouble with her, she didn't mind laughing at Ji Yan'er at this time. Ji Yun'er's face was very pale. At this moment, after listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, her face became even more livid. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's mockery made her unable to retaliate. "You're just lucky. What are you so proud of?" Ji Yun'er thought for a moment and could only attribute Bailey Hongzhuang's decision to luck. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. "You can look at it however you want, but you don't seem to have the guts to do it with your pale face." There was a smile on the faces of Xianxia and others. Ji Yun'er's previous words now seemed to be equivalent to slapping her own face. Not only did it not have the effect of ridiculing Hongzhuang, but it also made her a joke. Han Xiling looked at Ji Yun'er indifferently, her eyes full of disgust, and said, "Idiot." As soon as the Qing Tianmo alligator appeared, its eyes were locked on the crowd. It opened its bloody mouth and salivated. It had been hungry in the ancient ruins for too long. It did not expect to see so much food as soon as it came out. It was really worth being happy. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at the Qing Tianmo alligator in front of them. The Qing Tianmo alligator was cyan with a few faint black lines on its body. Its eyes were black, and its basketball-sized eyes exuded a cold light. Its body was covered with dense scales, which looked very terrifying. The Qing Tianmo alligator was a very difficult monster to deal with. Its scales were tight and hard. Ordinary weapons could not penetrate its scales. Not only that, the Qing Tianmo alligator was very powerful. Its giant tail was a powerful weapon. A sweep of its tail was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Once hit by its tail, the cultivator was likely to vomit blood and die. At this moment, the Qing Tianmo alligator was roaring and looking at the crowd. It seemed to be thinking about which one it should eat first. I didn't expect the guardian beast in the ancient ruins to be the Qing Tianmo alligator. This is difficult to deal with. The leader of the Yan family frowned. It seems that this ancient ruins is much stronger than we thought. The strength of this Qing Tianmo alligator has reached Yellow Realm level 3. In my opinion, it is impossible to kill the Qing Tianmo alligator with the strength of one family. Why don't we work together to kill this Qing Tianmo alligator? The leader of the Ji family said. As the voice of the leader of the Ji family fell, everyone nodded. Okay. Let's work together to kill this Qing Tianmo alligator. In a flash, the four families and the Tian gang sect all rushed toward the Qing Tianmo alligator. In the face of such a powerful monster, the younger generation was not its opponent at all. They could only rely on themselves to solve this problem. Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongba looked at each other and nodded together. They immediately rushed toward the Qing Tianmo alligator. Stay where you are. Don't come over. As soon as the voice entered the ears of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongba had disappeared in front of everyone. Since the four aristocratic families and the cultivators of Tiangang sect had already contributed, it would be inexcusable if they continued to stay where they were without doing anything. Since they came here, they wanted to find treasures in the ruins. If they didn't contribute at this moment, once the Qing Tianmo alligator died, the four aristocratic families and the cultivators of Tiangang sect would join forces to prevent them from entering the ruins. They had no choice. Seeing the two mentors' actions, Gong Xiaoqing and the others' gazes gradually changed. It was not easy for the two mentors. Roar. Seeing so many cultivators rushing towards it, the Qing Tianmo alligator's eyes lit up with excitement. It was feeling very hungry, and the food had automatically delivered itself to its door. Ding, with a metallic sound, the long sword pierced the body of the Qing Tianmo alligator. However, the swift and violent attack did not even pierce the scales of the Qing Tianmo alligator. It only left a shallow white mark on the scales. Damn it! This Qing Tianmo alligator's defense is so strong. Ding ding ding. After the first cultivator tried, the attacks of other masters also fell on the body of the Qing Tianmo alligator. The same attack still could not break the defense of the Qing Tianmo alligator, and the giant tail of the Qing Tianmo alligator kept sweeping. Everyone could only keep dodging and looking for opportunities to attack. In the face of everyone's attacks, the Qing Tianmo alligator was very calm. This kind of attack was just a tickle on its body. Let's attack the same place. Only when we find a breakthrough will we have a chance. Lu Huaiyan said in a deep voice. Listening to Lu Huaiyan's words, the masters of the 4 aristocratic families and Tian gang sect nodded. This was indeed the only way so far. The only weakness of the Qing Tian Mo alligator was its abdomen. However, due to the short legs of the Qing Tian Mo alligator, coupled with the constantly biting head and constantly sweeping tail, they had no way to attack the abdomen of the Qing Tian Mo alligator, let alone turn it over. In this way, the way that Lu Huaiyan said had become the only way. Ding, bang bang bang, after deciding on the attack method, everyone concentrated their attacks on the same area. The originally hard scales were also inevitably broken under the attacks of everyone, and blood flowed from the back of the Qing Tian Mo alligator. The sudden pain stimulated the Qing Tian Mo alligator. Its roar was sharper, and its attacks were more violent. Boom boom boom, every time the Qing Tian Mo alligator took a step, there was a huge sound on the ground, like an earthquake, which shocked people. With the fierce attack of the Qing Tian Mo alligator, a group of cultivators was inevitably injured. Bang! A cultivator of the Ji family was directly swept by the giant tail of the Qing Tian Mo alligator and flew out. The huge force caused a burning pain in his internal organs, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Another scream came out, and a cultivator's arm was directly bitten off by the Qing Tian Mo alligator. Gudong! The Qing Tian Mo alligator chewed twice and directly swallowed the cultivator's arm into its stomach. A rich yellow light flashed on the body of the Qing Tian Mo alligator. As the wounds on the Qing Tian Mo alligator increased, the injured cultivators also increased. I didn't expect the Huang realm monster to be so terrifying. Bai Junyu's face was shocked. He always knew that the Huang realm monster was very terrifying, but without seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't feel how powerful it was. The strength of these cultivators was already very strong in his eyes, but in front of the Qing Tian Mo alligator, they were still very weak. This was the terrifying power of the Xiantian realm. Will the 2 mentors be okay? Lu Qingyue's face was full of worry. The strength of the 2 mentors was not strong among everyone. Now, they were already injured. The corner of Lu Huaiyan's mouth was still bleeding. He had just suffered a heavy blow. In this situation, if he was not careful, he could lose his life here. I believe in the strength of the mentors, there shouldn't be any danger. Xiao Jiqing said in a deep voice, her eyes staring at the situation inside, her heart full of worry. Dong Fangyu and Gong Xiaoqing's faces were equally solemn. This Qing Tian Mo alligator has already been injured by everyone's attacks. I believe it won't be able to last much longer. With the voice of Bailey Hongshuang falling, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. The next moment, in front of everyone's stunned eyes, Bailey Hongshuang and Di Beichen rushed directly to the place where the Qing Tian Mo alligator was located. What are they going to do? Xiao Jiqing couldn't help but exclaim. The Qing Tian Mo alligator was a Huang-level monster beast. With the strength of Bailey Hongshuang, dealing with the Qing Tian Mo alligator was tantamount to courting death. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were fixed on Bailey Hongshuang. Everyone was somewhat shocked. The masters of various forces had not yet been able to deal with the Qing Tian Mo alligator. Could Bailey Hongshuang really be able to deal with it? This Bailey Hongshuang really likes to be in the limelight, really courting death. Ji Yun'er's eyes were full of sarcasm and viciousness. The scene that had just happened made her lose face in front of everyone. No matter what, she must get her face back. She was a dignified young lady of the Ji family. If she was so ridiculed by Bailey Hongshuang, where would she put her face in the future? I didn't expect Di Beichen's strength and background to be so good, but his vision for a woman is so bad. Ji Yun'er's words revealed a bit of disdain. Di Beichen did not give her face in front of everyone. At this moment, she even hated Di Beichen. Di Beichen is too crazy. In this case, rushing over is no different from courting death. Huang Fuhui frowned. Even Lin Yirou, who had always seen through things, was somewhat puzzled at the moment. Did Di Beichen have a way to deal with the Qing Tian Mo alligator? Judging from the current situation, although the Qing Tian Mo alligator was injured, it was obviously still very strong. Once they rushed up, they would definitely be met with the Qing Tian Mo alligator's desperate counterattack. This was definitely an inappropriate approach. Maybe the 2 of them are competent. Yan Lingxian raised his eyebrows, looking a little unconcerned. To them, one less genius meant one less competition. It wasn't a bad thing. Han Shiling's face, which had remained calm from the beginning, changed slightly the moment he saw Bewitching rush forward. Brother D, looking at the golden and white figures, she could not help but frown. She should have been the one beside Big Brother D. Others might not understand Bewitching's strength, but she had known him for many years and knew him very well. Come to think of it, Big Brother D wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of the Xianxia alligator. Bewitching also didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to rush up with him. However, after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's confident look, his lips curled into a faint smile. What the two of them wanted to do was not to confront the Xianxia alligator head-on, but to launch a sneak attack. You go left, I'll go right. Coming to the front of the Xianxia alligator, Bailey Hongzhuang said concisely. Okay. Bewitching responded. The next moment, the two rushed to the two sides of the Xianxia alligator. Lu Huayan and Fu Hongba saw Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly appear in such a situation, and their faces couldn't help but be filled with tension. Nonsense. What are the two of you doing here? Lu Huayan's voice was full of anger and worry. In this situation, even the two of them were in danger. Wasn't Bailey Hongzhuang completely adding to the chaos? The attack power of the Xianxia alligator was so terrifying that they couldn't protect Bailey Hongzhuang at all. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Lu Huayan and Fu Hongba were both puzzled. In such a dangerous situation, the two did not have time to think too much. They only felt that Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were not impulsive people. Since they rushed out, they should have a plan in mind. Bailey Hongzhuang used shadow shifting and jumped on the back of the Xianxia alligator. After the Xianxia alligator felt that someone was rushing up, its whole body began to shake constantly. It just wanted to shake Bailey Hongzhuang off its back. Bailey Hongzhuang held the sword in her hand and her eyes were fixed on the wound of the Xianxia alligator. The next moment, the sword in her hand suddenly stabbed out and did not hesitate to pierce the back of the Xianxia alligator. Chi! A clear and subtle sound rang out. Bailey Hongzhuang's sword had been deeply stabbed. Roar! The sudden pain deeply stimulated the Xianxia alligator. The Xianxia alligator roared and went crazy. All of a sudden, the masters around the Xianxia alligator suffered and retreated. Once the Xianxia alligator went crazy, its fighting power was still very terrifying. Everyone looked at the entanglement between Bailey Hongzhuang and the Xianxia alligator in horror. No matter how the Xianxia alligator shook, Bailey Hongzhuang's figure was fixed on the body of the Xianxia alligator. Not only that, Bailey Hongzhuang's sword was constantly stabbing the wound of the Xianxia alligator. Blood was constantly flowing out and staining Bailey Hongzhuang's dress. Yan Lingxian and the others, after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, there was a touch of horror in their eyes. Just climbing on the back of the Xianxia alligator already required a lot of courage, not to mention that Bailey Hongzhuang was in such a dangerous situation. My God, Hongzhuang is too strong, right? Xiaojiqing opened her mouth wide and looked sluggish. She did not expect Hongzhuang to be so cruel. The Xianxia alligator was really unlucky this time. Bai Junyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If this scene did not clearly happen in front of him, he would not believe it. To deal with the Xianxia alligator with the cultivation of mysterious Ian middle stage, I am afraid that there is no second person other than Bailey Hongzhuang, no one else. Gong Xiaoqing and Dongfang Yu were both silent. They couldn't help but admit that Bailey Hongzhuang's idea was truly excellent. In this short period of time, the Xianxia alligator's injuries. GNS Bailey Hongzhuang's S. Li combis to Hongzhuang. By you. This Bailey Hongzhuang is really not simple. Huang Fuhui chuckled. At this moment, looking at Bailey Hongzhuang, it really made people's eyes light up. There was a ripple in Han Shiling's clear eyes, and there was a faint flash of negative emotions. She had always been conceited. She could do what Bailey Hongzhuang had thought of, but she was too lazy to waste her time. But now that she felt the eyes of everyone, there was a feeling of displeasure spreading in her heart. If this kind of gaze fell on others, she might not care, but this person was Bailey Hongzhuang. It was different. Bang bang bang, the Xianxia alligator's giant tail swept wildly, and the ground was directly smashed into a deep pit under the wave of its giant tail. Bailey Hongshuang's situation was also very dangerous, but every time she was able to escape danger after danger. The speed of the Qing Tianmo alligator was extremely fast. There was almost no sign, and the whole body turned over on the ground. Obviously, it wanted to squash the annoying guy behind it in this way. Bailey Hongshuang's reaction speed was also extremely fast. Just at the moment when the Qing Tianmo alligator turned over, she jumped down. However, before everyone could react from Bailey Hongshuang's keen speed, a pale golden figure had already rushed to the abdomen of the Qing Tianmo alligator with lightning speed. Everyone's eyes lit up. The biggest weakness of the Qing Tianmo alligator was its abdomen. There was no defense on the white skin. At this moment, the Qing Tianmo alligator showed its belly, which was undoubtedly the best state. Chi, a sharp sword light flashed by, and everyone only heard the sound of flesh being torn open. Then, the Qing Tianmo alligator completely exploded. The power of the Huang realm burst out. After seeing this scene, Bewitching and others did not dare to delay and quickly retreated. The Qing Tianmo alligator's eyes were red. Everyone present was an opponent, and it attacked fiercely. This is the Qing Tianmo alligator's desperate counterattack. Everyone, run! No one knew who shouted. Only then did everyone react. They did not dare to delay any longer and quickly fled. The Qing Tianmo alligator madly chased after everyone. The vigorous primordial energy attacked desperately. The surrounding trees fell down at a terrifying speed. Damn it, this Qing Tianmo alligator is really terrible when it goes crazy. Xianxia cursed as he fled. Bewitching had already pulled Bailey Hongshuang away at the moment when he jumped down from the Qing Tianmo alligator. His attack had caused a fatal injury to the Qing Tianmo alligator. With the strength of the Qing Tianmo alligator, its reaction speed must be extremely fast, so he only had one chance. Whether it was successful or not, he could only leave at the first moment. Obviously, he succeeded. Pulling Bailey Hongshuang with one hand and running wildly, Bewitching had a brilliant smile on his face. My wife is indeed witty, and her strength is also incomparable to that of an ordinary mystic Ian cultivator. Bailey Hongshuang's previous actions seemed simple, but it was not easy to succeed. On the contrary, it was very dangerous. However, Bailey Hongshuang's performance amazed him. Even in such a dangerous situation, she did not show the slightest bit of panic. Her beautiful face was so calm that it was unbelievable. Your timing is also very accurate. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved slightly, smiling sweetly as she looked at Bewitching. It seemed that their cooperation this time was pretty good. This Qing Tianmo alligator shouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Let's rest first. After fleeing for a distance, Bewitching adjusted his slightly wrinkled clothes, looking relaxed and casual. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. She could feel that the struggling movement of the Qing Tianmo alligator in the distance was getting smaller and smaller. She believed that the strength of the Qing Tianmo alligator had been exhausted. Hey, the Qing Tianmo alligator is not moving anymore. Is it dead? Xiaojiqing's eyes flashed with curiosity. The previous movement was so big that she only felt that the whole ground was trembling. If she didn't know, she would have thought that there was an earthquake. It should be, but let's not go over for the time being. Maybe the Qing Tianmo alligator is not dead yet. Gong Xiaoqing said. I have underestimated this Bailey Hongshuang. With her mysterious Ian cultivation base, it is rare to see her have such courage. Xianxia sighed and shook his head. Before, he just thought that Bailey Hongshuang was quite courageous when dealing with Ji Yuner. He did not expect her to be so courageous in the battle. Seeing that Xianxia was so admiring of Bailey Hongshuang, Ji Yuner's eyes showed a touch of displeasure, and her words were full of jealousy. What's so great about it? Can't you do what you just did? Ji Yuner snorted. We just think that such a thing is not worth our risk. As a child of an aristocratic family, their lives were the most important. When they did not need to take action, they would not hesitate to take action. Ji Yuner, don't say that the grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Even if you were to do it, I am afraid that you would not do better than Bailey Hongshuang. Lin Ro did not care about tearing apart Ji Yuner's disguise. She was not like Ji Yun'er, who could not see others doing well. In fact, if Bailey Hongzhuang was also from a cultivation family, she believed that she would also be a figure of the younger generation. Linny Ro, what do you mean? Ji Yun'er took a step forward, her pretty face showing a touch of anger. Since yesterday, Linny Ro had been praising Bailey Hongzhuang from time to time, clearly taking the opportunity to satirize her. What do I mean? I'm just telling the truth. Linny Ro looked indifferent, facing Ji Yun'er's questioning. Ji Yun'er, you have to figure out who I am. Others are afraid of you, but I don't have to be afraid of you. Linny Ro said coldly, her gentle and indifferent eyes also showed a touch of sternness. Han Xiling looked at the conflict between Ji Yun'er and Linny Ro, and he was a little surprised by Linny Ro's performance. It seemed that under Linny Ro's soft and weak appearance, there was a very strong heart. Ji Yun'er obviously did not expect Linny Ro to be against her, and her face could not help but turn ugly. I don't have time to deal with you now. After this trip to the ancient ruins is over, we will slowly settle this account. Up to you. I'll keep you company. Linny Ro raised an eyebrow and did not put Ji Yun'er's words in her heart. Master, that Qing Tianmo alligator is dead. Baisher's soft voice sounded in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind. Then let's go now, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a serious look. Master, I want the demon crystal of the Qing Tianmo alligator. Baisher blinked his small eyes and looked longingly at Bailey Hongzhuang. Since the appearance of the Qing Tianmo alligator, he had been coveting the demon crystal of the Qing Tianmo alligator. The Qing Tianmo alligator was a yellow realm demonic beast, and its demonic crystal was very rich in energy. Compared to the demonic crystal it usually ate, the demonic crystal was of a much higher grade. It was really a great supplement. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly taken aback. She had forgotten that she had a pet beast that would freeze at the sight of a demon crystal. The desire in those starry eyes was simply irresistible. I'll go get the demon crystal, Bailey Hongzhuang said in a deep voice. Bewitching looked at the sudden change in Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, and his handsome eyes quietly filled with a trace of puzzlement. Wife, is there a problem? Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly, then reached out and pointed to the little guy in her arms. This little guy wants the demon crystal of the Qing Tianmo alligator. The Beast King is still young. The demon crystal of the Qing Tianmo alligator will be of great help to him. Let's go and get the demon crystal of the Qing Tianmo alligator. Bewitching said slowly with a confident luster. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. She would not let go of anything that could help Baisher. The next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching no longer hesitated and quickly rushed to the place where the ruins were located. Master, the demon crystal of the Qing Tianmo alligator is very valuable. I'm afraid that group of guys will not let you get the demon crystal so easily. Xiaohei's eyes showed a touch of worry. She understood the thoughts of those guys very well. Even if the Qing Tianmo alligator eventually died under the joint forces of her master and Bewitching, because the strength of the Kanglan College team was not strong, it would not be easy to get the demon crystal back from them. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed slightly. A flash of light flashed, like lightning, fierce and decisive. Since it is something I want, there is no reason for others to take it away. The cold voice was as domineering as ever. It was not easy to take something from Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang so domineering, Xiaohei and Xiaobai also flashed with excitement. If this group of guys obediently handed over the demon crystal, it would be fine. If they did not hand it over, the black-white double demons would let them see their power. Soon, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching returned to the front of the ruins. The originally flat ground was now a mess. Deep and shallow pits were all over the ground. It could be seen how terrifying the counterattack of the Qing Tianmo alligator was. The Ji family's experts were now cutting the head of the Qing Tianmo alligator. Obviously, they wanted to take out the demon crystal. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang walked in front of Ji Jianbin. This demon crystal is useful to me. If you don't mind, let me have it. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the cultivators present changed. Ji Jianbin glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang with a hesitant expression. The value of this Qing Tianmo alligator's demon crystal was not low, but for the huge Ji family, it was nothing. Moreover, in the end, this Jing Tianmo alligator did indeed die at the hands of Bailey Hongshuang and Di Beichen. Turning his gaze to Di Beichen, Ji Jianbin was even more certain of his thoughts. It was just a demon crystal. There was no need for him to offend Di Beichen of Tiangang sect for it. However, just as Ji Jianbin was about to nod his head, Ji Yuner's disgusting voice was heard. No, this Jing Tianmo alligator's demon crystal belongs to our Ji family. Why should we give it to you? Ji Yuner raised her eyebrows and looked at Bailey Hongshuang. That fierce and proud look was clearly provocative. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes sharpened, like a knife piercing Ji Yuner. From the beginning to the end, you have not done anything. What qualifications do you have to intervene in the ownership of this demon crystal? What's more, so many experts present have participated in the killing of the Jing Tianmo alligator. Why do you say that this demon crystal belongs to your Ji family? Listening to Bailey Hongshuang's series of questions, Ji Yuner's face became livid. At this moment, Bailey Hongshuang was still so arrogant. I said that this demon crystal belongs to my Ji family. It's none of your business. After the cultivators around saw Ji Yuner, there was a touch of helplessness in their eyes. Although Ji Yuner was usually very fierce, she was not so unreasonable. They did not expect that after being repeatedly humiliated in front of Bailey Hongshuang, she had completely become unreasonable. What if I say that this monster crystal is mine? The cold words were full of threats and despair, and Bailey Hongshuang's eyes flashed with a cold light. For Ji Yuner, she was too lazy to pay attention to her. For this kind of person with princess syndrome, provoking her was tantamount to provoking an infinitely annoying big trouble. However, she did not want to find trouble, but Ji Yuner took the initiative to find her. Not only did she provoke her again and again, but at this moment she was even more unreasonable. Even with her temperament, she could not help but become angry at this moment. Listening to the threats in Bailey Hongshuang's words, Ji Yuner could not help but raise her eyes, but after seeing the pair of eyes full of cold and murderous intent, she was shocked. That pair of dark and cold eyes were emitting endless murderous intent at the moment. It was clear that Bailey Hongshuang's strength was not as good as hers, but in the face of such murderous intent, she still felt terrified. The beautiful face was also stained with a trace of the blood of the Jing Tianmo alligator, which added a trace of charming murderous intent to that perfect face. Bailey Hongshuang's face was cold, and her eyes were like an eagle looking straight at Ji Yuner, so that Ji Yuner could not escape. The faces of Yan Lingxian and the others became strange. It was reasonable to say that Ji Yuner should be more imposing than Bailey Hongshuang, but the situation in front of them was completely reversed. Bailey Hongshuang's simple words had already forced Ji Yuner to be speechless. This was too strange. Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongbo looked at each other, and their faces could not hide their astonishment. This Bailey Hongshuang's momentum is really strong, completely suppressing Ji Yuner. Fu Hongbo's face was full of doubts. Who is Bailey Hongshuang? Even the young miss of the general's estate can't possibly have such an imposing manner. Lu Huaiyan shook his head. He only felt that Bailey Hongshuang was becoming more and more complicated. I'll give you 3 seconds. Either you hand over the demon crystal, or you bear the consequences. Bailey Hongshuang said the last 4 words one by one, letting everyone clearly feel the weight of these 4 words. She did not intend to waste more time on things outside the ancient ruins. Since Ji Yuner liked to find trouble, she did not mind teaching her a good lesson. There was a huge gap between the middle stage of the mysterious Ian realm and the Crimson realm. However, she also had many means other than cultivation. Ji Yuner was dumbfounded. She didn't understand how Bailey Hongshuang could put so much pressure on her that it was difficult for her to refute. The corners of Di Beichen's mouth blossomed into a devilish smile, and those eyes that were as deep as the sea flickered with a little bit of appreciation. It seemed that his worries were a little unnecessary. His wife was never someone to be trifled with. Just her aura alone was enough to intimidate many people. 3. Bailey Hongshuang raised 3 fingers, looking indifferent and cold. 2. Retracting 1 finger, Bailey Hongshuang's look was still indifferent, as if she was simply counting down. However, everyone present looked at this scene and their hearts were extremely uneasy. Hongshuang's momentum is really unstoppable. Xiao Zhiqing's face could not hide the excitement. She had long been uncomfortable with Ji Yuner's behavior. Now seeing Hong Zhuang so domineering, she only felt a burst of joy in her heart. What's wrong with Ji Yun'er? Why is she standing there without saying a word? By June you did not understand why Ji Yun'er was now motionless as if her soul had been taken away. You are not Ji Yun'er, you can't feel what she is feeling now. Gong Xiaoqing's voice was slightly heavy. Bailey Hongzhuang's momentum is very strong, and it is completely on Ji Yun'er's body, so Ji Yun'er is under a lot of pressure. At this moment, Gong Xiaoqing was also admiring Bailey Hongzhuang. Previously, he felt that it was too suspicious for Bailey Hongzhuang to have such medical skills. Now it seems that Bailey Hongzhuang's background may be more complicated than he thought. How can Bailey Hongzhuang's momentum be so strong? If Yan Lingxian was just amazed by Bailey Hongzhuang's excellence before, now he had to face Bailey Hongzhuang. Because this kind of terrifying momentum, he could not do it at all. In his impression, only the head of the family would have such a terrifying momentum. Even if she did not say a word, she could make them feel great pressure. There were very few people who had this kind of momentum, and there were even fewer people who had this kind of momentum among young people. Bailey Hongzhuang was too abnormal. Huang Fuhui, Lin Yirou, and even Han Xiling did not say a word at the moment. If they had not faced Bailey Hongzhuang before, now they had to face it. 1. Bailey Hongzhuang finished reading the last number, and Ji Yun'er breathed a sigh of relief. If she had not been warning herself not to agree, she was afraid that she would have agreed under the pressure. When she thought of that possibility, she felt terrible. It was undoubtedly showing weakness to Bailey Hongzhuang in front of everyone. That was something she could not accept at all. Even if I don't give you the demon crystal, what can you do? At this moment, she could no longer look down on Bailey Hongzhuang as before, because everything that Bailey Hongzhuang showed was not simple. Nothing much. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly curved into an enchanting smile, like a blooming datura flower, releasing a fatal beauty, but it gave people an indescribable feeling of strangeness in their hearts. If you don't give it to me now, you might beg to give it to me later. Her voice fell. Bailey Hongzhuang was too lazy to pay attention to Ji Yun'er and went straight back to the team. However, no one saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had sprinkled the powder on Ji Yun'er's body. As a qualified doctor, she was also very good at using poison. She was often able to sprinkle poison powder on others without anyone noticing. Everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's performance, and their hearts were all puzzled. Was Bailey Hongzhuang just scaring Ji Yun'er? You want me to beg you? You're dreaming. Ji Yun'er sneered. This Ji Yun'er is really asking for a beating. Looking at her face, I want to beat her into a pig's head. Xiao He waved her fists angrily. There were strange people every year, but this year there were especially many. Don't worry, Master will not let Ji Yun'er have a good time. Baisher's watery eyes flashed with a curious light. His master was never a simple character, and the things in her hands were even more strange. Whether it was Bailey Yuyan or Li Yuyue, they had both suffered a big setback in the hands of his master. He believed that this time, Ji Yun'er would not be any better. His master had always been very good to him. As long as it was something he needed, his master would definitely get it. He was not worried at all. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferently at the restrictions on the periphery of the monument. The light of this restriction was getting dimmer. She believed that in less than an hour, this restriction would completely disappear. Wifey, what did you do to Ji Yun'er? Beichen's long eyebrows were slanted, and his handsome eyes looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile. He was very clear about the character of his wifey. She was so calm, he was afraid that she was waiting to watch a good show. As for this kind of thing, it had never been related to his wifey. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled deeply and deliberately kept them in suspense. You wait and see. Ji Yun'er proudly put the monster crystal of the Qing Tianmo alligator into her own Qianquan bag and sneered. You really think you are a great person? You are really not ashamed to talk big. Yan Lingxian and the others looked at Ji Yun'er and Bailey Hongzhuang strangely. They always felt that things were not so simple, but they couldn't figure out where the problem was. I always feel that Bailey Hongzhuang must have done something. Yan Lingxian frowned. However, the scene just now had happened in front of everyone. Nothing had happened at all. What can she do? Ji Yun'er sneered. There are so many people here, Did she do something that no one saw? It's just a bluff. Linny Ro and the others looked at Ji Yun speechlessly. She really forgot the pain after the scar healed. Just now, she was still being oppressed by Bailey Hongzhuang's momentum, but now she was so proud. They didn't understand what she was thinking. However, shortly after Ji Yun finished her sarcasm, her face became strange. Not for any other reason, but because she suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from her body. How could this be? Ji Yun was puzzled. This kind of stinging pain seemed to come from the inside of the body. "Io." Ji Yun couldn't help but cry out. The pain became more and more severe as time passed, gradually exceeding her tolerance. "Ah, it hurts." Everyone only saw Ji Yun twisting and turning like a monkey, and their faces were filled with surprise. "Young miss, what's wrong?" The Ji family cultivator could not help but ask with concern after seeing this scene. "It hurts. It hurts." Ji Yun shouted and her tone became more anxious. "Why does it hurt all of a sudden?" The Ji family cultivators were stunned, but their gazes involuntarily turned to Bailey Hongzhuang, who was not far away. Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang had said that she would let the young miss beg her. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the ruins indifferently. Her eyes did not stay on Ji Yun for a second, as if everything that happened had nothing to do with her. "Damn it, it really hurts, I can't stand it." Ji Yun only felt pain all over her body as if she was being pricked by needles. The pain penetrated into every pore, leaving her no chance to breathe. Ah! Under the assault of waves of severe pain, Ji Yun could no longer bear it. The pain was getting more and more intense, and there was a piercing pain in her internal organs. Even though she had experienced a lot of pain in the process of cultivation, it was nothing compared to the pain she was experiencing at the moment. Ji Yun couldn't bear it and rolled on the ground. Her luxurious brocade dress had been stained with dust, and her hair looked even more disheveled and messy. If it were any other time, Ji Yun would naturally not be able to bear such an image, but at the moment, she had completely forgotten everything. She only hoped that the pain could be reduced a little. Linny Ro and the others were first surprised by Ji Yun's reaction, and then after seeing Ji Yun's pale face and cold sweat, they had already understood that this must be the work of Bailey Hongzhuang. Ji Yun is really like a monkey being teased today. Linny Ro's eyes were filled with disdain. From the beginning to the end, Ji Yun was looking for trouble with Bailey Hongzhuang, but the final result was that she was defeated by Bailey Hongzhuang. Speaking of which, this Ji Yun was really sad. Yan Lingxian nodded in agreement. This time, Ji Yun is really in trouble. This Bailey Hongzhuang, although her cultivation base is not strong enough, her means are very strange and cannot be ignored. Huang Fuhui at this moment could no longer treat Bailey Hongzhuang as an ordinary person with no background, because her means even made him feel a little scared. Sure enough, the woman Bewitching liked was definitely not an ordinary person. If they underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang, it was tantamount to looking for trouble. For example, the current Ji Yun was like this. Han Xiling frowned. From this situation, Ji Yun's situation was definitely caused by Bailey Hongzhuang. However, just now, she did not notice any movement from Bailey Hongzhuang. Was it that Bailey Hongzhuang even deceived her? At the thought of this, Han Xiling's heart was a little more vigilant. This was the first time she felt a threat from Bailey Hongzhuang. "Bailey Hongzhuang, what have you done to me?" Ji Yun endured the pain and asked Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows, her expression calm and composed. "Miss Ji, don't accuse me wrongly. I didn't do anything in front of everyone. I don't believe it. You must have done something." Ji Yun's eyes were full of viciousness, and her pretty face had become hideous and distorted. "Hurry up and let me recover, or I won't let you go." Looking at Ji Yun's fierce appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang was still calm, as if everything Ji Yun said had nothing to do with her. Lady Ji's words are really interesting. It's as if you'll let me go now that your body no longer hurts. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was stunned, and many people couldn't help but laugh. Bailey Hongzhuang was right. Even if she helped Ji Yun relieve the pain, Ji Yun would still not let her go. In this case, why should she help Ji Yun? "Kill this hateful woman," Xiao He said fiercely. This kind of person was in need of a lesson. If she didn't teach her a good lesson, she wouldn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She deserves to die from the pain. Xiao Bai's face was full of pride. Before, Ji Yun'er was so arrogant, but now she was at her wit's end. Hearing this, there was a touch of excitement in Baisher's eyes. As long as he got the monster crystal of the Qing Tian Mo alligator, his strength could break through. Thinking of this, Baisher couldn't help but rub his hands. Once his strength broke through, he would help his master fight. Looking at Ji Yun'er's appearance, it should be very painful. Xiao Zhiqing looked at Ji Yun'er, who was rolling on the ground. She was originally fierce, but under such pain, even her voice became small. Bai Junyu nodded. It must be very painful, otherwise she would not have become like this. The next moment, Xiao Zhiqing's mouth opened into a bright smile like a flower. Haha, seeing her in so much pain, I feel particularly happy. Bai Junyu was slightly stunned. Xiao Zhiqing's reaction was completely beyond his expectations, but in fact, he also felt that this was completely Ji Yun'er's own fault. Hong Zhuang is really good. This kind of annoying guy should be taught a good lesson. Xiao Zhiqing smiled. She did not have the ability of Hong Zhuang, but just watching from the side, she already felt very happy. The background of this Ji Yun'er is not weak. Bailey Hong Zhuang offended Ji Yun'er like this, I am afraid that she will be strongly retaliated by Ji Yun'er in the future. Unlike what Xiao Zhiqing thought, Lu Huayan's eyes were full of worry. This time, the Ji family only came to the ancient ruins to gain experience. They did not bring many people with them, so everyone may not feel much. However, he knew how terrifying the ability of the Ji family was. As long as Ji Yun'er went back and wanted to retaliate against Bailey Hongzhuang, then Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely fall into endless trouble. This matter cannot be blamed on Bailey Hongzhuang. With the existence of Bewitching, it is impossible for Ji Yun'er to let go of Bailey Hongzhuang. These grievances cannot be resolved. Fu Hongbo's deep voice was somewhat helpless as he shook his head. The situation had already been decided. No matter what Bailey Hongzhuang did, this enmity had already been formed. Since this result had been doomed, Bailey Hongzhuang naturally did not need to be afraid. It was better to teach Ji Yun'er a lesson so that she could vent her anger. I didn't expect that Hongzhuang is not only good at medicine, but also good at dealing with people. Zhang Yunfeng's pretty face was filled with emotion. At this moment, she was extremely impressed by Bailey Hongzhuang. Although a doctor's status in the Xianxia continent could not be compared to an alchemist, offending a doctor would not end well. Bailey Hongzhuang, did you poison me? Ji Yun'er's eyes widened, her face was pale, and the veins on her temples were protruding. At the same time, the cultivators from the Ji family glared at Bailey Hongzhuang. Miss Bailey, if you don't hand over the antidote, then don't blame us for being impolite, the Ji family cultivator said in a deep voice. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. This is really interesting. I didn't expect the Ji family to like to pour dirty water on others. Just now, in front of everyone, did you see with your own eyes that I used poison? You have to have real evidence to do things. It is too unfair for you to accuse people like this. Take her down for me. Ji Yun'er said angrily. In her heart, she could not wait to skin Bailey Hongzhuang. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang fell into her hands, she would never let Bailey Hongzhuang have an easy time. Who dares? Just as the cultivators of Ji family were preparing to attack Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching's voice suddenly sounded. The overbearing voice was full of cold and murderous intent. His handsome and unparalleled face was covered with frost. His deep eyes were like arrows, shooting straight at the cultivators of Ji family. Seeing Bewitching like this, the faces of the cultivators of Ji family were constantly changing. They all knew the status of Bewitching very well. In the future, he was very likely to become the heir of Tian Gangzong. If they offended Bewitching, such a potential heir, just for Bailey Hongzhuang, it was undoubtedly a very bad deal. What's more, they also knew that from the beginning to the end, it was Ji Yun'er who was provoking the conflict. If Ji Yun'er had not been looking for trouble with Bailey Hongzhuang would not treat her like this. However, Bailey Hongzhuang put Ji Yun'er in such a situation, they had to act. Seeing that Bewitching wanted to protect Bailey Hongzhuang, Ji Yun'er's face turned ugly. Di Gongzi, I have known you for so many years. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang is treating me like this, you still want to protect her? Ji Yun'er's voice was full of anger and paranoia. She did not believe that Bewitching would rather offend Ji family to protect Bailey Hongshuang. Han Xiling did not know when he had come to Bewitching's side. His elegant lotus-like face showed a little worry. Dage, you should know the identity of Ji Yun'er. Isn't this too impulsive? Seeing Han Xiling and Bewitching whispering, Xiaojiqing and the others' faces changed. Bewitching would not give up Bailey Hongshuang, right? Although they weren't disciples of aristocratic families or sects, they were still very familiar with the way they prioritized benefits. If Bewitching dares to give up on Hongshuang, I will not let him off. Dongfeng Yu quietly clenched his fists. In front of so many cultivators with status, his words carried little weight. However, as long as he was here, he would absolutely not let anyone harm Bailey Hongshuang. Lu Qingyue looked at Dongfeng Yu's expression and felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. He couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongshuang in front of him. All the conflicts that were happening now were caused by Bailey Hongshuang, but Bailey Hongshuang acted as if it had nothing to do with her and was indifferent. I know what I'm doing. Bewitching responded faintly and then raised his voice. Hongshuang is my wife. If you want to deal with her, you must first pass through me. Bewitching stood in front of Bailey Hongshuang and had already shown his attitude with his actions. Han Xiling's face changed slightly. She didn't expect that under her advice, Bewitching would still be unmoved. In just a short span of 3 years, her words no longer had any weight in Bewitching's heart. You. Ji Yun'er was furious, and her fierce and vicious eyes looked directly at Bailey Hongshuang. If eyes could kill, she was afraid that Bailey Hongshuang would have died many times. If you dare to do anything to me, you won't live. Bailey Hongshuang's red lips were slightly opened, and the warm and indifferent words came out of her mouth, as if everything had nothing to do with her. However, the words that came out made Ji Yun'er's face suddenly change. Bailey Hongshuang, you still don't admit that you poisoned her. There is no proof. Why do you say that I poisoned her? If you didn't poison me, how could you say that if I killed you, I wouldn't be able to live? Ji Yun'er gritted her teeth and her eyes were as big as copper bells. If it was normal, such an expression would be extremely powerful. However, under the effect of the severe pain, she was barely able to say a word. As for the power, it did not exist at all. Cold sweat had soaked her clothes, and she really had a feeling that death was better than living. I am a doctor. How can I see that there is a problem with your current situation? Bailey Hongshuang looked calm and did not show the slightest panic. Her serious appearance could not find the slightest trace of concealment. You are a doctor? Ji Yun'er sneered. Do you think all of us here are fools? Hongshuang is a doctor, but she is also a doctor with superb medical skills. Xiaojiqing testified. Not only Xiaojiqing, but Lu Huaiyan and others also nodded. Bailey Hongshuang's medical skills were something they had all seen. It was very good and not comparable to ordinary doctors. Originally, everyone did not put Bailey Hongshuang's words in their hearts, but at this moment, after seeing the mentors of the Tsanglan College nodding in agreement, they could not help but wonder. So, was it possible that Bailey Hongshuang was really a doctor? You say you are a doctor, are you? Ji Yun'er sneered. You are all in the same group. Naturally, you are all helping Bailey Hongshuang. What is so strange about that? Miss Ji, what you said is wrong. Lu Huaiyan took a step forward, his handsome face was a bit serious. As a mentor of the Tsanglan College, how can I lie about this kind of thing? We can enter this miasma because of the detoxification dam developed by Hongshuang. Xiaojiqing followed. With Xiaojiqing's voice falling, the faces of Lin Yirou and other cultivators all changed. They all knew how toxic this miasma was. If it were not for their family, they would not have been able to successfully enter the miasma. Even so, the number of detoxification den they had was not many. It was precisely because of this that not many people from each faction came. Otherwise, they could have sent more cultivators. After all, no one would complain about having too many treasures. Since Bailey Hongshuang was able to develop an antidote for the miasma, it could be seen how exquisite Bailey Hongshuang's medical skills were. I was wondering how they could successfully pass through the miasma. So it was the antidote concocted by Bailey Hongshuang. Huang Fuhui couldn't help but sigh. Linny Ro's eyes flashed with a bright light. A doctor with such superb medical skills, his identity is not simple. As a cultivator, one's family background was naturally extremely important, but alchemists and doctors relied entirely on their own abilities. The fact that Bailey Hongzhuang was able to develop this antidote proved that her medical skills were not simple. Once this news spread, it would be enough for many families to extend an olive branch to Bailey Hongzhuang. So I can understand why Bewitching likes Bailey Hongzhuang. A doctor with superb medical skills is also a great character. Yan Lingxian's face showed a touch of understanding. With such an identity, the value of Bailey Hongzhuang was completely different. You have been poisoned for a long time, but the other party made the poison take a few days to break out in order to get rid of it. Nonsense, it's impossible. Ji Yener said coldly. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged her shoulders. Believe it or not, that's your business, but then you will be in more and more pain, and eventually die of bleeding from the 7 orifices. Gee, it seems that you are really annoying, the other party wants you to be tortured to death. Bailey Hongzhuang's posture was lazy, and there was a bit of ridicule in her words, but she was not worried about Ji Yener's situation. Master, what are you going to do? Xiaohe asked in confusion. Others did not know, but with its understanding of its master, this kind of strange poison could only be developed by its master. Fool her. Bailey Hongzhuang raised an eyebrow, and her beautiful eyes flashed a sly light, like a fox. Why do you want to fool her? Xiaohe had some doubts. Now that Ji Yener's life was completely in their hands, there was no need to fool her. Bailey Hongzhuang blinked, and her eyes were filled with wisdom. I want her to beg me to accept the monster crystal of the Qing Tianmo alligator, and give it to me gratefully. With her current strength, it was not enough to compete with the Ji family, so she could not let Ji Yener die like this. What's more, with Ji Yener's character, she would definitely try to kill herself after going back. Therefore, she must think of a way so that Ji Yener could not do it openly. Sure enough, listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's confident and certain judgment, Ji Yener could not help but wonder. In the Ji family, there were quite a few disciples who were similar in strength to her, and there were also many who were quite competitive. Normally, there were even more people who fought openly and covertly. She was not unfamiliar with the trick of poisoning, and if someone used this trick on her, it was not impossible. For a while, Ji Yener's mind was full of thoughts, and she could not be sure. The eyes of Linny Ro and the others were also flashing with thoughts. Bailey Hongzhuang's words were so certain that they could not help but doubt it. Maybe, someone really wanted to kill Ji Yener in such a way. It happened that Ji Yener was outside. Once she died, no one would suspect the other party. Bailey Hongzhuang, give me the antidote. Ji Yener had no time to think about other things at the moment. The pain in her body almost made her collapse, and her whole person fell into a weak state. If this continued, she would faint. Why should I detoxify you? Bailey Hongzhuang crossed her arms and looked at Ji Yener proudly. She and Ji Yener were neither relatives nor friends. On the contrary, they had a lot of hatred. Why should she help Ji Yener? Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Ji Yener was going crazy. This woman is really hateful. Bewitching's eyes were filled with a smile of appreciation. His wife was truly intelligent. The original tricky situation had been completely changed in a few words, and even Ji Yener had become the party that begged for help. With just a change, the situation has been completely different. The lady may even become the benefactor of Ji Yener. Miss Bailey, please help detoxify our young lady. The head of the Ji family asked. Although he was not a doctor, he could see that Ji Yener's situation was very bad. What Bailey Hongzhuang said was likely to be true. If this continues, Ji Yener may die here. Listening to the words of Bailey Hongzhuang, the faces of the Ji family members were somewhat ugly. The contradiction between Bailey Hongzhuang and Ji Yener had developed to the point of no return. At this moment, they even asked Bailey Hongzhuang for help. It was too embarrassing. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Ji Yener almost fainted. She couldn't help but think of Bailey Hongzhuang's words. She would beg Bailey Hongzhuang to accept the monster crystal of the Qing Tianmo alligator. She did not expect that it would actually happen now. Could it be any more shameful? Was Ji Yener's face going to be completely lost today? Miss Bailey, the monster crystal of the Qingtianmo alligator, how about we give it to you? The cultivators of the Ji family asked tentatively. This monster crystal was originally mine, but it was robbed by you. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent and unmoved, but the meaning of her words was already clear. Profiteer, master is definitely a profiteer, Xiao He said with emotion. It really felt that the Ji family members were being sold by their master and were still counting money for their master. First, she poisoned the other party, then let the other party beg her to accept the treasure, and finally thank her for saving their lives. Their master was really good at calculating. Sure enough, she is our master, I really admire her. Xiaobai was excited. Looking at Ji Yuner's angry appearance, it really felt very happy. Baisher's eyes were shining with little stars. Its monster crystal was about to enter its stomach, haha. Bailey Hongzhuang, you are clearly trying to take advantage of me. Is it so easy to take advantage of Ji Yuner? Ji Yuner was depressed to the extreme. For the first time, she regretted it so much. If she knew that she would end up in such a situation, she would never take the initiative to provoke Bailey Hongzhuang, absolutely not, but now it was too late. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged. I didn't say that I wanted to take advantage of you. The reward I need is extremely high. If you are not willing to give it, I am not willing to take it. Her voice fell. Bailey Hongzhuang was too lazy to look at Ji Yuner and sat on the ground. You are such an annoying fellow. Even if I save you now, there will be others who will want your life sooner or later. What a waste of my energy. Keep pretending, Ji Yuner screamed crazily in her heart, but she couldn't say anything. Now Bailey Hongzhuang had already eaten her. The cultivators of the Ji family were also speechless at the moment. Ji Yuner was really a hindrance. Originally, Bailey Hongzhuang would have to pay a price. Now, after Ji Yuner's interference, the price would be even greater. Miss Bailey, I still have some valuable medicinal herbs here. I wonder if you can help save our young miss. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent and arrogant. With your miss's attitude, I won't do anything. Miss Bailey, I still have some money here. You can buy some things you want. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the black gold card faintly, still unmoved. Miss Bailey, I still have some monster crystals and medicinal pills. The cultivators of the Ji family continued to stack the rewards, and the richness of the rewards had shocked the eyes of Xia Zhiqing and others. So many treasures, Hongzhuang is still indifferent. Xia Zhiqing's eyes were full of astonishment. In the blink of an eye, Hongzhuang had made a lot of money. With Bailey Hongzhuang's indifference, the faces of the cultivators of Ji family became ugly. They had paid a lot of rewards. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly said, even if I promise to help, I have to see if Miss Ji is willing. Ji Yuner looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with resentment. For the first time, she hated a woman so much. It was really abominable. Mississippi. The experts of Ji family looked at Ji Yuner helplessly and motioned Ji Yuner to bow her head. Ji Yuner turned her head very stubbornly. If she bowed her head today, she would not be qualified to look up in front of Bailey Hongzhuang in this life. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang pushed back all the things handed over by the cultivators of Ji family, with a faint smile on her lips. This life-saving treatment also depends on whether there is fate. I don't want to do things too much. Since Miss Ji has such an attitude, I will not treat her again. The next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang directly closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing, waiting for the restriction to completely disappear. She knew the poison she had configured herself. If it was not because her current strength was not strong enough, she would not pay attention to Ji Yuner. The atmosphere was in a deadlock for a moment. Ji Yuner did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be so decisive, directly sending everything back. Isn't it said that the children of aristocratic families are very smart? Why do I feel that this Ji Yuner is not stupid? Xia Zhiqing frowned. She really couldn't understand. Wasn't Ji Yuner asking for trouble? Miss. The face of the cultivator of Ji family became extremely ugly. He always knew the temper of his miss, but it was not the right time to lose her temper. Since she was asking for help, she should not show her face. As the saying goes, 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Could it be that Ji Yuner could not even understand this? Thinking of this, the man could not help but feel disappointed. He suddenly felt that he was standing on the wrong side of Ji Yun'er. With this kind of IQ, it would not be easy to obtain a certain status in the Ji family in the future. Ji Yun'er's face was livid. She had been completely blinded by anger. She, Ji Yun'er, had lived for more than 10 years. When had she ever been so compromised? Suddenly, Ji Yun'er felt a warm flow from the tip of her nose. She reached out and wiped it. She found that black blood had flowed out from the tip of her nose. As Bailey Hongzhuang said, it was a sign of poisoning. Ah! Ji Yun'er couldn't help but scream. When she thought of what Bailey Hongzhuang said about bleeding to death, she was even more scared. The pain intensified, and more blood flowed out of her nose. I don't want to die. Ji Yun'er looked confused. I don't want to die. Her status was so noble, and her days were so comfortable. How could she die just like that? Ji Yun'er looked up and her eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. She immediately shouted to Bailey Hongzhuang, I don't want to die. However, Bailey Hongzhuang only responded to Ji Yun'er with an indifferent look. Bailey Hongzhuang did not even frown, as if she did not hear it. Ji Yun'er was really scared at the moment. She knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was her only hope to survive. She immediately crawled directly to Bailey Hongzhuang. She grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang's trousers and shouted, save me, I beg you to save me. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Yan Lingxian and the others became complicated. Things had evolved to this point because of Ji Yun'er. Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang obviously did not want to make the situation too stiff. As long as Ji Yun'er bowed her head, all this would have been solved. However, Ji Yun'er refused and insisted on making it look so miserable. However, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly changed from the previous weakness to the current strength, which could not help but make them feel cold. This Bailey Hongzhuang is definitely not a simple character. It is better not to offend her. Lin Yirou's eyes flashed with insight. So far, they did not know if this poison was from Bailey Hongzhuang or someone else. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's means were absolutely amazing. Huang Fuhui nodded in agreement. She is very intelligent. Among all of us, her strength is the weakest, but she has everything in her hands. It is not surprising that Ji Yun'er was defeated by her. Yan Lingxian shrank his neck. Fortunately, there was Ji Yun'er as a touchstone. Otherwise, after he offended Bailey Hongzhuang, he was afraid that his situation would not be better than Ji Yun'er. This inexplicable change was really chilling. He did not forget that when the Ji family raised their swords against Bailey Hongzhuang did not care about it. Even with the relationship with Bewitching, Bailey Hongzhuang was still calm and scary. That was before. Now, I am not going to make a move. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was cold, and her deep eyes flashed with a cold and resolute light, making people unable to see any hope. Ji Yun'er only felt that the strength in her body was getting weaker and weaker, and a sense of despair shrouded her. Originally, she was just skeptical and did not believe that she would really die. However, now she no longer doubted it. I beg you, I will never go against you again. Help me! Ji Yun'er cried. The cultivators from the Ji family also pleaded, Miss Bailey, please save our young Mississippi. We will definitely remember this favor in our hearts. If you need us in the future, we will definitely not refuse. The moment these words came out, everyone's expression changed once more. A favor from the Ji clan was a very amazing thing. Compared to all the treasures he had taken out before, the Ji clan's kindness was far greater. Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongba's eyes were filled with disbelief. The situation had changed too quickly. It was really hard for them to accept. I really admire Bailey Hongzhuang's methods. Lu Huaiyan smiled and sighed. Back then, he and Fu Hongba were completely led by Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang made a big profit this time. Di Gongzi, you have known our young miss for many years. Please help our young Mississippi. Di Bachin pondered for a moment, and then walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. At an angle where everyone could not see, he winked at Bailey Hongzhuang. His purpose had been achieved, he could make a move. Wife, I have known Miss Ji for many years. Please help to cure her. Di Bachin said slowly. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang looked deeply at Di Bachin. And there was a hint of hesitation between her eyebrows. She nodded and said, okay. Ji Yun'er's eyes flashed with excitement, and the cultivators of the Ji family were relieved. Finally, Ji Yun'er would not lose her life. Thank you, thank you. That's awesome. Xiaohei excitedly gave a thumbs up. Master's ability to reverse black and white was really powerful. Ji Yun'er was now so grateful that it was exactly the same as what Master wanted to achieve. In this way, the cultivators of Ji family would thank Master, and Ji Yun'er would at least stop for a while. Even Master used such means to deter others. Master is too two-faced. Xiaobai sighed, this time they really made a lot of money. Di Beichen's eyes were full of smiles. His wife was really a cunning little fox. She had taken advantage of him and was still acting like a well-behaved child. In his eyes, she was not just a little cute. In that case, I will reluctantly help you treat it. Bailey Hongzhuang said with a lack of interest. It was as if she was looking at Di Beichen to help Ji Yun'er. Therefore, Ji Yun'er and others were more and more grateful to Di Beichen. Bailey Hongzhuang directly took out a silver needle and pierced it into Ji Yun'er's acupoints quickly and accurately. Seeing this scene, except for the cultivators of Psanglan College and Di Beichen, other people's faces were full of doubts. They had never seen such a strange treatment method. However, after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, Han Shiling's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his original indifferent look changed a bit. How is this possible? Han Shiling was stunned. What kind of treatment is this? How come I have never seen it before? Yan Lingxian's heart was full of doubts. In his impression, he had never heard a doctor mention such a method. Lin Ro didn't know when she had frowned, and her eyes were fixed on Bailey Hongzhuang. Why do I feel that this method is a bit familiar? I also feel the same way. Huang Fuhui nodded in agreement. He was sure that he had heard of it, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Suddenly, Lin Ro and Huang Fuhui looked at each other. Their expressions were no different from seeing a ghost. Yan Lingxian also noticed the change in their expressions and couldn't help but ask, why do you have such expressions? Do you already know what Bailey Hongzhuang is doing? Acupuncture. Lin Yer sighed. Of acupuncture? Yan Lingxian raised his voice. Acupuncture was a long-lost powerful treatment method, and he had learned about it. However, this method had disappeared for many years. Only doctors would be sad about the loss of this technique. If Lin Yer had not said it, he would not have associated Bailey Hongzhuang's technique with the long-lost acupuncture technique. Acupuncture? The expressions of the people from the four aristocratic families and the Tiangang sect all changed. When they looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Bailey Hongzhuang's technique was very similar to acupuncture. Hasn't acupuncture been lost for many years? How could it appear again? Yes, even if it appears again, it can't appear in the hands of a young girl. Maybe it's true. This girl's medical skills are very good. If not, how could she develop a detoxification pill to deal with this miasma? Everyone was bewildered as they watched Bailey Hongzhuang make her move, their minds constantly wondering if their thoughts were true. Miss Bailey, don't you have a detoxification pill? The cultivators of Ji family asked aloud. They thought that as long as Bailey Hongzhuang gave them a detoxification pill, the problem could be solved. Now it seemed that the situation was much more complicated. I am not a prophet, how can I have a detoxification pill? Bailey Hongzhuang's rhetorical question made the cultivators of Ji family look stunned. So far, they did not know whether this poison was put by Bailey Hongzhuang or not. This time, they had fallen into the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang. However, when everyone saw the sweat on Bailey Hongzhuang's forehead and the gradually pale face, their expressions changed. If this poison was really put by Bailey Hongzhuang did not have to work hard at all. What's more, they would enter the ancient monument later. Was Bailey Hongzhuang not asking for trouble? Was it really someone else who put the poison? At the thought of this, Ji Yun'er and the cultivators of Ji family became ugly. They had been very careful in the family, but they did not expect to be set up by someone else. They must investigate this matter carefully when they go back. Master, in order to detoxify this annoying guy, it is not worth it for you to do this. Xiaobai's eyes were full of worry. Compared with the inheritance of the ancient monument, Ji family's kindness was nothing at all. Xiaohei was also worried. Usually, with Master's temperament, she would not make a losing deal. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled and explained, "Don't worry, I am just pretending." Long before the poison was applied, she had already thought about everything. The detoxification was naturally not too complicated. The reason why she looked like this was just to deceive Ji Yuner and the others. She was a doctor, so it was not a problem for her to make her face look a little paler through some means. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were speechless for a while. Master's means were really beyond their imagination. Her acting skills were truly extraordinary. Inexplicably, they began to sympathize with the group of deceived cultivators of the Ji family. They were afraid that they were now beginning to think about who poisoned Ji Yuner. Even for someone as wise as Bewitching, after seeing Bailey Hongshuang's attitude, his handsome eyes revealed a look of worry. When Hongshuang treated her in the past, she knew the extent of Hongshuang's collapse. If Hongshuang also collapsed now, it would be bad. As Bailey Hongshuang released Ji Yuner's poisonous blood, she took back the silver needle and said, "It's done." Hearing this, Ji Yuner was overjoyed. She almost lost her life, but when she turned around, she saw Bailey Hongshuang's pale face. She couldn't say the words she wanted to say. Was it really the people of the family who harmed her? Bailey Hongshuang's appearance did not seem to be fake. What's more, Bailey Hongshuang did save her life. If she treated Bailey Hongshuang with the same attitude as before, she was afraid that everyone would look down on her. "Thank you." Ji Yuner stood up and walked away with a very unnatural look on her face. Right now, her feelings were so complicated that no one could understand them other than herself. With the occurrence of this scene, the atmosphere quietly quieted down. Originally, the happiest one was Ji Yuner, and the contradiction was completely stirred up by Ji Yuner. Now that Ji Yuner was no longer looking for trouble, everyone was naturally very quiet. Bailey Hongshuang put all the treasures sent by the cultivators of Jijia into her Qianquan bag with a clear conscience. Jijia was such a behemoth, in her eyes, it was equivalent to a rich fat sheep, and it would be a waste not to slaughter it. Bewitching walked to Bailey Hongshuang's side and sat down, quietly giving a thumbs up. "Wifey, this move is really wonderful." Bailey Hongshuang raised an eyebrow and pretended to be puzzled as she looked at Bewitching. "I didn't do anything." Hearing this, Bewitching's lips evoked an evil smile. His wifey was really a little fox. He was quite familiar with his wifey's means. No matter when or where, his wifey would never suffer a loss. The next moment, Bewitching's handsome eyes were filled with seriousness and concern. "Wifey, you just helped Ji Yuner detoxify, how are you feeling?" Bewitching took out a medicinal pill and put it into Bailey Hongshuang's mouth. Bailey Hongshuang shook her head, indicating that she was fine, and said, "Don't worry, I have no problem." However, Bewitching stubbornly wanted to feed Bailey Hongshuang. "We will enter the monument later, how can I rest assured with you like this?" Looking at the concern and distress in Bewitching's eyes, Bailey Hongshuang's heart was filled with warmth, and her eyes could not help but be filled with a gentle light. For Bewitching, she had always been hesitant. First, it was because of the disparity between their identities. Regardless of who she was in her previous life, in this life, she was just an ordinary young lady of the general's mansion. What's more, she was also burdened with inexplicable hatred. Secondly, it was because she had saved Bewitching. Perhaps Bewitching was just grateful to her, so he had been taking care of her. However, under Bewitching's successive actions, her resolute heart gradually melted. Even though Bewitching hadn't clearly told her his inner thoughts, she felt that if Bewitching was always by her side like this, she would also feel happy. It felt good to have someone who cared about him like this. Bewitching saw that Bailey Hongshuang was silent. He looked up and saw the spring water in Bailey Hongshuang's eyes. His heart skipped a beat, and his lips curled into a knowing smile. He really felt that it was worth it to have such progress with his wife during this trip to the ruins. "Don't worry, I'm just pretending to be pale. In reality, I'm not injured." Bailey Hongshuang said gently, "You should keep your elixir well. Use it when you need it." Bewitching was slightly startled. After seeing Bailey Hongshuang's complexion gradually improve, he began to believe Bailey Hongshuang's words. He sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had underestimated his wife's methods. Not far away, Han Xiling saw Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang's intimate behavior. A vicious jealousy slowly formed in his eyes, and his hands under his sleeves clenched into fists. She had never seen Big Brother D show such tenderness to anyone, until Bailey Hongshuang appeared. That tenderness was something she had dreamed of countless times in the middle of the night. However, Big Brother D did indeed have such tenderness, but it was given to another woman. No, that tenderness should belong to her. The enchantment is gradually disappearing. There was an exclamation, and everyone's eyes were immediately locked on the ruins. The enchantment, which was originally shining with colorful light, gradually dissipated like melting snow, and there was no longer any obstruction between the crowd and the ruins. The white ruins were magnificent, and a tall and heavy white jade door appeared in front of everyone. In the face of such a behemoth, everyone's heart was filled with a sense of awe. As a junior, when facing the inheritance left by the seniors, they were always in awe and yearning for it. The enchantment has disappeared, we can enter. Lu Huayan's voice was full of excitement, and his breathing became rapid. Everyone nodded, and their eyes flashed with rich and shining light. They had long been envious of the treasures in the ruins. The moment the enchantment disappeared, the four great families and Tiangang sect had already begun to move, and rushed to the ruins without hesitation. The treasures inside were all ownerless, and first come first serve. If they were late, they could only snatch them from the hands of others. Wife, you must be careful after entering. If possible, you must follow closely behind me. Bewitching's face was full of dignified color, and he looked deeply at Bailey Hongshuang, his eyes overflowing with worry. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly, I understand. Well, then let's go in. Bewitching nodded heavily, and immediately took Bailey Hongshuang's hand, and rushed toward the door. Lu Huayan and the others no longer hesitated, and rushed toward the door. Only Lu Qingyue stayed in place. She had already made a decision. Even if this place was full of envious treasures, the most important thing was still to save her own life. Brother Gong, I will wait for you at Kanglan College. You must come back safely. Lu Qingyue looked at Gong Xiaoqing's back and couldn't help but shout. Her clear eyes were faintly filled with tears. She was worried that if she went back first, she would never see Gong Xiaoqing again. I will. Gong Xiaoqing responded, but did not look back. Ding ding ding, just as everyone pushed open the heavy door, countless sharp arrows flew out from inside. Some of the cultivators who were caught off guard were directly hit by these arrows and lost their lives. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching had set off a little later than everyone else, so they stopped when they saw the arrow attack. Sure enough, there are many traps in the ruins. We've only just opened the door and someone has already died. Bailey Hongshuang's words were filled with faint emotion. The originally white building had been stained with blood, and the faint smell of blood spread in the air. Bewitching's eyes became more and more serious. I'm afraid the dangers in these ruins are even more terrifying than we imagined. In my opinion, it won't be easy to enter the ruins. We don't need to be too anxious. Let's wait for everyone to enter before we go in. His eyes flashed with wisdom. This ruin was so huge, so the passages inside should be connected in all directions. Even if he entered late, he should still be able to get something. Ding ding ding, the sound of gold and iron colliding rang out, and the arrows that flew out of the ruins were all swept down by the tyrannical cultivators. Except for the cultivators who were shot at the beginning, the others were not injured. After all the arrows were fired, the crowd once again walked in, but their speed was undoubtedly much slower than before. It could be seen that they were full of fear of the ruins. However, until the crowd walked into the ruins, there were no other attacks. Boom! The crowd had just walked into the ruins when a low and heavy sound rang out, and the door that was originally open was closed. Everyone was shocked and wanted to open the door again, but found that no matter how hard they tried, the door did not move. For a time, everyone's heart sank. It seemed that they had no way out. As the door closed, the crowd fell into darkness. The thick darkness shrouded everyone, and it was obvious that they could not see their own fingers. What is this place? Why is it so strange? Xianxia frowned. The situation in the ruins was beyond his expectations. I don't know. We can't see the road at all in this darkness. How are we going to go? Xiaojiqing answered. She had long heard that anything could happen in the ancient ruins, but the scene in front of her was also beyond her imagination. Was it just to lock them all here? Suddenly, a golden halo appeared in front of everyone. It was still dark in the halo, but everyone could judge that this halo was the path deep into the ruins. It seems that we have to choose a path to go in. Bewitching's voice was slightly heavy. At first glance, these passages were all exactly the same, and there was no difference at all. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Different passages may have different results. For this kind of thing, except for the owner of the ruins, they simply did not know the final answer. Once wrong, they may stay in the ruins forever, never to see the sun again. The cruelty of the ruins had always been famous. Once the inheritance was obtained, the cultivator would have a qualitative change, but once they failed, it would be death. Every time the ruins opened, it was accompanied by the fall of countless lives. Even so, everyone had to come because of the attraction of the inheritance. There are so many passages, which one should we choose? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed slightly, and her eyes constantly looked at the many passages in front of her, carefully looking for differences, not giving up any clues. Once she chose, she would lose her life. So she could not be careless. Which perverted guy built this ruin? There's no difference at all between this passage and the ruins. Xiaohe couldn't help but complain. It had been observing for a long time. Not to mention the difference, the degree of light was exactly the same. How could it be chosen? It seems that we can only rely on luck. Little White also had a helpless look on his face. People with good brains were most afraid of encountering a choice that relied purely on luck. After everyone was silent for a moment, some cultivators who did not want to continue waiting, they directly chose a passage and walked into it. Forget it, let's go in first. As soon as he finished speaking, a cultivator had already walked into the nearest passage in front of him. Huang Fu Hui, are you going or not? Yan Lingxian looked at Huang Fu Hui, who was still puzzled, and asked. In the blink of an eye, most of the cultivators had left, and after these people went in, there was no news. Almost every passage had cultivators entering it. He had observed patiently for a long time and did not find any problems with these passages. He really could not continue to wait. Listening to Yan Lingxian's question, Huang Fu Hui's face was also a bit helpless. I can't find any difference, I'll go too. Lin Yiro nodded, and there was a flash of determination on her pretty face. I'll go with you. Life and death have their own destiny. I believe my life will not be bad. When her voice fell, Lin Yiro did not hesitate to walk into the passage in front of her, looking firm and determined. Seeing Lin Yiro so decisive, Yan Lingxian and Huang Fu Hui looked at each other and walked into the passage they had already identified. Ji Yin'er no longer delayed after seeing everyone's actions. Now when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang, she felt embarrassed. It was better to make a choice early. Hongzhuang, in my opinion, we can only choose randomly? Xiao Zhiqing's face flashed a bit of helplessness. At this point, it was useless to continue to hesitate. Since it was a matter of luck, they would choose randomly. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, and there was also a flash of determination in her eyes. Yes, just choose randomly. The situation may not be what we think. Xiao Zhiqing took the lead, and Gong Xiaoqing and others also walked into the passage. For a while, only Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching, and Han Xiling were left. Han Xiling went directly to Bewitching's side. His elegant and beautiful face did not hide his intimacy and dependence on Bewitching. Big brother D, which passage do you choose? I'll go with you. Han Xiling asked aloud. Bewitching's face changed for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Obviously, he did not think that Han Xiling would ask to go with him. However, on second thought, he felt that it was very normal. After all, the two of them had trained together before. Master, it looks like this Han Xiling is planning to pester Bewitching. Xiao Hei's face was filled with disgust and dissatisfaction. It hated this kind of white lotus the most. Their hearts were obviously black, but they still pretended to be kind and understanding on the surface. Just looking at it made it feel disgusted. This problem can't be solved in a short period of time, but she will disappear before my eyes sooner or later. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. She didn't care about Han Xiling following her. Since she was willing to follow, then let her follow. Han Xiling and Bewitching had been together for so many years. Bewitching never had her in his heart, so what was there for her to worry about? Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Baisher's eyes flashed with confusion. They did not understand what their master was thinking. Logically speaking, with such an annoying fellow like Han Xiling following them, nothing good would come out of it. Could it be that their master was not worried at all? Wife, which passage do you want to choose? Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with eyes full of tenderness. Whichever passage his wife chose, he would follow. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang swept her gaze across all the passages and finally looked at the leftmost passage. I choose that one. In fact, this was not only what Bailey Hongzhuang thought, but she found that when she pointed to the passage, the chaos ring trembled slightly. This was the first time since she had the chaos ring. The chaos ring had shown her the way. Previously, she had been testing it. She found that when she pointed to these passages, the chaos ring sometimes did not move. Sometimes it would tremble, and the trembling was different. Among them, this passage had the biggest fluctuation. Therefore, she did not hesitate to choose this passage. Bewitching glanced at the passage and nodded, whichever passage my wife chooses, we will go. However, just as Bewitching was about to move, Han Xiling suddenly pulled Bewitching's sleeve and said, Brother D, I don't think that passage is good. Let's choose the middle one. With Han Xiling's words, the atmosphere stagnated. It undoubtedly gave Bewitching two choices. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent and said, Then I will go in first. At this moment, she did not have the mind to compete with Han Xiling for this meaningless sovereignty. The others had already started to move, and she could not continue to delay. Her voice fell. Bailey Hongzhuang no longer hesitated and went directly to the leftmost passage. Han Xiling saw that Bailey Hongzhuang did not argue and left directly. A touch of pride flashed in his eyes, and then he said, Brother D, however, without waiting for Han Xiling to finish his words, Bewitching directly interrupted him and said, Xiling, since you think this passage is right, you can go. With your strength, there should not be a problem. I will go first. Bewitching did not hesitate to walk in the direction of Bailey Hongzhuang. He had already said that he would not let Bailey Hongzhuang go alone. He was also very clear about Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude of leaving directly. He and Bailey Hongzhuang had been together for a long time. He understood the pride in her heart very well. The appearance of Xiling had caused her dissatisfaction. With his wife's arrogance, she wouldn't fight over this kind of pointless question. He should really solve this problem completely. Seeing Bewitching leave without hesitation, Han Xiling's face was extremely ugly. In the past, Bewitching had never treated her with such an attitude. Leaving directly was equivalent to not giving her any face. In just 3 years, Brother D had changed so much. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang walked into the passage, Bewitching held her hand again. Wife, in the future, you can't leave your husband alone. Bewitching's slightly teasing but serious words passed into Bailey Hongzhuang's ears, and her hand was wrapped in warmth. Bailey Hongzhuang looked over and saw Bewitching's smiling and doting handsome face. It was so close, so warm. In the end, he did not hesitate to choose to follow her footsteps. Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth slowly overflowed with a smile. She understood that the reason why Bewitching treated Han Xiling like that was because he and Han Xiling had known each other for many years. Now Bewitching's attitude had clearly shown his attitude. He had no other feelings for Han Xiling except for their many years of acquaintance. Bailey Hongzhuang held Bewitching's hand back, her smile was clear and charming. Let's go. As Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching walked into the passage, they found that there was still endless darkness in front of them. Their feet stepped on the ground, but no matter how fast they sped up, there was still endless darkness in front of them, as if they couldn't see the end. What kind of passage is this? It's really too strange. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. They had walked for so long. Logically speaking, even if the ruins were huge, they should have already reached the end. It seems that there's no danger in this passage. It's just a test of whether we can find the exit. Bewitching said in a low voice, his eyes constantly looking around the passage. Needless to say, he had already guessed that they wouldn't be able to reach the exit if they kept walking like this, because there were places that they hadn't noticed before. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She was relieved that there was no danger in the passage. At least she didn't need to worry about her life. If I'm not wrong, what we see in front of us should be an illusion. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was firm and confident. She had seen illusions before, but every cultivator's illusions were different. The illusion in front of them was a darkness that made people despair. Illusion? Bewitching raised his voice. There was some doubt and astonishment between his brows. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Illusions are created by cultivators using a special method. Cultivators don't know when they fall into it. Maybe to others, we're just walking in the same place. We've already seen the size of the ruins outside. It's impossible that we can't get out after so long. Therefore, illusions are the only reason. There's actually such a special method in the world. I've never heard of it. Bewitching sighed. His wife really knew a lot of things. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that his wife's words were very reasonable. Seeing that Bewitching had never heard of illusions, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but be startled. In the era she lived in, illusions were a method that many cultivators had mastered. However, everyone was proficient in different things. Some cultivators could set up very poor illusions that were not enough to confuse people. There were also some cultivators who were so skilled that they could trap people to death without them knowing. With Bewitching's status, it was impossible for him to not have heard of illusions. However, Bewitching's serious expression didn't seem fake at all. Could it be that, after 1,000 years, illusions had disappeared from the Xianxia continent? Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking, Bewitching's words confirmed her guess. Wife, you know a lot of things. Even I can't compare to you. Bewitching originally thought that he knew a lot of things, but compared to Hongzhuang, he found that he didn't know as much as his wife. Whether it was the vibrating needle technique, the channel opening pill, or even the illusory realm, he had never understood them before. Yet, Bailey Hongzhuang was able to grasp them all. This wasn't an ordinary feat, however. Just who was his wife? Why did she know so many lost things that others didn't know about? Thinking of this, Bewitching couldn't help but tighten his grip on Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. Bailey Hongzhuang gave him the feeling that she was too ethereal, making him unable to grasp her. Bailey Hongzhuang tightened her grip on Bewitching's hand when she sensed Bewitching's fluctuating emotions. She did not care too much about keeping her identity a secret. However, no one would believe her even if she told them about her transmigration. She did not want to add to the trouble. If she and Bewitching were to reach the stage of mutual understanding in the future, perhaps she would honestly tell Bewitching about this. However, for now, it was better for her to push all the blame onto her groundless master. Let's observe the subtle differences around us. As long as it's an illusion, there will be flaws. It's just that these flaws are hard to find. Bewitching nodded when he heard this. He did not let go of Bailey Hongzhuang's hand as he carefully observed everything around them. Xiaohe, Xiaobai, and Baisha were not idling around either. They all helped Bailey Hongzhuang to find the flaws in this illusion. I'm drunk too. There's nothing but darkness here. Where are we supposed to find the flaws? Xiaohe could not help but sigh after she had almost blinded herself. She really could not find any flaws here. Just which pervert designed such an illusion? Little White was speechless for a while. Finding a flaw in this kind of place was simply a joke. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohe were trapped in the tunnel, the other cultivators were in a worse situation than them. Just like the ripples from the chaos ring, the cultivators who had walked into the unresponsive tunnels had all died. The smell of blood gradually wafted into the air. Meanwhile, traps had appeared in the tunnels with less ripples. These traps had a certain degree of danger. However, as long as one's reaction was fast enough, it was not difficult to avoid these traps. Out of all the tunnels, only Bailey Hongzhuang's tunnel was not dangerous at all. Bailey Hongzhuang stopped in her tracks. Since she had confirmed the situation before her, there was no need for her to continue walking. Where exactly is the flaw? Bailey Hongzhuang kept thinking as she squatted on the ground, studying the differences in the ground. However, no matter how much she observed, she couldn't find any problems. There doesn't seem to be any problem here. Wife, could it be that this isn't an illusion? Bewitching asked. Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and shook her head. No, this must be an illusion. Since we can only go forward and backward, let's try going left and right. Bailey Hongzhuang had a firm look in her eyes. In the past, she had a certain understanding of illusions. Usually, she could achieve the effect she wanted in such a situation as long as she did the opposite. Left and right? Bewitching was a little confused. He didn't understand what Bailey Hongzhuang meant. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. This is the characteristic of an illusion. Let's try it first. If it succeeds, I'll explain it to you. Okay. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and stared at Bewitching. Now, close your eyes. In your mind, just firmly think that everything in front of you is fake. Don't doubt it. Then, walk towards me. Walk towards this wall. Don't hesitate. Okay. Bewitching answered without hesitation. He had always believed in Bailey Hongzhuang's words. In the next moment, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang slammed into the walls on both sides without hesitation. Seeing this scene, Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Bai Shi could not help but cover their eyes. It was too cruel. If the result was not what their master expected, then their master and Bewitching would be unlucky. Bang! A loud noise exploded in Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's ears. The two only felt that they had slammed into something, but the expected pain did not come. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly opened her eyes, only to see Bewitching looking at her with a smile. The darkness in front of them had disappeared at some point, and it was replaced by a bright light. Wife, we did it. Bewitching could not hide the amazement in his eyes. He was now really convinced by his wife's wisdom. He did not understand the illusion at all. If his wife had not thought of the flaw of the illusion, he was afraid that he would have wasted a lot of time in the passage. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile. It seemed that her prediction was right. In their line of sight, the passages that led in all directions were intricate and complicated. Closed stone rooms appeared on both sides of the passage, and some treasures were placed in these stone rooms. The two turned their heads to look, only to find that all the darkness they had seen before was fake, and the endless passage was only a short path of about 10 meters. However, they also saw many cultivators who were constantly walking in place, their faces full of confusion, just like the expressions of the two of them. On some other paths, there were also many corpses. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes could not help but fall on the chaos ring on her hand. If it had not been for the chaos ring guiding her, she would not have been able to get out of this predicament so easily. Suddenly, Bailey Hongzhuang saw Xianxia, who was still rushing on the other side, and could not help but shout, "Jiqing! Jiqing, did you hear that?" However, no matter how Bailey Hongzhuang shouted, Xianxia still walked with a blank face. Obviously, she couldn't hear Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also felt a little helpless. Fortunately, the path that Jiqing and the others had chosen was not a dead end, which made her feel a lot more at ease. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Bewitching and said, "Forget it. Let's set off first." "All right." Bewitching nodded and immediately walked forward with Bailey Hongzhuang. Bang! As one of the stone rooms was opened, countless smoke and dust surged out. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were surprised to find that there were many martial skills placed here. The level of the martial skills was not high. Most of them were yellow rank martial skills, but they could still be auctioned for a high price. As Bailey Hongzhuang picked up a martial skill book, she was surprised to find that the martial skill had directly turned into powder and drifted to the ground. It seems that these martial skills have been here for too long. The paper has turned into flying ash. Bewitching said regretfully. Martial skills were the essence left behind by many cultivators. It was a pity that they disappeared with time. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and no longer delayed. "It seems that these papers can't be kept. Let's go to the back." "Okay." Bewitching agreed. From the degree of change of these papers, it seems that this ruin is at least a few hundred years old. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang walked forward and opened all the stone rooms along the way. Some of the things inside had already become useless as time passed. However, when the two of them left, they still helped to close the door of the stone room to delay as much time as possible. Although the existence of the illusion would trap everyone for a period of time, they believed that after a period of time, everyone would understand the key to it. This ruin has been sealed for too long. Other than the inheritance left behind by the owner of the ruin, I'm afraid there aren't many things that are useful. After looking through a few stone rooms, Bewitching's eyes flashed with wisdom. It was actually not a good thing that the ruin had been sealed for too long. Too many resources had become meaningless as time passed, and the things that they could obtain were also very few. For example, just now, they saw a small arsenal. However, the weapons inside had been oxidized and turned into scraps as time passed. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. After being buried for so long, anything that can be left behind must be a treasure. To them, ordinary weapons and martial skills were not very useful. They could only be sold for money. Although money was important, they did not lack it for the time being. Therefore, it did not matter if they did not have it. As the two of them walked forward, they directly skipped a few stone rooms. Most of the treasures in the stone rooms in front of them were not very valuable. It was better to go straight to the important places. When Bailey Hongzhuang came to the door of a stone room, her clear eyes were filled with some doubts. The door of this stone room seemed to be slightly different from the stone room doors she had seen before. The thick white stone door was a little bigger than the other stone doors. She immediately wanted to open it, but when she pushed, she found that the stone door could not be pushed open at all. Seeing this, Bewitching's yuan power surged and he directly punched the stone door. Bang! Fragments fell to the ground, but the stone door still did not move at all. This stone room does seem to be different. Bewitching's handsome eyes narrowed and fixed his gaze on the stone door. Master, I can sense energy fluctuations here, Xiaohe said to Bailey Hongzhuang excitedly as her eyes shone with excitement. Hearing Xiaohe's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes also brightened. They had not found anything even until now. Perhaps what lay behind this stone door was their reward. What kind of energy fluctuation can you feel? Bailey Hongzhuang asked as she searched for a way to open the stone door. Xiaobai shook her head. I don't know. I can only be sure that the energy behind the stone door is very strong. There should be some treasure. Wife, the door to this stone room can't be opened. There must be some other mystery. Bewitching's voice was somewhat solemn, his eyes constantly looking around the stone room. With his premonition, the value of the things here was definitely higher than the things in the stone room. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. There must be some kind of mechanism near the stone door. We can only open it if we find the mechanism. In the next moment, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang looked at each other. Immediately, they stopped hesitating and began to search for the mechanism on both sides of the stone door. Bailey Hongzhuang touched both sides of the stone door with her bare hands. The flat walls were abnormally smooth, without any protrusions. Knock, knock. Bailey Hongzhuang gently knocked on the wall and listened to the differences in the sounds on the wall. The mechanism should be near the stone door, so they had to be careful and not miss any minute differences. Bewitching's extraordinarily handsome face was also filled with seriousness. He pressed his ear against the wall and listened carefully to the differences in the sounds. This seemed simple, but facing such a wide wall, it required a lot of patience. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were continuously knocking on the wall to find the mechanism, the cultivators' voices gradually came from behind them. I didn't expect the first trial to be so strange. If I hadn't walked in despair and hit the wall directly, I wouldn't have been able to come out. Haha, your ability to hit the wall by accident is really extraordinary. I heard you say that there was suddenly no sound after hitting the wall, so I gave it a try. I didn't expect to come out like this. I don't know when the rest of the idiots will come out. The two of us have grasped a great opportunity. From the conversation between the two, one could clearly feel their excitement. In such a time of a race against time, this kind of opportunity was hard to come by. Damn, it can't be. This method actually works, Xiaohe was speechless. It had thought that these two fellows were very clever. It didn't expect them to use such a lucky method. It was simply blinding. This world is really full of endless possibilities. It's impossible not to believe it. Xiaobai shook its head slightly. If the owner of the ruins knew that these two had used such a method to walk out of the illusion, who knew how he would feel? Master, all the best. Baisher's face was filled with worry. The two cultivators would arrive at Master's place soon. They had to speed up. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching also sped up. They had to open the stone door before the others arrived. Otherwise, a fight would be unavoidable. Baisher also used its small claws to continuously knock on the wall, wanting to help Bailey Hongshuang find the mechanism as soon as possible. Di Baichen noticed Baisher's actions, and a look of surprise surfaced in his eyes. There was no need to mention the intelligence of a beast king, but it was not easy to make a beast king willingly obey his orders. Judging from the beast king's current attitude, it was getting along well with Hong Zhuang, so there was no need for him to worry. As the footsteps behind her got closer and closer, Bailey Hongshuang's movements became faster and faster. Look, isn't that Di Baichen and Bailey Hongshuang? I didn't expect them to come out earlier than us. The two men in the back finally saw Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen. Their eyes lit up. So far, the two of them had not gained anything. Perhaps Bailey Hongshuang had already taken all the treasures. Quick! Catch up to them. The two men's minds moved, and they quickly rushed towards the place where Bailey Hongshuang and Bailey Hongshuang were. There's no time. Bailey Hongshuang frowned. The switch was hidden too well. After searching for a long time, they could not find any movement. Gotcha! A soft sound was heard. Bailey Hongshuang realized that the stone door that had been tightly shut had suddenly opened. White Lion waved its two little paws and looked at the two of them with a smug expression. Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen were speechless when they saw the position that White Lion had pressed. The way the owner of the ruins thought was indeed different from ordinary people. The mechanism was actually set at White Lion's height. They had to squat down to touch it, that's enough. Xiao He was speechless. It finally understood that the things that the owner of the ruins had set up were all in places that no one else would have expected. Rumble. The door to the stone chamber opened with a loud bang. As it had not been opened for many years, there was a clacking sound when it opened again. Smoke and dust filled the air. One could imagine the smoke and dust that had accumulated over hundreds of years. It directly covered Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen's eyes. The stone chamber's door has been opened. Quick, catch up to them. The two people behind them were nervous when they saw Bailey Hongshuang and White Lion open the stone chamber's door. The treasures in the ruins were all incredible treasures. They had to snatch them away. Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen rushed in almost as soon as the stone chamber's door opened. White Lion also jumped onto Bailey Hongshuang's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen disappeared from the sight of the two people behind them. As soon as they entered the stone chamber, Bailey Hongshuang was about to close the stone chamber's door. Just like when they had first entered the ruins, the stone chamber's door had automatically closed. By the time the two cultivators rushed up, the stone chamber's door had closed. Their heads hit the stone chamber's door and their noses were covered in dust. Bang, bang, bang. The two people behind them kept knocking on the door. However, the door did not show any signs of opening. Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen then looked at the scene in the stone chamber. However, they were both stunned. In front of the two of them, countless specks of green light were floating in the stone room. They were sparkling and translucent, looking very pleasing to the eye. How is this possible? Bailey Hongshuang was shocked by the scene in front of her. The stone room with a radius of a few hundred square meters was filled with balls of green light. If one took a closer look, one would discover that a green fruit was wrapped within the green light. It looked like a green apple, but it was not an actual fruit. Instead, it was an imitation of energy. Even with her knowledge of ruins, she had to admit that this ruin was indeed a big deal. Di Baichen's eyes were fixed on these floating green fruits, and his handsome eyes were filled with shock. These shouldn't be elemental energy fruit, right? The elemental force fruit was formed from the condensation of elemental energy. It was not a real fruit but was made from the cultivator's own elemental energy. The elemental energy fruit was extremely useful to cultivators. Absorbing the elemental energy fruit could directly enhance one's strength. However, very few cultivators would use their own elemental energy to produce elemental energy. Usually, only the elders would do so to help the younger generation improve their strength. After all, it was a waste of strength and elemental energy. It was really not cost-effective. However, there were so many elemental energy fruits in this stone chamber. For Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen, it was tantamount to finding a big treasure. With so many elemental energy fruits, our strength must be improved a lot. With a confident smile on his handsome face, Bewitching stared at Bailey Hongzhuang beside him. These yuanli fruits are very helpful to you. You can practice here first. I'll see if there's any way to stop others from entering. Yuanli fruit was a very special substance. It could not be put into the Qiankuan bag and could only be absorbed immediately. With Bailey Hongzhuang's current state, absorbing these yuanli fruits was the most suitable. He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation talent was not inferior to other aristocratic families' children. It was just that she had wasted too much time in the general's mansion before. With the help of these yuanli fruits, Bailey Hongzhuang could quickly catch up with her cultivation, which would save her a lot of trouble in the future. Listening to Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised and touched at the same time. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to resist the temptation of these yuanli fruits. Even the number of lovers who broke up for yuanli fruits was definitely not a small number. However, Bewitching could choose to give these yuanli fruits to her without hesitation. It could be seen that Bewitching cared about her. There are so many yuanli fruits here that I can't absorb them all by myself. It's better for us to practice here first. Bailey Hongzhuang said. Since they could not take the yuanli fruits away, they had no other way. The only way was to absorb them into their bodies as quickly as possible. After all, it was impossible for them to give up and leave directly for such a treasure. Well, you practice first. I'll observe this stone door first. Bewitching nodded slightly and showed a gentle smile to Bailey Hongzhuang. Then, he began to study the stone door. Outside the stone door, the other two people were constantly bombarding the stone door. You guys, open the stone door quickly. Bang bang bang, the stone door was under constant attack, but it remained solid and showed no signs of breaking. This made Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching feel a little relieved. Subsequently, the two people outside the door began to search for the mechanism to open the stone door. However, their situation wasn't much better than Bailey Hongzhuang and Lin Sanjiu's. Gulp. Baishar grabbed an elemental energy fruit floating in front of him and stuffed it into his mouth. Feeling the abundant elemental energy in his body, Baishar could not help but lick his lips. Stars appeared in his eyes as he waved his hands continuously, trying to grab more elemental energy. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were also hugging an elemental energy fruit in each hand. This feeling was simply too great. Master, there seems to be something in the wall on the far right. Xiao Bai reminded. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked towards the place that Xiao Bai had mentioned. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were very powerful and had very sensitive senses. She believed that their judgment would not be wrong. When Bailey Hongzhuang walked to the back wall, she suddenly realized that there was a faint bulge in the middle of the wall. She stretched out her hand and patted it. Only then did she realize that it was caused by a large amount of dust covering it. After she patted the dust off, she realized that there was a rectangular groove in the middle of the wall. A box made of black iron was placed in the groove, exuding an ancient aura. Bewitching was a little surprised when he saw the box that Bailey Hongzhuang discovered. He immediately walked towards Bailey Hongzhuang. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang took the box out of the groove. Boom! A dull sound rang out. A stone door suddenly appeared between Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, separating the two of them, upon discovering this, Bewitching immediately rushed towards Bailey Hongzhuang. Unfortunately, the stone door descended even faster and blocked Bewitching's approach. Bewitching's handsome face quickly filled with worry. My wife, are you all right? However, no matter how much Bewitching shouted, Bailey Hongzhuang did not respond. Damn it! Bewitching's eyes were filled with anxiety. The appearance of this stone door was simply too unexpected and had completely exceeded his expectations. Vigorous primary energy swept out from Bewitching's body and slammed heavily against the stone door. However, this thick and heavy stone door did not budge, as if it was made of steel. What kind of stone door is this? Even the usually indolent and indifferent Bewitching could not help but feel angry at this moment. If his wife was in danger because of this, he would really regret it to death. Bewitching! Bailey Hongzhuang also shouted after the stone door had closed. However, her voice did not receive any response. It seems that this stone room has completely isolated all sound, Xiao Bai said. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. That should be the case. This kind of situation would indeed occur in some stone rooms. Judging from the thickness of this stone door, it was not much different from the stone door that they had opened previously. It was clearly impossible to break it apart. Xiao He and Xiao Bai quickly enlarged their bodies and led Baisher to search for a mechanism near the stone door. They could not be trapped here forever. Bailey Hongzhuang, on the other hand, was taking things as they came. She examined the box in her hand. It was precisely because she had picked up the box that she had triggered the mechanism. However, she couldn't find any mechanism in the groove even after checking it for a long time. It was really strange. His gaze fell on the black iron box in his hand. Even after hundreds of years, the box was still as bright as new, without any signs of damage from the passage of time. Her clear eyes were filled with curiosity. She was really curious about what was inside the box. However, a small lock locked the box. No matter how hard she tried, the black iron box could not be opened. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh helplessly. She had finally found a treasure, yet she couldn't open it. One could imagine the depression in her heart. Master, we've searched. There aren't any traps nearby. Xiao He rolled to Bailey Hongzhuang's side in defeat. What kind of ruin was this? Everything that had appeared so far made her speechless. White Lion felt a little helpless. This time, it really couldn't find the switch. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and looked at the three helpless fellows in front of her. She said, since the master of this ruin has trapped us here, he must have a way to get out. At most, we'll just have to spend a little more time. She believed that the heavens would always leave a way out. The master of this ruin had created this ruin for no other reason than to choose a qualified successor. Based on the number of elemental energy fruits in this stone room, one could tell that this was a gift from the master of this ruin to the younger generation. He would never leave so many elemental energy fruits to someone who was about to die. Hence, the stone room they were in must be a way out and not a way out. There are so many elemental energy fruits here. In my opinion, we'd better improve our cultivation here first. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with wisdom and determination. Since these elemental energy fruits could not be taken away, it was better to absorb them here first. Now, the most important thing was to improve her strength. Originally, she had not been cultivating for a long time, and it was already considered good that her strength had reached such a level. However, when she gathered with these aristocratic children this time, her strength became her shortcoming. All along, Bailey Hongzhuang had been most proud of her strength. She had never thought that her strength would be suppressed everywhere after she had transmigrated. Although she had never said it out loud, only she knew the depression in her heart. Han Xiling was definitely not an easy person to deal with. After leaving the remains, the situation she would have to face would be more dangerous. Therefore, she had to improve her strength as soon as possible. Now, these elemental energy fruits were the best way for her to improve her strength as soon as possible. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the three beasts nodded together. Improving their strength was indeed the most important thing now. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately calmed down. She grabbed the elemental energy fruit floating in front of her with one hand and swallowed it without hesitation. Her strength was already on the verge of a breakthrough. It was only because the previous situation was not suitable for a breakthrough that she suppressed it and did not break through. Now that there was such a rare and quiet environment, it was a good time to break through. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had started to break through, the three beasts dutifully guarded by Bailey Hongzhuang's side, guarding against the sudden appearance of others who would disturb their master's breakthrough. Time passed slowly, and the elemental energy fruits in the stone room gradually decreased. While Bailey Hongzhuang was concentrating on cultivating, Baisher also took the demon crystal of the Qing Tian Mo crocodile. After that, he lay beside Bailey Hongzhuang and also began to break through. It has been a few days. Master and Baisher are still cultivating in seclusion. I don't know when they will wake up. Xiao He rolled on the ground in boredom. It was really boring, there are not many elemental energy fruits here. I believe it won't be long before Master wakes up. Xiao Bai helplessly looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was like an old monk. Master had been in this position for a long time. However, during this time, Master's strength has improved at an amazing speed, haha. With that said, Xiaohei suddenly became excited again. The effect of elemental energy fruits was not to be underestimated. With the help of so many elemental energy fruits, Master's strength had been able to break through all the way to catch up with Ji Yun'er's pace. She believed that once her master exited his cultivation state, she would be able to catch up with the cultivation that she had lagged behind. Boom, just when Xiaohei and Xiaobai were thinking, with Bailey Hongzhuang as the center, an amazing attraction force broke out in an instant. The elemental energy fruits floating in the air flew directly towards Bailey Hongzhuang under this attraction force. Seeing this, Xiaohei and Xiaobai could not help but look at each other. There was a deep shock in their eyes. Such a big fluctuation, is it possible that Master is going to directly break through to the Xiantian realm? As everyone knew, on the road of cultivation, only when one entered the Xiantian realm could one truly enter the world of cultivation. Previously, the speed of their master's promotion to the middle stage of Mysterious Ian was already very fast. They did not expect that with the help of this Yuanli fruit, she would directly begin to break through to the innate realm. Once this kind of cultivation speed was spread out, it was not known how many people would be shocked. Their trip to the monument was really worth it. Too powerful, that Ji Yun'er is only at the second stage of the Red Realm, and she is a little older than the master. Xiaohei raised her eyebrows, her eyes were full of pride. Previously, Ji Yun'er wanted to take advantage of her strength to harm their master. They did not expect that in such a short time, their master would also break through to the Red Realm. They did not know what kind of expression Ji Yun'er would have when she found out. Hey, why are all the Yuanli fruits absorbed by the master, but this Yuanli fruit is still floating here? Xiaobai's gaze fell on the only Yuanli fruit floating in the stone room. The performance of this Yuanli fruit was too unusual. Listening to Xiaobai's words, Xiaohei also looked at the Yuanli fruit in midair, her eyes full of astonishment. Is it possible that this Yuanli fruit is hiding something? Xiaohei and Xiaobai looked at each other, and their eyes lit up with interest. The next moment, the two furballs flew out and rushed toward the elemental energy fruit without hesitation. However, the Yuanli fruit seemed to have a spirit of its own and quickly avoided the attacks of the two furballs. Seeing this, the two furballs were even more certain that there was something fishy about this Yuanli fruit. All the previous Yuanli fruits were very easy to catch, but this Yuanli fruit was like a loach, impossible to catch at all. If their master had not absorbed all the Yuanli fruits, they would not have discovered that there was such a special Yuanli fruit. Maybe the way to leave the stone room is in this Yuanli fruit. Xiaohei's imagination was running wild. During the time when their master was in retreat, they had searched every corner of the stone room, and there was no mechanism at all. It seemed that this Yuanli fruit that was constantly running away was probably the way to leave the stone room. At the thought of this, Xiaohei and Xiaobai were filled with boundless motivation. They did not believe that they could not catch a mere elemental energy fruit. Then, a chase broke out in the stone room. Two figures, one black and one white, were constantly chasing the green Yuanli fruit. The three figures were as fast as lightning. This time, the two furballs discovered that the speed of the elemental energy fruit was not to be underestimated. Even under their combined pursuit, the elemental energy fruit still had the strength to escape. Xiaohei and Xiaobai were even more infuriated. They immediately went all out against the elemental energy fruit. It was rare for the black-white double fiends to make a move. If they couldn't even catch a single elemental energy fruit, then they wouldn't have the face to see anyone. When Bailey Hongzhuang successfully broke through to the Xiantian realm and opened her eyes, she saw the two fluffballs lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Their appearance was as if they had just fought a big battle with someone else. Her clear eyes quietly filled with a trace of surprise. Bailey Hongzhuang was a little puzzled. In this stone room, there was no one else except her and the three beasts. What did these two little guys do? What happened to you two? Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but ask. The two furballs couldn't have fought with each other, right? Phew. Xiaohei sat up, panting, and said, I'm so tired. What's going on? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression turned serious. Looking at the situation, something must have happened while she was cultivating. After Xiaohei caught her breath, she walked over to Bailey Hongzhuang's side and handed over a key. Master, this key is for you. Looking at the key in Xiaohei's hand, her elegant and refined face was filled with astonishment. Where did you find this key? With just one look, Bailey Hongzhuang was certain that this was the key to opening the black iron box. She could not help but feel even more puzzled. This key is inside an elemental energy fruit. As Xiaobai explained what had happened, Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood what had happened. She was even more astonished. The idea of the master of the ruins was truly extraordinary. It was indeed difficult to notice the key inside the elemental energy fruit. In addition to everything that had happened before, it was obvious that from the moment she had walked into this stone room, everything that had happened next was under the control of the master of the ruins. Everything she had done was arranged by the master of the ruins. Only after she had absorbed all the elemental energy fruits would she discover the last elemental energy fruit and obtain the key. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would not be able to find a way to leave even if she turned the entire stone room upside down. How long have I been in closed-door cultivation? Bailey Hongzhuang asked aloud. It must have taken her quite a long time to absorb all the elemental energy fruits. Master has been in closed-door cultivation for half a month. Xiaohei slowly replied. During this half a month, it and Xiaohei had been extremely bored. After all, the two of them had been together in the chaos ring for a long time. Hearing the hidden bitterness in Xiaohei's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a smile. These two had been trapped in the chaos ring for too many years and were most afraid of loneliness. I wonder how Bewitching is doing. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching. She and Bewitching were suddenly separated. She believed that Bewitching must be very worried about her. Half a month was not a short time in the ruins. He wondered how Jiqing and the others were doing now. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at the black iron box in her hand. She wanted to see what was inside the black iron box. Crack! With a soft sound, Bailey Hongzhuang successfully opened the black iron box in her hand. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw the contents of the box, her deep eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of amazement. In his line of sight, a sparkling and translucent longsword was quietly placed in the black iron box. The sparkling and translucent longsword seemed to be cast from ice. An icy chill spread from it. It was exquisite and sparkling, giving off a breathtaking feeling. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang had seen many weapons, she still felt that the longsword in front of her was the most enchanting. Among all the swords she had ever seen, this sword was the most impressive. With a slight movement, the tip of the sword flowed with a cold light, faintly revealing a bit of biting cold murderous intent. It was both frightening and pleasing at the same time. Wow! Xiaohei exclaimed, this sword is so beautiful. It was considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. It had seen all kinds of weapons, but this was the first time it had seen such a sparkling and translucent weapon. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, Bailey Hongzhuang finally noticed that there was a faint blood color circulating on the crystal-clear blade. This blood color was extremely faint. If one did not look closely, they would not have noticed it at all. This sword is probably not an ordinary item. Bailey Hongzhuang's light and pleasant voice was somewhat rueful. She stared at the sharp sword in her hand. From her point of view, this sword was extremely special. Even though it had been placed quietly in the black iron box, she could still feel the sharp and murderous aura emanating from the blade. Obviously, this was a sword that had been stained with blood. Master, you should first drip a drop of blood on this sword to claim ownership of it. Xiaobai reminded her. Once she walked out of this stone room, there would be countless cultivators eyeing this sword covetously. Why not drip a drop of blood to claim ownership of it first? It would not be easy for others to snatch this sword away from her. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. From the moment she saw this sword, she had already decided on it. It just so happened that she had been lacking a handy weapon. This sword had appeared at the right time. She believed that with this sword, her battle power would increase once again. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang did not hesitate any longer. She immediately cut her finger and dripped a drop of blood on the blade of the sword. When the drop of blood landed on the blade, it did not immediately merge with the blade. Instead, it flowed along a fine mark from the blade to the tip of the sword, forming a thin and long mark. As Bailey Hongzhuang's primary energy and mental power flowed into the sword, the blood began to slowly be absorbed by the sharp sword. As soon as the blood was absorbed, the sharp sword emitted a bright white light, just like the light emitted by the historical remains. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that two beautiful and sharp words slowly appeared on the crystal-clear blade, colored glaze, colored glaze. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at the two words. Obviously, this sword's name was colored glaze. This sword is so magical. It is indeed not an ordinary item. Xiao He and Xiao Bai's eyes shone with a strange light. It had only revealed its true appearance after it had claimed ownership. This showed how special it was. Congratulations, master. However, hearing the congratulations of the two furballs, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. I only left my mark on the glazed sword. I didn't complete the recognition process. Why? Xiao He and Xiao Bai widened their eyes and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in confusion. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up in a helpless arc. There's still a seal on the glazed sword. It won't be easy to break this seal. In my current situation, it's not suitable for me to break the seal. It's better to leave a spiritual imprint first and think of a way after leaving the ruins. Xiao He and Xiao Bai finally understood. It seemed like they had thought too simply. However, it was not a simple matter to make a treasure of a high grade recognize its master, not to mention that Lu Lijian was so special. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly got up and looked at the door of the stone room in front of her. She had been trapped in this stone room for so long. It was time to get out. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was shocked to see that a small door had appeared on the right side of the stone room. Next to this small door was an extremely simple mechanism. Bailey Hongzhuang turned the mechanism with the intention of giving it a try. Crack! Wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. This was the inner portrayal of Bailey Hongzhuang and the two beasts. They had been looking for the mechanism for a long time, and now they had opened the stone door so easily. Without waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to walk out of the stone room, a surprised voice came. Hongzhuang, you finally appeared. Such a lively and joyful voice, who else could it be other than Xia Jiqing? The next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang directly fell into a bear hug. Hongzhuang, I haven't seen you in the monument for so long. I thought something had happened to you. Xia Jiqing's eyes were full of concern. Are you okay? Seeing Xia Jiqing appear, Bailey Hongzhuang was also very happy. She immediately shook her head and said, I'm fine, I'm relieved to see that you're okay. Previously, when she saw Xia Jiqing and others trapped in the illusion, she was very worried. She didn't expect to see Xia Jiqing appear in front of her safe and sound as soon as she walked out of the stone room. Her heart couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes couldn't help but look behind her. Previously, Bewitching was trapped in the stone room like her. She didn't know if Bewitching had come out. Wifey, are you looking for me? The low and charming voice revealed a little teasing and ambiguity. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile. The dark and bright phoenix eyes quietly flashed a touch of joy, and Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly bloomed into a smile. As long as Bewitching was okay, she was relieved. Hongzhuang, why have you been in there for so long? Xia Jiqing couldn't help but ask. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled helplessly. I was trapped inside and couldn't find a way out for a while. I only managed to get out now. Bailey Hongzhuang replied while paying attention to her surroundings. Only then did she realize that all the cultivators were gathered here. However, the environment in front of her was no longer the same as when she first entered the stone chamber. It was like they were in another place. Why is everyone here? Bailey Hongzhuang was puzzled. Logically speaking, since she had been trapped in the stone room for so long, the treasures in the ruins should have long been collected by everyone. Why were they still gathered here? Alas. Xia Jiqing sighed, I have been here for more than 10 days. I heard everyone say that behind the stone door is the main hall. The most valuable treasures are in the main hall, but this stone door is too strange, it can't be opened at all. You know how rare this ancient monument is. Everyone is naturally unwilling to leave before finding the final inheritance, so everyone gathered here. You are the last one to come. Bailey Hongzhuang understood, and her eyes could not help but fall on the huge stone door in front of her. Compared to the huge stone door in front of her, the place she had come out of was just a very small stone room. This stone door was painted with exquisite and complex patterns. It was beautiful, and looking at it quietly gave people a feeling of cleansing. It was the spirit severing stage. At the same time, Gong Xiaoqing and the others also walked to Bailey Hongshuang's side. The familiar faces flashed with concern and joy. Hongshuang, fortunately you are okay. Zhang Yunfeng smiled. Everyone was worried to death. Cui Haoyan smiled and waved his hand. It's just a little injury, nothing serious. Seeing that Cui Haoyan and Zhang Yunfeng's faces were normal, Bailey Hongshuang also nodded. Judging from a doctor's point of view, Cui Haoyan and Zhang Yunfeng's injuries were not serious. Bailey Hongshuang, we are relieved that you are okay. Dong Fangyu said slowly. His face was as gentle as a spring breeze with a reassuring smile. During the time when Bailey Hongshuang disappeared, his heart had never been calm. It wasn't until he saw Bailey Hongshuang's safe appearance that he was relieved. Fu Hongbo looked at Bailey Hongshuang. After half a month, he felt that Bailey Hongshuang's mental appearance seemed to have changed. Bailey Hongshuang, your aura seems to have strengthened a lot? Fu Hongbo's eyes were full of surprise. He felt that Bailey Hongshuang's aura was much stronger than before. It was no longer the same level. Listening to Fu Hongbo's words, everyone looked at Bailey Hongshuang in surprise. Lu Huaiyan's eyes flashed with shock. Bailey Hongshuang, your aura. Did you break through to the innate realm? As soon as these words came out, Xia Jiqing and the others were instantly petrified and looked at Bailey Hongshuang with astonishment. What a joke, Hongshuang had only been gone for half a month, how could she have broken through to the innate realm? Seeing that the two mentors had discovered her changes, Bailey Hongshuang also smiled and admitted, I just broke through to the first level of the Red Realm. Hiss, listening to Bailey Hongshuang's admission, Xia Jiqing and the others all took a breath of cold air. They couldn't believe what they had heard. Hongshuang, what good opportunity did you find in the past half a month? Xia Jiqing couldn't help but ask. Such a fast promotion was really enviable. According to the usual cultivation speed, it would take at least 1 to 2 years to break through to the Xiantian realm. However, Hongshuang had completed it in just half a month. How could people not be envious? Although Zhang Yunfeng and the others didn't say it directly like Xia Jiqing, the envy in their eyes was very obvious. I was locked in a stone room before. There were many elemental energy fruits in the stone room. I couldn't find a way out, so I could only stay inside and cultivate. It wasn't until I absorbed all the elemental energy fruits that the door of the stone room opened. Only then did everyone understand. In their hearts, they felt that Bailey Hongshuang was too lucky. Elemental energy fruit was a rare treasure. Bailey Hongshuang was actually trapped in a place full of elemental energy fruits. Could she be any happier? Why were the stone rooms they had seen before empty? Or the things had been damaged? Bailey Hongshuang directly entered a room full of elemental energy fruits, and the most important thing was that she was trapped inside. They had also tried to open the stone room, but no matter what method they used, they couldn't open it. It was equivalent to all the elemental energy fruits in the stone room were destined to be eaten by Bailey Hongshuang alone. After eating, the door of the stone room opened. What good thing did Bailey Hongshuang do in her last life? This kind of good thing of elemental energy fruits falling from the sky fell on Bailey Hongshuang's head. Hongshuang, your luck is too good. Xia Jiqing couldn't help but admire. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved into a clear and pleasant smile. She felt that the harvest of this trip was not small. With such an improvement in strength, it would be more convenient for her to do things in the future. After all, with low strength, many things were not very convenient. Cui Haoyan and the others walked to the side with a belly full of envy. Bailey Hongshuang was the only one with such luck. That's why people say that comparisons are odious. Bailey Hongshuang was very outstanding, but everyone's living environment was different. This time, they came to the ancient ruins together, and the gap between their characters was still undeniable. Dong Fangyu looked at Bailey Hongshuang with a slightly complicated gaze. He was happy and at the same time somewhat emotional. When he first met Bailey Hongshuang, he didn't find the gap between them. He didn't expect that after Bailey Hongshuang stayed in the college for a while, the gap between them became bigger and bigger. Maybe he was just wishful thinking from the beginning. Bewitching was the one who was really suitable for Bailey Hongshuang. In just half a month, Bailey Hongshuang's strength had surpassed his, and Bewitching was still standing beside Bailey Hongshuang calmly. Jiqing, did you gain anything in the ruins in the past half month? Bailey Hongshuang's eyebrows showed a little curiosity. Since she passed through the illusion, she was locked in the stone room and didn't know anything about what happened after. What made her the happiest was that Jiqing and the others' luck was good. Although they were slightly injured, the problem was not serious, which made her feel relieved. Xia Jiqing shook her head and then sighed again. Alas, the inexplicable road before made me trapped for a long time. If it wasn't for a chance, I wouldn't have been able to get out at all. I now know how powerful the strong are. We have been walking in the same place, and it felt so real. After that, when I came out, many cultivators had already come out. So I walked around this place. However, I came out so late. If there were any treasures, they would have long been taken away by others. It was not my turn at all. Xia Jiqing shrugged. The only thing to be thankful for is that I haven't lost my life yet. Hong Zhuang, when did you break free from that illusion? That's an illusion. Bailey Hongzhuang explained with a smile. I came out very early, and as soon as I walked into the stone room, I was locked inside. Illusion? Xia Jiqing raised her voice, but after thinking about it, she felt that the name was very consistent with the situation she had seen before. Yes, it's an illusion. I heard from the cultivators of the Yan family that you and Bewitching were the first to come out. They wanted to catch up with the two of you, but they couldn't. Xia Jiqing covered her mouth and snickered. In my opinion, the cultivators of this family are not as powerful as the rumors say. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood that Xia Jiqing was talking about the people who had chased her and Bewitching. The background of the family is very strong. What we have now is just the tip of the iceberg. Bailey Hongzhuang reminded. She knew that Xia Jiqing had always been very loyal to her, but she didn't want Xia Jiqing to offend some powerful opponents because of her. With a faint smile on her beautiful face, Xia Jiqing held Bailey Hongzhuang's hands and said seriously, Hongzhuang, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I won't take the initiative to offend them. Seeing that Xia Jiqing understood her meaning, Bailey Hongzhuang also showed a gentle smile. That's good. With our current situation, we won't be too anxious with them for the time being. Her dark phoenix eyes were quietly filled with a touch of distance and firmness. Now they didn't have much interaction, but in the future they would definitely have a lot of interaction. The Lan family, that mysterious and powerful family, she believed that they would meet soon. Hong Zhuang, during the time you were locked in the stone room, Bewitching was worried about you. When we came here before, we saw Bewitching guarding the door. If there was any movement, he would look inside. Han Xiling also came to ask, but Bewitching obviously put all his thoughts on you and didn't pay much attention to her. Xia Jiqing winked at Bailey Hongzhuang, her smile revealing a bit of slyness and ridicule. I said that Bewitching is a good man worthy of being entrusted with a lifetime. Haha, my vision is not bad. Looking at Xia Jiqing's proud appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang was also somewhat helpless. This guy was really a clown. You two haven't seen each other for half a month, you must have a lot to say. I won't disturb you here. When her voice fell, Xia Jiqing ignored Bailey Hongzhuang's words and walked to the other side with a smile. She had been here talking to Hong Zhuang for so long, presumably Bewitching had long been unable to hold back. After Xia Jiqing left, Bewitching slowly walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Wifey, have you been well during the time you were in the stone room? The deep eyes like the sea were very complicated, full of concern, heartache and guilt. As early as before entering the monument, he promised to take care of Bailey Hongzhuang. He didn't think that he would make such a mistake. During this time, he had already felt guilty countless times and regretted it countless times. If his wifey was in danger because of this, he would definitely hate himself. Do you think I was well in the stone room? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled and looked up at the pair of eyes full of guilt and pain. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but be startled. She originally intended to joke with Bewitching, she didn't expect Bewitching's expression. Wife, I'm sorry. Bewitching's voice was low and hoarse, I didn't take good care of you. Hearing the deep self-blame in Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but say, I was very good inside. Nothing happened. Instead, my strength has improved. You don't have to blame yourself. Bewitching shook his head, Wifey, you don't have to comfort me. This time, I didn't take good care of you. Seeing Bewitching's serious expression, Bailey Hongzhuang was also a little worried. Anything can happen in the monument. You have tried your best to take care of me, not to mention that my luck is very good. This is an opportunity for me. It's great that wifey can come out safely. Bewitching saw Bailey Hongzhuang's worried appearance and his heart softened. He felt even more fortunate. Fortunately, his wifey was safe and sound. Otherwise, he really didn't know what to do. If he had been more careful, Bailey Hongzhuang would not have disappeared from his sight. Anything could happen in the ancient ruins, and some cruel and terrible things were not uncommon. What happened this time was a wake-up call for him. He swore to himself that he would never let such a thing happen again. Seeing that Bewitching's face looked better, Bailey Hongzhuang breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want Bewitching to blame himself too much because of this incident. Perhaps, the master of the ruins had made such a plan when he designed the stone room switch. How could they have predicted it in advance? How were you in the stone room after that? Bailey Hongzhuang asked softly with concern in her dark and bright eyes. During the time when she was trapped in the stone room, she was also very worried about Bewitching's situation. When she saw Bewitching, she had already checked Bewitching's situation. Fortunately, Bewitching was not in any danger, which made her feel relieved. After the sudden appearance of the stone door separated you and me, I found that I couldn't hear any sound in the stone room. Even the voices of the two practitioners who were shouting outside the stone room had disappeared. Originally, I thought you were in danger, but after confirming that the stone room was silent, I felt a little relieved. However, I couldn't find a way to leave the stone room. I could only absorb all the elemental energy fruits in the stone room, and finally found the key in one of the elemental energy fruits. Speaking of this, Bewitching's eyes lit up. I also found a black iron box in the stone room. There was a sword in the box? The more Bailey Hongzhuang heard Bewitching's words, the more she was sure that she was in the same situation as Bewitching. The things in the stone room were split into two, and the sudden appearance of the stone door was only to separate her from Bewitching. This must have been planned by the owner of the stone room. Therefore, it was not that Bewitching did not take good care of her, but that the owner of the ruins had already decided to separate them. Even if Bewitching was beside her at that time, the owner of the ruins should have other ways to separate the two of them. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He asked, "How did you know?" Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Her beautiful and enchanting smile bloomed on her exquisite face. It was pleasing to the eye and unforgettable. Because the situation I encountered in the stone room was exactly the same as yours. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Identical? Bewitching was slightly startled. He could not help but recall that when Bailey Hongzhuang separated from him, she found a box on the wall. In that case, isn't that? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. Yes, this should be deliberately done by the owner of the ruins. The things in the stone room were originally divided into two. After Bewitching suddenly understood, he could not help but frown. His handsome eyes were full of thoughts. So, what is the meaning of the owner of the ruins doing this? As far as the current situation was concerned, the two of them had taken a big advantage. Even if the other cultivators had also gained a lot, there was still a big gap compared to the two of them. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were thinking about the deep meaning of the arrangement of the master of the monument, the other people's eyes could not help but fall on the two of them. Bailey Hongzhuang broke through to the first level of the Red Realm in just half a month. Xianxia was a little incredulous. This progress was too great. It took him a long time to break through from the middle stage of the mysterious Aeon realm to the first level of the Red Realm. It seems that Bailey Hongzhuang got an opportunity in the monument, so she can directly break through from the acquired realm to the innate realm. Huang Fuhui sighed. It seemed that their luck was not as good as Bailey Hongzhuang's. If this opportunity fell on him, his strength could be improved again, surpassing Xianxia and others. Lin Ro's pretty face was also filled with emotion. Even though she had never underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang, now it seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang was more complicated than she thought. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were the first to pass through the illusion. This alone shows that their strength can't be underestimated. It can only be said that our speed of seeing through the illusion is too slow. Xianxia frowned. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching are together. Why are you sure that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength can't be underestimated? Maybe Bailey Hongzhuang was able to get out of the illusion because of Bewitching. They were all convinced of Bewitching's strength. After all, Bewitching had been famous for a long time. He was very famous among the young cultivators of the Xianxia continent, and they also admired him very much. It was normal to be defeated by Bewitching. It was not difficult for them to accept, but if they lost to the unknown Bailey Hongzhuang in the illusion, it was somewhat difficult to accept. Lin Yirou raised her eyebrows slightly, and her calm face was filled with a deep smile. Looking at Lin Yirou's expression, Yan Lingxian was more certain that Lin Yirou knew something he did not know. He couldn't help but ask, "Lin Yirou, what do you know? Don't keep me guessing, tell me directly." "Miss Lin, it's better to tell us what you know so that we can analyze it." Huang Fuhui also echoed. Lin Yirou saw that Yan Lingxian and Huang Fuhui were so curious, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. "Before hearing the family cultivators talk about the illusion, did you know that what we encountered before was an illusion?" Yan Lingxian and Huang Fuhui looked at each other and shook their heads together. "We didn't know." "That's right." "What do you mean?" Yan Lingxian frowned. Why did he have a feeling that the more Lin Yirou spoke, the more he didn't understand? "I heard the conversation between Han Xiling and Bewitching before. Bewitching said that what he saw before was an illusion. He didn't know it at first, and it was Bailey Hongzhuang who told him. This proves that Bailey Hongzhuang knows no less than we know, and even more than us." With Lin Yirou's words, Yan Lingxian and Huang Fuhui's faces were also dignified. It seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang really had a lot of secrets. As the children of aristocratic families, they always knew a lot of things, but for this illusion, it was really the first time they had seen it, and the first time they had heard about it. Maybe Bailey Hongzhuang just happened to know these special things. Yan Lingxian said slowly. As soon as these words came out, Yan Lingxian and Huang Fuhui's faces suddenly changed. They thought that the word illusion was spread by the cultivators in the family, but after Lin Yirou said this, it meant that the first person to discover the illusion was Bailey Hongzhuang. "According to what you mean, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were able to come out of the illusion in the first place, because of Bailey Hongzhuang?" Yan Lingxian's eyes showed an incredible look. This was too incredible. How could an ordinary young lady of the general's mansion know so many things? "Otherwise?" Lin Yirou asked. "With your intelligence and wisdom, you shouldn't deceive yourself."